Where on earth have I been dragged to? A voice laden with bewilderment suddenly echoed through the boundless ash. The source of the voice was an odd stone roughly a zhang across, its entire surface flowing with a chaotic luster. Within the stone, Ling Zhao's soul body was curled up, eyes wide as he stared at the chaos before him, where even time and space seemed frozen. He blinked hard, yet before him there was still that endless blur. No sky, no earth, no light, no sound. Only eternal grayness and a deathly stillness that seeped into the bones. In that moment, Ling Zhao felt the world spinning around him, helpless to the point of tears that would not fall. He remembered clearly that not long ago, it was merely 2 a.m, when hunger forced him downstairs to the late-night stall at his neighborhood gate to buy a serving of fried rice noodles with extra sausage and egg. Just as he stepped to the roadside, a white heavy truck with its high beams blazing charged toward him like a wild horse broken loose. He did not even see the driver's face clearly before his entire body was flung away like a helpless leaf. In the final instant before his consciousness dissolved, only one thought flashed through his mind. It's over. My phone hasn't been wiped yet. Ling Zhao let out a wail, his soul body trembling slightly. Now it's perfect. My life is gone and my innocence has vanished with it. If the police uncles see all the messy stuff stored on my phone, even in death, I'll suffer a social death on top of it. The moment he thought of those study files and various materials on his phone that could never be seen by a second person in this lifetime, sorrow surged through Ling Zhao's heart, and he nearly burst into tears on the spot. Young friend, you have awakened. Just then a warm, yet infinitely majestic voice sounded in his ears without the slightest warning. That gentle yet abrupt voice nearly frightened Ling Zhao's soul into scattering. He snapped his gaze around only to discover a towering figure silently standing behind him at some unknown moment. The figure seemed already fused with the surrounding chaos, yet at the same time, it was like the only light within that chaos. His features could not be seen, but an involuntary sense of awe rose within the heart of anyone who beheld him. Senior, you are? Ling Zhao instantly became humble from the depths of his heart, his attitude respectful to the extreme. No matter who this being was, anyone who could appear in such a place was certainly a great existence he could not afford to offend. Young friend, there is no need to be nervous. I harbor no ill intent. The towering figure's voice remained mild, tinged with a faint smile. The fact that you could arrive here and survive within the chi of chaos is itself proof of profound blessing. You truly are worthy of being one personally favored by the Dao. Profound blessing. Favored by the Dao. Ling Zhao's lips twitched uncontrollably. If he truly possessed such fortune, would he have been sent flying into another world by a heavy truck? This was no blessing, it was clearly calamity. Yet he dared not say that aloud. He could only force a dry laugh and gloss it over. Perhaps it is indeed as Senior says. Seeing his obvious disbelief, Pangu was not offended. Instead, he chuckled and went on. I know, young friend, that doubts linger in your heart. Yet you truly are one chosen by the Dao. Without the Dao's blessing, not only would you never have lived until now, you would not have formed the deepest bond with this primordial world of Honghuang that I have just opened. Boom! His words crashed through Ling Zhao's mind like a thunderclap, leaving him scorched inside and out. Honghuang. Moments ago, he had been utterly at a loss, unsure what obscure corner of existence he had crossed into. But the instant those two characters Honghuang were spoken, the answer surfaced on its own. One who could open the world of Honghuang and refer to himself as Wu. How could he be anyone but that great god who used his very body to transform into all things Pangu? You are Pangadashi. Ling Zhao's voice shook as he cautiously sought confirmation. It seems you do indeed know of me. Pangu nodded, a glimmer of comprehension flashing in his eyes. Or rather, as one who will become a future variable, you were always meant to know certain events that are destined to occur. My conjecture was correct. You are the one chosen by the Dao. Not only have you bound yourself to the world of Honghuang that I exhausted myself to open, you also carry upon your person that legendary supreme treasure of chaos, the Hundunju. If even you are not one blessed by the Dao, then who could be? Hundunju. Ling Zhao was completely stunned. Instinctively, he turned his gaze inward toward the depths of his soul, and indeed saw a tiny gray bead quietly suspended there, exuding an aura identical in origin to the surrounding chaos. Wait, this bead really exists. He suddenly remembered that just days before he crossed over, he had spent 9 yuan with free shipping on a certain discount app to buy a retro chaos bead, ornament originally intending to use the cheap trinket as a keychain. Who could have imagined that for 9 with free shipping, he would actually purchase a genuine supreme treasure of chaos? Ling Zhao truly could not tell for the moment whether this was a windfall or a complete disaster. Yet the situation still had to be faced. Drawing a deep breath, he forcibly suppressed the tempest roiling in his heart, raised his head to look at Pangu, and asked as calmly as he could, Pangadashi, after all that you have said, is there something you require this junior to do? If it lies within my ability, I will surely spare no effort. It seems you have already guessed, young friend. Pangu smiled in satisfaction, though his voice carried a faint weariness not easily perceived. Indeed, your arrival has stirred this final remnant of divine soul that I left within Hongwang. I must apologize for bringing you here in such a manner. It was truly a last resort. What you behold now is not my true self. My true self, I fear, has long since used his body to become all things after the act of opening heaven and earth, nourishing this newborn world. Ling Xiao fell silent. Gazing at the towering figure before him, a deep reverence rose unbidden within Ling Xiao's heart. This foremost god of all ages had burned away everything of himself to open a brand new world. Even with only a single wisp of remnant soul left, his heart remained bound to the Hongwang he had created with his own hands. Then, great god, what is it that you wish me to do? After a long while, Ling Xiao asked in a deep voice. He understood that there is no free lunch under heaven, and even less a free Hundun Zhu and blessing of the Dao. I hope, young friend, that you can guard this newborn Hongwang in my stead. Pangu's gaze turned toward the depths of chaos, as though piercing time and space to behold the future calamities to come. Do not be too hasty in refusing. You already bear the blessing of the Dao upon your body, and have the Hundun Zhu as your protection. Your fate is inherently intertwined with that of Hongwang. Moreover, since you hail from the future, you should understand better than anyone else how much bloodshed and hardship this world will one day endure. Therefore, I ask you, guard this newborn world for me, so that it may be spared unnecessary calamities. For this, I am willing to bestow upon you all that remains of my being. Listening to Pangu's sincere and heartfelt words, Ling Xiao's heart was awash with conflicting emotions. Just moments ago, he had been grumbling about his bad luck and worrying about his phone and social death, yet now he only felt his cheeks grow slightly hot. Compared to Pangu's selflessness, his earlier thoughts were indeed far too narrow and utilitarian. What was more, he could no longer return to where he had come from. Since he had already arrived, he might as well settle his heart. Having thought this through, Ling Xiao drew in a deep breath, and a trace of unprecedented resolve flashed through his eyes. Great God Pangu, rest assured. Since you are willing to place your trust in me, this junior Ling Xiao shall naturally exhaust all his strength to safeguard the great desolation for everlasting peace. Good, good, good. Pangu cried out good 3 times in succession, his eyes filled with gratification. With these words from you, little friend, I may set my mind at ease. Though you are already bound to the world of the great desolation, your foundation is still shallow. This is my final power of creation, take it. As his voice fell, a gentle, yet boundlessly vast golden force surged from Pangu's hand and in an instant poured into Ling Xiao's soul body. Under the blessing of this power of creation, Ling Xiao felt a warm current flood through his entire being, and his once illusory soul body instantly became solid and substantial. His cultivation surged as though riding a rocket. Early Tai golden, immortal, mid-stage, late-stage, peak. Without the slightest obstruction, he broke through the heavenly chasm and stepped into the realm of Deluo golden immortal. The next moment, a pure white human flower slowly emerged above his head, petals layered upon layers, gently unfurling. First grade, second, third, it continued blooming to the 11th grade, and its momentum still did not diminish. 12th grade. The human flower was perfected. Immediately after, the earth flower broke through the ground, and likewise soared all the way to 12th grade perfection. Then came the heaven flower. The 3 flowers gathered at his crown, all at 12th grade perfection. Even more astonishing, the 3 12th grade lotuses gently rotated above his head, and actually began to slowly merge, ultimately transforming into a tricolored divine radiance that sank into his primordial spirit. Peaked the Luo golden immortal, 3 flowers united as one. Ling Xiao himself was stunned. Even Pangu's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. As expected of one blessed by the Dao itself. Within the chaos, the limit of the 3 flowers is originally the 11th grade. Only those acknowledged by the Great Dao can cause the 3 flowers to blossom into the perfected 12th grade. Little friend, your future far surpasses what I had imagined. In that case, entrusting the great desolation to you, I am entirely at ease. There are still some things here which I shall gift to you as well. As Pangu spoke, he lifted his hand and waved. For treasures radiating, terrifying, oppressive, might slowly floated into place before Ling Xiao. The first was a long ruler cast entirely of dark gold. Its body was engraved with countless chaotic stars and creation patterns, and along its edges flowed faint strands of primordial purple chi. Just looking at it made one feel an indomitable, peerlessly sharp aura. This was none other than the foremost acquired offensive supreme treasure, the Hongming measuring ruler. The second was an ancient weighty tripod cauldron with 3 legs and 2 ears. Its body was a profound black, covered in crack-like creation imprints. The mouth of the cauldron was slightly open, as if it could devour heaven and earth and refine all things. This was the innate supreme treasure, the Chinkoan cauldron. The third was a mass of 7-colored auspicious clouds. As the cloud chi flowed, countless pendants and jeweled beads hung down, emitting clear melodious chimes. It exuded an aura both auspicious and imposing, immune to all laws, causing all evil to retreat. This was the Heavenly Dao treasure, the all heavens auspicious cloud. The fourth was a jade disc that appeared incomplete and broken. The disc was a pale cyan, its surface covered in fine cracks. Roughly 2/3 remained, emanating an obscure, unfathomable aura, as if it contained all the profound truths of the Great Dao, yet it was in a semi-sealed state. Besides these 4 supreme treasures, there was also a great heap of glittering treasure fragments piled into a small mountain. On every shard lingered the aura of chaotic demon gods. Each was once a fragment of a chaotic spirit treasure. Although these treasures left Ling Xiao deeply shaken at this moment, his gaze was not entirely fixed upon them. Rather, most of his attention was locked unwaveringly on that broken jade disc. The corner of his eye could not help but twitch. The creation jade disc. This was actually the creation jade disc. That was the fundamental treasure by which the future Dao ancestor Hongjun would prove his sainthood. And now it had actually fallen into his hands. What would become of Hongjun in the future then? Ling Xiao shook his head, sharply forcing this thought out of his mind. Whatever the case, who would refuse a treasure personally delivered into his hands? Thinking this, he respectfully bowed deeply toward Pangu. Many thanks for Senior's generous gifts. I hereby swear that I shall devote my entire life to guarding the Great Desolation. Should I violate this oath, may my body and Dao be annihilated, never to escape 10,000 calamities. Good. Pangu's gratified voice resounded as his figure began to grow transparent, gradually merging with the surrounding chaos. Little friend, I have one last gift to bestow upon you. I hope you will like it. With those words, Pangu's figure completely dispersed. The next instant, Ling Xiao felt heaven and earth spin wildly. When he finally steadied himself again, he had arrived within a mysterious space. Here too was shrouded in mist, but the air was no longer filled with chaotic chi. Instead, it was suffused with innate spiritual energy, so dense it seemed almost to have condensed into liquid. At the center of the space, aside from his own original piece of chaotic spirit stone, there was another slightly smaller chaotic spirit stone, radiating a gentle white glow as it quietly hovered there. At the same time, a vast stream of information surged into his primordial spirit in an instant. After Ling Xiao finished absorbing it, he was completely dumbfounded. This place was actually the heavenly court in the process of gestation. And he himself was the being nurtured by this chaotic spirit stone, the future Haotian God Emperor of Heaven. The stone beside him naturally was the future Yaoqi Golden Mother, his Dao companion. The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth twitched. For a moment he truly did not know what to say. This final gift from great God Pangu. Had he given him the heavenly court or thrown in a wife as well? Did this count as an arranged marriage? Shaking his head in helpless amusement, Ling Xiao quickly put away such stray thoughts. Though he was now at peak Deluo Golden Immortal with 3 flowers unified, he had yet to take on a human form, and his foundation remained unstable. The most urgent task was to complete his transformation and stabilize his realm. And to transform, he had to cast off his former identity. Thus Ling Xiao lifted his head to gaze into the void above, his voice clear and resolute above, O Great Dao. From this day forth there shall be no longer a transmigrator named Ling Xiao in this world. There is only the Great Desolation's Haotian. May the Dao bear witness. As his words fell, a majestic gaze transcending all things seemed to sweep forth from the void, pausing upon him for a brief instant. The next moment Ling Xiao felt all restraints binding him from the other world vanish like smoke. The chaotic spirit stone in which he resided erupted with dazzling light. Endless innate spiritual energy and Dao laws gathered toward him, beginning according to his will to reshape his physical body. When the light finally receded, a young man in a blue and white Taoist robe with handsome features and a gentle bearing tinged with innate majesty appeared within the void of the heavenly court. The aura around him was as stable as a mountain, concealed yet unfathomable, and a terrifying pressure somewhere between peak Deluo Golden Immortal and Hunyuan Golden Immortal slowly radiated outward. At last I have taken form. Haotian stretched lazily, feeling the surging power within his body, and a faint smile curved his lips. Next it is time to enter seclusion, to stabilize my realm, and carefully study these treasures. With this thought he casually waved his hand, and the all heavens auspicious cloud bore him gently downward. After he sat cross-legged, the half-open creation jade disc emerged above his head, emitting a faint Dao radiance that enveloped his entire form. The entire newborn heavenly court fell into utter silence. In the primordial chaos, time lost all meaning. Tens of millions of eons had passed since Haotian entered seclusion. During this unfathomable span, the myriad races of the primordial chaos entered a golden age of explosive proliferation. Among them arose the Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan, and the Qilin Clan, destined to one day shake heaven and earth. Yet at this juncture, these three great clans were far from the tripartite sovereigns who would later divide the primordial chaos among themselves. On the contrary, they stood not in enmity, but united, leading 10,000 races against a single monstrous foe, the ferocious Beast Clan, led by Shun Ni and the four great beasts. For thousands of eons, skirmishes and full-scale wars raged across the starfields, oceans, and continents of the primordial chaos, unceasing, relentless, drenched in blood. The final confrontation had already endured for dozens of eons. Countless warriors from both sides lay slain, bodies strewn across plains and mountains, yet neither side yielded an inch. Indeed, retreat was impossible for either side. Especially for the 10,000 races, the ferocious beasts could not be reasoned with. Save for their sovereign Shun Ni and the four great beasts, the sole progenitors, most ferocious beasts possessed no cognition beyond slaughter and annihilation. They knew no dialogue, no alliance, no coexistence. Thus coexistence beneath the same heavens was doomed from the start. Only the utter eradication of one side could secure true survival for the other. Precisely because of this, millennia of war did not temper hostilities, they intensified them. Ever greater forces were committed, flames of war burned ever fiercer, each side bent on delivering the other's total extinction. Amidst the battlefield, the most cataclysmic clashes unfolded between the ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix, the first Qilin, and the four great beasts. Clutching the ancestral dragon pearl, the divine treasure embodying the dragon clan's celestial mandate, the ancestral dragon radiated dragon energy, as vast and deep as an abyssal sea, standing alone against the twin titans Chaos and Xiongqi. Wherever the dragon pearl swept, space-time warped and fractured, each impact shattered voids and pulverized stars. Chaos exhaled torrents of destructive qi, while Xiongqi roared forth gales of savage fury. Yet even combined, the two were relentlessly suppressed by the ancestral dragon, though his scaled body now bore wounds so deep bone gleamed through flesh. Nearby, the primordial phoenix held aloft the phoenix bell, confronting the indomitable Tao Wu. With every chime, waves of nirvana flame engulfed the heavens, incinerating the void itself. Tao Wu's formidable physique, descended from the chaotic demigods, sizzled and blackened under the inferno, yet still he lashed out with talons sharp enough to cleave fireborn divinity. Feathers scattered like crimson snow, beast blood sprayed across scorched skies. Where they clashed, earth calcined into ash, mountains split into bottomless chasms. Meanwhile, the first Qilin wielded the Qilin seal, locked in furious combat with the all-devouring Tao Dai. Each descent of the Qilin seal briefly froze the surrounding celestial laws. Tao Ye's maw, capable of swallowing heavens and earth, was torn open again and again. Yet Tao Ye's regenerative power was peerless. Even after being ruptured multiple times, its wounds sealed instantly, its retaliatory force surging back with such violence that the first Qilin staggered, blood surging violently within his meridians. Thus the battle surged back and forth, neither side gaining decisive advantage. For in sheer cultivation, both factions stood at the apex of the Deluo realm. In divine augmentation, one side wielded celestial mandate artifacts, the other possessed bodies forged from the bloodline of chaotic demigods, unrivaled in physical might. So fierce was their clash that stars imploded, continents sank, and mountain ranges crumbled to dust. Yet still victory remained elusive. Even as the supreme warriors fought with apocalyptic fury, keen observers noted one unsettling absence. Shun Ni, the true sovereign of the ferocious beasts, had never appeared upon this decisive battlefield, as if wholly indifferent to the carnage. His silence only deepened the ancestral dragon's unease, and sharpened their resolve to end the war. But given their near-equal strength, even the slight edge granted by their sacred artifacts could not yield swift victory over the four great beasts. Thus, however urgent their impatience, they steeled their patience, seeking, probing, devising every possible means to shatter their enemies' defenses. As the scale of the war swelled, the aura of slaughter thickened across the primordial chaos, coalescing into a suffocating miasma that surged upward toward the stars, creeping ever closer to Mount Buzhou. Within the celestial space above Mount Buzhou, the very cradle of the heavenly court, Haotian, seated serenely atop clouds of auspicious light, slowly opened his eyes. A flicker of quiet satisfaction crossed his gaze. After tens of millions of eons in seclusion, his comprehension of the laws of time and space had each reached approximately 40%, and his cultivation had ascended to the late stage of the Hunyuan golden immortal realm. His mastery of several other core laws, though far behind time and space, had nonetheless advanced to roughly 20%. For one at his level, such progress was truly exceptional. It was time to rest. With that thought, he casually dispelled the barrier enveloping this realm. The moment the barrier dissolved, a dense wave of tribulation chi and slaughter aura struck him full force, causing him to frown faintly, his eyes flashing with unmistakable disdain. He had scarcely emerged from seclusion when the ferocious beast calamity erupted, apparently already raging for some time. This pervasive tribulation's laughter aura, now saturating the primordial chaos, was born from the blood-soaked struggle between the coalition of 10,000 races and the ferocious beast legions. And the origin of these beasts lay in the lingering resentment and slaughter essence left behind by fallen chaotic demigods, condensed, twisted, and reborn. Some beings refused to rest, even in death, producing offspring utterly devoid of dignity. Very well, I shall grant them the dignity they so clearly lack. Haotian withdrew his gaze, uttered a soft, contemptuous hum, and stepped forward, vanishing instantly from that realm. Meanwhile, on the central battlefield, the ancestral dragon and his allies had finally exhausted their patience. Without hesitation, the three jointly invoked the celestial mandate of their respective clans. The dragon clan's mandate surged like a boundless river. The phoenix clans blazed like wildfires sweeping across prairies. The Qilin clans settled like ancient, unshakable earth. Three colossal torrents of mandate energy, flowing into the ancestral dragon, Pearl, the Phoenix Bell, and the Qilin Seal. Instantly, the three sacred artifacts erupted with terrifying power, far surpassing their previous might. The dragon pearl blazed with incandescent light. A thunderous dragon roar shook the heavens, space-time around it splintered like fragile crystal. The Phoenix Bell's nirvana flame transformed into nine-colored divine fire, its law of absolute incineration spreading like a tidal wave. The Qilin Seal descended with mountainous weight, bearing the full authority of heaven and earth, mountains and ley lines resonating in solemn unison. With every ounce of their strength poured into the artifacts, the three unleashed a coordinated cataclysmic assault upon the four great beasts. Faced with this long-prepared onslaught, the four great beasts bellowed in shock and fury, desperately channeling their own laws, attempting to withstand the blow with bodies forged in primordial chaos. But they overestimated themselves, and fatally underestimated the artifact's power. The Dragon Pearl's force-pierced chaos and Xiong Qi, Nirvana Flame consumed Tao Wu's defenses. The Qilin Seal shattered Tao Ye's devouring law. Three torrents of annihilating force tore through the four great beasts' colossal forms. Beast blood gushed like crimson waterfalls, wails of agony echoed, as four titanic figures were hurled backward, their vital energies collapsing to the brink of extinction. Seeing the grievously wounded four great beasts, the ancestral dragon and his allies finally exhaled in relief. But at that very instant, a spearlight razor-sharp and saturated with infinite slaughter essence erupted from the void without warning. Having just expended immense energy, the trio reacted too late, frantically commanding their artifacts to shield them, yet already failing. That spearlight moved faster than thought, faster than perception. The three were struck as if by falling stars sent hurtling across the sky, like meteorites blazing toward oblivion. Only after a long, agonizing interval did they manage to stabilize their forms. Pale-faced breath, ragged vitality, drained to its last thread. That single strike had not only shattered their physical bodies, it had lacerated their nascent souls. Even now, deep within their spiritual essence, jagged pain tore like lightning. At this moment, they could not afford to think about anything else, their gazes firmly fixed on the location of the four great ferocious beasts. There a figure had quietly stood still, and this figure was none other than the founder of the ferocious beast clan, Shun and I. He exuded the aura of an early-stage Hunyuan golden immortal, and the god-slaying spear in his hand radiated a terrifying aura, as if the cold gleam emanating from its tip could tear through the void. So-called leaders of the three clans, is this all you can do? Looking at the injured Zulong trio, Shun and I spoke disdainfully. How dare you say such things when you ambushed us from the shadows? Zulong gritted his teeth against the pain in his divine soul and retorted coldly. What a joke! Even if I hadn't ambushed you, how long could you last in a frontal confrontation? Shun and I sneered. Enough, there's nothing more to discuss with a bunch of dying men. Farewell. As his words fell, he tightened his grip on the god-slaying spear, and the power of laws around him, along with boundless killing intent and resentment, surged into the spear, transforming into a more terrifying spear light that struck towards the three. Despite being heavily injured, the Zulong trio still strained their weakened bodies, desperately activating their respective treasures to summon the power of laws in an attempt to defend themselves. Two forces collided violently, instantly creating a massive impact of laws that ravaged in all directions. The allied forces of all races and the ferocious beast army near the battlefield had no time to evade, suffering heavy casualties from the shockwave. Yet neither side could afford to stop, for pausing meant defeat. However, it soon became apparent that the Zulong trio was gradually unable to hold on. They were already injured, and after a period of holding on they felt increasingly strained, their breaths growing weaker, and the glow of their own power of laws gradually dimming. Meanwhile, Shun Ni maintained a demeanor of nonchalance. After a cold sneer, he infused another wave of killing intent, condensing it into a new spear light that swiftly darted forward. This spear the Zulong trio could no longer withstand. They were violently blasted away, but fortunately the elders of their respective clans quickly intervened to support their backs, barely stabilizing their forms. You're still not dead? This is somewhat interesting. Looking at the trio, whose faces were as pale as paper, Shun Ni, though somewhat surprised, remained indifferent, his tone still icy. Letting you live is not a bad idea. You can slowly watch as I destroy the entire wilderness in despair. Is that so? A calm voice suddenly resounded in the chaotic void. In the next moment, a giant ruler radiating with the golden light of great virtues tore through the void, striking directly at Shun Ni. Wherever the ruler's light passed, the golden light of virtues illuminated all corners of the world, affecting both the ferocious beast army and the previously injured four great ferocious beasts. Under the illumination of this golden light of virtues, they all emitted mournful howls, their resentment and killing intent melting away like ice and snow, and their massive bodies disintegrating inch by inch into nothingness. Even Shun Ni himself had never anticipated that there was still someone lurking in the shadows, and he reacted a beat too slow. What horrified him even more was that under the cover of the great virtues, the resentment and killing intent within him were firmly suppressed, and the law barrier hastily formed was shattered like paper. The ruler's light swept across, sending him flying like a kite with its string cut. Before he could stabilize himself, another ruler's light followed closely, striking him away once more. In an instant, Shun Ni was treated like a ball, bouncing back and forth with no power to fight back. During this time, the interference of the laws of time caused his movements to always lag slightly, and combined with the innate suppression of the great virtues against resentment and killing intent, he was unable to regain his composure. After an indefinite amount of time, the giant ruler radiating with golden light of virtues finally came to a stop, for there was no longer any need. At this moment, the resentment and killing intent surrounding Shun Ni had already been largely resolved by the Hongming Liangtian ruler's great virtues, leaving his cultivation in a precarious state. His appearance was far worse than when he had launched his attack, his aura weak, face pale, and his body had disintegrated in numerous places, appearing grotesque and terrifying. This scene caused the already extremely weakened Zulong and the others to gasp in shock. The first thought that arose in their minds was one word: tragic. The second thought was two words: truly tragic. At this moment, how could Shun Ni still resemble the king of ferocious beasts? But soon they came to their senses and bowed respectfully towards the direction of the void, saying in unison, "Thank you, Senior, for saving our lives. We are eternally grateful." Not only the Zulong trio, but many cultivators from the allied forces of all races also bowed respectfully, for they understood in their hearts that had it not been for this senior's intervention, today would have been their doomsday. No need for formalities, the calm voice rang out again as a vast and congenial aura gently lifted the allied forces of all races. Following that, a figure slowly emerged from the void, and it was Haotian. Who exactly are you? Shun Ni trembled all over, secretly burning his essence in a frantic attempt to self-destruct. He knew he was doomed to die today. If that was the case, he might as well take a group of people down with him. Me? You don't need to know. Haotian glanced at him, his tone calm, as if discussing a trivial matter. You just need to know that I was just about to rest, but your little actions kept me from sleeping. This makes me very unhappy, and the consequences will be serious. As for your little tricks, you might as well keep them to yourself. As he spoke, he raised one hand, slightly curling his fingers. The space centered around Shun Ni instantly began to compress. No! Shun Ni screamed in madness, wanting to detonate his essence immediately, but under the dual interference of spatial compression and the laws of time, there was no time left. The space he occupied was compressed and compressed again until it was reduced to a tiny light ball. Then the light ball silently exploded. There was no earth-shattering roar, no world-destroying impact, just a burst of brilliant light points reminiscent of fireworks. The king of ferocious beasts, Shun Ni, a supreme powerhouse of early-stage Hunyuan golden immortal, thus fell. This scene left the allied forces of all races in utter shock. However, even more shocking events were yet to come. An invisible phenomenon suddenly enveloped the entire wilderness, and the aura of the Dao slowly descended. At the center of that aura, the clouds in the sky were dyed golden, and strands of the great virtues of the Dao gathered and took shape, then split into several portions. Although these virtues were far smaller than the great virtues of the creation of heaven and earth, they still amounted to 2.5 portions. The virtues split in half, with about 70% falling into the allied forces of all races, and the gentle golden light showered upon the battered individuals, allowing the heavily damaged coalition to finally catch their breath after this great battle. The remaining 30% fell into Haotian's body. However, he did not rush to refine it, merely storing it casually before stepping forward to the allied forces of all races. Facing numerous gazes of reverence, gratitude, and a bit of complexity, he calmly said, "Now that this matter is settled, everyone may disperse." The members of the allied forces of all races responded respectfully and began to disperse one after another. The Zulong trio bowed deeply once more, saying, "Thank you, Senior, for your assistance, otherwise we would have surely perished in this calamity. No need for such formalities." Haotian gently shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the three, and he said meaningfully, "I only hope that you will not forget your original intentions in the future and do not tread the same path that Shen and I once took." After saying this, he casually stored away the god-slaying spear left by Shen and I, then clasped his hands behind his back, taking a step forward and vanishing into the heavens and earth, leaving the Zulong trio staring at each other in confusion. However, having just emerged from the battle, they did not dwell on it further, and each took their leave, leading their people away. In the distance, in a certain void, the originally quiet and observant Hongjun and others who had planned to intervene at the last moment now wore solemn expressions. At present, a person completely unexpected had appeared in the wilderness. Although they did not know whether this was good or bad, at least it did not affect them for now. After silently watching for a moment, the several figures quietly left this realm. In the boundless primordial era, time was unrecorded. Tens of millions of kalpas had passed since the conclusion of that brutal beast calamity. Throughout this vast expanse of time, the primordial land finally enjoyed a rare period of recovery and recuperation. Though it could not be called tranquil, it was at least no longer plagued by the widespread warfare and devastation of the beast calamity. All races focused on their own development, quietly amassing strength, and the entire primordial world exhibited a delicate and fragile balance. Leveraging the Great Dao merits gained from the beast calamity, coupled with the prestige and resources accumulated after the war, the cultivations of Ancestral Dragon, Primordial Phoenix, and Primal Qilin underwent earth-shattering transformations over these tens of millions of kalpas. The shackles of their former peak at the Deluo realm were long left behind. Ancestral Dragon, possessing the most exceptional talent, advanced, triumphantly stepping into the peak of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal realm. Those slightly inferior Primordial Phoenix and Primal Qilin both steadily entered the late stage of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Furthermore, within each of the three major clans, several elders at the Hunyuan Golden Immortal level emerged, and the number of Deluo Golden Immortals multiplied exponentially. Looking across the land, the flourishing scene was incomparable to the past. It could be said that since the beast calamity, the development of the three major clans had entered an unprecedented period of explosive growth. As for the other races, though not as dazzling as the three major clans, they each gained something, and the overall strength of the myriad races of the primordial world steadily increased. In this atmosphere, where everyone was focused on their own development, large-scale conflicts actually decreased significantly. But they only decreased somewhat. It did not mean they were absent. The three leaders still vividly remembered Haotian's meaningful warning on the battlefield back, "Then do not walk the path that Shen and I once trod." Out of gratitude towards that mysterious senior, the three of them consciously restrained their respective clans, forbidding their members from arbitrarily instigating large-scale wars. However, while the upper echelons could suppress it, the middle and lower strata could not necessarily do the same. Between the vassal races of the three major clans, small to medium-scale conflicts never truly ceased. From competing for spiritual vein mines and seizing blessed caves and divine lands to border skirmishes and private feuds among disciples, disputes of all sizes surged like undercurrents, never-ending. These conflicts initially were just isolated incidents, but as time passed, grievances deepened, more races were drawn in, and the intensity of the conflicts unconsciously escalated. Spreading from vassal races to the clan's own disciples, and from minor scuffles at the bottom to gradually infiltrating the middle ranks, the relationship between the three major clans had silently shifted from allied comrades in arms to mutually suspicious opponents. It was only because the clan leaders were holding the lid on that this window had not yet been completely shattered. However, such a delicate situation could not escape the eyes of the truly supreme great beings in the primordial world. Yujing Mountain, a celestial mountain perpetually shrouded in mist and clouds. At its summit stood an ancient Taoist temple where, amidst green pines and verdant cypresses, the faint silhouette of a soaring crane could be seen. At this moment, several figures with an immortal, otherworldly aura stood atop the mountain peak, gazing into the distance towards the East Sea coast, the immortal fire volcano, and Buzhou Mountain, the respective homelands of the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans. In their eyes, although the fortune of the three clan territories blazed like fire fueled by oil and was at its zenith, it faintly hinted at an insubstantiality and a sign of flourishing that would soon decline. Beneath the surging golden light of fortune, there seemed to be faint traces of black, baleful qi entwined like stains on fine brocade. Though inconspicuous, they stirred unease in their hearts. These figures were none other than Hongzhu Yang, Mei Yinyang Patriarch, and Five Elements Patriarch. In their past lives, they were all chaos demonic gods who fell when Pangu created the world, their remnant souls reincarnating into this newborn realm. For them, since they had entered the primordial world, they were content with their current identities, simply cultivating and comprehending the Dao. Although each had their own schemes and plans, none wished to throw this realm into chaos. After all, they understood the principle that when the nest is overturned, no egg remains intact, a truth known to those who had lived for eons. Yet there was one who marched to a different drummer, incompatible with them. That unsociable fellow always acted alone, with an extreme temperament, unable to get along with any of them. They also disdained to provoke him, so they simply did their own thing, maintaining a peaceful distance. But now, seeing the overt and covert struggles among the three major clans intensify, with some local frictions clearly going too far, the same thought arose in their minds. Finally, the most straightforward Five Elements Patriarch broke the silence first, saying in a deep voice, "Taoist friends, what do you think? Is that lone wolf behind all this?" He paused, then added, "Apart from that fellow, I truly cannot think of anyone else who would dare to scheme against the three clans. As for those with the ability." Yang Mei pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Tens of millions of kalpas ago, that mysterious Taoist who appeared out of nowhere certainly had the capability. But from his words and deeds, he would never stoop to such underhanded tricks. If he intended to scheme, why would he have saved them back then? Wouldn't it have been simpler to let the three clans be destroyed by Shun Ni and then come out to clean up the mess? At these words, they all fell silent. Because after much deliberation, besides the unsociable Luoho, there was truly no other candidate. Luoho, like them, was a chaos demonic god in his past life. But what they sought was merely reincarnation and recultivation to reprove the Great Dao, whereas what Luoho aimed for was far beyond that. He wanted to walk another path, a path known as the demon path. To tread this path successfully required endless kalpic calamity, qi, baleful qi, and slaughter to nourish it. If the primordial world were peaceful, he would have no water to channel, no fire to fuel. Only in chaotic times could he find the stage to rise. Luoho had the ability and the motive to do this. This inference was almost a certainty. But knowing was one thing, being able to stop him was another. Although Luoho acted alone and never allied with anyone, his strength was truly formidable and not to be underestimated. In single combat, none of those present could claim to be his superior. It was precisely for this reason that they had gathered at Yujing Mountain rather than acting individually. Hongzhuan, who knew Luoho best, nodded slightly, his gaze profound. "Taoist Five Elements is correct. The one with the most motive and the highest probability is indeed him. But for now, we cannot act rashly. First, Luoho's true Taoist sanctuary remains unknown to all. We cannot pinpoint his height. Second, making a rash move before understanding his true trump cards would only alert the enemy, forcing him to strike prematurely." Saying this, he paused briefly, his gaze sweeping over his fellow Taoists before adding, "Furthermore, do not forget, if Luoho truly goes too far, that mysterious Taoist who stepped in to suppress and kill Shin and I back, then would likely not stand idly by. Since he intervened during the beast calamity, it shows he cares about this realm. So let us observe the situation for now." Hearing Hongzhuan's analysis, Yang, Mei Yinyang Patriarch, and Five Elements Patriarch all nodded thoughtfully. They had all witnessed the mysterious figure's strength back then. With casual ease, he had ground Shin Ni, a Hunyuan golden immortal, to dust. Such means were ones even they would be reluctant to provoke. With this unfathomable existence watching over the primordial world, even if Luoho were to cause trouble, he might not be able to turn the world upside down. Therefore, after a few more exchanges, the figures transformed into streaks of light and dispersed one after another. At this moment, the outcast master they have been discussing repeatedly is in the western lands. A hidden rift has torn open in a desolate and barren expanse of the west. Inside the rift lies another world where dark purple demonic energy surges like a tide, filling the air with a strong stench of blood and sulfur. This is the demonic realm opened by Luoho. In the dark demonic palace, Luoho sits high upon a black throne, resting his chin on one hand, while listening to reports from his four trusted subordinates. "Master of demons, as per your orders for the past several thousand years, we have been secretly instigating the subordinate clans of the three major races to fight amongst themselves, and we are beginning to see results." The heartless protector said, bowing slightly with a hint of pride in his tone. "Many of the subordinate clans have already become entangled in open and covert conflicts. Even among the members of the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans, suspicion and hostility have gradually emerged. Although this is currently limited to the lower ranks, once a rift is formed it will be difficult to mend. We have also taken this opportunity to secretly gather a considerable amount of scattered killing energy. Another person chimed in then. With a flick of his hands, thick black, killing energy surged out from his sleeves, coiling like poisonous snakes within the demonic palace, exuding a suffocating aura of resentment and slaughter. Watching the swirling killing energy, a satisfied smile appeared on Luo Hao's cold face. Although the quantity of killing energy is not too much combined with the reserves he has accumulated over the years, it is nearly sufficient. Well done. His voice was calm, yet filled with authority. Continue to maintain this pace. There is no need to be overly cautious, but also do not rush. It's like boiling a frog in warm water, gradually letting them sink in is all that is required. The most important thing is not to expose your existence. We will obey the orders of the Master of Demons. The four trusted subordinates replied in unison, then bowed and exited the demonic palace. The palace returned to silence as Luo Hao slowly rose, effortlessly storing the killing energy in his sleeves. His gaze grew deep and fervent, as if burning with two black flames. With this killing energy, along with the various heavenly materials and earthly treasures he has amassed over countless years, he can finally initiate his next plan. What has he gone to such lengths to instigate infighting among the three clans and collect the world's killing energy for? To forge the most perfect weapon of slaughter in his mind. Once that treasure is refined, even if the four of Hongjun join forces, he will not fear them in the slightest. Even if that mysterious figure who suddenly appeared in the past is included, he still has a chance to win. By then, looking across the primordial world, no one will be able to stop his steps. He will push the entire demonic path into every corner of the primordial land, using slaughter to prove his path and feeding on killing energy. Thus, harnessing the fortunes of the primordial world to replenish himself, he will restore all his strength from his previous life in the shortest time and even advance further. With that thought, the smile at the corner of Luo Hao's mouth grew increasingly cold and flamboyant. Then he took a step forward, his figure dissipating like ripples in the demonic palace, leaving the vast hall to fall silent in the dim demonic light. Meanwhile, in the heavenly realm upon a soft cloud, Haotian slowly opened his eyes, and deep within his gaze the laws of time and space flowed like a starry river. They wove together to form a profound and mysterious picture. Within that picture it seemed as if the sun and moon alternated and the seas turned into mulberry fields, while also depicting the birth and demise of all things and the cycles of cause and effect. However, these phenomena were merely fleeting, vanishing quietly after a moment, returning to tranquility. After closing himself off for several tens of thousands of years, his cultivation had finally reached the pinnacle of the primordial golden immortal. He was just a thin layer of paper away from attaining the Dao of the primordial great Luojin immortal. His comprehension of the laws of time and space had both reached 90%, and the other main laws he practiced, such as cause and effect and fate, had also broken through to over 40%. Looking across the entire primordial world, this level of strength was enough to look down upon all. Yet that last sliver felt like it was separated by a layer of mist, visible yet intangible, leaving him with a lingering sense of regret. It seems that merely closing myself off isn't enough, Haotian muttered to himself, shaking his head. His tone held both a sense of relief and anticipation. Perhaps it's time to go out for a walk. He paused, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, his eyes revealing a hint of youthful curiosity. Speaking of which, I've been in the primordial world for so long, yet I haven't properly explored it. With this thought he willed it, and the barrier enveloping the space quietly dissipated. Haotian stood up from the cloud, ready to step out. But the next moment, upon seeing the scene before him, he was stunned. The space in front of him was no longer an endless expanse. Or rather, the space remained vast, but it was no longer devoid of substance. Palatial structures of various sizes stood scattered among the sea of clouds. The glazed golden roofs shone brilliantly under the reflection of spiritual energy, with jade railings stretching toward the horizon, exuding an air of majesty and solemnity. The most striking feature was the towering grand palace at the center, not far away. It seemed to possess an invisible power that continuously called to him. That feeling was both strange and familiar, as if something had been waiting for him there for a long time. Haotian gazed at the palace, gradually forming a guess in his heart. It must be the Lingxiao treasure hall. He walked over slowly, stepping onto the jade stairs. With each step, the jade beneath his feet radiated a gentle glow, as if the entire grand palace was welcoming the arrival of its master. Upon entering the grand hall, the scene before him suddenly changed. From the outside, it appeared to be a majestic and solemn palace, but upon stepping inside, he discovered it was actually an independent little world. Rich, chaotic spiritual energy filled the space after transformation, drifting like misty, celestial fog within the hall. At the very top of this little world, a throne hovered silently, exuding an air of dignity, solemnity, and grandeur, silently beckoning him. Haotian suppressed the complex emotions within him, slowly approached, turned around, and sat upon the throne. No refining was needed, no elaborate rituals required. The moment he sat down, the fortunes of the entire heavenly realm bound to him. In an instant, that feeling was like a long-lost puzzle piece, finally falling into place. From that instant on, every inch of space, every wisp of spiritual energy, and every restriction within the 33 heavens came under his control. Changing the heavens and the earth, stirring the clouds and rain, was but a thought away. This feeling was indeed intoxicating. Haotian closed his eyes, feeling the vast and boundless power, and for a moment, he even felt as if he were the sole sovereign of this realm. But he quickly opened his eyes, clarity returning to his gaze. He steadied himself and began to sense the situation throughout the heavenly realm, using the powers and fortunes he now possessed. His divine sense spread out like a tide, sweeping over the 4 great celestial gates, flowing through the 33 heavens, taking in every palace and every corner. After a moment, he withdrew his divine sense, but his expression held a hint of peculiarity. The heavenly realm had indeed begun to take shape. The 4 great celestial gates stood tall and firm, while the 33 heavens rose in layers. In the highest tier, the 33rd heaven, there were 36 palaces and 72 halls as the core, along with countless other structures of various sizes. The lower 32 heavens were equally dotted with palaces emanating an air of dignity. Each palace was constructed properly, with all necessary features. However, in the vast heavenly realm now, aside from himself and the chaotic spirit stone still nurturing the Yaoqi nearby, there was not a single figure in sight. As for how these palaces came to be, Haotian carefully sensed the residual aura of the heavenly way and found the answer in his heart. The vague consciousness of the heavenly way had gradually constructed this for him, using the essence of the heavenly way. Although the heavenly way had not fully formed, it had already developed a sense of dependency on him, quietly managing his home in this manner. I can't be supported by the heavenly way, can I? Haotian murmured with a hint of self-deprecation, then swiftly dismissed the absurd thought from his mind. He focused his mind and used the authority of the heavenly realm to understand the current situation in the primordial world. Overall, the situation remains fairly stable. At least for now, there have been no major conflicts, only some minor skirmishes. Moreover, most of these skirmishes have been suppressed by the higher-ups of the 3 clans, indicating that the ancestral dragon and the others have indeed taken the initial warnings to heart. However, there are still several that have not been contained. Those unresolved conflicts are often instigated by external forces. Who they are is self-evident. Haotian gave a meaningful glance towards the west before retracting his gaze and turning towards the ancestral land of the 3 clans. Thanks to his special connection with the primordial chaos and the closeness of the Dao's consciousness to him, he possesses an understanding of the Dao's operational trajectory that others cannot fathom. Although the Great Dao governs the primordial chaos, the push for the calamities is carried out by the Dao itself. The reason behind this is quite simple. The resources of the primordial chaos are limited. While the primordial chaos itself gradually transforms chaotic energy into spiritual energy and various resources, the speed of transformation falls far behind the rate of consumption. Especially among the myriad tribes of the primordial chaos, the resources consumed daily are astronomical, yet they provide almost no feedback to the world. A one-way flow will eventually deplete the primordial chaos. The Dao acts like a program that, to prevent system collapse, naturally takes action. If we were to compare the primordial chaos to a computer, then the Dao is akin to antivirus software. The data and software that continuously consume memory will be ruthlessly cleaned by the antivirus program. This is akin to the repeated calamities of heaven and earth. Except for the initial calamity of fierce beasts instigated by the god of rebellion, every subsequent calamity has been closely linked to the push of the Dao. It's like formatting a computer, and its understanding this is the most convenient and quickest method. As for whether there will be collateral damage, it is beyond the Dao's consideration. As long as the major chronic diseases can be eliminated, any cost is worth it. However, this method has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is indeed convenience and speed, but the disadvantage is that it continuously weakens the overall strength of the primordial chaos, treating the symptoms rather than the root cause. Without the 3 clans, there are still the witch and demon clans. Without them, there are still the saintly sects. Day after day, year after year, the resources transformed will never catch up with consumption, and strength will be diminished time and again. Naturally, the primordial chaos will grow weaker, ultimately leading to the end of the Dharma Age. However, Haotian does not believe this is the only solution. At the very least, he already has another path in mind, shifting the conflict outward. As long as he can expand outward and proceed smoothly, many seemingly unsolvable problems will be resolved. Of course, it is too early to say these things now, and the Dao's consciousness seems to have fallen into slumber. Everything will wait until it awakens. Since I have some time to spare, I might as well get down to business. Haotian retracted his thoughts and casually opened a small space in the Lingxiao Palace, stepping inside. He took out the Qian Kuan Ding and tossed a large pile of chaotic spiritual treasure fragments into the cauldron. These are all the treasures bestowed by the Pangu deities, stacked like a small mountain, providing a sense of security just by looking at them. Having comprehended the path of weapon refinement through the creation jade plate, although his skills are not yet top-notch, combined with the Qian Kuan Ding, a congenital supreme treasure, it is more than sufficient to craft a few handy treasures. Within the Qian Kuan Ding, primordial divine fire blazed fiercely. The chaotic spiritual treasure fragments slowly melted in the flames, impurities being refined away bit by bit, leaving only the purest essence of divine materials flowing like lava within the cauldron. Haotian formed seals with both hands, transforming the path of weapon refinement into profound and mysterious forbidden runes infused into the mixture. The runes entered the cauldron as if they were living beings, intertwining and layering with the flames. After the first forbidden rune took shape, the second followed closely, then the third, the fourth. The runes linked together, nested layer upon layer, each more complex and profound than the last. He did not rush to finalize the shape, but repeatedly refined it. Each forbidden rune underwent countless polishing, with every layer of divine prohibition aimed for perfect precision. 3 glimmers of light slowly spun within the Qian Kuan Ding, gradually taking shape as time. First, the shape of the ancient mirror emerged, followed by the sharpness of the long sword piercing through the flames, and finally, the 9-layer structure of the treasure pagoda, stacked layer upon layer. A century passed quietly in this repetitive refining process. In the tumultuous primordial chaos, the 3 clans stirred with hidden currents, yet within this small refining space, there were only the crackling of flames and the low humming of the forbidden runes in motion. When the Qian Kuan Ding emitted its final hum, the 3 glimmers of light soared into the sky, illuminating the entire refining space in brilliance. The ancient mirror hovered in the center, its surface rippling with spatial Dao rhythms, the back etched with patterns of the celestial bodies, ancient and profound. The long sword soared across the sky, its blade exuding a fierce azure light, its sharp aura tearing through the void, yet remaining condensed outside the sword's edge. The treasure pagoda has 9 layers enveloped in heavy sealing laws, capable of trapping beings and suppressing ordinary primordial golden immortals without difficulty. Each layer's eaves suspended a small law seal, producing a low and distant bell-like sound as they swayed. Haotian's gaze swept over the 3 treasures, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes. In the system of spiritual treasures within the primordial chaos, inferior, innate spiritual treasures possess 1 to 12 primordial divine prohibitions. Medium-grade treasures have 13 to 24. Superior ones have 25 to 36, while top-tier treasures range from 36 to 48. Each of these 3 treasures possesses 45 primordial divine prohibitions, firmly placing them among the top-tier innate spiritual treasures. Although limited by the level of the Qian Kuan Ding and his own understanding of the path of weapon refinement, not being profound enough to reach the ultimate 48-45 is already sufficient to make numerous powerful beings in the primordial chaos envious. What pleases him even more is the capability of each treasure. The Haotian mirror can observe all corners of the primordial chaos and can release spatial divine light, trapping enemies within the mirror world. The Haotian sword is unmatched in sharpness. Among offensive spiritual treasures, aside from the Hongmeng measuring ruler, the god-slaying spear, and the Pangu banner, it is the most lethal. The Haotian pagoda is inscribed with sealing laws capable of capturing beings and suppressing ordinary primordial golden immortals with ease. Most importantly, these 3 treasures were crafted by his own hands, with his heart and soul poured into the refining, from materials to the engraving of the prohibitions. They require no additional refinement. They have long since connected with his will like an extension of his own limbs. Let's call you the Haotian 3 treasures, Haotian said with satisfaction as he gazed at the treasures before him. Buzz. The 3 treasures emitted a clear humming sound together, and as their light flowed, they conveyed a hint of joyful emotion. This made Haotian smile, and he casually stored the 3 treasures in his sleeve. His gaze then shifted towards the eastern sea, and through layers of void, he seemed to see the immortal island hidden within the misty waves. Thanks to his bond with the primordial chaos, he could instantly appear anywhere within it. Moreover, he is well aware of every cave, heaven, and blessed land, as well as the hiding places of spiritual treasures within the primordial chaos. Those high-quality spiritual treasures, unless they are truly destined for some special individuals, he can take all the rest, enriching the foundation of the heavenly court. Although he does not lack treasures, the fragments left to him by the Pangu ancestor are already sufficient. Even if it is difficult to restore them to chaotic spiritual treasures, they are more than enough for refining innate spiritual treasures. Moreover, there is a large quantity, and even taking out a portion would be enough to satisfy the future needs of the entire heavenly court. However, as always, no one would mind having more of their own spiritual treasures. Even if they do not need them, they can still be stored away for now. Moreover, there is a large quantity, and even taking out a portion would be enough to satisfy the future needs of the entire heavenly court. However, as always, no one would mind having more of their own. If treasures have owners, cave heavens and blessed lands are not picky, they can still occupy a fair amount of space. After all, since he has this privilege, why not take advantage of it? There is a saying that goes, privileges unused are wasted. With this thought in mind, Haotian stepped out, and his figure vanished from the Lingxiao Palace. The East Sea, as the core area of the Dragon Clan, is rich in spiritual energy and resources, making it an unparalleled treasure land in the wilderness. Apart from the members of the Dragon Clan, practitioners from other races seeking to step into this land often have to pay a hefty price to enter the sea and search for treasures with the Dragon Clan's permission. However, there are always exceptions. Those with the strength of a primordial golden immortal need not go through such trouble. They can freely enter and exit the East Sea, seeking resources beneficial to themselves. In response, the Dragon Clan often turns a blind eye. The reason is simple. In this time of three clans competing against each other, gaining the support of a powerful practitioner means an advantage in future contests. As long as they do not overstep their bounds, the Dragon Clan will not offend these individuals for a bit of resource. Of course, those powerful practitioners drawn in by the Dragon Clan are well aware of this. The resources of the Dragon Clan are not inexhaustible. Most come here merely to take what they urgently need, keeping it brief, and leaving without causing trouble for the Dragon Clan. The resources of the Dragon Clan are not inexhaustible. Most come here merely to take what they urgently need, keeping it brief, and leaving without causing trouble. The resources here were nearly depleted long ago by successive treasure seekers. Nowadays, treasures are hard to come by, and few are willing to come here. But this is just a superficial phenomenon. The figure of Haotian quietly appeared in the skies above the shores of the East Sea. He surveyed the surroundings only to find ordinary sea stones and gravel with resources so sparse that they were almost negligible. To an outsider, this would seem like an utterly mundane and remote seaside. Yet he raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This is the protection that Pangu Island has over itself. Although the innate protective formation of the island is of no low grade, if the surrounding spiritual energy is abundant and treasure light flickers, it would inevitably attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Instead, hidden in such a desolate place, no one would have the interest to look twice. The method is indeed clever, but it is of no use to him. Thanks to the binding of the wilderness, Haotian extended his right hand and lightly pointed at the void before him. Where his fingertip landed, the space rippled, soon peeling away like a shattered mirror. Originally empty sea surface, a vast and boundless celestial island slowly emerged. Amidst the swirling clouds and mist, the island's verdant peaks, cascading waterfalls, and abundant spiritual energy surged towards him like a tidal wave. If there were other powerful practitioners present, they would surely have their eyes bulging at this sight. But unfortunately, there were none. The protective formation of the island actively opened a pathway, seemingly welcoming its long-awaited master. Haotian was not polite. He took a step forward, entering Pangu Island. As soon as he set foot on the island, the dense spiritual energy enveloped him like a tangible substance. Taking a deep breath, he felt his limbs and bones relax. In terms of total spiritual energy, Pangu could not compare to the 33 heavens of the heavenly court. But in terms of density, it surpassed most areas of the heavenly court, with only the most core regions able to rival it. However, regardless of comparison, this was undoubtedly one of the top blessed lands in the wilderness. Since I'm here, I might as well explore, Haotian muttered to himself with a smile, stepping further into the island. This exploration would last for a century. Pangu Island is far more vast than it appears from the outside, with mountains, rivers, secluded valleys, and deep pools creating a world of its own. Along the way, various heavenly materials and earthly treasures were almost everywhere. The ancient spiritual mushrooms, aged over 1,000,000 years, were commonplace, and spiritual veins and mineral deposits gleamed on the mountain walls. From time to time, he would come across an innate spiritual root. Although most were of middle or lower grade, their sheer numbers were impressive. Just the ones he casually collected along the way were enough to fill almost half of a small Chinquan cauldron. In addition, he sensed the presence of several innate spiritual treasures. However, these treasures were mostly still in the nurturing phase, yet to be born. Haotian did not disturb them. He merely glanced as he passed by and continued his exploration until he reached the core of Pangu Island. Here the spiritual energy was the densest, almost condensed into liquid flowing like mist across the ground. In the center was a crystal-clear pool of water filled with spiritual liquid that exuded an aura of utmost purity. At the very center of the pool, a white lotus pure as jade swayed gently. Its petals were translucent, radiating a soft and sacred light. It resembled an immortal who disregarded worldly affairs, quietly blooming in the pool. Haotian understood in his heart. This should be one of the legendary 4 Great Lotus platforms, the 12th grade Pure World White Lotus. Just as he was about to approach, his gaze suddenly halted. Upon closer inspection, he found that the pool of spiritual liquid was mixed with several strands of 3 light, divine water, the golden, silver, and purple threads weaving and swirling within the pool, casting a dreamlike glow. The 3 light divine water is extremely rare in the wilderness. Sunlight divine water erodes flesh, moonlight divine water corrodes the soul, and starlight divine water devours true spirit. Each of these alone is a deadly poison. However, when the 3 lights combine, they form the strongest healing elixir of the wilderness, capable of restoring flesh and bones, reviving the dead, and healing even the gravest injuries to the soul. What is even rarer is that this pool of spiritual liquid is connected to the earth's veins, already forming a cycle capable of nurturing a new drop of 3 light divine water every 100 years. This is quite an unexpected delight. Haotian nodded in satisfaction. He was not greedy. Instead, he took out a small jade bottle and collected over 100 drops of 3 light divine water before stopping. The remaining 3 light divine water continued to stay in the pool, and he could come back for more in the future. Slow and steady is the way to go. Next, he walked to the edge of the pool, gently pointed with his hand, and a gentle divine mark descended upon the 12th grade Pure World White Lotus, initially refining it. The white lotus quivered slightly, then gently swayed a few times, as if responding to his touch. After completing this, he turned and walked to the core stele of Pangu Island, gathering his magical power at his fingertips and inscribing his name on the stele. At the moment his name was inscribed, the entire Pangu Island trembled slightly, and an invisible connection was established between him and the island. From this moment on, this top, blessed land of the wilderness officially bore his mark. Since I have found Pangu, I might as well visit the other 2 celestial islands along the way. Haotian muttered to himself, and his figure vanished from the spot. After his departure, the protective formation of Pangu Island resumed operation, and the entire island slowly disappeared into layers of illusory mist, returning to that unremarkable remote seaside. After leaving Pangu, Immortal Island, Haotian's figure did not return to the heavenly court, but instead appeared in another sea area of the East China Sea. This sea area was fraught with hidden currents, with countless hidden reefs and whirlpools beneath the surface. Ordinary cultivators would be swept away if they were not careful, meeting a fate of being completely devoured. However, for a Hunyuan golden immortal, these dangers were mere trifles. Haotian stood in midair, his divine sense sweeping across the surroundings, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Within the bottomless trench, a fairy island quietly floated. The cliffs on both sides of the trench served as natural barriers, enclosing the fairy island in between. Dense spiritual energy circulated repeatedly between the cliffs, forming a natural layer of mist. Unless someone specifically dived deep into the trench to investigate, even passing directly overhead would reveal no unusual signs. It was indeed well concealed. Haotian smiled, gently feeling a sense of emotion within. In later legends, Pangu and Yingzhou were renowned, with countless records related to them. However, legends about Fangzhong Island were pitifully few, and hardly anyone mentioned which clan owned this fairy island. Unexpectedly, this low-key fellow was hidden in such a place. But upon reflection, if it were not hidden deeply enough, it wouldn't have left only a vague name in many legends. Nevertheless, it was certainly extraordinary to be listed as one of the 3 great fairy islands of Hongguang. Its defensive measures were similar to those of Pangu, also covering the entire island with a primordial great formation, making it impossible to detect anything unusual from the outside. Of course, this was of no use to him, so he simply extended a finger and lightly tapped in the void. With a crisp sound of shattering, the outer protective formation collapsed like a burst bubble, revealing the full appearance of Fangzhong Island before his eyes. The area of the island was significantly smaller than that of Pangu, which meant that in terms of the total amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, it was indeed inferior to Pangu Immortal Island. At the moment the formation broke, he extended his divine sense and swept it lightly, and Haotian had made his judgment. Although the total amount was less, the density of treasures on equal area was still equal, and in certain regions, it even surpassed that of Pangu. Without delay, he took a step forward and entered Fangzhong Island. As soon as he entered the island, dense spiritual energy rushed towards him, turning into a sweet fragrance in his mouth and nose. As his divine sense spread out, the layout of the entire island came into view. Peaks towered high and streams crisscrossed with various heavenly materials and earthly treasures almost visible everywhere. Spiritual herbs that were easily over 100,000 years old grew freely in the crevices of the mountains. Some had even formed a thick layer of spiritual frost due to being untouched for too long. In terms of quantity, it indeed could not match Penglai, but in quality it was by no means inferior, and even some mines had a quality that surpassed that of Penglai. Haotian was not in a hurry. He retracted his escape light and began to stroll leisurely, just as he had in Penglai. Along the way he walked and stopped casually collecting the heavenly materials and earthly treasures he found. This stroll lasted several decades. Along the way he also discovered some innate spiritual roots, most of which were of medium to low quality. Although they were rare, he did not take action. With the foundation from Penglai, there was no rush to transplant these spiritual roots. Instead of moving them around, it was better to leave them in place to continue growing. Moreover, compared to these, the object at the center of the island truly attracted his attention. After basically wandering around the entire Fangzhong Island, Haotian took a step and arrived at the center of the island. Here the spiritual energy was several times denser than at the periphery, with the ground covered in a thick layer of spiritual crystals formed from innate spiritual liquid crunching underfoot. Various heavenly materials and earthly treasures were almost clustered together here. In the outside world, even a single plant would be enough to cause many loose cultivators to fight over it. However, what truly caught Haotian's attention was the towering ancient tree in the center. It was an ancient pine tree entirely emerald green with a rugged and strong trunk and 5 main branches, each stretching in a different direction. The pine needles at the tips of the branches displayed 5 colors: blue, yellow, red, white, and black, shining brilliantly under the reflection of the spiritual energy. The entire ancient pine exuded a heavy and pure 5-element power, with 5-colored brilliance circulating among the branches and leaves, as if it formed a small world of 5-element cycles. An exceptional innate spiritual root, the 5-needle pine. Haotian took a few steps closer, releasing his divine sense to carefully sense it for a moment, revealing a hint of satisfaction in his gaze. The effects of this 5-needle pine were indeed extraordinary. 5 types of pine cones colored blue, yellow, red, white, and black corresponded to the 5 elements. By consuming one of each kind, one could gather the power of the 5 elements within their body, making future cultivation of laws related to the 5 elements much more effective. Even without consuming the pine cones, simply meditating and cultivating under the tree could greatly enhance one's comprehension speed of the 5-element laws, making it an excellent place for cultivating the 5-element laws. As for the densely packed pine needles on the tree, they were also not ordinary items. Haotian roughly calculated their number. Neither more nor less, it was precisely 129,600. Although these pine needles were not treasures, each one's power was no less than that of an ordinary acquired spiritual treasure, and they required no refining. They could be used immediately. Though they were consumables, the quantity was abundant. The tree had 129,600 needles, sufficient for several tough battles. As Haotian's divine sense continued to probe downward, his brows slightly raised. Because deep in the roots of the 5-needle pine, there was actually a mass of 9 heaven soil. Surrounding it were large areas of spiritual soil nourished by the soil, containing astonishing vitality. This soil coexisted with the 5-needle pine, serving as both the foundation of the 5-needle pine and an excellent soil for cultivating other spiritual roots. It could be said that with this 5-needle pine and this mass of 9 heaven soil, along with Penglai's resources, even if the heavenly court wanted to cultivate spiritual roots and spiritual herbs in large quantities, it would not lack a foundation. This trip to Fangzhong was slightly inferior in gains compared to Penglai, but it was certainly not lacking. Haotian nodded in satisfaction and did not rush to take the entire 5-needle pine. Instead, he first took out a jade box and collected all the ripe pine cones and pine needles from the tree. Then he pinched a spell, placing a simple enchantment on the 5-needle pine. From now on, the pine cones and pine needles would automatically drop and be preserved when they matured, saving him the trouble of coming to collect them each time. After completing these tasks, he turned and walked to the core stone tablet of Fangzhong Island, gathering his magical power at his fingertips to inscribe his law mark on the surface of the tablet. The entire island trembled slightly, officially recognizing its master. Then he used the same method to set up a similar restriction, ensuring that he could sense the movements of this island at any time in the future. It's time to go check out Yingzhou as well, Haotian murmured to himself, taking a step forward and disappearing into Fangzhong Island. When he appeared again, he found himself in another tranquil sea area of the East China Sea. The surface of the sea here was calm like a mirror, with the sea breeze gently blowing and no waves stirred. On the surface, it appeared to be an utterly ordinary sea area with a sparse concentration of spiritual energy. However, Haotian knew that Yingzhou Immortal Island was concealed beneath this tranquil sea surface. Similar to Penglai and Fangzhong, Yingzhou also concealed its existence with a primordial great formation submerging the entire island to the seabed, using the endless seawater as cover. He casually pointed, and the outer protective formation shattered with a sound. The full appearance of Yingzhou Immortal Island slowly rose from the seabed, revealing its true form under the sunlight. As he gazed upon the island revealing its true form, Haotian stepped into the island and began to wander slowly. Yingzhou was comparable in size to Fangzhong, and the island was abundant with innate spiritual roots and heavenly materials, with various spiritual herbs and fruits visible everywhere along the way. As he walked, he casually collected some useful items, and after strolling for a considerable distance, he headed straight to the core of the island. The spiritual energy here was denser than that of the outer regions, but unlike Penglai and Fangzhong, the core of Yingzhou had neither top-grade innate spiritual treasures nor top-grade innate spiritual roots. In its place was a vast expanse of naturally formed medicinal fields. Looking around, various rare spiritual herbs and precious medicines thrived densely within the fields. Some had aged for over 100 years, and the rich, almost palpable fragrance of the herbs was enough to drive any clan or force into a frenzy. Seeing this, Haotian nodded in satisfaction. Penglai had the 12-petal pure world white lotus and countless heavenly materials. Fangzhong had the 5-needle pine and 9 heaven spiritual soil, and Yingzhou had this medicinal field. Each of the 3 great islands had its strengths perfectly complementing one another. This medicinal field would be perfect for nurturing the foundation of the heavenly court in the future. As for now, there was no rush to empty it all at once. At first, he would claim it as his own. He walked to the core monument of Yingzhou Island and inscribed his law mark upon it, causing the entire island to tremble slightly, officially recognizing its master. Thus all 3 great islands bore his seal. Satisfied, Haotian patted the monument and tore through space, stepping out and leaving Yingzhou. However, he did not hurry back to the heavenly court. Instead, he paused once more and arrived at the core region of the Western Kunlun. The spiritual energy there was rich and cool, distinctly different from the Eastern Sea. In a hidden cave within the core region, Haotian saw a strand of Taiyin energy that had yet to gain spiritual intelligence. The aura was pure and soft, quietly floating in the center of the cave, slowly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He understood at a glance that this should be the future Queen Mother of the West. However, he had not come here for the Yedobebran Queen Mother. Thus Haotian withdrew his gaze and looked up towards a secret realm behind the cave. There a towering ancient tree stood silently. The tree's trunk was twisted and sturdy with abundant branches and leaves, each leaf shimmering with a faint golden light. Most notably, the tree crown bore numerous fruits, each shaped like a yellow plum. Engraved on the surface was a subtle yellow character pattern emanating an aura of profound mystery. This was one of the 10 top-grade innate spiritual roots, the Huangzhong Li. This spiritual root was a treasure ranked among the finest in the entire primordial world. It was said that each fruit of the Huangzhong Li contained a law mark. Consuming one could pave the way to the Great Dao, and for nurturing the foundation of the heavenly court in the future. This spiritual root's significance was no less than that of the medicinal field in Yingzhou. It had to be obtained. Haotian stepped toward the Huangzhong Li. However, before he could get close, the ancient tree seemed to sense his arrival, its branches gently swaying, producing a rustling sound. The Huangzhong Li showed no signs of resistance. Instead, it slightly lowered its crown, as if actively trying to befriend him. "You are quite perceptive." Haotian couldn't help but chuckle at this. He then activated the power of the laws, gently pressing his palm against the tree trunk. A gentle spatial force enveloped the entire root system of the Huangzhong Li, moving it along with the soil without harming the roots. At the same time, with a thought, he placed the entire Huangzhong Li into the Chaos Pearl. The space within the Chaos Pearl formed its own realm rich in spiritual energy, and with the 9 heavens spiritual soil to settle it, there was ample room for the Huangzhong Li to grow steadily. After completing these tasks, Haotian turned his gaze back to the Taiyin energy in the cave, pausing for a moment before gently sighing. "Well, after all, I did take your things from your future dojo, so I ought to give some compensation." He took out a small jade vial from his sleeve and placed it beside the Taiyin energy. Inside the vial were 30 drops of Sanguang divine water, each worth a fortune. For the Taiyin energy that had yet to gain spiritual intelligence, this gift would be enough to significantly speed up its nurturing process. Then he waved his hand, and a gentle aura of fortune was drawn from the authority of the heavenly court. It transformed into a layer of faint golden light, enveloping the Taiyin energy, enhancing its already budding fortune to become even more majestic and stable. After doing all this, Haotian did not linger any longer. His figure swayed gently in the breeze and disappeared silently among the mountains and forests of Western Kunlun. Lingxiao Treasure Hall. After returning here, Haotian had just settled into his throne when suddenly his brows slightly raised. He sensed that the Heavenly Dao had awakened. Before he could react, a tender and crisp voice unexpectedly resonated in his mind. Brother. Haotian was taken aback. He had indeed considered that the Heavenly Dao would communicate with him after awakening and had imagined countless scenarios for their conversation. But he never expected that the Heavenly Dao, which governed the trajectory of the primordial world, would speak with the voice of a little girl. The voice was soft and delicate, carrying a hint of timid exploration along with an innate sense of familiarity. Though Haotian knew in his heart that the Heavenly Dao itself had no gender, the moment he heard that voice a wave of affection surged within him. He steadied himself, activated the power of the laws, and with a flash entered the space of the Heavenly Dao. This was a vast and boundless void surrounded by endless principles of the Great Dao, each beam of light containing the ultimate truths of heaven and earth. At the center of the void, a hazy light shadow floated there. Although its exact appearance was unclear, the aura it emitted was pure to the extreme, akin to a newborn infant or the rising morning sun, evoking an instinctive desire to protect. You have awakened. Haotian spoke first, trying to keep his tone gentle. Yes, I have awakened. The light shadow flickered a few times, its voice intermittent, as if still unaccustomed to speaking. I have been asleep for a long time. I still feel a bit tired. If you're tired, then rest a bit longer. No rush, Haotian said with a smile. And no, I can't. The voice of the Heavenly Dao, though tender, carried a hint of seriousness. There are things I want to discuss with brother. Haotian had a rough idea of what it might be, but still followed her lead and asked, what is it? The light shadow swayed slightly, as if organizing its words. After a long while, the voice rang out again. The resources of the primordial world are limited. Those clans, the 3 clans and many others, only know how to take without knowing how to give back. Haotian listened quietly. The expression of the Heavenly Dao was still raw and fragmented, like a child just learning to speak, struggling to form coherent words. Yet he understood the meaning clearly. If things continued unchecked, the rate at which the primordial resources transformed would inevitably fail to keep up with the consumption of the myriad clans. Over time, the heavens and earth would be depleted. In the Heavenly Dao's understanding, the most direct solution to this problem was to initiate a great tribulation. Much like in his own world, it would purge redundant data by erasing a portion of the clans that consumed the most resources. She spoke earnestly and with certainty. He did not contradict her, for the Heavenly Dao was correct. This was her operating logic and the instinct bestowed upon her since her inception. From her perspective, the primordial realm was like a delicate machine with resources as the fuel required for its operation. The clans that only took without giving back were redundant burdens, continuously consuming fuel without producing output. Fuel will eventually run out, and when that day comes, the entire machine will collapse. To prevent such a catastrophe, purging the redundant burdens was, in her cognition, the most rational and convenient approach. Just as a person would not negotiate with a virus in a computer, the Heavenly Dao would not consider the life or death of redundant data. I understand. Haotian spoke softly and calmly. I comprehend your reasoning. To you, this is indeed the most convenient and swift method to resolve the problem once and for all. The luminous shadow flickered, as if nodding. Yet I must say, Haotian shifted his tone, fixing his gaze upon the light. This approach treats the symptoms, not the root cause. To aid her understanding, he extended his hand, conjuring a strand of magical power that traced a downward sloping arc in the void. See, after each great tribulation, the overall strength of the primordial realm is drastically diminished. Although the last fierce beast tribulation was not initiated by you, the outcome is evident. The myriad clans and fierce beasts fought to the death, leaving the primordial foundation severely eroded. He tapped the first node on the arc with his finger. That slash saved some resources, but it also weakened the primordial realm's future foundation. The luminous shadow floated silently, seemingly absorbing his words carefully. What if it happens again? Haotian continued tapping down the arc in the void without marking any specific events, but showing the curve descending step by step. Each time a slash is made, the realm weakens itself a little more. Resources are saved, yet the entire primordial realm is ruined. In the end, only an empty shell remains. What use is guarding those saved resources then? The Heavenly Dao space fell into a long silence. The luminous shadow trembled slightly, as if digesting his words. After a long moment, she spoke haltingly, her voice tinged with confusion and a hint of grievance, like a child who received an incorrect answer yet did not understand where the error lay. But, brother, if we do not do this, then what should we do? Seeing the Heavenly Dao's bewilderment, Haotian smiled. There is a way. He extended his left-hand palm open, as if holding something intangible. The primordial resources, if relying solely on self-transformation, will inevitably fall short. But who said resources must only come from within the primordial realm? The luminous shadow suddenly brightened. Outside, Haotian pointed above his head and then around. The chaos. Think about how much chaotic energy it contains, how many newborn chaotic worlds exist. I believe you know this better than I do. So by broadening our perspective, the problem with the primordial realm is not the lack of resources, but that we have always been fixated on our own small plot of land. If we only focus inward, whether in resource utilization or conversion, it will inevitably lag behind. But once we shift our focus outward, things change. Perhaps we can even advance further. When mentioning the small plot, his tone grew serious. Rather than repeatedly cleansing and exhausting ourselves internally, it is better to transfer the conflict outside. The myriad clans need resources. Fine, let them go into chaos to fight, seize, and occupy. The primordial realm needs more transformation. We can annex chaotic worlds, incorporating them into the primordial heavenly Dao system. This not only solves the resource problem, but does not weaken the primordial realm. Instead, it strengthens it progressively. The luminous shadow seemed stunned by this idea, floating motionless in the void. Is this possible? Her voice softened, carrying uncertainty. Of course it is. Haotian stroked the light shadow with a smile. You are still young and cannot conceive this yet. I will teach you gradually. The luminous shadow gently rubbed against his palm, seeming much reassured. Then this time, brother said, what should we do? You need not concern yourself for now. Haotian withdrew his hand, his gaze sharpening, as if seeing a place on the primordial land through the heavenly Dao space. The problem of the three clans is being stirred behind the scenes. Coincidentally, I also want to meet him. He paused, then turned to the luminous shadow and slowed his tone. However, I need you to grant me access to the heavenly Dao's authority. The heavenly Dao's voice echoed softly in the space, imbued with obedience and complete trust. In the next moment, a vast power of the heavenly Dao surged into Haotian's body like a tidal wave. This mysterious force seemed capable of altering the heavens and earth, reversing fate itself, causing the entire heavenly Dao space to tremble slightly. Haotian did not indulge in the sense of control this power brought. His gaze was clear as he guided the heavenly Dao force, dividing it into three portions. Three invisible ripples silently pierced the space, entering the bodies of Zulong, Yuanfeng, and Shikolin, who were each secluded in their respective clan domains cultivating. The three were completely unaware. Yet their minds unconsciously immersed into an illusory realm. Where's this? Zulong in his seclusion suddenly opened his eyes, a flicker of vigilance shining in his dragon pupils. He looked around and realized he was in an unfamiliar void. The surrounding spiritual energy was wild and chaotic, and a suffocating murderous aura permeated the heavens and earth. Though he was cultivating in the ancestral land of the dragon clan, how had he suddenly been brought here without reason? Could it be that someone was secretly plotting against him? But how could that be? Having reached the pinnacle of the mixed Yuan golden immortal in the vast primordial realm, who could silently relocate him here? Before he could make sense of it all, the scene before him suddenly changed. The sound of war drums reverberated through the heavens and earth. The armies of the Dragon Phoenix and Shilin clans were leading their respective subordinate tribes, engaging in a frenzied battle across an expansive battlefield. Xianxian and Jingxian clashed on the lower battlefield, fighting with their lives. Tai Jingxian and Deluo Jingxian engaged in fierce combat. Within the vast cosmos, the shockwaves of their magical powers colliding like monstrous waves sweeping outwards. The clash of laws stained vast stretches of the starry sky with mottled chaos. Even the elder members of the three clans at the Hunyuan Jingxian level became bloodthirsty, launching their attacks, each strike shaking the world. Centered around the eastern part of the primordial land, the flames of war spread to the oceans and the starry sky. Ley lines were uprooted and the mountains and rivers crumbled into debris amidst the thunderous roar. Sea water surged deep into the continent, and stars fell from the heavens, trailing long fiery tails as they crashed to the ground. Throughout the world, spatial rifts gaped open, spewing forth destructive chaotic currents. But what truly shocked the ancestor dragon was not these events. He saw himself. That self was single-handedly battling against the Yuanfeng and Shikolin dragon claws, tearing through the void, the ancestor dragon Pearl, emitting brilliant golden light, showing no signs of losing ground. The spirited roar of the dragon shook the skies, but within those dragon eyes a layer of murky malevolence veiled their clarity. Not only him, but Yuanfeng and Shikolin were likewise affected. Three pairs of eyes that should have been as clear as mirrors were now shrouded in a faint reddish hue, as if some invisible force had clouded their minds. It was not just the three leaders. Within the entire three clans and their subordinate tribes, nearly all beings had their pupils entwined with a faint trace of dark energy. At that moment, the ancestor dragon's face turned pale. At this point, if he still couldn't understand what was happening, he would have wasted all those years of life. This was clearly the onset of tribulation, identical to the signs exhibited by the tribes that were eroded by malevolence during the initial conflict with the ferocious beasts. He never imagined that one day this fire would burn upon their own heads. He sought to stop it all, straining every effort to invoke his own laws. Yet he found that he could not muster a shred of magical power. He tried to roar, but no sound emerged. His body passed through countless blood-soaked figures, yet none could perceive his existence. He could only watch, helplessly witnessing the three clans sink deeper into the battlefield, watching the crimson malevolence grow ever denser. The great battle continued. It was unknown how much time had passed, but the spiritual energy of this realm had been nearly exhausted. The ground was littered with the corpses of warriors from the three clans, and even the starry sky was filled with countless severed limbs. Then he saw the last thing he wished to see. That self began to mobilize the luck of the dragon clan at all costs. The golden light of the ancestor dragon pearl transformed into blazing flames that burned the heavens and boiled the seas, charging towards Yuanfeng and Shikolin in a bid for mutual destruction. The two also made a similar choice under the erosion of malevolence. Phoenix Bell swayed to unleash the Nirvana fire, and the Qilin seal transformed into a towering mountain, crushing down. The luck of the three clans collided at this moment. The heavens trembled and the earth quaked. Ley lines were utterly obliterated in the aftermath of this strike, and hundreds of thousands of stars exploded simultaneously. A blinding light illuminated the entire primordial realm as the heavens and earth split open, with bottomless spatial rifts, chaotic energy flooding and turning everything in its wake to nothingness. However, even amidst such carnage, no victor emerged. All three factions suffered fatal injuries in the backlash. That self was struck, heated by the power of Luck's backlash scales, shattered dragon blood pouring down like a torrential rain. The Nirvana fire of Yuanfeng backfired, scorching and shattering its seven-colored wings. Shikolin was shaken by the recoil of the Qilin seal, fracturing its limbs and bones. Yet it was precisely this near-death agony that gradually awakened the three from the erosion of malevolence. But it was already too late. The three clans had long been severely weakened by their mutual slaughter. Over half of the Hunyuan Jingxian elders were dead or injured, and even those who had survived by chance were left hanging by a thread, their presence flickering like a candle in the wind. The Deluo Jingxian had suffered even heavier losses, while among the lower-tier disciples of the clan, 8 out of 10 had perished. No, as they witnessed it all, the ancestor dragon, both the one within the illusion and the one outside it, let out a heart-wrenching roar. Blood tears rolled from his eyes, filled with sorrow and regret. That heart-wrenching despair nearly tore apart his soul. Roar! Howl! Yuanfeng and Shikolin also emitted echoes of regret, with blood tears sliding down their cheeks. The three who had awakened finally understood the foolishness of their actions. But it was already too late. The mountains of corpses and seas of blood lay before them, and the once vibrant faces had turned into cold remains. Among those remains, how many had died at the hands of their own? The remaining warriors of the three clans and members of subordinate tribes finally ceased their attacks. The battlefield was shrouded in a suffocating silence. Everyone stared blankly at everything before them, their eyes filled with confusion and despair. At that moment, a razor-sharp sword light cut through the void, striking towards the ancestor dragon and the other two, who were immersed in sorrow with blinding speed. Though the three instinctively reacted, it was already too late. They were already gravely injured and lost in their grief. Their responses were delayed by more than a step. The hurriedly cast defenses crumbled before the sword light like paper, and the three were hurled away like kites with severed strings, their blood spraying out in a tragic arc. This sword not only shattered their remaining defenses, but also dealt a direct blow to their souls. The three collapsed in the void, their faces as pale as paper, their breaths feeble to the point of being nearly undetectable, having completely lost the power to resist. When the sword light dissipated, a figure surrounded by dark demonic energy slowly stepped out from the void. The heavenly demon's sword in his hand glimmered with a chilling cold light, exuding a terrifying aura of slaughter. Who exactly are you? The ancestor dragon within the illusion strained to hold on to his final clarity, weakly questioning. Does knowing who I am even matter? The mysterious figure's tone was devoid of warmth, yet his lips curled into a mocking and sarcastic smile. After all, you are all bound to die, but I must thank you all for it. If it weren't for your arrogance and foolishness blindly turning on each other due to a little provocation, I wouldn't have had it so easy. He paused for a moment, and the heavenly demon's sword in his hand began to gather new sword light. The killing intent and malevolence intertwined around the sword tip, emitting a tooth-grating hum. As a reward, I will ensure your deaths are not too painful. But just as the sword light was about to strike, several overwhelming forces of law surged from afar, interrupting the mysterious figure's attack. Those forces of law intertwined with yin and yang rotating through the 5 elements. Their power was not to be underestimated. The mysterious figure snorted coldly, seeming unfazed by the arrival, and chose not to confront them, instead turning to escape towards the west. The few elder figures exuding an aura of celestial grace immediately pursued after him. Yet none of this concerned the 3 of them, the ancestor dragon and his companions. The 3 figures in the illusion collapsed amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, gazing at the severely wounded clan before them, looking at the scattered bodies of their kin, tears of blood silently streaming from their eyes. After a long silence, the 3 exchanged glances as if, in that moment, they had made a certain decision. The strongest among them, the ancestor dragon, forced his broken dragon body to rise slowly. But in those dragon eyes, the previous ferocity and madness had vanished, leaving only endless desolation and determination. He then looked up at the sky, his voice hoarse and heavy, each word resonating like thunder in the world heavens way above. I, the ancestor dragon, have instigated war for my own selfish desires, committing boundless slaughter, causing the beings of the wilderness to suffer greatly and the world to shatter. I know my sins are unforgivable. Today I wish to use my broken body to forever stabilize the 4 seas, to fill the rift between heaven and earth, and to be bound in this fate for all eternity. From this day forth the dragon clan shall withdraw from the wilderness, forever guarding the 4 seas, not to emerge unless faced with great calamity. May heaven's way witness this. As his words fell, the heavens roared, and the waters of the 4 seas surged continuously, as if responding to this heavy oath. Yuan Feng, similarly dragging her broken wings, struggled to rise. Her voice was clear yet mournful, resonating across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, heavens way above. I, Yuan Feng, blinded by ferocity, have made a grave mistake, unworthy to face the beings of the wilderness. I wish to use my remaining body to eternally stabilize the immortal volcano, to suppress the fire veins of the wilderness, with the flames of my rebirth never depart. From this day forth the Phoenix clan shall retreat to the forbidden land of the volcano, ignoring the affairs of the world. May heaven's way witness this. Deep within the immortal volcano a muffled thunder echoed, as if accepting the vow of this Phoenix clan leader. Nearby the beginning Qilin, his limbs and bones covered in cracks, bled with every movement. Yet he gritted his teeth and raised his head, his voice heavy as the earth, carrying endless sorrow and resolve, heaven's way above. I, the beginning Qilin, have caused a calamity for the sake of my clan, feeling remorse towards heaven and earth and towards all living beings. I vow to use my body to eternally stabilize the earth veins of the wilderness, to solidify the mountains and rivers with the body of a Qilin, to endure endlessly and never emerge. From this day forth the Qilin clan shall hide in the mountains, and whenever a Qilin appears it shall bring auspiciousness to atone for past sins. May heaven's way witness this. The oaths of the 3 echoed in the heavens for a long time. With each word spoken the wilderness trembled, as if heaven's way was silently recording this profoundly heavy promise. Thunder rolled through the wilderness, a deep and solemn sound responding to their vows. Then a vast light of merit descended from the heavens, transforming into 3 brilliant golden pillars that enveloped the 3. Under the blessing of merit, the cultivation of the 3 soared to the peak of the mixed Yuan golden immortal, even faintly touching the threshold of the mixed Yuan great Luo golden immortal. But that was as far as it went. That great door merely opened a crack before closing again, and the 3 ultimately failed to break through. The remaining merit transformed into a golden rain that fell upon the surviving members of the 3 clans, alleviating some of the lingering karma. Yet vast amounts of karma still clung to the 3 great clans like maggots on bones. These were the imprints left by the catastrophic slaughter, which could only be slowly repaid over a long stretch of time. Thus the once mighty 3 clans of the wilderness came to a complete end. The dream dissipated. In reality, the ancestor dragon, seated in the ancestral land of the dragon clan, slowly opened his eyes. Reflected in those dragon eyes was everything he had just witnessed: a mountain of corpses, a sea of blood, and the sins he had committed with his own hands. He sat there in a daze, silent for a long, long time. Then he let out a bitter laugh. There was not a trace of spirit in that laughter, only endless desolation and fear. What dominance over the wilderness! What made the dragon clan the supreme race for all eternity? These ambitions and aspirations that once stirred his blood had completely turned to dust after witnessing that scene. But was it really just a dream? Perhaps not. The existence that allowed him to see all of this would never send such a dream without reason. This is not a dream. It is a warning, a mercy, an opportunity for him to reconsider his course. Understanding this, the ancestor dragon suppressed the tumultuous emotions within him and slowly stood up. His expression was respectful and solemn as he bowed to his surroundings. Little dragon, thank you for the reminder. I know what I must do, but I still earnestly request to meet the esteemed one. May the esteemed one grant this. As his words fell, an invisible, yet vast power enveloped him. The ancestor dragon did not resist allowing that force to wrap around him, and his figure vanished from the ancestral land of the dragon clan. Meanwhile, deep within the immortal volcano's forbidden land, and in the secret realm of the Qilin clan on Qilin, Cliff Yuan Feng and the beginning Qilin also awakened from their illusions. Their eyes reflected the same fear and regret. After a moment of silence, they unconsciously made the same request to the void. Then they too were guided away by that invisible power. 3 streams of light rose from 3 different directions, piercing through the heavens of the wilderness, converging towards the same destination. In that space of heaven's way where only one person and a light orb existed, Haotian slowly withdrew his gaze from the void, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. You came quite quickly. As his words fell, 3 figures suddenly appeared in the space of heaven's way. The ancestor dragon Yuan Feng and the beginning Qilin were almost instantaneously transported here. As soon as the 3 landed, they saw each other and were momentarily stunned. A hint of astonishment flashed in the ancestor dragon's eyes. Yuan Feng's phoenix eyes widened slightly, and the beginning Qilin instinctively took half a step back. The 3 pairs of eyes scrutinized each other, their gazes filled with awkwardness, complexity, and even a trace of lingering resentment and fear. After all, in the recent illusion, they had fought fiercely, wishing to grind each other to dust. Yet this complex expression did not last long. For as soon as they took in their surroundings, the remnants of their emotions were overwhelmed by a tidal wave of shock. The space before them was incomprehensibly vast. Everywhere they looked, endless powers of law flowed and intertwined in the void like substance. The rhythms of time and space manifested here as visible rivers of light, while the threads of causality and fate were intricately woven into every inch of the surroundings. The spiritual energy permeating the area had long surpassed their understanding of richness. Every breath felt as if they were absorbing the very essence of the world. That sensation was akin to a mortal suddenly falling into a celestial paradise, where even the ground beneath their feet seemed too daunting to tread upon. The 3 clans had dominated the wilderness for so many years, believing themselves to be well-versed in the ways of the world, yet standing here, they felt as insignificant as an apprentice who had accidentally stumbled into the domain of a great being. Yet all was but fleeting. As clan patriarchs weathered by countless storms, they swiftly suppressed the tremor in their hearts. This was no time for idle days. Exchanging a glance, they nodded in silent accord, and in unison bowed reverently toward the vast expanse before them. We thank the Elder for awakening us. We humbly beseech you to grant us an audience. Their voices echoed through the space, laden with heartfelt gratitude and reverence tinged with a thread of tension. For they knew not what manner of being could draw them into an illusion so silently. It seems you have grasped the truth. A calm and gentle voice resonated through the space, neither loud nor soft, yet it reached each of their hearts with crystal clarity, as if the speaker stood before them. Following the sound, the 3 looked up to see Haotian clad in a blue-white Taoist robe appearing not far away. Though no aura emanated from him, he inspired an involuntary reverence. Upon seeing his face, their pupils constricted in unison. "It is you, Elder!" Ancestral Dragon exclaimed in shock. Yuan Feng and Primordial Qilin's expressions shifted dramatically, their eyes brimming with disbelief. They had never imagined that the one who awakened them was the same mysterious elder who had emerged during the great beast calamity, single-handedly crushing Shin and I. How could they ever forget that face? On the battlefield of Ur, it was this elder who with effortless grace reduced Shun and I to ashes and plucked them from the jaws of certain death. Had the elder not intervened, their 3 clans' legacies would have perished eons ago. And now once again this same elder had yanked them back from the precipice within the illusion. A life-saving grace and an awakening grace. This elder had directly or indirectly saved them twice. In that moment, a tumult of emotions churned within them. Remorse, dread, gratitude, shame. All surged and tangled, clogging their throats with words they knew not how to utter. Ancestral Dragon opened his mouth, but found his prepared speech utterly impotent. "Surprised, are you?" Haotian, observing their hesitant demeanor, broke the silence with a hint of a smile. "Indeed, I am somewhat taken aback." Ancestral Dragon drew a deep breath, forcing down the surging emotions, his voice hoarse and solemn. "Regardless the Elder's life-saving grace of yore and today's awakening grace, this humble dragon shall never forget." As he spoke, he bowed once more. Yuan Feng and Primordial Qilin also bent low, the 3 offering another profound salute. This bow was even more solemn and sincere than before. No need for such formality. Haotian waved a hand, his tone calm and genial, as if speaking of a trivial matter. "I saved you then merely to prevent the remnants of those chaos demon gods from stirring trouble in the primordial world. I promised Lord Pangu I would do my utmost to safeguard this realm." He paused, his gaze sweeping over them, his tone growing more earnest, As for awakening you, it is because you had not yet fallen too deep, at least not so far that you could no longer discern right from wrong. Had you been as bloodthirsty as in the illusion, even if I wished to pull you back, it would have been impossible. At the mention of Lord Pangu, the three shuddered inwardly. One who could converse with the great Pangu, the creator of heaven and earth. This origin was far more profound than they had ever imagined. Yet soon that shock dissolved into acceptance. Only such a figure could, with a flick of the fingers, extract them from the calamitous aura. Acceptance, though it was one matter, still weighed heavily on their hearts, robbing them of peace. Suppressing his turmoil, Ancestral Dragon hesitated before speaking. Elder, you said someone schemed against us. May I ask who? As his words fell, Yuan Feng and Primordial Chilen's gazes also fixed on Haotian. After enduring the cataclysmic slaughter in the illusion, they had abandoned their ambitions to dominate the primordial world and forsaken all unrealistic fantasies. But the indelible regret, the humiliation of being toyed with, and the overwhelming tide of blood and fire had seared into their primordial spirits like red-hot brands. Even knowing it was but a dream, they could not swallow this indignity. Haotian, seeing the suppressed fury in their eyes, did not equivocate and nodded lightly. Indeed, someone did scheme against you. That person is named Luo Ho, who before reincarnation was a Chaos Demon God. The words Chaos Demon God caused the three's expressions to shift simultaneously. They were great powers born after the creation of the primordial world, yet in the memories inherited through their bloodlines they vaguely knew the terror of Chaos Demon Gods. These were primordial divine beings who had once contended with Lord Pangu in the endless chaos, each possessing the power to annihilate heaven and earth. After the great calamity of creation, nearly all Chaos Demon Gods had perished, yet they never expected remnants of their souls to survive and reincarnate into the primordial world. Even more unthinkable was that such a being had set its sights on their three clans. In an instant, anger and helplessness surged within them. Anger at being mere pawns and helplessness at whether they could even resist a reincarnated Chaos Demon. Seeing their fluctuating expressions, Haotian chuckled softly. Do not worry overly. He may be a Chaos Demon God, but that was a past life. Within the framework of this primordial world, though the Heavenly Dao cannot act arbitrarily, these reincarnated Chaos Demon Gods are similarly constrained. They can only operate within the bounds of the rules. Their scheming against you is also within those rules, unlike Shen Ni, who would overturn the table and destroy the world at will. He paused again, his tone gaining a casual certainty. More importantly, after reincarnating into the primordial world, these Chaos Demon Gods are all suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth. Every single one of them at their peak is merely at the pinnacle of the Hunyuan golden immortal realm. Their foundation makes them stronger than you, but only by a limited margin. Luo Ho could scheme against you not because his power overwhelms yours, but because your own ambitions provided him with openings to exploit. Hearing that Luo Hao's strength was not vastly superior, the three breathed a sigh of relief. Yet after exhaling, their expressions grew even graver. For a close match was more troublesome. The enemy lurked in shadows while they stood in the light. The enemy could slowly lay plans, while they could only defend passively. One could guard against theft for 1,000 days, but not live in constant vigilance. A single lapse could let the enemy seize another opportunity. Observing the three silent figures, their brows tightly knitted, Haotian could easily guess their thoughts. He calmly said, I know what you are worried about. However, there is no need for you to fret about this matter. When the time is right, I will personally meet with him. The three of them suddenly raised their heads, their eyes shining with surprise and gratitude. Haotian did not pause despite their gaze fixed upon him, continuing, what you need to do is return to your respective clans, suppress the impulses from the lower ranks, and try to minimize friction and conflict with other clans. There's no need to concern yourselves with anything else. As for the issue of resources, the three major clans already possess considerable foundations. He glanced meaningfully at the three, speaking in a calm and measured tone, as if delivering the most ordinary of statements. Sometimes the outside world is far larger than you can imagine. The outside world. The three of them exchanged glances, their hearts trembling. When the senior mentioned his final words, his tone was plain, yet seemed to harbor some profound meaning. At that moment their thoughts were in disarray, and they could not comprehend the intricacies. Thus the three ceased their inquiries, and respectfully responded, we shall heed the senior's teachings. Haotian nodded slightly, saying no more. With a thought, an invisible force of spatial energy sent the three away from the Dao space. Three streaks of light pierced through the void, flying towards their respective homelands, disappearing in an instant at the horizon's edge. The Dao space fell silent once more. Yet Haotian did not leave immediately. Instead, he turned slightly, his gaze penetrating layers of void, landing in the direction of the Buzhou mountain. During his conversation with the three, he had faintly sensed a very special call emanating from deep within the distant Buzhou mountain. The sensation was wondrous, carrying an ancient and weighty aura, involuntarily conjuring the image of the Pangu deity in his mind. Though the Pangu ancestor had transformed into the myriad of heavens and earth, this aura resonated subtly with the grand Dao blessings he bore, as if some ancient bond was pulling him. Perhaps it was time to pay a visit. Whether to honor the Pangu ancestor or to pursue this inexplicable call to Buzhou Mountain was worth the journey. More importantly, he had an inkling in his heart. The threshold that had trapped him at the peak of the primordial golden immortal, preventing his breakthrough, might just find its answer at Buzhou Mountain. With these thoughts, Haotian withdrew his gaze and turned to look in a certain direction in the void. A previously empty space rippled slightly, and a hazy light cautiously emerged. "Brother, elder brother." The voice of the Dao sounded soft and gentle. Haotian did not beat around the bush and directly asked, "Do you know what lies beyond Buzhou Mountain?" The light of the Dao flickered gently, as if struggling to recall something. After a moment, she spoke intermittently, her tone reflecting uncertainty. I do not know exactly what is there. I can only vaguely sense that there are things left by our Father God. What they are, I am unclear." She paused and added earnestly, "However, it should be of great help to you, brother." With the Dao's confirmation, the last shred of doubt in Haotian's heart dissipated. He gently nodded, reaching out to touch the hazy light. "All right, since you have not fully rested, continue to sleep. Leave the rest to me." The Dao softly responded, the hazy light gradually fading, its aura transforming into nothingness, as if sinking back into a sweet dream. The entire Dao space fell silent once more, with only one person standing amidst the endless river. Haotian withdrew his hand, taking one last look in the direction of Buzhou Mountain, then stepped forward, his figure dissolving like ripples in this vast space. Within the ancestral land of the East Sea Dragon clan, a figure slowly emerged from the void. The ancestral dragon landed in the great hall, surveying the familiar decor around him, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. Not long ago, he had been trapped in a dream of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and in the blink of an eye he stood here, as if it were a different world. He closed his eyes briefly, and when he opened them again, only determination remained in his dragon gaze. A strand of divine thought shot through the air, directly descending into the depths of the ancestral land. "Send the order to summon all the elders at the primordial golden immortal level to the great hall immediately." The Zulon who received the message was slightly taken aback. Although his brother's tone was calm, it carried an unprecedented seriousness, even hinting at a trace of fatigue. He did not ask further and immediately ceased his retreat, transmitting the summon to every corner of the Dragon Clan's ancestral land. Before long, powerful auras began to descend in succession. Zhulan led the way, followed closely by Qinglong, and then the remaining 8 elders at the early primordial golden immortal stage, gathering all 11 primordial golden immortal beings of the Dragon Clan. Among these elders, the weakest possessed early primordial golden immortal cultivation, while the strongest Zhulan had reached the late primordial golden immortal stage alongside Qinglong and another at the mid-stage. In the vast wilderness, only the Phoenix clan and the Qilin clan could barely contend with them. This was the Dragon Clan's confidence and their capital to stand tall among the many. However, at this moment, the atmosphere in the Great Hall was somewhat delicate. The clan leader had been in seclusion for years, and most clan affairs were handled by Zhulan. Instances of suddenly summoning all the elders were rare. Everyone exchanged glances, and it was Zhulan who took a step forward, first clasping his hands and asking, "Brother, your urgent summons of us. Has something significant happened? Or is it that there have been any movements from the Phoenix clan and the Qilin clan?" In Zhulan's view, something that could prompt his brother to act with such solemnity was likely due to major movements from the other 2 clans. However, the ancestral dragon's response plunged the entire Great Hall into silence. "The purpose of summoning you here is indeed to announce something significant." The ancestral dragon sat at the head, his voice deep and resolute. "As the leader of the Dragon Clan, I declare that from this day forth all members of the Dragon Clan shall return to the 4 seas. As for the territories in dispute with the Phoenix clan and the Qilin clan, aside from those directly adjacent to the 4 seas, we shall relinquish all claims." His words reverberated like thunder in the Great Hall. All the elders were stunned. Zhulan's expression froze. Qinglong's hand hung in midair, while the other elders widened their dragon eyes, filled with disbelief. If it weren't for the fact that the speaker was their clan leader, they would have thought he was a madman impersonating him. "Why is this?" Zhulan was the first to regain his senses, his voice filled with urgency and reluctance. "Those territories were earned by the clan's juniors after countless years of effort. So many clan members bled and fought for this. You want to give it all up with a single word?" Not only Zhulan, but the other elders also spoke out to persuade him. Some argued that such a retreat would make the Phoenix clan and the Qilin clan think the Dragon Clan was weak and easy to bully, while others urged the ancestral dragon to reconsider. The great hall was suddenly filled with the din of dragon roars descending into chaos. The ancestor dragon did not interrupt them, merely sitting quietly at the head of the table, waiting for everyone to finish speaking before he slowly spoke up. Do you think it is only our dragon clan that will abandon those disputed lands? His voice was not loud, yet it overshadowed the commotion in the hall. The elders fell silent, seeing a hint of bitter smile at the corner of the ancestor dragon's mouth. He articulated slowly, "It won't be long before the Phoenix clan and the Qilin clan make the same decision. To relinquish the corresponding disputed territories and have the members return to their ancestral lands." The hall fell utterly silent. If it was just the Dragon clan retreating unilaterally, it could still be explained as a strategic contraction. But the Phoenix clan and the Qilin clan also made the same choice. It was unimaginable that something could compel the three major clans to make the same decision simultaneously in the vast wilderness. After a long silence, Zhu Long took a deep breath and lowered his voice to ask, "Brother, what on earth has happened?" The ancestor dragon looked at the familiar faces before him, including his biological brother Zhu Long, the dragon clan's god of war Qing Long, and the elders who had followed him into countless battles over the years. After a moment of silence, he gently sighed, "Very well. Since you all want to know, let me show you." As he spoke, he raised his hand, gathering a wisp of dragon soul power at his fingertips, which spread out in the air, transforming into vivid scenes. Initially, the scene showed the three clans in chaotic battle. Although the elders frowned, they did not pay too much attention. The conflicts among the three clans had been ongoing for a long time, and they were already accustomed to the minor skirmishes. However, as the scenes progressed, when the terrifying black aura appeared in the eyes of the members of the three clans, and when even the elder at the Hunyuan Golden Immortal level became bloodthirsty, the breathing in the hall gradually grew heavy. By the time the scene reached its climax, only 1 in 10 elite dragons remained. The Phoenix clan and the Qilin clan also lay amidst heaps of corpses, with the three major clans simultaneously heading towards extinction in their mutual slaughter. All the elders' faces turned as pale as paper. Zhu Long clenched his fists tightly, his nails almost digging into his palms. Qing Long's eyes reddened, and the youngest elder could not help but turn his head away, unable to bear the sight. Their gazes were filled with grief and fear. When these gazes turned to the ancestor dragon at the head of the table, the complex expressions no longer held a shred of doubt, only deep guilt and relief remained. They finally understood why the ancestor dragon had made this decision. Compared to the heritage of the dragon clan, what were those disputed territories worth? Compared to the lives of their kin, what were those resources worth? Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, they could not let the events in the vision occur in reality. As for whether this dream was real or not, they did not want to ask, nor did they need to. It was better to believe it existed than to not believe it at all. How could one at the Hunyuan Golden Immortal level have such a dream for no reason? As if to validate their speculation, the ancestor dragon spoke solemnly, his voice carrying an unprecedented seriousness. After finishing this dream, I, along with Yuan Feng and Shi Qilin, met an elder in a mysterious space. That elder was the one who saved our lives during the calamity of fierce beasts. The elder personally confirmed the truth of everything in the dream. So prepare yourselves, everyone. That elder. Those 4 words carried more weight than any explanation. Every elder present had witnessed the scene where that elder subdued the divine rebel with a mere snap of his fingers. Every word spoken by that being was worth their unconditional belief. The elders ceased their chatter, respectfully responded, and then gradually withdrew. Meanwhile, in the depths of the eternal fire mountain within the Phoenix clan's forbidden grounds, similar scenes were playing out in the ancestral lands of the Qilin clan on Qilin Cliff. Yuan Feng and Shi Qilin presented the future they saw to their clansmen in the same manner. The ringing of the Phoenix bell and the Qilin seal echoed in the ancestral lands of the 2 major clans for a long time. In the following days, a silent transformation occurred in the eastern wilderness. The Dragon clan silently withdrew from large areas of disputed territories, with members orderly retreating towards the 4 seas. The Phoenix clan retracted all outward extensions, returning entirely to the flame-forbidden zone surrounding the eternal fire mountain. The Qilin clan even completely retreated from the various contested spirit vein mines overnight. With the 3 major clans simultaneously contracting, the tense atmosphere in the eastern wilderness dissipated within just a few days. Although the subordinate clans who usually had constant friction were baffled, they could only follow their respective main clans in retreat. The transformation in the eastern wilderness was unknown to Haotian. At this moment, his steps had already set foot on an even older land. Zhou Mountain. The towering mountain rose abruptly, piercing the clouds like a giant pillar, holding up the heavens, standing at the center of the wilderness. The mountain's grandeur and vastness, every ridge resembling the backbone of the earth, every rock etched with the lines of time. Standing at the foot of the mountain and looking up, Haotian could not help but feel a surge of emotion. Before his crossing, debates about this sacred mountain had never ceased. Was it called Zhou Mountain or Buzhou Mountain? Now he had witnessed with his own eyes that both names referred to the same place. However, Buzhou Mountain was not merely named so because it was collapsed by Gong Gong, but because the heavens and earth were not complete. But that was in the past, or rather a matter of another time and space. In the current time and space, although it still had two different names, he preferred to call it Zhou Mountain, signifying that after his arrival the heavens and earth were no longer incomplete. But now was not the time for such thoughts. His purpose in coming here was the core of the mountain, the place that had drawn him here. With that thought, Haotian took a step forward, entering the core region of Buzhou Mountain. The moment he stepped in, an incredibly profound, yet familiar aura enveloped him like a tide that had waited countless years. Accompanying the aura were endless phenomena. The laws of time transformed into a silver river flowing slowly beside him. The laws of space unfolded layers of transparent barriers, and the laws of fate spread like a web, with every thread pulling on endless causes and possibilities. There were also slaughter, destruction, creation, yin-yang, the five elements. At this moment, the 3,000 laws simultaneously manifested, turning the entire core region into a temple of laws. Haotian stood still, his eyes slowly widening. The bottlenecks that had troubled him for tens of thousands of years, those profound laws that had always seemed out of reach, yet shrouded in a thin mist, at this moment seemed to have their veils lifted. They gradually became clear and distinct. It was as if he had been taking an exam with no answers, and at this moment the question setter had personally placed the reference answers before him. His mood became complex. There was surprise, there was sentiment, but more than that, a heavy sense of gratitude. This was the last legacy of the Pangu great god. Having sensed that he had altered the course of the wilderness and prevented the three clans from heading towards extinction, this father god, who became the heavens and earth, left his final gift here. "Thank you, elder," Haotian said softly, then solemnly bowed towards the depths of the core of Buzhou. This bow was to honor that Pangu great god who opened up the heavens and earth with one's own strength, and to honor the vast heart that still cared for this realm even after becoming one with all things. After the bow, he did not delay further. With a thought, auspicious clouds flew out from his sleeve, transforming into a soft, auspicious cloud that lifted him up. He sat cross-legged, slowly closing his eyes. Above his head, the creation jade dish gradually emerged, the incomplete dish radiating a gentle yet profound light of the great path, resonating with the 3,000 laws manifesting around him. Buzz! A sound of the Dao, faint yet present, resonated at the core of Buzhou Mountain. The creation jade dish spun slightly like a gentle guide, pulling over the law's phenomena that flickered in and out of view, leading them to transform into streams of light, slowly merging into Haotian's body. The integration of the laws of time, space, causality, and fate, each law's merging, made his aura grow deeper. For a moment, the entire core area of Buzhou Mountain was enveloped in flickering law phenomena. Dazzling lights flowed, colors were brilliant, as if the chaotic scene at the beginning of the heavens and earth was being recreated here. But from the outside, Buzhou Mountain remained silent. The mountain winds brushed through the pines, and the streams flowed through the rocky ravines. Everything appeared normal. In the primeval wilderness, time was forgotten. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years passed like flowing water. For the small and medium clans in the wilderness, these thousands of years were an unprecedented golden age. Firstly, the Dragon clan unexpectedly abandoned a large amount of disputed territory, with its members retreating to the Four Seas. Soon after, the Phoenix clan and the Qilin clan made the same choice, consolidating their positions and summoning their people back to seal off their ancestral lands. The three clans, once engaged in brutal battles, seemed to have reached an unspoken agreement, overnight retreating from the stage of the wilderness to the shadows. When the news spread, the entire wilderness was stunned. The small and medium clans who had struggled to survive in the cracks between the three clans could hardly believe their ears. At first, no one dared to take action, uncertain if this was the calm before the storm. Until a bold clan could no longer hold back, cautiously sending a few clan members to tentatively occupy a spiritual vein rich in spiritual energy. A day passed without a response. A year went by, still no reaction. A century passed, and the Dragon clan didn't even make a sound. Now the entire wilderness was in an uproar. With the first to take a risk, others could no longer contain themselves, rushing into the fertile lands abandoned by the three clans. What reassured them even more was that no matter how much territory they occupied, as long as they did not approach the core areas of the three clans completely ignored them. There were even several incidents where clan members left their ancestral lands to clash with outsiders, and upon returning faced severe punishment. This attitude made it clear that the three clans were determined to become reclusive hermits, no longer participating in the game of the wilderness. This allowed the small and medium clans to completely relax. After securing their territories, they began to develop in peace. With the suppression from the three clans gone, many long-stagnant bottlenecks began to loosen. Even better, with more territory available, the conflicts between clans over land decreased significantly. Previously, there were too many monks and too little porridge, forcing them to fight. Now, with an abundance of porridge, who would still be willing to struggle? For a time, the entire wilderness displayed an unprecedented scene of peace. As for what had happened with the three clans, they cared little, as long as there were good days to be had. However, where there is joy, there is also sorrow. The sorrowful side was naturally the demonic clan lurking in the western demonic domain, hiding for countless years. In the great hall of the demonic clan, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt like it could be wrung out. The four guardians responsible for executing the instigation plan, Wuxin, Wuxiang, Wufang, and Wutian, sat together, glancing at each other, their expressions resembling four frostbitten eggplants. Scattered on the stone table were several communication jade talismans that had lost their luster. They had been their means of contact with the pawns hidden within the three clans, but now they had all turned into a pile of useless stones. What on earth is going on? Wuxin was the first to break the silence, his voice dry, as if dragging through sand. Why did the three clans suddenly retreat? If you ask me, who can I ask? Wufang's temper was the most explosive, slamming his palm on the stone table. Everything was going according to plan. The Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan, subordinate clans, were on the verge of bloody conflict, and suddenly they all withdrew. Not a single one left. They even halted battles midway. How absurd. Wuxiang grimly took over the conversation, fiddling with the dim jade talisman on the table. The lines I was responsible for took a lot of effort to infiltrate the three clans' inner circles. Some were corrupted by malevolent energy, others bribed with treasures. Some were coerced with leverage. Just setting up these lines took several thousand years. Now, with the ancestral lands sealed off, all connections are cut off. All that effort has gone to waste. Is this not a game we cannot afford to lose? It's minor to waste effort. The key is, what will we report to the demon ancestor? Once this was said, the expressions of the other three became even graver. Before entering seclusion, Luo Ho entrusted them with the task of instigating the three clans and gathering malevolent energy, specifically instructing them not to rush, but also not to make no progress. Now it was no longer an issue of progress. The entire plan was at stake. Before the demon ancestor entered seclusion, we made a military pledge. Wufang's voice also lowered. Now we have collected little malevolent energy, lost our pawns completely, and the plan is stuck midway, unable to move. When the demon ancestor emerges and asks, what will we say? With these broken stones? Wutian hesitantly suggested, what if we say the three clans detected our plan and proactively reduced their defenses? At least that way it wouldn't be seen as our failure to execute. Do you think the demon ancestor is a fool, eh? Wuxiang scoffed. If the three clans really sensed something, would they just retreat? They would have sent people all over the wilderness to hunt us down long ago. Moreover, the three clans retracting simultaneously, their movements so synchronized, indicates there must be another reason behind it. If we feign ignorance, that would truly be seeking death. Enough, stop arguing. Wuxin waved his hand. Given the situation, we should think about how to clean up this. The four fell silent once more. At that moment, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from deep within the great hall. The four's expressions changed drastically as they stood up simultaneously, their gazes fixed on the black throne above. A tall figure had quietly appeared there at some point, surrounded by demonic energy that was even more condensed and profound than before. Luo Ho, demon ancestor. Wuxin, both surprised and delighted, was the first to bow. You have emerged from seclusion. This aura, have you broken through? Luo Ho slowly sat down on the throne, shaking his head slightly, his tone indifferent. It's just a step further. Breaking through to the Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian is not so easy. His gaze swept over the four, pausing for a moment on the pile of discarded communication talismans, the corners of his mouth curling into an emotionless arc. It seems things haven't gone smoothly. The four felt a chill running down their backs simultaneously. Wuxin mustered his courage and stepped forward, reporting in detail about the sudden retreat of the three clans, the collective loss of their pawns, and the complete obstruction of their plan. Luo Ho listened quietly, his expression still calm, but a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. The three clans would never retreat without reason. Something must have gone awry. Either they received wind of our plans, or sensed something was amiss. But even so, it shouldn't have been so uniform. The three factions acting simultaneously, perfectly synchronized, as if someone had plotted it for them. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his fingertips lightly tapping on the armrest of the throne. There aren't many capable of accomplishing this. There could be no leaks within the demonic clan. He continued, that mysterious person who suppressed the divine reversal back then might have that capability. But the most suspicious are Hong Jun and his group. They have both the ability and the motive. When the name Hongjun was mentioned, Luo Hao's tone remained flat, but the four guardians felt a chill rising from their feet to their heads. However, he did not erupt in anger. He understood better than anyone that it was not the time to fall out. With the plan thwarted and insufficient malevolent energy collected to support the next arrangements, the few anticipated killing treasures were not yet ready, and rashly confronting Hongjun would yield no benefits. And with the three clans having sealed their doors, finding a breakthrough from them was nearly impossible. The only way out was to change targets. Thinking of this, Luo Hao spoke slowly, the coldness in his tone receding somewhat. This matter cannot be entirely blamed on you. However, your oversight is also a fact. Since the three clans cannot move for now, let's shift our focus to those small and medium clans. Little by little gathering sand into a tower, although the output of malevolent energy from small and medium clans is minimal, their sheer numbers can easily fill the gap. With that said, his gaze swept over the four like a sharp blade, but this time I hope there won't be any unexpected incident. Wu Xin, Wu Xiang, Wu Fang, and Wu Tian felt as if they had been granted amnesty, kneeling on one knee in unison, their voices resolute. Rest assured, demon ancestor, we vow not to disgrace our mission. Luo Hao said nothing more. His form shimmered like water waves and silently dissolved atop the throne, leaving behind an empty great hall and the lingering chilling pressure. Only then did the four let out a long sigh of relief, exchanging glances filled with both the joy of surviving a calamity and the determination to fight to the end. No one dared to slack off any longer. The four shadows transformed into four streaks of light, swiftly darting out of the demon hall, disappearing into the demonic mist of the western horizon. As the demon clan began to adjust their strategies, reaching out to the smaller tribes, the core of Buzhou Mountain, which had been silent for thousands of epochs, suddenly shattered the tranquility on this day. The first sign of change was the spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in the surrounding universe seemed to be drawn by an invisible force rushing towards Buzhou Mountain, like rivers converging into the sea. In just a few breaths, the concentration of spiritual energy surged to a terrifying level, causing the flora and fauna within the mountain to grow wildly under this tidal wave of spiritual energy. Exotic flowers and strange herbs bloomed everywhere, and even the most ordinary stones glistened with a gentle luster. Soon after, signs of the laws began to manifest. The law of time transformed into a silver river that flowed slowly atop the mountain, where grass and trees alternated between life and death, spring and autumn reversed. The law of space unfolded layers of transparent barriers, continuously stretching and folding the entire spatial dimension of Buzhou Mountain. The mountain peaks that seemed so close appeared to be separated by countless layers of heaven and earth. Laws of causality, fate, the five elements, destruction and creation. Various manifestations of the laws continuously emerged, intertwining and surrounding the core area of Buzhou Mountain, turning it into a sea of laws. At the very center of this ocean, the manifestations of the laws of time and space were the most intense. The silver river of time entwined with the transparent barriers of space. The forces of time and space collided and fused continuously, each intersection bursting forth with dazzling brilliance. It seemed they had reached a critical point, just one last step away from breaking through the invisible shackles. Seated atop the clouds of celebration, Haotian's aura grew increasingly rich and vast. After thousands of epochs in seclusion, he pushed both the laws of time and space to their limits, while the other laws he practiced also surged to new heights. His aura resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption, calm on the surface, yet brimming with enough power to reshape the world. At the moment when all laws reached their critical point, Haotian slowly opened his eyes. Those eyes were as tranquil as a deep pool, reflecting the swirling manifestations of the laws around him. In the next moment, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, shaking the entire core of Buzhou Mountain. The manifestations of the laws spun wildly under the influence of this aura. The river of time and the barriers of space completely merged, transforming into a colossal light beam that soared into the clouds. But this was just the beginning. Empowered by the forces of the Heavenly Dao and the primeval world, this aura surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam, sweeping across the entire primordial realm with unstoppable momentum. The first to sense this were those atop Yujing Mountain. At that time, Hongzhu and Yangmei, Yinyang ancestor, and Wuxing ancestor were discussing the Dao at the mountain peak. As that aura reached Yujing Mountain, the four of them simultaneously halted their actions. This is the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. Wuxing ancestor was the first to stand up, disbelief written all over his face. Not only Wuxing ancestor was astonished, but even Yangmei's typically placid eyes displayed a noticeable tremor for the first time. The summit of Yujing Mountain fell into dead silence. As former chaotic demons, they understood better than anyone what this realm signified. In their prime, they would have dismissed it. However, for their reincarnated selves whose cultivation had diminished, this realm was something they could only aspire to but never reach. This aura. Hongjun squinted slightly, carefully sensing for a moment. Do you all remember the mysterious person who suppressed the divine rebellion during the calamity of fierce beasts? As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of the other three changed dramatically. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed identical to the aura that had crushed the divine rebellion back, then only now it was even more powerful, profound, and unshakable. In an instant, the four reincarnated chaotic demons displayed extremely complex expressions. Meanwhile, within the western demon domain, Luo Ho, who had been plotting something, suddenly wore a grim look. The aura of the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal penetrated through layers of demonic fog, rushing into the demon palace without obstruction. Luo Ho abruptly stood from his throne, and the demon tower emitted a restless humming sound in the void. He gripped the armrests tightly, then released, and then gripped again, his mood fluctuating continuously. At this moment, any schemes against the three primordial tribes, any attempts to instigate the smaller tribes, and any incremental plans became mere jokes before the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. Although the Hunyuan Golden Immortal and the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal seemed only a step apart, the actual gap was like a chasm. It was not a difference in quantity, but a qualitative leap. If one cannot cross over, they will forever remain a pawn. If one does cross over, they become the master of the game. The emergence of the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal's aura caused Luo Ho, who had lived through countless epochs, to truly feel a bit mentally unhinged. From the sudden contraction of the three tribes and the complete failure of plans to now the unexpected emergence of a Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, all paths to his ambitions were completely blocked. Unless he too could break through, yet how difficult would that be? If that threshold could be easily crossed, he would not have been stuck at the peak of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal for so many years. He knew that no matter how reluctant he was, he had to acknowledge that it was time to restrain himself. In stark contrast to Luo Ho's reluctance was the reaction from the ancestral lands of the three tribes. Within the ancestral land of the dragon clan, the ancestor dragon suddenly opened his eyes from meditation. A moment of astonishment flashed in his dragon eyes, which was quickly replaced by an uncontrollable joy. He was very familiar with this aura. It was clearly that of the senior who had saved them during the calamity of fierce beasts and had enlightened them in the land of Chu. Senior has attained the Dao. The ancestor dragon murmured to himself, his voice laced with a sense of relief. Deep within the immortal volcano, the Yuan Phoenix folded her colorful wings, her phoenix eyes gazing toward Buzhou Mountain, a hint of joyful smile flashing in her eyes. Upon Qilin Cliff, the primordial Qilin nodded slowly, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. The words the senior once spoke about the vastness beyond the primordial realm lingered in their minds, and they had gradually begun to appreciate its significance over the years. In their hearts, the three of them simultaneously arrived at a decision. In contrast to these great powers, the myriad tribes in the primordial realm and the scattered cultivators across various lands reacted much more directly. When that aura swept across the land of the primordial realm, from the Golden Immortals to the Great Luo Golden Immortals, almost all cultivators felt an overwhelming sense of repression at the same time. That feeling was like mortals facing towering mountains. There was no need for the mountain to do anything. Just its presence was enough to instill awe in people. Shock, awe, longing, various emotions surged throughout the primordial realm. The entire primordial realm, along with the myriad tribes and scattered cultivators, erupted in a frenzy. Yet at the core of Mount Buzhou, the architect of this storm, Haotian, slightly furrowed his brow. He had intended to take things slowly, but it seemed the Heavenly Dao was somewhat impatient. He looked up at the void above, but the Heavenly Dao offered no response. However, a subtle ripple emanated from the emptiness, tinged with a hint of nervousness, as if it were gleefully seeking to take credit. Haotian shook his head, realizing that this girl was eager to proclaim his name. Well, since it could no longer be concealed, he might as well reveal it boldly. With a thought, the aura that had spread across the vast wilderness suddenly became denser and more substantial. At the same time, a sound of Dao, empowered by the Heavenly Dao, clearly echoed throughout every corner of the wilderness. Chaos has never recorded the years. A spiritual pearl enters the wilderness. Pangu entrusted his legacy to the hopes of many. At the Lingxiao Palace, it settles the vastness. Under the measuring stick of heaven, the divine rebel fell. The essence of creation is hidden within the disk of Dao. If one asks who is the master of heaven and earth, Haotian, the emperor, holds the mysteries of the universe. I am Haotian. Today I certify as a Hunyuan Daoyuo Golden Immortal. After the 100 Yuan Assembly, I will give a lecture on the Hunyuan Dao in the heavenly court, benefiting all beings of the wilderness. As soon as the words fell, the magnificent scene of the 33 heavens of the heavenly court gradually appeared before the eyes of all the beings in the wilderness, accompanied by the lingering echoes of the Dao sound. The majestic 4 heavenly gates, the layered 33 heavens. Additionally, the endless 36 palaces and 72 halls shone brilliantly under the reflection of spiritual energy, exuding a breathtaking solemnity and pressure. The sound of the Dao continued to reverberate. The information contained within that Dao poem, coupled with the boundless spectacle of the heavenly court before them, all pointed to the unfathomable depth of the aura's master. Many loose cultivators and leaders of small to medium forces in the wilderness, after the initial shock, silently made up their minds. No matter what, they must attend the Hunyuan lecture after the 100 Yuan assembly, even if it is just to hear a few words from afar. It is better than 1,000 years of closed-door cultivation. Not only them, but some capable beings who had reached the level of Hunyuan Golden Immortal also began to feel restless. At this level, every step forward is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Now that a Hunyuan Daoyuo Golden Immortal is giving a lecture, such an opportunity will never come again. Within the ancestral lands of the Dragon Clan, the first to react, the ancestral dragon, suddenly stood up with undisguised excitement and respect flashing in his dragon eyes. Send the order. Prepare lavish gifts. After the 100 Yuan assembly, come with me to pay respects to the senior. The entire Dragon Clan sprang into action, with elders personally selecting congratulatory gifts from the treasury. Even the old generation, who had been in seclusion for years, were stirred from their retreats. The countless assets accumulated over the many Yuan assemblies by the Dragon Clan were unhesitatingly brought forth at this moment. Not only the Dragon Clan, but the Phoenix Clan and Qilin Clan also began preparations simultaneously, their movements attracting the attention of the entire eastern wilderness. Even those far away in Yujing Mountain like Hongjun and others fell into a long silence after witnessing the disappearance of the heavenly court's phenomenon. In the end, it was Yang Mei who spoke first, his voice low and contemplative, tinged with a hint of emotion and a touch of probing. Perhaps we should all take a look. This may be an opportunity. Listening to the Dao is secondary. For us, it matters little whether we hear it or not. As long as there is sufficient opportunity, we have a chance to break through. But our identities. The Yin-Yang ancestor hesitated, not finishing his sentence. Implicitly, everyone present understood that the identity of the reincarnated Chaos Demon God was always a thorn in their side. The 5 Elements ancestor also fell silent. Though he was the most straightforward, he too had to exercise caution in such matters concerning life and death. Looking at the 2 silent friends, Hongjun slowly spoke, his tone calm and firm. I think both of you are overthinking. If that friend Haotian did not initially know our identities, then by now, with his realm as a Hunyuan Daoyuo Golden Immortal, he should be fully aware. If he intended to act against us, he would have done so long ago. But do you see any movement now? Therefore, what I mean is, why not go take a look? If he truly intends to take action, we would not be able to escape anyway. Since he has not acted against us, visiting him openly would be better than sneaking around, and it also clarifies our... Upon hearing this, the 5 Elements ancestor and the Yin-Yang ancestor finally nodded after a brief silence. They had to admit that Yang Mei and Hongjun were right. Of course, merely going is not enough. They must also show some sincerity. With this in mind, the few of them stood up together, beginning to prepare their offerings. In contrast to the calmness of Hongjun and the others, Luo, who far in the demon realm, was much more conflicted. Running away was definitely not an option. Running under the watchful eye of a Hunyuan Daoyuo Golden Immortal is akin to seeking death. But should he go or not? His pride made it difficult for him to lower his head, yet logic told him that he must lower it regardless. He paced back and forth in the demon hall, the demonic energy beneath his feet becoming chaotic. After struggling for an unknown time, he finally gritted his teeth and made a decision. He would go. Hongjun and the others would most likely also attend. With so many people attending, no one would remember who came, but everyone would remember who did not. Rather than being remembered later, it would be better to go in person with grace. Moreover, if that existence wanted to act against him, there was no need to wait until after the 100 Yuan assembly. He could do so now. Understanding this, Luo, who suddenly realized he had little to worry about, or perhaps he had come to terms with it. Since escape was impossible, he would face it calmly. He snorted coldly, waved his sleeve, and his figure vanished from the demon hall. Back in the Lingshao Palace of the Heavenly Court, Haotian, having returned here, stood before the throne, his gaze falling on the Chaos Spirit Stone beside him. Within the Spirit Stone, the aura that was slowly gathering was now clearer than before. The Yaoqi had already birthed spiritual intelligence. Although it could not yet take form, Haotian could feel that the essence of intelligence was vaguely sensing the outside world and perceiving him. A complex expression flashed across Haotian's eyes. In the original timeline, Haotian the Emperor and the Yaoqi Golden Mother both served under Hongjun as disciples. After the battle between the Wu and the Yao, they were commanded to oversee the Heavenly Court and became partners. Yet in this timeline, everything had changed. There was no Hongjun taking disciples, no battle between the Wu and the Yao. He had taken form early and now had already certified as Hunyuan. Meanwhile, the Yaoqi was still slowly gestating within the Chaos Spirit Stone with no knowledge of when it would take form. How should he face her? Haotian fell into silence for a long time. Yet one thing he was certain of in his heart. Regardless of how the timelines changed, he and Yaoqi were of the same origin. This would not change. After inheriting the identity of Haotian, the sense of closeness he felt towards Yaoqi had never wavered. Perhaps long ago within the chaos, the two spirit stones were born together, entwined through endless epochs. Even if they had not yet birthed spiritual intelligence at that time, the bond of companionship had already silently rooted and sprouted. Perhaps it was precisely because the senior Pangu saw this that he entrusted the spirit stone of Yaoqi to him. Haotian sighed softly. The connection between him and Yaoqi ultimately held a fate intertwined, which could not be simply summarized as colleagues or companions. Since that is the case, it would be better to let nature take its course. After all, time is still abundant. Take it slow, nurture it gradually. There is no need to rush. With this realization, Haotian's mood lightened and became less troubled. He withdrew his gaze from the Chaos Spirit Stone and turned towards the direction of the wilderness starry sky. Instead of spending time in turmoil, it would be better to make the heavenly court more vibrant. At the very least, he should gather some personnel to ensure that this resplendent palace complex no longer felt so desolate and lonely. And the starry sky of the wilderness was the best choice. There were numerous star spirits there. Although most had low ranks, they were pure, and with a little guidance, they could become qualified heavenly soldiers and generals. For the future heavenly court to dominate the wilderness, how could it do so without a sufficient foundation? With this in mind, Haotian took one last look at the Chaos Spirit Stone that was continuously absorbing spiritual energy and nurturing spiritual intelligence. Within the Spirit Stone, the essence of intelligence seemed to sense his gaze, slightly rippling, as if in response. A smile appeared at the corner of Haotian's mouth, and he turned around, stepping forward to vanish within the Lingxiao Palace. The duration of the 100-yuan conference for the beings of the primordial era is neither long nor short. Long enough for the smaller clans to complete a metamorphosis with their young disciples' cultivation levels rising by 1 or 2 realms. Yet for the true powerhouses standing at the pinnacle, it is merely another closed-door training session, another nap. However, the 100-yuan conference has unusually stirred the entire primordial era. Various factions are preparing for the same event. The Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal is personally lecturing on the Hunyuan Dao first since the dawn of the primordial era. The smaller forces eagerly count the days, fearing they might miss out. The great clans are putting forth their utmost efforts to prepare both to pay their respects and to ensure they do not fall behind at this grand event. When the promised day finally arrives, the heavenly passage opens simultaneously across the primordial era. Golden beams of light descend from the 33 heavens, piercing through the cloud sea and reaching the primordial land. Within the light beams, layers of cloud stairs spread out, transforming the chasms between heaven and earth into a broad path. The first to act are the nearby smaller forces and loose cultivators. They have been waiting near the passage for a long time, and as soon as the light beams descend, they rush eagerly into the passage, fearing they might miss this monumental opportunity. Following closely are the 3 clans. The Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan, and the Qilin Clan, once the 3 great overlords of the primordial era, now set off together as if they had made an agreement. The Ancestral Dragon leads the way, followed by the elders of Hunyuan Golden Immortal level, such as the Candle Dragon and the Azure Dragon, and then hundreds of core disciples at the Great Luo Golden Immortal level, creating an overwhelming momentum. Under the leadership of the original Phoenix, the Phoenix Clan rises from the undying volcano, the Nirvana fire, leaving a brilliant crimson streak across the heavens. The Qilin Clan sets out from Qilin Cliff, with the first Qilin leading the way, moving steadily, surrounded by swirling auspicious clouds and an abundance of good fortune. The 3 clans nearly arrive at the entrance of the heavenly passage, simultaneously exchanging knowing smiles before leading their followers in. The grandeur of the scene leaves the observing smaller clans dumbfounded. Following them are the powerful Hunyuan Golden Immortals scattered throughout the primordial era, along with some reclusive cultivators who have remained hidden for many years. These individuals, who are usually elusive, now set aside their pride, each riding their escape light towards the scene. No one wishes to miss the lecture of a Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal. Among all attendees, a group of 4 bears the most complex feelings. Hongzhu and Yangmei, the ancestor of Yin Yang and the ancestor of the 5 elements, walk side by side, appearing calm on the surface, while each feels different emotions surging within. They were once chaos demon gods who competed with Pangu in the midst of chaos, yet now they must attend the lecture of a later generation in the role of listeners. Though they are not truly attending to listen, but rather to convey their stance, showing that they harbor no ill intentions and will not act against the primordial era. Yet this creates a sense of disparity, of feeling only they can understand. Coincidentally, just as the four reach the entrance of the heavenly passage, they encounter another figure. Luo Ho. Both parties recognize each other almost instantaneously, the air suddenly becoming tense. In normal circumstances, these individuals would not refrain from exchanging barbs even if they did not engage in combat. But at this moment, the five stand before the passage staring at each other, none daring to speak first. Finally, it is Yang Mei who clears his throat, breaking the silence. Since we are all here to listen, let us enter. Luo Ho glances at him expressionlessly, surprisingly, not refuting, only huffing coldly as he steps into the light beam first. Hong Jun and the others exchange glances and follow closely behind. At this unique moment, they find themselves on the same side. No matter how many grievances they have privately, at least on the surface, they must maintain the facade. As everyone passes through the heavenly passage and steps onto the 33 heavens, they are all struck by the sight before them. The southern heavenly gate. The majestic gate towers into the clouds, the glazed golden tiles glimmering with celestial light, the gate pillars adorned with carvings of myriad spirits paying homage, and auspicious clouds and beasts depicted vividly. On either side of the gate, celestial soldiers stand in formation, their silver armor reflecting a cold sheen under the aura of spiritual energy. But what truly shocks the ancestral dragon and others is the gate itself. As a peak powerhouse of the Hunyuan golden immortal level, the ancestral dragon immediately perceives the extraordinary nature of this gate. Surrounded by laws, each gate pillar is engraved with tightly packed restriction symbols layered and interlocking to form an innate formation that integrates offense and defense. What stuns him further is the building material. The jade used for the gate pillars is clearly an extremely rare, innate spirit jade. In the primordial era, even a piece the size of a fingernail would be enough to incite fierce competition among great Luo golden immortals, yet here the entire gate is constructed from this spirit jade. The leaders of the smaller clans, however, do not possess the keen sight of the ancestral dragon. They cannot discern the depth of the laws or fully recognize the grades of the building materials. But they can recognize one thing: expensive. Just the material of a single gate pillar of the southern heavenly gate would require many smaller clans to exert their entire clan's resources to procure. Some loose cultivators are left wide-eyed, their mouths agape, unable to close them for a long time. At this moment, a uniform sound of footsteps echoes from within the southern heavenly gate. A squad of celestial soldiers dressed in silver armor and cloaks stream out, in orderly fashion, their movements synchronized, exuding a solemn aura. The leading young general stands tall, his handsome face radiating a remarkable aura, clearly at the midstage of great Luo golden immortal. His armor shimmers with a dark luster, and the celestial sword at his waist gleams with a sharp edge, clearly not an ordinary item. This young man is the guardian general of the southern heavenly gate, Nan Yao. Before the 100 Yuan conference, he was merely a star spirit in the primordial starry sky, not yet fully awakened. After being enlightened by Haotian and receiving substantial resources for nurturing, he achieved his current level of cultivation. As he gazes at the gathering forces of the primordial era before him, he cannot help but feel a surge of astonishment within. But his strong composure quickly allows him to regain his demeanor, restoring a calm and respectful smile as he steps forward to bow respectfully to the ancestral dragon and the others. By the command of the holy monarch, I am here to guide you, esteemed predecessors and friends. Nan Yao greets them. Thank you for your efforts, young friend. The ancestral dragon chuckles, waving his hand, his demeanor friendly and approachable. Given his status and cultivation, it is unimaginable for him to be so courteous to a general who is merely at the midstage of great Luo golden immortal in normal circumstances. But this is the heavenly court, the territory of the predecessors. Regardless of a predecessor's cultivation level being lower than his, he would never show the slightest hint of disrespect. The group then follows Nan Yao through the southern heavenly gate, stepping into the realm of the heavenly court. Along the way, celestial mist swirls, spiritual energy envelopes them, and various wondrous sights appear. There are waterfalls hanging in midair, immortal islands wandering among the clouds, and flocks of spiritual cranes gliding gracefully. Such sights leave many leaders of smaller clans almost drooling. Upon reaching the 33 heavens, the spiritual energy is so dense it nearly condenses into liquid, with every breath feeling like swallowing the essence of heaven and earth. Numerous leaders of smaller clans feel their eyes reddening with greed, their prideful ancestral spiritual veins pale in comparison to the heavenly court. Yet everyone strives to maintain their dignity, no one daring to lose composure in such an occasion. Compared to many shocked loose cultivators, the three from the Dragon clan remained composed on the surface, yet were secretly observing Nan Yao and his celestial generals. The more they looked, the more astonished they became. The celestial soldiers were all equipped with top-quality spiritual weapons, surpassing even their Dragon clan elite. The celestial generals wore low to mid-grade acquired spiritual armor and wielded similarly ranked spiritual treasures. As for Nan Yao, he donned a full set of mid-grade innate spiritual armor, and the celestial sword at his waist was also of mid-grade innate spiritual quality. It should be noted that in their three clans, even a disciple of the Deluo Golden Immortal level was typically equipped with only low-grade innate spiritual treasures, while only those at the pinnacle of Deluo would possess a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. Nan Yao was merely a gatekeeping divine general, yet he possessed such an impressive configuration. The heavenly court established by their predecessors was far deeper than they had imagined. The three exchanged knowing glances, instinctively tightening their resolve. Under Nan Yao's lead, they arrived at the entrance of the Hall of Clarity in the 33 Heavens. This grand hall was even more magnificent than the southern heaven gate, with hundreds of thousands of celestial soldiers neatly lined up in the courtyard, their silver armor gleaming like snow, weapons standing like forests. On either side of the hall stood hundreds of celestial officials, among them many at the Deluo Golden Immortal level. Although the Heavenly Court's military strength was still significantly inferior to that of a great clan like the Dragon Clan, none present dared to underestimate them. For everyone was well aware that behind the Heavenly Court stood a figure against whom countless armies and powerful beings could not contend. Outside the Hall of Clarity, a celestial official with an ethereal presence, and at the peak of Deluo, had already been waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing them arrive, he approached with neither humility nor arrogance, bowing respectfully. Esteemed predecessors, fellow Taoists, I am Qingyun here at the behest of the Emperor to welcome you. After your arduous journey, please enter the hall and take your seats. The Dragon Clan stepped forward wearing warm smiles. Zulong took out a Qiankuan bag from his sleeve and presented it with both hands. Thank you for your trouble, dear friend. These are some humble gifts prepared by my Dragon Clan, not much, but I hope you will accept them and convey them to the predecessors. Qingyun accepted the Qiankuan bag, sweeping his divine sense within. Even though he had been mentally prepared, he was still taken aback by its contents. Inside the Qiankuan bag, the various heavenly materials and earthly treasures piled high were already worth a fortune. The most precious were 36 pearls radiating a deep blue light. These were the legendary top-quality innate spiritual treasures, the sea-settling divine pearls, each possessing the might to stabilize the seas and calm the depths. Besides the sea-settling divine pearls, there were several other top-quality, innate spiritual treasures like the Four Seas Vase and the Misty Universe Net. There were dozens of mid-grade and low-grade innate spiritual treasures, as well as countless spiritual materials and herbs. The Dragon Clan truly went all out for this audience. Yuan Feng, not to be outdone, stepped forward and presented the Qiankuan bag of the Phoenix Clan. Qinjian's heart skipped a beat again, for the Phoenix Clan had gifted a top-quality, innate spiritual treasure, the Southern Flame Light Flag, one of the 5 directions flags known for its unparalleled defense. In addition, there were other mid-grade innate spiritual treasures like the Southern Bright Fire Sword and the Fire Sealing Pearl, along with a staggering quantity of mid-grade and low-grade spiritual treasures and various spiritual items. The Shikalan clan silently handed over their Qiankuan bag as well. The treasures inside were no less impressive than those of the previous 2 clans. The top-quality innate spiritual treasure, the Central Apricot Yellow Flag, was also one of the 5 directions flags. The mid-grade innate spiritual treasures, the Wind Sealing Pearl and the celebratory Cloud Golden Lantern, were each rare treasures with countless mid-grade and low-grade spiritual treasures and spiritual items. With the 3 clans making such extravagant contributions, the surrounding powerful beings who had yet to present their gifts collectively gasped in astonishment. Not far away, Hong Jun and the others observed, quietly nodding in approval. They could naturally see that the 3 clans were offering so many treasures with significant intentions. However, this had little to do with them, as their purpose for this journey differed from that of the 3 clans, yet they too had to present some sincerity. Hong Jun took out a Qiankuan bag from his sleeve, stepped forward slowly, and spoke with neither humility nor arrogance. Qingyun, Taoist friend, this is a token of goodwill from me and a few others. Please accept it on our behalf. As the Qiankuan bag opened, the treasures inside caused another stir among the onlookers. Top-quality innate spiritual treasure, the 5 elements spiritual pearls, 5 gathered together. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth can be used to arrange the innate 5 elements great formation. The Eastern Blue Lotus Treasure Flag and the Northern Xian Yuan Water Control Flag, 2 of the 5 directions flags. Additionally, there was a spiritual root that made all present widen their eyes, the top-quality innate spiritual root, the Ren Water Peach. One could attain the Tai Golden Immortal Realm by consuming just one. Hong Jun actually gifted an entire plant. Before everyone could recover from their shock, another voice rang out. These are my treasures, please accept them on my behalf. Luo, who approached expressionlessly, taking out 2 items from his sleeve. The first was the Western Cloud Realm Flag. the last piece of the 5 directions flags completing the set. The second was a 3-inch small pagoda, the top quality innate spiritual treasure, the town immortal pagoda. Though its body was small, it exuded a suppressive force that made one's heart race. Besides that, he also added several mid-grade innate spiritual treasures. Luo, who didn't want to part with so many, but he had no choice. These individuals were too ruthless. They started with a top-quality innate spiritual treasure, and Hanjun even directly threw out a top-quality innate spiritual root. He initially only intended to bring one top-quality treasure to get by. However, thinking it over, he realized that he was probably already on Haotian's radar. Bringing only one would risk being noted down, and that would be a loss. Grinding his teeth, he took out another item from his reserves. This time, not only the surrounding loose cultivators were stunned, but even Hangjun and the others showed expressions of surprise, their gazes constantly sizing up Luo Hu. The 3 from the Dragon clan exchanged frequent glances, secretly pondering, who is this silent black-robed figure? How could he be so generous? Luo Hu remained expressionless, pretending not to see those gazes. Qingyun quickly recovered from his shock and carefully collected the treasures presented by all parties. With the examples set by the 3 clans and Hongjuan, the remaining loose cultivators and powerful beings who had not prepared gifts could no longer sit still. Feeling embarrassed to enter empty-handed, they rummaged through their Chinkuan bags, pulling out various spiritual treasures and earthly spiritual items. Although the collections of these loose cultivators were considerably inferior compared to the top-tier powers, the sheer quantity was overwhelming, with various treasures piled up like a small mountain. Qingyun had no choice but to send another team of celestial officials to assist with the registration. After finally counting all the gifts, Qingyun made a gesture of invitation, guiding the celestial beings into the Hall of Clarity. Inside the hall, a different world awaited. The entire hall was several times more expansive than it appeared from the outside. Above the dome, a star map endlessly shifted, with celestial bodies moving along some mysterious trajectory, casting down soft and clear starlight. The hall floor was paved with an entire piece of innate spiritual jade, reflective enough to polish one's appearance, with spiritual mist flowing gently around the ankles. Numerous meditation cushions had already been arranged within the hall, arranged in order of cultivation level, with a small dish of spiritual fruits and a jade pot next to each cushion. The spiritual fruits emitted an enticing fragrance, and the jade pots contained diluted spiritual liquid. Such treatment would drive loose cultivators to madness if placed outside. No one was loud or fought for position. Everyone silently found their corresponding cushion according to their cultivation levels. Naturally, in the front row were Zulong, Yuan, Feng, Shikel, Hongjuan, Yang, Mei, Luo Hu, and others. Following them were the affiliated clans of the 3 clans, such as the White Tiger clan, the Xuanwu clan, and the Vermilion Bird clan, among others. Further back were the elders of various clans and the loose cultivator powers at the Hunyuan Golden Immortal level, while the last large area was occupied by those at the Deluo Golden Immortal level and below. The hall was silent as a grave. Everyone held their breath, waiting for that moment to arrive. When the last guest took their seat, the void above the great hall suddenly rippled slightly. A figure clad in a blue and white Taoist robe silently appeared atop the highest lotus mat, exuding no discernible aura, yet causing the air within the entire hall to freeze in that instant. His appearance came without warning, as if he had been seated there from the very beginning, blending seamlessly with the entire luminous hall and the entire 33 heavens. The ancestor dragon was the first to react, suddenly rising and respectfully bowing. "I pay my respects to the holy sovereign." The gathered immortals simultaneously rose, their voices echoing through the luminous hall like a tidal wave. Haotian slightly raised his hand, a gentle yet irresistible force lifting everyone lightly. At the same time, a calm and amiable voice clearly reached every ear. "Everyone, no need for formalities. This lecture will last for a total of 10,000 years. In the first 3,000 years, I will speak of the Great Dao. In the next 3,000 years, I will discuss the Dao of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. And in the final 4,000 years, I will share my insights on the Hunyuan Great Dao Golden Immortal. How much you can comprehend depends on your own fortune." After saying this, he said no more, sitting upright on the lotus mat and slowly beginning to speak. The first word fell, and the world underwent a sudden transformation. Purple chi surged from the east, covering the entire dome of the luminous hall, with golden flowers blossoming from the void and gently falling down. The surrounding space began to vibrate violently as countless law seals manifested in the void. The illusory shadows of laws such as time, space, causality, fate, 5 elements, destruction, and creation appeared in succession. Each law emanated an unfathomable Dao rhythm, as if one could touch the pulse of the Great Dao with just a hand. The moment the sound of the Dao resonated, the scattered cultivators at the lower level almost closed their eyes, and those cultivators who had been stuck at the bottleneck of the Tai Golden Immortal for many years felt a thunderous sound in their minds as the shackles that had troubled them for countless years shattered with a bang. Golden Immortals breaking through to Tai entering the Great Dao. Such scenes were not uncommon during the first 3,000 years of the Dao lecture. The entire luminous hall shimmered with light, and manifestations of breakthroughs occurred one after another. Just in the first 3,000 years, the wilderness had gained countless Great Dao Golden Immortals. When the Great Dao was concluded, the lecture entered the realm of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. The scattered cultivators at the lower level gradually began to feel overwhelmed. Many could no longer keep up with Haotian's pace, and could only barely jot down fragments of words to ponder over slowly later. However, those of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal level were quite the opposite. They swam effortlessly through the teachings of the past 3,000 years, one after another, falling into deep realizations surrounded by laws and enveloped in extraordinary phenomena. Among them, the greatest gains were undoubtedly with the three clans. Although the ancestor dragon still could not break through the threshold of the Hunyuan Great Dao Golden Immortal, his comprehension of the laws had advanced by more than one level compared to before. Yuan Feng and Shiqilan were already on the brink, and before the end of these 3,000 years of lecture, they both broke through to the peak of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, standing alongside the ancestor dragon. The elders of the three clans at the Hunyuan Golden Immortal level also had their own gains. Several core descendants of the three clans who had been stuck at the peak of the Great Dao Golden Immortal took the opportunity to break through to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, raising their overall strength. It was not only the three clans, several Hunyuan Golden Immortals of scattered cultivation backgrounds, and those stuck at the peak of the Great Dao for many years also welcomed their breakthroughs during these 3,000 years. As the lecture entered the final 4,000 years of the Hunyuan Great Dao Golden Immortal chapter, the entire luminous hall fell silent. The lower-level scattered cultivators completely abandoned the thought of keeping up, only able to memorize each word by rote, etching them deep into their primordial spirits. The middle-level Great Dao Golden Immortals and most of the Hunyuan Golden Immortals could only grasp a vague understanding, barely catching a few fleeting inspirations. Only the foremost group could still keep pace with Haotian. Among those most at ease were Hong Jun and others. In their past lives, they were Chaos Demon gods. For them, the Hunyuan Great Dao Golden Immortal was merely the starting point of their cultivation. Theoretically, they did not need to listen to this basic knowledge. However, when Haotian spoke of the level of the Hunyuan Great Dao Golden Immortal, the lecture content was no longer just the imparting of Dao techniques, but rather the validation of Dao fruits. Haotian described the Hunyuan Great Dao that he comprehended from the core of Mount Buzhou within the 3,000 laws left by Pangu. These contents corresponded perfectly with the Dao fruits of the laws from Hong Jun and others as Chaos Demon gods in their past lives. This mutual validation might not be of great help to others, but for Hong Jun and their ilk, it was an unprecedented opportunity. They focused their minds using the Chaos Demon God Dao fruits they once possessed as a mirror reflecting upon Haotian's teachings on the Hunyuan Dao techniques, attempting to find their own path of breakthrough in the clash of two different systems. Thus, the entire luminous hall became even more silent, with only the distant and gentle sounds of the Dao resonating throughout the hall amidst the flow of starlight. It was as if the first echo from the beginning of creation had traversed countless ages, landing in the hearts of every listener with closed eyes. The 4,000 years of lectures quietly came to an end amidst the intoxication of the immortals. When the final sounds of the Dao slowly dissipated in the luminous hall, the profound and mysterious rhythm of the laws still lingered in the air, refusing to fade. The immortals in the hall awakened as if from a great dream, each one opening their eyes from their state of enlightenment. Some still had a glimmer of realization in their eyes, while others showed a look of longing, wishing that this lecture lasting 10,000 years could be extended for a few more thousand yuan meetings. The entire luminous hall fell silent for a moment, only to be filled with low murmurs and sentiments. Amidst this low murmur, Haotian's gentle voice clearly reached everyone's ears. Everyone, the 10,000 years of lecture has concluded. You may disperse now. As his words fell, many scattered cultivators and leaders of small to medium forces instinctively prepared to rise and bow, then take their leave. However, amidst this rustling, three individuals stood up simultaneously. The ancestor dragon Yuan Feng and Shiqilan. The three exchanged glances, and in that moment of eye contact, they saw the determination in each other's eyes. This decision had already been made before their arrival, and this lecture lasting 10,000 years had further solidified their judgments. Thus, under the astonished gaze of the gathered immortals, the three former overlords of the wilderness turned in unison, solemnly performing a grand bow to the figure atop the throne. Senior, no, your majesty. The ancestor dragon's voice was steady and resolute, each word striking like a hammer. We have come this time, not only to listen to your majesty's Hunyuan Dao teachings, but also hope to lead the Dragon Clan, Phoenix Clan, Qilin Clan, and their affiliated groups to formally submit to the Heavenly Court. I hope your majesty will grant us this request. The hall erupted in an uproar. Although the three clans had been in seclusion for thousands of yuan meetings, and many had already guessed a few hints when the ancestor dragon and others came with great gifts to pay their respects the moment this sentence was spoken, the entire luminous hall was still stunned into silence. The leaders of the small to medium clans widened their eyes in disbelief, their mouths agape. But unable to make a sound, the scattered cultivators exchanged glances as if they had heard some absurd tale. This was the three clans. The three clans that had once dominated the wilderness and competed for supremacy for countless ages. Their retreat into seclusion had already left people baffled, yet now they were openly submitting. Moreover, doing so under the gaze of so many publicly requesting to join the Heavenly Court. Seated to one side, Hongjun slightly narrowed his eyes, gently pausing, his whisk in hand. Although he had anticipated this, hearing the ancestor dragon speak so solemnly in public still stirred a ripple in his heart. Yang Mei exchanged a glance with the ancestor of Yin and Yang, while the ancestor of the five elements stroked his beard thoughtfully, his gaze lingering on the backs of the ancestor dragon and his companions for a long while. On the other side, Luo Hao's expression fluctuated between joy and anger, his fingers slowly tightening in his sleeve. If he had been merely suspicious before, now everything was certain. It was not the people he suspected like Hongjuan who had awakened the three clans and forced them into retreat, but the one seated upon the throne before him, Haotian. It was Haotian who had thoroughly disrupted his plans. Yet even if he realized this now, what good would it do? Could he really turn against Haotian here? How long could he stand against a mixed Yuan great Luo golden immortal? Perhaps there would even be someone who would take advantage of his predicament. Thinking this, Luo Ho, though unwilling, gradually suppressed the tumultuous emotions within him, and his face returned to a cold indifference. Haotian raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze falling upon the ancestor dragon and his companions. That gaze was calm and profound, as if confirming their most genuine thoughts. Have you all made your decision? Are you certain you want to join the Heavenly Court? His voice was steady, yet carried a weighty reminder. Be aware, once you join the Heavenly Court, it means accepting a certain degree of constraints. Though there is considerable freedom, when necessary, you must also obey orders. Upon hearing this, the ancestor dragon and his companions showed no hesitation, but rather a more resolute expression. They disregarded the astonished, confused, and probing gazes around them, lifting their heads in unison to meet Haotian's gaze with unwavering confidence. Your Majesty, we had already made our decision before coming here. The ancestor dragon's voice resonated like the clash of metal echoing throughout the grand hall. We are willing to pledge our loyalty to your Majesty to lead our three clans to affiliate with the Heavenly Court. If we have any ulterior motives, may the Heavenly Dao forsake us and punish us. As soon as he finished speaking, a deep thunder suddenly erupted from the horizon outside the hall. It was a low and solemn rumble, as if the entire primal world held its breath at that moment. Immediately afterward, a vast and ancient aura descended from the heavens. This was the aura of the Heavenly Dao. Everyone present felt that invisible great power, like an open eye silently observing everything. The will of the Heavenly Dao locked onto the ancestor dragon Yuan Feng and Shi Qilin. This was not a threat, but a witness. In everyone's perception, the three had established some inexplicable connection with the Heavenly Court and with Haotian, as if an invisible chain firmly bound them together. But this was just the beginning. In the next moment, a massive and suffocating fortune surged forth from the depths of the 33 heavens. Like the Milky Way overflowing, it merged unreservedly with the fortunes of the three clans. The accumulated fortunes of countless epochs of the clans were indeed formidable. However, when they all converged with the fortunes of the Heavenly Court, everyone could clearly feel that the fortune of the Heavenly Court was vastly more abundant than that of the three clans combined. Standing there, the ancestor dragon and his companions felt the torrent of fortune far exceeding their expectations wash over them, and a shared thought surged within their hearts: they had bet right. Although the Heavenly Court currently had few personnel, this endorsement from the Heavenly Dao and this depth of fortune were beyond what they could achieve even with the full strength of their clans. As long as they did not act recklessly, not only would the three clans not weaken, but they might even have the chance to advance further. Haotian witnessed all of this, and a hint of appreciation finally flashed in his calm eyes. He then slowly stood up, and with this movement the spiritual energy within the entire hall seemed to momentarily congeal. Since you all are so sincere, his voice was solemn and dignified, each word seemingly carrying the weight of heaven and earth. I shall not disappoint you. He raised his hand, a thread of the Heavenly Emperor's authority condensed at his fingertips, and the entire spectacle of the Heavenly Court correspondingly shifted 10,000 rays of golden light, illuminating the 33 heavens from this day forth. I, in the name of the Heavenly Emperor, appoint the Ancestor Dragon, as the Tsungyuan Emperor, governing the water clans of the four seas, enjoying the fortunes of the Heavenly Court. I appoint Yuan Feng as the Yanhua Emperor, governing the avian clans, enjoying the fortunes of the Heavenly Court. I appoint Shi Qilin as the Zhen Yu Emperor, governing the terrestrial beasts, enjoying the fortunes of the Heavenly Court. 3 beams of golden light descended from the heavens, landing upon the 3 individuals. At that moment, the entire Heavenly Court radiated with brilliance, purple chi, flowing eastward, golden flowers cascading. Celestial music echoed endlessly among the 33 heavens, and even the density of spiritual energy noticeably elevated a notch. A solemn resonance simultaneously echoed deep within the souls of the 3, the sound of the fortunes of the Heavenly Court taking root within them. The 3 clans shall share honor and disgrace with the Heavenly Court, prospering and growing together. Moreover, every 1,000 epochs the 3 clans may use their stored spiritual materials to apply for a quota to exchange for innate spiritual treasures from the Heavenly Court. As Haotian's words fell, the hall fell into silence. If previously everyone had merely observed in shock, now feeling the tangible manifestation of the Heavenly Dao and the surging fortunes, as well as the quota for exchanging spiritual treasures, everyone's mindset shifted. This Haotian had an extraordinary relationship with the Heavenly Dao. Moreover, being able to request the Heavenly Court to refine innate spiritual treasures was an immense benefit. After all, since the creation of the world, it has been commonly accepted that innate spiritual treasures cannot be refined, yet the Heavenly Court seemed to possess some means. Thus it appeared that joining the Heavenly Court was not a choice to hesitate over, but an opportunity presented before them. The first to react were the clan leaders of the Zhuke, Baihu, and Xianwu clans. As the strongest subordinate clans under the 3 clans Zhuke, Baihu, and Xianwu had gained immensely from this millennia-long discourse, their cultivation all breaking through to the midstage of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal. Now seeing the main clan affiliate with the Heavenly Court, gaining the recognition of the Heavenly Dao and the blessing of fortunes along with the quota for exchanging spiritual treasures, how could they sit still? The 3 quickly exchanged glances, seeing the same determination in each other's eyes, and then stepped forward in unison, bowing respectfully. Your Majesty, we also wish to lead our respective clans to join the Heavenly Court, hoping for your Majesty's approval. Haotian looked at the 3 clan leaders who had taken the initiative to volunteer, nodding gently. He had intended to establish the positions of the 4 spirits in the Primordial World, and now that the candidates had come forward, it was just right. Since the Baihu and others wish to join, I naturally welcome you. Just right, I plan to establish the positions of the 4 spirits in the Primordial World, and you 3 shall work together with the Azure Dragon of the Dragon Clan to assume these roles. Hearing this, the Azure Dragon was first taken aback, then quickly stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Azure Dragon will surely do its utmost, and not betray Your Majesty's trust. Listening to the words of Baihu and the others, Haotian nodded slightly, his gaze solemnly sweeping over the 4 individuals as he began the bestowal. Qinglong, you are the war god of the Dragon Clan. Today you are conferred as the Eastern Sacred Beast Qinglong, titled Mingzhong Xinjuan, to guard the Eastern Extreme. Zhuqiu, you are the Fiery Feather of the Phoenix Clan. Today you are conferred as the Southern Sacred Beast Zhuqiu, titled Lingguang Xinjuan, to guard the Southern Extreme. Baihu, you are the General under the Kirin. Today you are conferred as the Western Sacred Beast Baihu, titled Jianbing Xinjuan, to guard the Western Extreme. Xuanwu, you are the Water Forces of the Dragon Clan. Today you are conferred as the Northern Sacred Beast Xuanwu, titled Jiming Xinjuan, to guard the Northern Extreme. For beams of different colors of radiance simultaneously descended upon the 4 individuals: Eastern Blue, Southern Red, Western White, and Northern Black. The divine positions of the 4 sacred beasts were imprinted within their primordial spirits. Looking at the 4 individuals enveloped in luck and divine positions, Haotian continued, the 4 sacred beasts shall be governed by their respective emperors, and they shall perform their duties in the Heavenly Court. In times of expedition, they shall heed the orders of the Lingshao Palace. The Baihu clan, Zhuke clan, and Xuanwu clan share the luck of the Heavenly Court, prospering together and suffering together. Every 1,000 yuan you may apply to the Heavenly Court for a share in the creation of innate spiritual treasures, just like the 3 clans. Feeling their own luck and the clan's luck bound to the Heavenly Court, the sense of fulfillment recognized by the Dao caused the primordial spirits of the 4 to tremble slightly. Unable to suppress their excitement, the 4 knelt on one knee in unison, their voices loud and sincere. We thank Your Majesty for the heavenly grace. At this moment, the many clan leaders in the hall could no longer sit still. The The 3 clans had submitted and the 3 strongest subordinate clans had also submitted. The luck of the Heavenly Court was still climbing, and it looked like a great ship ascending into the sky. Should we join or not? Unlike the loose cultivators who had no ties, every decision related to the fate of their entire clan, and there were naturally more considerations. For a moment, there were those who hesitated, those who observed, and many who secretly planned to discuss it back in their... Several loose cultivators at the early stage of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal were the first to stand up from their cushions. Behind them followed a large group of Great Luo Golden Immortals and Tai Golden Immortals marching forward with a sincere and eager tone. Your Majesty, we also wish to join the Heavenly Court, and we hope Your Majesty will grant permission. Haotian looked at this enthusiastic group of loose cultivators with joy in his heart. The Heavenly Court was in need of people, and having someone come to join was a good thing. But he also understood that it was better to have fewer, but more capable members, without rules there could be no order. Thus he restrained his smile, and said earnestly, if you wish to join the Heavenly Court welcomes you with open arms. However, you will need to undergo some assessments and selections, and I hope you all can understand. Anyone who passes the assessment will receive corresponding innate spiritual treasures and celestial spiritual objects, as well as positions on the divine roster. Even if you fail the assessment once, you will still receive some celestial spiritual objects as compensation, and there will still be opportunities to strive for it again in the future. After he finished speaking, the loose cultivators exchanged glances, and many secretly nodded. It was only reasonable to have assessments, otherwise anyone could enter, which would diminish the value of the Heavenly Court. Moreover, the fact that those who failed would still receive compensation and have another chance showed that this emperor was indeed benevolent. At this moment, Qing Yun and several other celestial officials timely stepped forward, smiling and gesturing, fellow Taoists, please follow us. Several loose cultivators at the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal level nodded first and stepped forward. The large group of loose cultivators surged out of the Hall of Clarity, heading towards the assessment location. This caused the vast Hall of Clarity to instantly become half empty. The remaining individuals were either clan leaders who still needed to return to discuss matters with their clans, or carefree loose immortals who genuinely enjoyed being free and unbound. Haotian looked at the remaining crowd and did not force them. He simply waved his hand calmly. It seems there is nothing more to discuss. If you have no further matters, you may leave. The clan leaders and loose cultivators all bowed respectfully and responded before exiting the Hall of Clarity in groups. Although many had already left in a grand manner, Haotian knew that not everyone had truly departed. His divine sense quietly swept through the layers of space in the Heavenly Court, sensing a few faint presences. Some were hidden in the dark corners of the starry river, while others concealed themselves in the crevices of the sea of clouds. Those individuals had not left, they had merely hidden themselves, and were quietly observing everything. As for who they were, Haotian had a clear understanding in his heart. However, this was not the time to converse with them. Thus, after retracting his divine sense, Haotian turned his gaze back to the ancestor dragon Yuan Feng and Shiqilin, who were still standing in the hall. The 3 had just received their bestowals, and the aura of the emperor's luck had yet to completely settle, yet their faces already showed hints of hesitation. Haotian could see that they still carried a weight in their hearts. Dear friends, Haotian's voice was gentle, yet firm, as if he could see through the deepest worries of the 3. I know what you are worried about. There is no need to fear the one who plotted against you. I will personally give a warning, and this is not all that I can offer you. His tone paused slightly, and each successive word carried heavy weight. As long as you make sufficient contributions to the Heavenly Court, I will allow you to comprehend the Dao treasures and give you a true opportunity to break through to the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal stage. This statement was like a thunderclap resonating explosively in the hearts of the 3. The ancestor dragon suddenly raised his head, disbelief filling his dragon eyes. Yuan Feng's phoenix eyes widened slightly, and even the usually calm Shiqilin could not help but hold his breath. The mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal stage was a realm they had longed for, but could never touch since countless Yuan meetings. It was the most agonizing regret they felt when they witnessed the destruction of their clan and the illusion. If they had been strong enough, how could they have been plotted against to such a degree? If anyone else had said this, they would not have believed a single word. Who in the entire primordial world would dare to promise an opportunity to break through to the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal stage? Even those reincarnated from the Chaos Demon gods were still struggling in the realm of mixed Yuan Golden Immortal. Why would they promise such a thing to others? But the one who said this was the Emperor, the one who effortlessly subdued divine rebels on the battlefield of ferocious beasts. The Haotian Emperor who silently enlightened the 3 clans in dreams and testified the Dao of mixed Yuan on the Unzao mountain. They believed it. No reason was needed. The ancestor dragon took a deep breath, suppressing the surging excitement within him, and together with Yuan Feng and Shi Qilin bowed deeply. "We thank your majesty. Please rest assured, your majesty, we will pledge our lives to serve the heavenly court and will never disappoint your majesty's high hopes." Haotian looked at the serious and almost reverent expressions of the three, and a gentle smile appeared in his eyes. He nodded slightly, his tone filled with unwavering trust. "I believe you can do it, and I also believe that the day you break through will not be far off." With that said, he paused again, his gaze sweeping over the three, before continuing, "Now you may withdraw. Although you have already joined the heavenly court, there must still be many matters in your clans that require your attention. With the three clans just entering the heavenly court, the matters are vast, and there is no need to rush. We take our leave." The ancestor dragon and the three once again performed a bow, and then turned to exit the Hall of Clarity. Their footsteps were much lighter than when they arrived, as the heavy stone weighing on their hearts for thousands of yuan meetings had finally been lifted by the emperor himself. Within their hearts a new flame was igniting. Breaking through to the mixed yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal stage was no longer a distant dream, but a path with a visible end. Watching the figures of the three disappear outside the clear palace, Haotian withdrew his gaze, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Then with a thought his figure silently dissipated from the throne. When he reappeared, he found himself amidst the vast and boundless primordial starry sky. The stars burned silently in the darkness, and the star river spanned the horizon like a shattered band of light. Amidst this starlight several figures stood on either side. Between them was a distance that was neither too far nor too close, appearing both vigilant of one another and carrying an indescribable awkwardness. On one side were Hongju and Yang Mei, the ancestor of Yin Yang and the ancestor of the five elements. They stood in the clear light of the stars, their dusters lightly hanging, expressions calm, yet all subtly adjusted their postures the moment Haotian appeared. On the other side stood only one person, Luo Ho, arms crossed, his demonic aura completely reined in. He wore an impatient and indifferent expression, as if reluctantly attending a gathering in which he had no interest. The two groups stood awkwardly in the starry sky, none daring to speak first. Hongjun maintained his usual expression, the duster resting unmoving in the crook of his arm. Yang Mei slightly lowered his eyelids, seemingly counting the stardust beneath his feet. The ancestor of Yin Yang and the ancestor of the five elements observed with a meditative demeanor, their expressions akin to that of monks in deep concentration. As for Luo Ho, he had not looked at the others, even once, his cold face clearly conveying the message, "Do not talk." It was not until Haotian's figure appeared without warning between the two groups that the subtle balance of the starry sky was disrupted. Everyone turned their gaze towards the newcomer, their lips moving slightly, as if they wished to speak, but did not know where to begin. Instead it was Haotian, dressed in a blue and white Taoist robe, standing above the star river with his hands clasped behind his back, who first revealed a light-hearted smile. "Fellow Taoists, no, perhaps I should address you as seniors. After all, by actual reckoning you have existed in the chaos for countless ages." This statement was made lightly, yet it caused a heaviness to settle in the hearts of those present. Yang Mei's eyes, which were usually half-closed, finally opened fully. He scrutinized Haotian's face, finding no trace of probing or mockery, only an air of calmness. After a moment of silence, he sighed lightly and asked with a hint of bitter amusement, "It seems the fellow Taoist, no, your majesty, already knows our former identities. May I ask how your majesty perceives us?" As soon as the words fell, even Luo Ho turned his gaze toward him. Despite his disdain for Hongjun and the others in this moment, an invisible tether bound them together, for they were all primordial demon gods. Regardless of past grievances or the present stances opposing one another before the already enlightened Haotian, they shared a common identity and the same risk of reckoning. However, Haotian did not immediately answer Yang Mei's question. Instead, he countered, "What do you all believe? How vast is the chaos?" This question came out of nowhere, causing the ancestor of Yin Yang and the ancestor of the five elements to instinctively furrow their brows in confusion. Luo Ho, on the other hand, raised an eyebrow coldly, seeming to think Haotian was beating around the bush. Only Hongjuan, after a brief silence, spoke slowly, his voice as calm as ever, but tinged with caution. "One can only say it is vast. Although we were once primordial demon gods, we cannot claim to have traversed the entire chaos." "Exactly." Haotian gently applauded, a smile gracing his face. That smile held no hint of threat, but instead a composure that felt strange to the others. "Since the chaos is so vast, why do you all think I must target you?" At this the starry sky suddenly, Haotian's voice continued to ring out, unhurried and steady. "Of course, there is a premise: you all must not cross the line. As long as you do not cross this line, I will invest more time and energy into the chaos. Would that not be preferable?" "Chaos?" He was looking at chaos. Hongjun's pupils narrowed slightly. Yang Mei's fingers paused in midair as he stroked his beard, and even Luo Ho's eternally cold face softened for a moment. They all understood. This Haotian did not regard the minor disputes within the primordial realm at all. His chessboard lay not in the primordial realm, but in the vast chaos they once traversed, but could no longer return to. While they were still calculating how to share a piece of the pie in the primordial realm, he had already ascended to a higher dimension, casting his gaze toward far-off horizons. In strategic terms, they had lost by a significant margin. In an instant, a complex and indescribable emotion welled up in the hearts of the few. There was bitterness, helplessness, and more so an ineffable self-deprecation. Once upon a time, they were an existence of unmatched dominance within this chaos. Now they found themselves carefully calculating their space for survival before a younger generation. Haotian looked at the bitter and helpless expressions on the faces of the few, understanding in his heart. Thus he spoke in a gentle tone once more, as if casually inquiring, yet striking right at the heart. You must be wondering the path to the mixed origin must be very difficult, right? Yang Mei raised his eyes to look at Haotian, his lips moving slightly, but he did not respond. In truth, the mixed origin realm is not as difficult as it seems, nor is it as simple as it appears. Haotian did not wait for him to answer, but rather directly clarified, are you all interested in joining the Heavenly Court and becoming guest officials of the Heavenly Court? If you are willing, I can provide an opportunity for you to break through to the mixed origin of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the several changed in unison. Becoming someone's subordinate had never been among their options. Moreover, was breaking through to the mixed origin that simple? They had reincarnated through the primordial realm countless epochs, enduring countless hardships, and now they were merely at the pinnacle of the golden immortal of mixed origin. Though Haotian was a great Luo golden immortal of mixed origin, to speak so casually about providing opportunities for breakthroughs was a bit presumptuous. Yet they could not directly refuse, what would be the consequences of turning down the invitation of a great Luo golden immortal in person? Even if the other party did not turn hostile, could they continue to exist in this primordial world? And was the current chaos truly a place suitable for their return? Seeing the fluctuating expressions on the faces of the few, Haotian understood what they were thinking and did not rush them, calmly continuing, I know you all have doubts in your hearts and are reluctant to rely on others. However, being a guest official of the Heavenly Court is merely an honorary celestial position. You only need to lend a hand when the Heavenly Court is in need, so strictly speaking it does not count as relying on others. His tone remained as gentle as ever, yet the weight of his next words subtly increased. As for the opportunity to break through to the mixed origin, if you do not believe me, that is understandable, but what if there is this item? As his words fell, a warm and ancient radiance shone from his palm. It was a broken jade dish, its surface covered with fine cracks, each crack seemingly containing a profound truth from the time of creation. As its aura slowly radiated, the entire starry sky seemed to fall silent for a moment. The creation jade dish. The few who had managed to maintain their calm until now could no longer hold back their expressions upon seeing that. Yang Mei almost tugged his own beard with his fingers. The Yin Yang ancestor gasped in shock, while the Five Elements ancestor widened his eyes. Even Hong Jun, who usually had a solemn expression, unconsciously tightened his fingers, resting on the whisk. As former Chaos demons, how could they not recognize this treasure? This is the Chaos Supreme Treasure used by Pangu to comprehend the 3,000 Great Dao before the creation of heaven and earth, the creation jade disc. Even if it is now incomplete and lacks the power of its prime, it still remains the creation jade disc. No wonder Haotian dared to claim he could help them break through to the primordial level. With this item in hand, the threshold of the primordial Luo golden immortal is no longer an elusive hope. Although they believed that given enough time they could eventually step back into that realm, the question remained how much time. 100,000 yuan hui, or a million. No one could provide them with an answer. And the creation jade disc is that answer. Their breaths became involuntarily rapid, wavering between agreement and hesitation. As if the excitement was not enough, Haotian slowly opened his other hand. A gray misty pearl lay quietly in his palm, with chaos chi slowly circulating around it. More importantly, an aura that no chaos demon could resist emanated from the pearl, the aura of the Great Dao's blessing. Chaos Pearl, and the blessing of the Great Dao. At this point, the few who could still maintain their composure were utterly speechless. If the creation jade disc could be explained by coincidence, what about the addition of a Chaos Pearl? And what about the glaring blessing of the Great Dao? Who exactly is this person before them, possessing two supreme treasures and having gained the favor of the Great Dao? This was no ordinary primordial Luo golden immortal. This was clearly a favored child of the Great Dao. They all shared a unanimous thought: this individual before them was definitely not simple. The more extraordinary he was, the more cautious they needed to be. Perhaps joining the Heavenly Court was not a humiliation, but rather a rare opportunity. Once this thought arose, it could not be suppressed any longer. Yang Mei exchanged a glance with Hong Jun, seeing the same answer reflected in each other's eyes. He steadied himself and tentatively asked, "Does your majesty mean that as long as we are willing to make a vow to join the heavenly court, there will be an opportunity to comprehend the creation jade disc?" Indeed. Haotian knew they were already intrigued, nodding slightly with a calm tone. "As long as you fellow Taoists make sufficient contributions to the heavenly court, you may comprehend the creation jade disc within the Chaos Pearl. Moreover, the comprehension would occur within the Chaos Pearl under Haotian's control, which made sense. No one would casually hand over a supreme treasure like the creation jade disc to outsiders. Allowed to comprehend it would instead raise suspicion. Moreover, the comprehension would occur within the Chaos Pearl under Haotian's control, which made sense. No one would casually hand over a supreme treasure like the creation jade disc to outsiders. As for whether comprehending within the Chaos Pearl would have any disadvantages, he was not particularly worried. If the other party intended to act against them, they would have done so already without needing to go through such elaborate means. Having come to this conclusion, Yang Mei looked back at Hong Jun, and they exchanged a brief, yet resolute glance. The Yin-Yang ancestor and the Five Elements ancestor also nodded silently. The four no longer hesitated, raising their heads together facing Haotian and the silent starry sky, and solemnly swore by the Great Dao, "May the Heavenly Dao witness, we Yang Mei Hong Jun Yin-Yang and Five Elements willingly join the Heavenly Court, taking the position of guest elder and fulfilling our obligations to the Heavenly Court. If we have any second thoughts, may we perish and be lost forever. May the Great Dao witness this, may the Heavenly Dao witness this." As their words fell, the aura of the Heavenly Dao descended upon the starry sky. The aura was solemn and grave, as if the entire primordial world was listening attentively at that moment. Immediately after, an even more ancient, vast, and indescribable aura slowly descended from the void, the aura of the Great Dao, mysterious, profound, and unfathomable. It merely swept a faint glance over the four, yet caused the four former chaos demons to feel a long-forgotten awe simultaneously. That was a memory etched deep within their essence, an aura they had felt countless times before, but had long since departed from. Once this aura dissipated, the four clearly sensed that an invisible bond had been established between them and the heavenly court. It was not a constraint, but a form of mutual binding. The fortune of the heavenly court was open to them, and their fate was also intertwined with the heavenly court. Everything was settled. However, at that moment, the previously silent Luo, who finally released his arms, crossed over his chest. He clenched his fists, then slowly relaxed with an expression that was hard to tell whether it was conflicted or reluctant. In the end, contrary to everyone's expectations, he spoke. "Haotian fellow Taoist, may I ask for some time to..." Hearing this, Hong Jun and the others could not help but glance sideways. They did not expect this guy to be unable to swallow his pride, even at this stage, preferring to return and ponder rather than join them. However, Haotian understood very well that this Chaos Lord was not only reluctant to lose face, but was also quite proud. Luo, who had never fit in with Hong Jun and the others, having grown accustomed to going solo. For him to stand alongside Hong Jun and take the same vow was more uncomfortable for him than fighting a hard battle. If they joined the heavenly court together, wouldn't that imply he was one of them? This was something he could never swallow. Haotian did not press the matter, merely nodding calmly with a hint of understanding in his tone. "Since Luo, who wishes to consider, I naturally will not force you. When you are ready, you can come to the heavenly court at any time. I just hope that during this time you will only focus on your considerations and not engage in any other matters." Luo Hu's eyes flashed with a complex emotion upon hearing this. He opened his mouth as if wanting to say something, but in the end he only uttered a few words. "Thank you, your majesty. I understand your intentions." With that, his figure transformed into a dark light, vanishing at the end of the galaxy. Haotian watched Luo Hu leave, then turned to the remaining four, speaking casually and at ease. "Everyone, let us return to the heavenly court first. There are some matters we can discuss in detail. As your majesty wishes." Yang Mei spoke first, his tone already carrying a hint of respectful gravity. Not flattery, but the demeanor one should have after making a wise choice. Hong Jun, the Yin-Yang ancestor, and the Five Elements ancestor all nodded in agreement. In the next moment, Haotian clasped his hands behind his back, the 3,000 laws spontaneously swirling around him, and with a single step he stirred the entire galaxy into a slight tremor. The four followed closely behind, each releasing their own Chaos Dao rhythm, as five figures transformed into a magnificent rainbow spanning the sky. Wherever they passed, the stars avoided them, and the rivers of stars rolled back, carrying an overwhelming Dao rhythm towards the 33 heavens. Upon returning to the Lingxiao Palace, Yang Mei began to examine every detail of this majestic palace. The glazed golden tiles shimmered with colors under the reflection of spiritual energy, while the engraved laws on the pillars emitted a faint, oppressive aura. He silently marveled at the depth of the heavenly court, and after a moment of silence he took the initiative to speak, his tone carrying a hint of probing. Your Majesty, may I inquire what you meant by making significant contributions? Haotian, upon hearing this, had no intention of beating around the bush and replied directly, there are several methods. Long-term service to the heavenly court, accumulating contributions over time, is one way. Being able to act when the heavenly court has specific needs is another, or presenting valuable treasures in sufficient quantity. But the fastest way is to meet the heavenly court's immediate special needs, or to present a large amount of the treasures required by the heavenly court at once. His words were clear and unambiguous. The others exchanged glances, each calculating what they had that could be presented. After a brief silence, Hangjun was the first to act. He gently placed his whisk on his arm and retrieved a banner-like treasure. The banner was enveloped in a layer of faint chaotic energy. Ancient runes, difficult even for the Hunyuan Golden Immortal to fully decipher, were inscribed on the banner, and as soon as it appeared, the air in the Lingxiao Palace seemed to solidify. Your Majesty, Hangjun's voice remained calm as always, but his fingers gripping the banner tightened involuntarily. Can this treasure meet the requirements for contribution? Haotian's gaze fell upon the banner, and a glimmer of realization crossed his eyes as he said in mild surprise, Pangu banner. He paused, and his tone grew meaningful. But my friend, are you sure you want to exchange this treasure? This is one of the 3 treasures of creation. Although its power has diminished under the seal of the Dao, it can still exert the might of a primordial treasure. Hangjun understood the implication in Haotian's words. The other party was not greedily expressing joy, but rather offering him a chance to reconsider his choice. He fell silent for a moment, a bitter and helpless expression crossing his face as he slowly said, Your Majesty's kindness is appreciated. But apart from this treasure, I truly do not know what else I can offer for exchange. While this treasure is indeed valuable, I have never been able to wield it adeptly. It feels as if it was never meant to belong to me. Since it is of no use to keep it, I would rather exchange it for an opportunity to comprehend the Taoist jade plate. Haotian listened quietly, nodding slightly in his heart. Hangjun spoke the truth. The Pangu banner, as one of the 3 supreme treasures transformed from the Pangu axe, was inherently linked to the grand cause of creation. Although Hangjun was a chaotic demon god in his past life, he was not Pangu, and there remained an invisible barrier between him and the banner, preventing him from fully unleashing its power. Of course, there was a deeper intention. Hangjun probably worried about being overly fixated on this treasure. He chose to present it early to exchange for a chance to comprehend, demonstrating sincerity, while also eliminating potential risks, proving himself to be quite clever. Thinking of this, Haotian couldn't help but smile inwardly, though he merely nodded calmly on the surface. In that case, it can be arranged. You may enter the Chaos Pearl at any time to comprehend the Taoist jade plate. With Hangjun setting an example, the Yin-Yang ancestor also began to feel restless. After contemplating, he gritted his teeth and retrieved a treasure. It was an ancient scroll flowing with the energies of Yin and Yang, depicting a black and white interplay, as if containing the most fundamental oppositions and unifications of the universe. Since Hangjun has offered the Pangu banner, the Yin-Yang ancestor's voice carried a hint of reluctance, but was more resolute. I will exchange it with the Taiji diagram. How does your Majesty see this? Of course it can be arranged. Haotian looked at the Taiji diagram, smiling as he nodded. If the Yin-Yang friend is willing, you may enter the Chaos Pearl together with Hangjun to comprehend at any time. Upon hearing this, Hangjun and the Yin-Yang ancestor showed expressions of relief. However, this left Yang Mei and the 5 Elements ancestor standing awkwardly to the side. The 2 exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of difficulty in the other's eyes. They did not possess treasures of the caliber of the Pangu banner or the Taiji diagram to exchange. In terms of wealth, they indeed fell short compared to Hangjun and Yin-Yang, and now by comparison, they felt even more constrained. Haotian had long noticed their awkwardness, but spoke calmly. You 2 need not worry. Although you cannot currently present similar treasures, you both possess other capabilities that can aid the heavenly court. He first looked at Yang Mei, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. For instance, Yang Mei, you can assist me in creating a batch of teleportation arrays. Yang Mei's brows slightly lifted upon hearing this. In his past life, he was a space demon god in the chaos with an understanding of spatial laws unmatched in all of Hongwang. He almost instantly grasped the meaning behind Haotian's words. Ordinary teleportation arrays did not require the involvement of a space demon god. The teleportation arrays that required direct participation from a space demon god could only have one destination. The teleportation arrays you speak of, your Majesty. Yang Mei began to speak slowly, his tone carrying a hint of probing, but it was mostly certainty. Are you referring to those that can teleport to the depths of chaos? Haotian did not deny it, nodding calmly. As you have guessed, it is indeed that kind of cross-boundary teleportation. If I were to undertake this alone, it would require a considerable amount of time and effort, so I need the assistance of a space demon god like you. Yang Mei took a deep breath inwardly. The pace of this monarch was even faster than he had previously anticipated. However, this did not pose any harm to him, so he did not hesitate further and slightly bowed. In that case, I will do my utmost. Haotian then turned to the five elements ancestor and continued. As for the five elements friend, the current five elements energy in Hong Huang is indeed somewhat chaotic, and there has not been a suitable candidate to regulate it. You were the five elements demon god in your past life, and regulating the five elements of Hong Huang is your responsibility. Although this will take a long time to achieve, I can promise that you two may enter the Chaos Pearl early to comprehend the Taoist Jade Plate. Once you both break through, it will not be too late to fulfill these responsibilities. Upon hearing this, Yang Mei and the five elements ancestor both raised their heads simultaneously. Comprehend first, then work. This was an advance in benefits. Haotian laid his sincerity directly on the table without embellishment or bargaining. The two exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes they found the same answer. Such conditions left no reason for refusal. Your Majesty's trust is greatly appreciated. We shall do our utmost to fulfill our duties. Their voices were solemn and resolute, signifying their formal agreement. Haotian slightly nodded, knowing that this matter had been completely settled. He said no more, casually taking out the Chaos Pearl, the grayish pearl, slowly rotating in his palm, emitting an aura of profound mystery. The creation Jade Plate, though incomplete, can now accommodate two people for comprehension simultaneously. Haotian's gaze swept over the four individuals. Please discuss among yourselves who will go first. Hong Jun, Yang Mei, Yin Yang, and Wu Xing exchanged glances. In the end, it was Yang Mei who chuckled, breaking the silence first, then Hong Jun and Yin Yang. Please go ahead. We have waited so long that we don't mind waiting a little longer. Yang Mei is right. The ancestor of Wu Xing nodded in agreement. You two may go first. Hong Jun and the ancestor of Yin Yang did not decline, solemnly clasping their hands to the two. Thank you, fellow Taoists. After speaking, the two did not delay any longer, stepping forward as their figures transformed into two streaks of light and entered the Chaos Pearl. After watching the two enter the Chaos Pearl, Yang Mei turned and smiled at Haotian. Your Majesty, since the two fellow Taoists have entered the Chaos Pearl, it is unlikely for us to be called upon anytime soon. We will take our leave for now. If your Majesty has any orders, please feel free to summon us. Please take care. Haotian responded calmly, watching the two exit the Lingxiao Treasure Hall. Then he stepped forward, his figure disappearing from the throne. When he reappeared, Haotian had arrived at the Taiwei Yuqing Palace. This palace was his resting place, located in the most serene corner of the 33 heavens, rich in spiritual energy and devoid of noise, with laws flowing gently and not violently. The interior of the palace was extremely elegant, adorned with jade trees and flowers, with ethereal mist flowing gently within. In the center of this palace, a piece of chaos spirit stone floated in midair. The surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be drawn by an invisible hand, rushing toward the spirit stone at a visible speed, forming a massive vortex of spiritual energy. At the same time, strands of law power continuously circled and intertwined around the spirit stone, enveloping it layer by layer. Haotian stood at the palace door watching this scene and quietly let out a sigh of relief. He knew this was a sign that the Yao Pool was about to take form. During this 100-yuan meeting, he had been communicating with the consciousness that had already been born within the spirit stone. Perhaps due to the closeness to the origin, at first Yao Pool was a bit timid, speaking in a hesitant manner, cautiously testing the waters. But gradually that voice became increasingly natural and familiar, transforming from a few stuttering words into complete sentences, and eventually they could chat for a long time. Between them, they naturally referred to each other as senior brother and junior sister. Although strictly speaking they did not share a common master. Yet Haotian always felt that senior Pangu could be considered their half-master. It was Pangu who placed the two pieces of chaos spirit stone together and entrusted Yao Pool to him as well. This kindness and connection made it reasonable to call each other senior brother and junior sister. As for where his relationship with Yao Pool would lead in the future, Haotian was not in a hurry. As he had always said, there was plenty of time, so they would take it slow. In this time and space, everything was entirely different from its original trajectory. Although he and Yao Pool had become familiar and close, neither he nor Yao Pool was evidently ready for a further psychological step. Rather than hastily defining anything, it was better to let time gradually validate it. Gathering these chaotic thoughts, Haotian raised his hand, transforming the celestial quartz fortune into a gentle golden light, slowly infusing it into the chaos spirit stone. With the enhancement of fortune, the vortex of spiritual energy around the spirit stone suddenly accelerated, and the concentration of law power continued to rise. When everything reached the critical point, the entire chaos spirit stone suddenly erupted with brilliant light. That light was not blinding, but warm and sacred, illuminating the entire Taiwei Yuqing Palace as if it were daylight. The surface of the spirit stone began to show fine cracks, and from each crack pure brilliance surged forth. Enveloped by the power of law, the spirit stone gradually deformed and reorganized, slowly condensing into the outline of a slender figure. At that moment, the phenomena of heaven and earth erupted simultaneously. The phantom of the river of time flowed through the grand hall. Golden flowers fell from the void like rain, and a faint ethereal music echoed leisurely between the 33 heavens. When the power of law finally dissipated and the light converged, a young girl appeared in the place. She looked to be around 16 or 17 years old, dressed in a plain white long dress. A light golden ribbon was tied around her waist, and her long black hair cascaded down to her waist like a waterfall, with a pure white jade hairpin inserted among her locks. Her features were exquisite, unlike those of a mortal, with brows like distant mountains and eyes like autumn waters. Her skin was fair with a hint of delicate pink, and she appeared like a white lotus freshly bloomed from chaos, elegant and untainted. But this was far from the end. Just at the moment Yao Pool successfully took form, the vast fortune of the celestial court surged into her body like 100 rivers returning to the sea. Her talent, roots, and origins underwent earth-shattering changes under the enhancement of fortune. At the moment of transformation, her cultivation soared as if riding a rocket, with phenomena of heaven and earth flooding in. The richness of the tributaries of the river of time was far beyond the scale of an ordinary cultivator breaking through to the great Luo golden immortal. The human flower above Yao Pool's primordial spirit slowly bloomed in dazzling light. 1 petal, 2 petals, 3 petals. The petals open layer by layer, each bloom accompanied by a crisp sound of the Dao. 7 petals, 8 petals, 9 petals. A full 9 petals of the human flower. Haotian looked at the flower that had bloomed to its fullest, finally letting out a long sigh of relief. The 9 petals of bloom signified that Yao Pool's talent and roots had reached the pinnacle level of the primordial era. Although there was still a gap compared to his 12 petals, yet 9 petals were sufficient for her to travel far on her future cultivation path, at least not falling too far behind him. Senior brother. The freshly transformed Yao Pool opened her eyes, her clear gaze filled with joy. I have broken through to the great Luo. And moreover, I have bloomed 9 petals. Her voice was crisp and cheerful, carrying a hint of newborn excitement and a sense of eagerness to share her joy with the person before her. Like a chick just peeking out of its nest, unable to wait to show off its newly grown feathers. Haotian looked at her slightly flushed face. Due to excitement, a gentle smile emerging at the corners of his mouth. Congratulations, junior sister. However, junior sister has just broken through. The most important thing now is to solidify your realm and further elevate your cultivation. After your cultivation is stable, senior brother will take you to tour the celestial court and the entire primordial. Upon hearing this, Yao Pool's eyes sparkled as she nodded enthusiastically. Although she had just taken form, she understood better than anyone else. Senior brother had already attained the Dao of the great primordial golden immortal, while she was only just at the great Luo. The gap was too vast. Thus she clenched her small fist tightly, making a silent resolution. At the very least, she needed to break through to the peak of the great Luo, or even step into the realm of the great primordial golden immortal, to have the qualification to stand beside senior brother. With this thought, Yao Pool said nothing more, obediently sitting cross-legged, quickly entering a state of cultivation. The surrounding spiritual energy gathered once more. This time, although the momentum was not as grand as during her transformation, it was steadier and longer. Haotian quietly watched this scene, a hint of complexity flashing in his eyes. But that complexity quickly dissipated, replaced by a faint sense of determination. He flipped his hand to take out the Chaos Pearl, and with a thought he brought the cultivating Yao Pool into the Chaos Pearl. Although Hong Jun and the ancestor of Yin Yang were currently comprehending the creation jade plate inside the Chaos Pearl, Yao Pool did not need that for now. What she needed was a closed-off place rich in spiritual energy and dense with laws. The interior of the Chaos Pearl formed a chaotic space, precisely the most suitable place for comprehending the laws of the Dao and impacting the great primordial golden immortal. Especially under the current trend of the Dao gradually retreating and the heavenly Dao gradually reviving. The laws of the Dao inside the Chaos Pearl were clearer than those outside, greatly benefiting Yao Pool's cultivation. Of course, he specifically placed Yao Pool in a different area from Hong Jun and the others, ensuring that they would not disturb each other. After completing all this, Haotian put away the Chaos Pearl and turned to leave the Taiwei Yuqing Palace. Now that the Celestial Court was just established, there was much to be done, including the placement after the 3 clans joined. The daily rotation of the 4 sacred beasts, the sealing of immortal officials after assessing scattered cultivators, and the site selection and construction of the cross-dimensional teleportation array. And there was also the uncertainty of Luo Ho, who might change his mind at any time. A mountain of various affairs was piling up, and there were still many matters waiting for him to handle. In the primordial chaos, there is no sense of time. Since the Heavenly Emperor began expounding the Dao of primordial unity in the 33 heavens, thousands of yuan hui have quietly passed. During these thousands of yuan hui, the landscape of the primordial world has undergone subtle yet profound changes. Most of the various forces that once listened to the teachings in the Hall of Clarity have chosen to retreat into seclusion. Fully immersed in the gains of the teachings, they attempt to transform those precious insights into tangible cultivation. Others have simply chosen to completely withdraw from the world, closing their doors to live their own lives indifferent to worldly affairs. Among them, the most low-key are the three great overlords of the primordial world, the Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan, and the Qilin Clan. Since they pledged allegiance to the Heavenly Court, the three clans have seemingly changed their natures. In addition to annually paying vast amounts of heavenly materials and cultivation resources to the Heavenly Court, they have remained firmly entrenched in their ancestral lands. Deep in the four seas atop the peak of the undying volcano amidst the clouds of Qilin Cliff, the elites of the three clans rarely step out of their ancestral grounds. Forget about expansion and domination. Even their appearances in the outside world have become exceedingly rare. Deep in the four seas atop the peak of the undying volcano amidst the clouds of Qilin Cliff, the elites of the three clans rarely step out of their ancestral grounds. Forget about expansion and domination. Even for a time, the entire primordial world seemed to have entered an era of seclusion. The older generation of powerhouses appeared to have made a silent agreement, one after another vanishing from the stage of the primordial world, leaving this vast expanse to the newcomers. It is precisely in this void that a new generation of innate deities and demons has emerged, gradually stepping onto the stage of the primordial world. Each of these newly born innate beings possesses an extraordinary background. On Mount Wanshou in the primordial world, an elder transformed from the supreme, innate spiritual root, the ginseng fruit tree, calls himself Jin Yuanzi. Meanwhile, in the primordial fire cloud cave, there is a scattered immortal transformed from a primordial red cloud, gentle and carefree, who calls himself Hongyun Daoist. On the shores of the East Sea, a pure yang aura coalesces into form named Dong Wang Gong. Deep within the mountains of the western Kunlun, the West Queen Mother is also born. On the moon star, a pair of sisters, Shihi and Chang, she almost simultaneously open their eyes enveloped in the cool moonlight. In Xixiao Mountain, a brother and sister live in close companionship. The elder brother Fu Shi is naturally steady each day, deducing the mysteries of heaven and earth with the 8 trigrams. His younger sister Nu Hua often gazes at the vast land, feeling that something is missing in this grand primordial world. In the distant west, Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti sit opposite each other in the mountains, seemingly pondering something. On the sun star, golden flames surge endlessly as the brothers Di Jun and Tai Yi take form, one holding the river map, and the low book, the other supporting the East Emperor Bell with lofty aspirations. In the depths of the underworld blood sea, the ancestor of the Nether River stands on a flaming red lotus, holding the dual swords of Ubi Yuan, to his gaze cold and profound. In the depths of the North Sea, a giant Kuan leaps from the water, transforming into a Peng soaring into the sky for 90,000 miles. This is the Kuanping. One by one, the innate deities and demons take the stage, each possessing the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal, creating a dazzling spectacle akin to a myriad of shining stars. However, among this new generation of innate deities and demons, the most noteworthy are the two groups that genuinely inherit the legacy of Pangu, known as the true disciples of Pangu. The 3 pure ones, and the 12 ancestor witches. The 3 pure ones are transformed from the 3 primordial spirits of Pangu. The Taiji Dao master resides at the peak of Kunlun Mountain, spending his days refining pills and comprehending the Dao, remaining taciturn. The Yuqing primordial heavenly sovereign has the most austere temperament, his aura instilling awe, while the Shangqing spiritual treasure, heavenly sovereign, acts freely and unconventionally. Though the 3 brothers have distinct personalities, their cultivations all reside at the pinnacle of Great Luo, subtly touching the edge of a higher realm. The 12 ancestor witches are transformed from the 12 drops of Pangus essence blood, residing beneath Zhou Mountain. Each possesses unparalleled physical strength, able to contend against innate spiritual treasures with sheer bodily power. Di Jiang Zhu Jiu Yin Ho Tu Xian Ming Zhu Rong Gong Gong. Each of the 12 ancestor witches governs a unique divine ability. Although they do not cultivate the primordial spirit or practice magical arts, their innate Panga bloodline is enough to instill trepidation in any opponent. The 2 sides reside, one on Kunlun and the other beneath Zhou Mountain, with little interaction between them. There are no grievances to speak of, merely each quietly cultivating and coexisting in peace. However, despite their deep roots and exceptional talents, this new generation of innate deities and demons faces a common dilemma. They lack sufficient understanding of the current primordial world. With the older generation of powerhouses retreating one after another, the three clans remaining indoors, only those forces that have personally experienced the grand teachings of the Heavenly Court are aware of its existence. These newcomers who have only just taken form for a few thousand yuan hui cannot find a mentor to guide them. Knowledge about the great unity, golden immortal, the Heavenly Court, and the order of heaven and earth is completely foreign to them. What path should their future cultivation take? What realm lies above the great Luo? No one provides them with answers. They can only rely on instinct and talent, stumbling forward on the road of cultivation. Yet the more they cultivate, the more these newly transformed innate deities and demons sense something amiss. Within the realm of Great Luo, their cultivation is indeed smooth. With their deep roots and exceptional talents, most of the new generation of deities and demons successfully reached the late stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal, even touching the pinnacle of Great Luo. In the Primordial World, this level of cultivation is already enough to look down upon most living beings. However, the moment they touch the boundary of the Great Luo pinnacle, no matter how hard they try, their cultivation feels as if it is firmly held down by an invisible hand, unable to ascend even the slightest bit. No matter how much they seclude themselves in hard training, or how much spiritual energy from heaven and earth they absorb, that barrier stands resolutely unmoving, as if an invisible membrane has tightly sealed off their path ahead. But what exactly is this membrane? How do the three flowers bloom? Where is the threshold of the great unity, golden, immortal? No one provides them with answers. For a time, these once spirited new generation innate deities and demons find themselves in unprecedented confusion. They stand at the edge of the great Luo pinnacle, clearly feeling that a broader world awaits across the chasm, yet unable to find a bridge to cross. And when the path is obscured, some cannot help but feel restless. The anxiety of being stuck at a bottleneck, coupled with their innate pride, leads some ambitious deities and demons to nurture a thought. Since they cannot temporarily break through their cultivation, why not first expand their territory, gather a group of followers, and accumulate resources and power? What if they find an opportunity for breakthrough during the process of expansion? Once this thought takes root, it can no longer be suppressed. The most active among them are none other than the witch clan beneath Mount Buzhou and the brothers Di Jun and Tai Yi on the Sun Star. The former tentatively expands on the land, attempting to gradually extend their influence to the areas surrounding Mount Buzhou. The latter turns their gaze towards the vast primordial starry sky, with Di Jun and Tai Yi leading a group of followers beginning to stake their claim in the cosmos. One star after another is incorporated into their sphere of influence. At first, everything goes smoothly, whether it is the Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan, or the Qilin Clan, they all turn a blind eye to these minor expansions, too lazy to intervene. After all, having experienced the three-clan struggle in the dream world and the teachings of the Heavenly Court, this level of commotion appears to them no different from children's play. However, this does not mean that one can turn a blind eye. There is a limit and a premise to such tolerance. As the expansions of the two major forces became increasingly unrestrained and began to encroach upon forbidden territories, the three clans ultimately decided to issue a warning. In the depths of the primordial starry sky within the Ziwei star domain, a scene not uncommon was unfolding. Recently transformed Ziwei found himself cornered at his own doorstep by Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, his expression dark as he stared at the two uninvited guests. Emperor Jun stood with his hands behind his back, wearing a smile, his tone sincere and polite. Ziwei, my friend, we have come today to sincerely invite you to join us. In this vast and unknown primordial realm, banding together is far better than fighting alone. As a transformed celestial of the Imperial Star, your status is esteemed. If you could join forces with my brother and me, what great enterprise could we not achieve? Tai Yi, standing nearby, said little, but nodded in agreement. Yet his fingers absently tapped on the Eastern Emperor bell in his hand. The ancient chaotic bell emitted a dull and distant hum, its deterrent power evident. I sincerely invite you, but if you refuse to understand the gravity of the situation, then it is no longer a matter of sincerity. Ziwei's expression grew even more unsightly. As a transformed celestial, his status was no less than that of the Sun Star. Why should he bow to others and submit? Moreover, he had no ambitions for expansion or conquest. He merely wished to quietly cultivate on his own Ziwei star. Yet despite this, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi still brought people to block his door, using an invitation as a guise for coercion, which was simply too much. Ziwei clenched his fists, feeling a surge of frustration, nearly ready to fight to the death. Just at this tense moment, three vast and powerful auras descended from the void without warning. The strength of those auras was like three invisible mountains pressing down on everyone present. Emperor Jun's expression shifted slightly. Tai Yi instinctively tightened his grip on the Eastern Emperor bell, while Ziwei froze in place. The owners of the three auras gradually revealed themselves. Elder Ao Yun of the Dragon Clan, Elder Feng Li of the Phoenix Clan, and a middle-aged Taoist wearing the celestial official robe of the Heavenly Court, holding a whisk. The newcomer was none other than the Qingyun Taoist. Emperor Jun's eyelids twitched. Although he had recently transformed as a primal god demon nurtured by the sun, his perception was far sharper than that of ordinary cultivators. The three individuals before him possessed unfathomable cultivation far exceeding the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Especially the Dragon and Phoenix clans, he had heard some rumors in the remnants of primordial memories. They were once the colossal powers that dominated the primordial realm, their strength immense, definitely beyond the means of these newly transformed god demons. Emperor Jun took a deep breath, quickly suppressing the unease in his heart, and once again donned a calm and polite demeanor, bowing with cupped hands. "I am Emperor Jun. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed seniors. May I ask what brings you here, esteemed seniors?" As he spoke, even the usually proud Tai silently put away the Eastern Emperor bell and bowed his head in respect. Ziwei let out a sigh, his tensed nerves finally relaxing a bit, and he hurriedly bowed in respect, his posture both reverent and somewhat restrained. The Dragon Clan elder and the Phoenix Clan elder exchanged glances, a hint of intrigue flashing in their eyes. This Emperor Jun, who had just been suppressed, was not angry or resentful. Instead, he was able to quickly sheath his sharpness, lower his posture, and respectfully inquire with neither arrogance nor servility. This ability to adapt and remain composed was certainly not something an ordinary character could possess. However, they did not say much more, merely directing their gaze to the Qingyun Taoist ahead. The Qingyun Taoist observed Emperor Jun's cautious demeanor, feeling a slight stir within, yet maintaining an expression as calm as water. He understood what the other party was after, probing for information and assessing the newcomers' backgrounds before proceeding. Nonetheless, the Heavenly Court had no intention of exterminating these newly transformed god demons, so he spoke in a gentle tone. "You have only transformed for a few hundred yuan meetings. You may not fully grasp the current situation of the primordial realm. Now the primordial world is under the control of the Heavenly Court. Many major clans, including the Dragon Clan, Phoenix Clan, and Qilin Clan, serve the Heavenly Court of maintaining the order of the primordial realm together. What the Heavenly Court desires is the stability and order of the entire primordial realm. Conflicts of the great Luo level like the one among you are not what the Heavenly Court wishes to see, so I ask you to withdraw." His words were delivered in a friendly manner, even gentle, but the underlying meaning was anything but. Minor skirmishes could be overlooked, yet should a conflict of the great Luo level erupt, the Heavenly Court would intervene. Emperor Jun fell silent for a moment upon hearing this, while a flash of discontent crossed Tai's eyes. With the Eastern Emperor bell in hand, he felt he could hold his own against one of them. However, facing three was an entirely different matter. He might not even win in an unknown match, and he wouldn't engage in a guaranteed losing battle. Emperor Jun, however, thought deeper than Tai. He felt no anger, no resentment, but rather a sense of relief within. For this time he realized that his perspective was still too narrow. The depth of the old forces of the primordial realm was far greater than he had imagined. Especially the Heavenly Court, capable of compelling the Dragon and Phoenix clans to submit. The presence of the Qingyun Taoist, who confidently stepped forward to mediate, indicated an unfathomable strength. Although this expansion had encountered setbacks, it had managed to reveal some hidden truths, which was already a gain. Understanding this, Emperor Jun ceased any further pointless entanglement, promptly bowed with cupped hands, and spoke sincerely and decisively. "Thank you for your guidance, esteemed senior. I know what to do now. I will take my leave with my people." The Qingyun Taoist's eyes flashed with surprise. He had expected the other party to hesitate for a moment, or at least probe a few questions, yet was surprised by their decisiveness. This ability to let go and take hold, if not lost, would surely lead to great accomplishments in the future. Emperor Jun also kept his word, not lingering, and directly led Tai and his subordinates away from the Ziwei Star Domain, not looking back. Seeing the troublemakers had retreated, the Qingyun Taoist and the other two prepared to turn away. At this moment, Ziwei, who had remained silent, quickly stepped forward, deeply bowed, his tone urgent, yet respectful. "May I ask, esteemed seniors, what exactly is the Heavenly Court you mentioned?" Looking at the desire and apprehension on Ziwei's face, the Qingyun Taoist merely chuckled, not answering directly. "It won't be long before an extraordinary phenomenon arises in the primordial realm." He turned lightly, waving his whisk, his tone carrying a hint of profound certainty. "At that time you will naturally understand what the Heavenly Court truly is." As his words fell, the three stepped forward, and the space before them seemed to tear open like thin paper. The three figures vanished into the rift, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Only Ziwei remained standing alone on the Ziwei Star, staring blankly in the direction they had vanished, the phrase, "It won't be long," echoing repeatedly in his heart. A similar scene unfolded beneath the Buzhou Mountain. In the face of the probing expansion of the Witch Clan, several elders from the three clans arrived together with celestial officials from the Heavenly Court, using the same approach to make them understand what it meant to be people beyond people, heavens beyond heavens. Though the 12 ancestral witches were all proud and unyielding when faced with the pressure of three beings at the level of the primordial golden immortal, they could only temporarily withdraw their sharpness. One by one, the newly transformed primal god demons attempting to expand began to dimly realize that above them was a realm called the Heavenly Court. The news of Emperor June and the Witch Clan being warned by the Heavenly Court initially spread only among a small circle of well-informed primeval deities. Most of the newly awakened deities who had just emerged from their transformation had never even heard of the Heavenly Court. However, as time passed, the news quietly spread like an undercurrent through the underground networks of the primordial world. More and more primeval deities began to realize that above them lay a realm called the Heavenly Court. Kunlun Mountain, the Taoist temple of the Three Pure Ones. The three pure brothers were seated around a sturdy ancient pine tree with a square blue stone before them upon which a crude diagram of the 8 trigrams was carved. Laozi sat cross-legged with his eyes slightly closed, gently waving a fan in his hand, seemingly engaged in some calculation. Yuan Shi sat upright like a pine tree, his back straight, with a faint jade light swirling around him. Tong Tian leaned lazily against the tree, trunk one leg bent, and the other stretched out idly, drawing circles on the ground with a casually broken pine branch. Elders, Tong Tian spoke first, breaking the silence. I suppose you've heard about the recent uproar outside. Those 2 golden crows from the Sun Star brought people to block the entrance of ZY, but they were intercepted on the spot by 3 elders who appeared out of nowhere. TSK Tisk, the elders of the Dragon and Phoenix clans along with that Heavenly Court official sent only 3, yet Emperor June withdrew his people without a second thought. Yuan Shi frowned slightly, his tone cautious. It's not just the Sun Star. The Witch Clan beneath Buzhou Mountain has been expanding even more aggressively than the Sun Star, and they too were suppressed in the same manner. With the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans joining forces with the Heavenly Court, all sides simultaneously intervened, and even the 12 ancestral witches had no choice but to hold back their arrogance. Laozi slowly opened his eyes, pausing the fan in his hand to make the ancient 3 clans bow their heads. This Heavenly Court is not simple. Not just not simple. Tong Tian tossed away the pine branch, sitting up straight, a glint of excitement in his eyes. Elders, think about it. What kind of existence are the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans? They were once the overlords that dominated the primordial world, legendary figures. When we transformed, the 3 clans had already retreated, but their heritage remains. To make the 3 clans relinquish their authority and willingly become subjects, what realm must the ruler of that Heavenly Court possess? At least above the Great Luo, perhaps even stronger. Yuan Shi's voice turned solemn. Tong Tian gasped, but upon calming down he felt that it indeed could only be at that realm. Laozi remained silent for a moment, then shook his head. No matter how powerful the Heavenly Court is, we must not offend them lightly. We, the 3 pure ones, have always avoided the world at Kunlun, seeking only enlightenment, not contention with others. As long as we do not provoke trouble ourselves, the Heavenly Court will likely not seek us out. Yuan Shi nodded in agreement. Elder brother speaks true. We only need to focus on our own path of enlightenment at Kunlun and not meddle in others' affairs. Tong Tian pouted, but also knew that his 2 brothers were right, so he did not argue further. Similar discussions were unfolding in various corners of the primordial world. On Qixiao Mountain, Fushi used the 8 trigrams to deduce the origins of the Heavenly Court, but only came up with a fog of uncertainty. Bewildered. In Wuzhuang Temple on Mount Wanshou, Zhen Yuanzi sat across from Hong Yun, whose side the Heavenly Court is far greater than we imagined. Zhen Yuanzi deeply agreed. On the Taiyin Star, He and Chang, she sat together in front of the Guanghan Palace, gazing silently at the 33 heavens hidden within the sea of clouds. In the Blood Sea, Ming, he raised his eyes to glance at the sky, then submerged himself back into the depths of the Blood Sea. In the Western Kunlun, the Western Queen Mother gazed at the primordial starry sky, her eyes reflecting a complex expression. She always felt there was some existence there that she had yet to comprehend, as if there was an indescribable connection with her. Just as the deities of the primordial world were digesting the news of Emperor June and the Witch Clan being warned, a grand celestial phenomenon suddenly descended. It was a beam of golden light, cascading down from the 33 heavens. The golden light poured down like a waterfall, spreading across the central expanse of the primordial sky, dyeing large swathes of clouds a golden hue. Following that, a vast and boundless phantom of the Heavenly Court slowly emerged in the sky. The 4 great heavenly gates stood majestically, with glazed golden tiles shimmering in the sea of clouds, while the 36 palaces and 72 halls layered towards the horizon. The grand door of the Lingxiao Hall at the center of the Heavenly Court swung wide open. A figure seated upon the throne, though blurred, exuded an aura capable of suppressing heaven and earth. At the same time, a massive influx of information surged into the primordial souls of every primeval deity, like a tidal wave. This information clearly documented the current situation of the primordial world. The Heavenly Court governs heaven and earth with the Dragon Phoenix and Shielan clans along with the four spirits of heaven and earth now affiliated with the Heavenly Court, collectively maintaining order in the primordial world. The ruler of the Heavenly Court, the Emperor of Heaven, has attained the Dao of the Great Luo Golden Immortal at Buzhou Mountain, and prior to the numerous Yuan meetings began expounding the Dao of Huan Yuan, with most of the older generation of powerful beings in the primordial world retreating into seclusion. What the Heavenly Court seeks is the stability and order of the primordial realm, with any large-scale conflicts under the watchful eyes of the Heavenly Court. The celestial phenomenon came swiftly and departed just as quickly. In a mere moment the phantom of the Heavenly Court gradually dissipated into the clouds. Yet every primeval deity present found it hard to shake off the shock for a long time. Those once self-important newly born deities finally understood. They were not standing at the pinnacle of the primordial world, but rather at the foot of a mountain called the Heavenly Court. In the Lingxiao Hall of the Heavenly Court, the Emperor of Heaven slowly withdrew his gaze, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. This celestial phenomenon was yet another proactive operation of the Heavenly Dao. That little fellow seemed to feel that the previous announcement to the primordial world was not grand enough, and took this opportunity to formally announce the existence of the Heavenly Court to the entire primordial realm. The effect was even better than he had anticipated. He had already taken in the reactions of those newly emerging deities. However, he did not dwell on this matter for too long, and instead took out the Chaos Pearl. The grayish pearl slowly spun in his palm, and with a flash of light Hong Jun's figure appeared in the hall. At this moment Hong Jun's aura was extremely peculiar. The aura surrounding him had far surpassed that of a great Luo Golden Immortal, being only a thin barrier away from breaking through to the level of a great Luo Golden Immortal ready to pierce through at any moment. Yet he deliberately suppressed that urge to break through, maintaining his aura at a delicate balance. To be able to break through yet not do so must have its own motives. The Emperor of Heaven understood with just a glance. The other party during the thousands of Yuan meetings spent comprehending the Dao of Creation. Jade Dish likely uncovered not just the path to break through the great Luo Golden Immortal, but also a broader path. Indeed, Hong Jun adjusted his attire, and with a serious demeanor bowed respectfully towards the Emperor of Heaven, his voice carrying a hint of solemnity and earnestness. Your Majesty, during these thousands of Yuan meetings, I have earnestly contemplated before the Dao of Creation. Jade Dish, initially seeking to break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal. However, during this process, I unexpectedly touched upon another path of cultivation. This path involves severing the three corpses, cutting away good intentions, evil intentions, and obsessions, transforming into three incarnations with innate spiritual treasures as their vessels. With each corpse severed, one can break through a layer of realm. If all three corpses are cut down, they can then merge back with the original body. This method might allow me to go further than merely achieving the status of a great Luo Golden Immortal. I wish to give it a try, and I hope Your Majesty will grant permission. Haotian quietly listened to Hong Jun's words, feeling a sense of clarity within. Indeed, the method of severing three corpses was realized by Hong Jun. The method of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal emphasizes validating the Great Dao through one's own laws. In the current trend of the Great Dao gradually receding and the Heavenly Dao slowly reviving, this path has become increasingly difficult to traverse. The severing of three corpses, however, relies on the laws of the Heavenly Dao, using innate treasures to manifest one's avatars. Although it is slightly weaker than the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal in terms of strength within the same realm. Yet the threshold is lower and the adaptability is broader, making it almost a tailor-made path for the beings of the primordial world after the retreat of the Great Dao. In the original timeline, Hong Jun taught this method to the beings of the primordial world, establishing the Xianmen and the path of the saints, ultimately merging his being with the Dao. In this timeline, he no longer needs to merge with the Dao, but the establishment of the Xianmen would still have an immeasurable positive impact on the primordial world. Those new generation gods and demons stuck at the peak of the Deluo, unable to find a way forward, finally have a path to take. With this thought, Haotian nodded slightly and said nothing more. Instead, he casually flipped his hand, and 9 strands of primordial purple energy appeared in his palm, each emanating an aura of profound mystery, swirling lightly around his fingertips. Since you are determined to walk this path, I shall naturally support you. Take this primordial purple energy. You may draw on one of its strands. Once you integrate with the primordial purple energy, you shall be both a mixed Yuan Golden Immortal and a Quasi Saint. After breaking through the realm, you will be a mixed Yuan Deluo Golden Immortal and a saint able to wield the power of the Heavenly Dao. The remaining primordial purple energy can be given to those chosen by the Heavenly Dao who are qualified to bear the saintly position after you teach the Dao. Hongjun stared at the 9 strands of primordial purple energy frozen in place. He knew that Haotian would support him. This emperor had always maintained an open attitude towards the development of the primordial world. But he did not expect that Haotian would not only not stop him, but would directly hand over this treasure capable of altering the pattern of the primordial world into his hands. Establishing the Xianmin essentially involves sharing the luck of the heavenly court. Even if the actual division is minimal, it is impossible to confront the heavenly court, but even the smallest sign is still a sign. Any other ruler might not allow such a thing to happen. Yet this emperor in front of him handed over the primordial purple energy without a moment's hesitation. Only at this moment did Hongjun truly realize that this Haotian emperor's cultivation level was likely far beyond what he could fathom. He took a deep breath and cautiously asked Your Majesty, "You have likely walked quite far along the path of mixed." Haotian looked at Hongjun's cautious and probing demeanor, unable to help but find it amusing, yet he only nodded indifferently. "You guessed correctly. My current cultivation is at the 9th level of mixed yuan. I am 1 step away from the perfect 10th level of mixed yuan. With the support of the Heavenly Dao, I can almost unleash the combat power of the mixed yuan Taiji 2nd level. The 9th level of mixed yuan." These 4 words struck Hongjun like a heavy hammer to the heart. The mixed yuan de Luo Golden Immortal is already a peak that the beings of the primordial world look up to, and this emperor had already walked very close to the end of this path. No wonder he is not worried, for he has no need to be concerned. With this thought, Hongjun repressed the bitterness in his heart and once again performed a respectful bow. He then turned to leave the Lingxiao treasure hall, preparing to find a quiet room to integrate with the primordial purple energy and officially take that step. Shortly after Hongjun left, another aura belonging to the mixed yuan de Luo Golden Immortal erupted from the Chaos Pearl. The yin-yang energy transformed into 2 dragons of black and white that spiraled around the hall once before retracting back into the Chaos Pearl. The ancestor of yin and yang had broken through and was now stabilizing his realm. Haotian slightly nodded and casually sent out a sound transmission. Moments later, Yang Mei and the ancestor of 5 elements appeared in the Lingxiao treasure hall. In these thousands of yuan meetings, although the 2 had not entered the Chaos Pearl for comprehension, they had not passed in vain. Yang Mei had poured all his effort into the transformation of the 4 great heavenly gates. He transformed the 4 great heavenly gates into a transmission hub within the primordial world, capable of transporting heavenly soldiers and generals to any corner of the primordial world in an instant. The ancestor of 5 elements had almost traversed the entire primordial world, harmonizing the chaotic 5 elemental energies of heaven and earth with his own 5-element Dao, enduring hardships and devoting himself fully. The contributions of the 2 had long been sufficient. Friends, Haotian got straight to the point. Now that the Dao friend of yin and yang has broken through, you 2 can enter the Chaos Pearl for comprehension. Yang Mei and the ancestor of 5 elements exchanged glances, both showing a hint of barely contained excitement. They had been waiting for this day for far too long. The 2 did not exchange any polite words, but solemnly bowed instead, then transformed into 2 streams of light, eagerly stepping into the Chaos Pearl. At this moment, Haotian felt something and gently waved his hand to release the barrier of the Taiwei Yuqing Palace. The next moment, a pure white figure leaped into the Lingxiao hall. Elder brother. Yaoqi landed in front of Haotian, her clear eyes sparkling as she looked at him, her face filled with uncontainable joy. "I have broken through to the mid-stage of mixed yuan golden immortal." Haotian looked at the radiant young girl before him, a gentle smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. After thousands of yuan meetings of closed-door cultivation, Yaoqi's cultivation had broken through from the de Luo Golden Immortal at the time of transformation to the mid-stage of mixed yuan golden immortal. The speed of this progress is quite remarkable even within the primordial world. However, more than the advancement of her cultivation, what pleased him more was that Yaoqi's aura had grown significantly steadier. Compared to the timid girl she was at the beginning, the Yaoqi before him now exuded a sense of composure and confidence. Junior sister is progressing, while almost catching up to many seasoned powerhouses. Haotian chuckled lightly in praise, then shifted the topic. "However, you need not be overly fixated on continuous cultivation. Come, elder brother will take you out for a stroll. There is still plenty of time, you can relax properly." Upon hearing this, Yaoqi's eyes immediately brightened, and she nodded joyfully. She asked no questions about where they were going. As long as she was with her elder brother, anywhere was fine. The 2 exchanged smiles, then stepped forward in unison. Their figures transformed into 2 streams of light, 1 blue and 1 white, quietly vanishing within the Lingxiao treasure hall. At the same time that Haotian and Yaoqi left the heavenly court, the 3 brothers of the 3 purities were preparing to set out on a journey in Kunlun Mountain. The 2 exchanged smiles, then stepped forward in unison. Their figures transformed into two streams of light, one blue and one white, quietly vanishing within. Although the three of them had deep roots and considerable cultivation in terms of decent treasures aside from the earthly yellow Linglong pagoda that the eldest brother possessed, they really had nothing substantial. Laozi and Yuanshi also thought this idea was good and thus prepared to leave. But at that moment an immeasurable pressure suddenly descended from the heavens. Under this overwhelming aura the three purities were simultaneously frozen in place. Tongtian stumbled as he had not yet taken a step, while Yuanshi gritted his teeth to maintain his stance, and Laozi sharply looked up at the sky. In reality, it was not just the three of them who were suppressed. At this moment the entire primordial world felt the overwhelming pressure that enveloped the heavens and the earth. From the East Sea to the western extremes, from Mount Buzhou to the Blood Sea, from the Sun Star to the Moon Star. Aside from those seasoned powerhouses who had witnessed the might of the Hunyuan Dao Jingxian and remained calm. All the new generation of innate divine demons, regardless of their cultivation levels, were unable to lift their heads under this aura. Emperor Jun clenched his teeth tightly, while he held on to the Eastern Emperor Bell, barely avoiding kneeling on one knee. The 12 ancestral witches of the Witch clan were known for their physical strength, yet each of them had flushed faces, trembling legs. Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun both fell from their cushions at the same time. Fuxi struggled to support Nuwa while the Mingyi surged endlessly in the Blood Sea, and Kuanping was pressed back down to the sea surface from the clouds. In the entire primordial world no one could escape unscathed. Before they could even comprehend the source of this pressure, a deep and solemn voice of the Dao reverberated between heaven and earth. High above the 9 clouds I sit on the cushion to truly comprehend the Dao. Beyond the mysteries of heaven and earth, I shall be the headmaster. Pangu gave birth to the Taiji with the 2 E and 4 symbols following. The leader of the Xuanmen, a single Qi, transforms into Hongjun. The voice was neither hurried nor slow, yet it seemed to transcend time and space, echoing in the depths of every being's primordial spirit. In the instant the Dao voice fell, a name and a message were simultaneously etched into everyone's hearts, followed by a distant and different voice. I am Hongjun, now a saint. In accordance with the decree of the Heavenly Emperor, after the 100 Yuan assembly, I shall expound the Great Dao at the chaotic Zixiao Palace. Those with fate may come to listen. As the words fell, the overwhelming pressure dissipated as quickly as it had come. In just a few breaths it vanished without a trace, as if everything that had just occurred was merely a dream. But every innate divine demon knew this was not a dream. That voice still resonated in their minds, and the decree of the Heavenly Emperor felt like a hammer striking heavily upon everyone's hearts. It turned out that the strength of the heavenly court was far deeper and more unfathomable than they had imagined. In Kunlun Mountain, the first to speak after catching his breath was Tongtian. He showed no sign of frustration from being suppressed. Instead, excitement flickered in his eyes as he said eagerly, "Elder brother, second brother, shall we go?" Laozi's response was immediate and resolute, surprising even himself. "Naturally, we must go." Yuanshi nodded, the ethereal light of Yuqing flashing briefly in his eyes. "Elder brother is right. For us this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We have been stuck at the peak of the Daoyuo for a long time, and if we can break through with this, it will not be in vain. That said, the 100 Yuan assembly is still a while away." Tongtian blinked his face once again, showing an impatient expression. "Why don't we follow the original plan and travel for a bit? Since we are idle anyway, it would be just right to seek opportunities on the way." Laozi understood Tongtian's. The third brother was indeed cooped up. However, this proposal was quite good. What they lacked the most now was a suitable spiritual treasure. It would be prudent to seek luck before the lecture. He looked at Yuanshi, seeing no signs of opposition, and nodded. "Third brother has a point. Let's take this opportunity to travel during the 100 Yuan assembly. If there are opportunities, perhaps we can acquire some useful spiritual treasures before the lecture. Let's go." Upon hearing this, Tongtian's smile could no longer be concealed. Yuanshi said no more, quietly adjusting his attire. The three brothers exchanged glances, then transformed into 3 beams of light soaring from the summit of Kunlun Mountain towards the vast primordial land. In a secluded area of the Zhou mountain range, 2 figures emerged side by side from the void. The man wore a blue-white Taoist robe, his handsome face exuding a calm demeanor, yet he emitted an aura that instilled fear. The girl was dressed in a simple white long dress, looking refined and ethereal, curiously observing her surroundings with her bright eyes. It was Haotian and Yaoqi. Haotian's choice to settle here was not arbitrary. Long ago, during his retreat in the core of Zhou Mountain to attain the Huanyuan, he had scanned this area with his divine sense. He sensed an extremely ancient innate formation deeply hidden within the mountain. Within the formation lay a top-tier innate spiritual root, the Enlightenment Tea Tree. At that time the tea tree had not yet fully matured, so he did not rush to collect it, merely leaving a mark to allow it to grow by itself. Now after thousands of years of the 100 Yuan assembly, it was precisely the best time for harvesting. Yaoqi surveyed the seemingly ordinary mountain forest before she could ask a question, only to see Haotian extend his finger and lightly point at the void ahead. Where his fingertip landed, the space rippled like a tranquil lake disturbed by a stone, with transparent waves spreading out in concentric circles. As the ripples passed, the innate formation hidden for countless assemblies was gradually revealed. The ancient formation patterns intertwined densely on the mountain wall, with each line steeped in the weight of time. However, under Haotian's fingertip, the formation unraveled as if a key had been inserted into a lock, and the patterns disintegrated bit by bit, transforming into countless light points that scattered away. At the moment the formation dissipated, an ancient tree enveloped in the radiance of the Dao appeared before them. The tree was not tall, yet each leaf was crystal clear, and between the veins the symbols of the Dao faintly flowed. The crown was shrouded in mist, emanating a fragrance that purified the mind. This was the most mysterious top-tier innate spiritual root in the primordial world, the Enlightenment Tea Tree. It was not listed among the top 10 innate spiritual roots, yet its efficacy was by no means inferior to any of them, and could even surpass them. Each of the top 10 innate spiritual roots had its unique effects, whether to enhance cultivation, solidify foundations, or forge spiritual treasures. But the Enlightenment Tea Tree had only one effect: to aid in understanding the Dao. This effect may seem singular, yet it is immensely valuable to all cultivators. Drinking enlightenment tea over the years can clarify the primordial spirit and illuminate the laws. Even saints and Hunyuan Daojingxian beings can benefit from it. Senior brother, is this the enlightenment tea tree? Yaoqi exclaimed in surprise, her eyes widening as she looked at the ancient tree before her. Haotian had previously mentioned the rare spiritual roots and spiritual objects in the primordial world during their casual chat, including this enlightenment tea tree. Now seeing it in person was even more awe-inspiring than she had imagined. Indeed, it is the enlightenment tea. Haotian smiled and nodded, confirming with his divine sense that the tea tree had fully matured. He then gently waved his sleeve, bringing the entire tree roots and soil into the chaos pearl. Having collected the enlightenment tea tree, the two figures flickered and left this place. When they reappeared, they stood at the highest peak of Zhou Mountain. This was the closest point to the heavens on the first divine mountain of the primordial world. The starry sky above seemed within reach, yet in contrast, there was the overwhelming pressure cascading from the mountaintop. This was the might of heaven and earth that had never dissipated since Pangu opened the sky. Ordinary Daojingxian could not withstand it at all. Even those at the peak of Daoyuo would find it almost impossible to stand here without suitable protective treasures, let alone ascend to the summit. Yet this vast pressure meant nothing to Haotian and Yaoqi. It could not press upon them. He had brought Yaoqi here for a treasure that in the original timeline was born at an inopportune moment and split into three the instant it appeared, the Zhaohua Qinglian. In the original timeline, two accounts of that relic were most widely told. One said the Qinglian was split into three by the Sanqing the moment it was born, becoming Honghua Baiyu and Qinglian I. The other held that Tian Dao would not tolerate it remaining whole, for it had inherited part of the Hundun Qinglian's origin and its rank was too lofty. Unsure which to believe, it was better to ask directly. Haotian moved his mind and let his spiritual sense sink into Tiando's space. The hazy glow hovered quietly within the lawoven void and trembled faintly at the awareness of his arrival. Tian Dao addressed him as brother and explained that although the Zhaohua Qinglian was a congenital supreme treasure, it had indeed inherited part of the Hundun Qinglian's origin and differed from ordinary relics. The voice of Tian Dao still stammered at times, but was far more fluent than upon awakening. It added that under its operational rules the relic served as evidence of the Sanqing identity, so division had been the best choice. Haotian pondered and asked whether if he used Tianting's Qiyun to subdivide and ripen the Qinglian's origin into three lotus seeds, and thereby separate the origin, the Qinglian itself would still need to be divided. Tian Dao was silent for a moment, seeming to calculate the feasibility of that scheme. After a while the soft mellifluous voice returned and said that if Haotian could indeed produce three Qinglian seeds and strip out the Hundun origin, then the Qinglian itself would no longer need to be divided. A smile curled at Haotian's lips. This was precisely the answer he sought, for it would preserve the Zhaohua Qinglian while allowing each of the Sanqing to receive a portion, a perfect compromise. Coming back to himself, he focused his intent, and Tianting's vast Qiyun coalesced into a brilliant golden radiance that descended from the firmament, enveloping the entire Zhaohua Qinglian. At the same time, he produced a small jade vial, and drop by drop Songguang Shinshui sprang forth, seeping into the lotus petals and root work. Songguang Shinshui was the primordial era's supreme healing elixir, able both to mend grievous wounds and to nourish all things, hastening the ripening of spirit roots. Under the twin nourishment of the Kaiyan's golden light, and the Songguang Shinshui, the lotus origin, was gradually teased apart into 3 independent breaths, each slowly condensing in the seed pod. Yaoqi sat quietly upon a celebratory cloud at the side, watching her senior brother draw the Qiyun without making a sound to disturb him. She felt a subtle, wondrous change taking place within the Qinglian. Though delicate, it contained the most primal Dao resonance of heaven and earth. A few yuanhui slipped by in that tranquil hush. When the final strand of brilliance within the seed pod withdrew, 3 lotus seeds had at last fully matured. They glowed with a dense azure halo, each seed bearing 1/3 of the Hundun origin of the Zhaohua. And the Zhaohua Qinglian itself, its origin, now separated, no longer crossed Tiando's red lines, and thus remained intact. Yaoqi asked whether they should take the treasure, now watching the Qinglian shining in the Kaiyan's golden light with curiosity. Haotian shook his head gently, and casting his gaze toward a direction beyond Buzhou-shan, smiled with meaning, and said they must wait for 3 people tied to the Zhaohua Qinglian. Yaoqi seemed to sense something, followed his gaze, and nodded in understanding, then sat quietly upon the cloud without further inquiry. Soon 3 clear lights cleaved the air from the distant peaks, and alighted upon the rim of Buzhou-shan's summit. The Sanqing, Laozi Yuanshi, and Tong Tian emerged almost simultaneously from their fleeing lights. When they beheld the scene on the summit, all 3 faces changed subtly and almost in unison. They had been drawn here by a fate intimately linked to them, and had pressed forward under the weight of the pressure, yet they had not expected someone to have arrived before them. What chilled them further was a vague sense that the cultivation of the man in the azure-white Dao robe and the maiden in the plain white dress was unfathomable, utterly inscrutable. That was the true shock, since taking form their cultivation had reached the summit of Deluo, placing them among the foremost in the primordial era, yet before these 2, they felt like mortals gazing up at a mountain. Strangely, though they could not see through those 2, there was not an iota of dread in their hearts. Instead, an indistinct intimacy quietly arose. It was as if the other carried a familiar aura that compelled trust. Whence that feeling came, none of them could say. Laozi was the first to compose himself, smooth his robes, and bow courteously as he asked whether the 2 elders were there because of the Qinglian. Haotian replied with a gentle smile that indeed it was because of the Qinglian, his eyes sweeping over the 3. Seeing their slight anxiety, he did not play games, and spoke plainly that the matter also concerned them. He said he would take the Qinglian itself, but the 3 seeds derived from it were fated to them, and they could take those. At this they were all dumbstruck. They had assumed the treasure would leave no portion for them. In the primordial era, no one casually bestowed relics upon strangers. To refrain from seizing what you could was already generous. Yet this elder not only refused to hoard the prize, he had summoned them, and willingly given them a share. Even the ever-composed Laozi could not hide his surprise. Tong Tian gaped, and alternated his gaze between the Qinglian and Haotian in unbelief, then offered thanks for the elder's generosity on behalf of the 3 brothers. Laozi regained his composure and bowed again in gratitude, his voice sincere. Yuanshi and Tong Tian followed with their own bows and thanks. After speaking, the 3 stepped forward, and each plucked a lotus seed from the pod. Curiously, the moment the seeds entered their hands, they seemed to sense something and erupted in dazzling radiance. Feeling it, Laozi spoke a single name, Honghua. At his word, the seed in his palm transformed amid the flowing light into a Panlong Biangwai, a coiling dragon staff, whose shaft wound with a vivid golden dragon head and tail joined, exuding a deep ancient aura. Yuanshi was moved and uttered Bayu. The seed in his hand became a Yu Rui of immaculate white jade. Its head was carved with countless arcane sigils, its shaft warm and dignified. Tong Tian smiled and named Qinglian. The seed answered by becoming a long sword suffused with azure light. A blade thin and keen, its guard engraved with a blooming Qinglian, the Qingping Jian. All 3 treasures were flawless congenital spirit treasures, surpassing ordinary top-grade relics. Each harmonized with its owner's Dao resonance, as if crafted for them from birth. They cradled their respective treasures with affectionate reverence, their eyes alight with delight. Laozi lowered his gaze from the Panlong Biangwai to the Yu Rui and Qingping Jian, and struck by sudden insight, blurted that these 3 treasures were indeed fated to them. He proclaimed that Honghua Bayu and Qinglian showed the Sanqing had originally been one family, leaving Yuanshi and Tong Tian momentarily taken aback. The words fell with a force beyond mere speech, as if they had long been engraved in their origins deep within. Both brothers nodded gravely. Haotian watched in silence, and then softly applauded. The crisp sound carried on the mountain wind, and drew the Sanqing's attention back. His face wore a gentle smile, while his tone remained solemn and far-reaching as he said that Honghua Bayu and Qinglian being one family was a fine saying, and hoped they would remember it no matter how far they traveled. Having spoken, he did not tarry. Taking Yaoqi's hand, the two stepped forth, and their figures dispersed into the void like ink drops into water, leaving only Buzhou Shan's summit wind to make the Sanking's robes flutter. The Sanqing stood in place and watched the direction in which the two mysterious elders had vanished, falling into a reflective silence that mixed reverence with puzzlement. They felt respect because the elder could have claimed the supreme treasure alone, yet chose to share, a magnanimity unknown among others in the primordial era, and puzzlement because that last remark lingered with implied meaning they could not decipher. Tong Tian was the first to break the silence, turning the Qingping Jian between his fingers with eyes bright with mingled excitement and perplexity as he asked what kind of beings those two elders really were. Laozi did not answer at once. He looked down at the Panlong Biangwai, the golden dragon upon it, gleaming warmly in the sunlight. After a long pause, he spoke slowly that regardless of their origins they would remember this grace, and that the elders' words should be kept in their hearts until a day came when their meaning would be clear. Yuanshi nodded and sheathed the Yurui into his sleeve, uncharacteristically silent. The three clear lights rose from Buzhou Shan's summit and flew toward Kunlun Shan. Within the three, the figure in the azure-white Dao robe and that uttered sentence had quietly planted a seed, yet to sprout, but destined one day to break the soil. That seed lay in their hearts unnoticed for the moment, awaiting the day it would finally awaken. The time of the 100 Yuan conference passes in the blink of an eye. For the innate deities and demons with long lifespans, the 100 Yuan conference is but a fleeting moment, as a single retreat can whisk them through. However, for the newly transformed and less experienced loose cultivators, this 100 Yuan conference represents a long wait, filled with both tension and anticipation. The tension lies in what the teachings of the Zixiao Palace will be like, whether they can comprehend them and gain something from it. The anticipation is for that saintly existence who once promised that all fated ones may listen. This may very well be their only chance in this life to touch the realm above the Great Dao. As the time approaches, movements arise almost simultaneously from various parts of the primordial chaos. Stream after stream of flowing light surged from mountains, rivers, and blessed lands, converging towards the boundless chaos above. Some powerful innate deities and demons, relying on their spiritual treasures for protection, bravely ventured into the chaos alone. Those with slightly lesser cultivation or without suitable treasures formed groups of 3 to 5, using formations to collectively resist the encroaching chaotic energy. Whether alone or in groups, these cultivators entering the chaos shared a fundamental consensus: the weakest among them must at least be at the early stage of the Great Dao. Those below the golden immortal level entering the chaos are akin to seeking their own demise, as even golden immortals can barely withstand the chaotic energy for a moment. The first to arrive at the Zixiao Palace were Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tong Tian. Laozi bore the heavenly and earthly mystical yellow pagoda atop his head, and the mystical yellow energy of the postnatal merit treasure cascaded down, isolating the chaotic turbulence entirely. The 3 pure ones walked steadily, their robes untouched by a speck of chaotic dust, appearing particularly calm among the throng of cultivators heading to the Zixiao Palace. Following closely were the brothers Di Jun and Tai Yi. Tai Yi cradled the Eastern Emperor Bell, its treasure-level pressure suppressing the surrounding chaotic turbulence, creating a grand spectacle. Di Jun's expression remained serene, showing no hint of the despondency he felt after being warned by the heavenly court. In contrast, Tai Yi strode with pride, his gaze sweeping over the seated 3 pure ones, ahead, a flicker of eagerness flashing in his eyes, though he ultimately restrained himself. Soon various top-tier deities and demons arrived in succession. Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun came together, their deep friendship evident as they chatted and laughed along the way. Niuhua and Fuxi walked side by side, with Fuxi using the 8 trigrams to navigate the chaotic turbulence, creating a safe passage for his sister. Shiha and Changxi brought the light of the lunar radiance, their cool brilliance turning the chaos into a silver expanse. Mingyi stood atop the fiery red lotus of karma, clutching the twin swords of Ubij, now the aura of the blood sea rolling and churning. Kuanping transformed into a rock, soaring through the chaos like a streak of black lightning, arriving in an instant. Dong Gong came from the east, see the pure yang energy radiating from his body. Shi Wangmu arrived from the western Kunlun, her demeanor dignified and her gaze straight ahead, yet she inadvertently cast a fleeting glance towards the heavenly court, a subtle complexity flashing in her eyes. In addition to these loose cultivators, even the 12 ancestors of sorcery, who do not cultivate the primordial spirit, arrived here, attracting the attention of many, though they quickly averted their gazes. After all, this group is not to be trifled with, and no one wishes to invite trouble. Lastly, the ordinary Great Dao loose cultivators arrived. They do not possess the protective treasures of the top-tier deities and demons, and traversing the chaos has been a harrowing experience. Some arrived at the Zixiao Palace with tattered robes and disordered breaths, clearly having suffered greatly in the chaotic turbulence. Others appeared pale, immediately sitting cross-legged to recuperate, taking a while to regain their composure. Even more unfortunate souls were swallowed by the chaotic turbulence midway, forever lost in that gray void, having never even seen the gates of the Zixiao Palace. Amidst these somewhat disheveled loose cultivators, Jin and Junti also descended from the chaos. Both appeared ashen with their robes still bearing traces of the chaotic energy, clearly indicating that their journey had not been easy. Several loose cultivators cast their gaze towards them surprised. After all, there are not many powerful beings from the west, and making it all the way to the Zixiao Palace is quite an achievement. Sensing the attention of those around, Jin maintained a sorrowful expression as usual, while Junti quickly adjusted his breath, his gaze sweeping over the gates of the Zixiao Palace, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. When the arrivals were nearly gathered, everyone's gaze converged on the majestic palace before them. The Zixiao Palace floated amidst the chaos, enveloped in a layer of subtle mystical light, with every brick and stone of the palace inscribed with profound laws and symbols. The chaotic turbulence raged and surged outside the palace walls, yet it could not breach that mystical light even a step. A mysterious yet profound aura emanated from the depths of the palace, instilling awe in all present. At that moment, the gates of the Zixiao Palace slowly opened. The heavy door hinges emitted a deep and distant sound reminiscent of the first sigh at the dawn of creation. As the doors opened, everyone beheld the 7 cushions radiating a faint aura of Dao. These 7 cushions were distinctly different from ordinary ones, clearly the best spots closest to the teaching position. Almost in the same instant, everyone moved simultaneously. The 3 pure ones reacted the fastest, their brotherhood unified, their powers interconnected, and like a roaring tide, they seized the 3 foremost cushions in one breath. Nuwa closely followed, shielded by her brother Fushi, lightly brushing her hand to deftly deflect several loose cultivators attempting to seize the cushions, securely settling onto the 4th cushion. Hong Yun and Kunpeng, relying on their speed, occupied the 5th and 6th cushions. Kunpeng's speed as a rock is unrivaled in the primordial chaos, while Hong Yun, as the first cloud born at the creation of heaven, is naturally agile. The two settled almost simultaneously. With Jiayin's full support, Junti gritted his teeth and forced his way out from the tussle of several loose cultivators, just in time to occupy the 7th cushion. He let out a sigh of relief, about to turn back to call for his senior brother, only to find Jin still standing behind him with the surrounding ordinary cushions already snatched up. Zundi's heart sank. His senior brother had given him the opportunity, but he had failed to secure a spot. This feeling of gratitude led him to ponder, his gaze sweeping over the owners of the other 6 cushions. The 3 pure ones are unified, the authentic lineage of Pangu, all 3 at the peak of the Great Dao. They are not to be provoked. Though Nuwa is a woman, she has Fushi supporting her, making it unreasonable to seize her position. It would be embarrassing if word got out. Hong Yun seems like a good-natured person, but he has Jin Yuanzi, his ironclad buddy, backing him. The name of the Earth Book formation is well known, making him formidable. Counting carefully, the only suitable target is the solitary Kunpeng, who has no sect or close acquaintances, though fast he lacks someone to stand up for him. With that in mind, Junti adjusted his robe, putting on an extremely sincere smile, and cupped his hands towards Kunpeng, saying, "Fellow Taoist, my brother and I have traveled a long way from the west, crossing the chaos and facing near-death experiences. Now, although I have fortuitously secured a position, my senior brother is still standing. Would you consider, given our arduous journey, allowing my senior brother to take this cushion? There will surely be generous rewards in the future." Kunpeng, upon hearing this, did not even raise his eyelids, merely snorted coldly. "If your senior brother has no position, that's his fault for being slow. What does that have to do with me? There are still empty cushions around. Let your senior brother pick any of them. Why must you fixate on mine?" Zunti's smile faltered slightly, then reappeared, his tone becoming even more fervent. "Fellow Taoist Kunpeng, that's not how it should be said. It's just a single position. My brother and I have indeed come all the way from the west, enduring hardships. If you could do us this small favor today, there will surely be generous rewards in the future." "Ridiculous, why should I?" Before he could finish speaking, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Jane and Junti almost simultaneously joined forces to attack, unleashing 2 streams of power of the laws, with a concentrated golden light bursting forth. "Ridiculous, why should I?" Before he could finish speaking, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Jane and Junti almost simultaneously joined forces to attack, unleashing 2 streams of power. Seizing the opportunity, Jane promptly sat down, the action flowing seamlessly. Once the bewildered Kunpeng regained his senses, a mixture of shock and anger surged within him, and he sprang up, ready to snatch back the mat. But both Ji-in and Junti had anticipated his reaction, and together they invoked the laws, enveloping themselves in layers of golden light, resembling an impenetrable cocoon. Kunpeng's tempestuous assault struck against it, only managing to stir up ripples, utterly failing to breach this defense. The commotion drew the attention of others nearby. Many scattered cultivators frowned and looked over, their expressions tinged with displeasure. Striking in the sacred place of the saint's discourse was hardly appropriate. Just as Kunpeng's rage peaked, and he was about to recklessly reveal his trump card, an overwhelming pressure suddenly enveloped the entire Zixiao Palace. The pressure was vast and unfathomable, like an invisible mountain pressing down on the shoulders of everyone. Kunpeng's expression changed drastically, his fury extinguished by this oppressive force. Finally gritting his teeth, he forced himself to suppress the indignation within his face, turning ashen as he casually found an ordinary mat to sit down on. Meanwhile, at the very center in front of the 7 mats, Hong Jun had quietly seated himself. His expression was as calm as a still pond, and his gaze was as indifferent as water, as if the earlier dispute was merely a ripple on the surface of the water, not worthy of a second glance. The seating arrangement is now fixed and must not be altered. This discourse will last for 3,000 years, focusing on the Dao of the Great Luo. You all should listen attentively. The crowd respectfully responded in unison, no one daring to act recklessly. As the discourse began, purple qi flowed in from the east, filling the hall. Golden lotuses sprang from the ground, with various miraculous phenomena unfolding. Waves of profound Dao sounds seeped into the hearts of everyone like a spring breeze, bringing rain, entrancing all into deep contemplation. The 3 pure ones, having already reached the pinnacle of the Great Luo, although unable to directly break through their realms, found deeper insights into their own paths through the exquisite teachings of the Great Luo. Zhuan Ti, whose foundation was slightly weaker, broke through to the pinnacle of the Great Luo on the spot, catalyzed by the sounds of the Dao. Although Kunpeng felt aggrieved from his earlier losses, he was aware that this rare opportunity for discourse was invaluable. Suppressing his surging emotions, he focused on comprehending the teachings, and unexpectedly broke through to the pinnacle of the Great Luo. Those who benefited the most were the scattered cultivators at the initial and mid-levels of the Great Luo. Over the course of 3,000 years, these scattered cultivators entered profound enlightenment, one after another, breaking through. From the initial stage of the Great Luo to the mid-stage, from the mid-stage to the late stage, and from the late stage to the pinnacle. In just 3,000 years, aside from those who had already reached the end of the Great Luo, nearly everyone present at the lecture had at least broken through one small realm. As the last echoes of the Dao sound faded away, everyone gradually awakened from their enlightenment. Many still bore expressions of unfulfilled desire, yet they knew they could not force it. The saint's teachings were a gift, not an obligation. This 3,000 years had been enough for them to return and contemplate for a long time. Hong Jun's calm voice rang out once more. This discourse has concluded. The next time we discuss the Dao above the Great Luo, you all may return after the 100 Yuan assembly. The phrase above the Great Luo struck waves of ripples in the hearts of everyone present. The crowd respectfully bowed and then departed in groups. In an instant, the grand Zixiao Palace fell back into silence. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the primordial starry sky, a scene entirely different from that of the Zixiao Palace was unfolding. Haotian and Yaoqi stood side by side in the void, facing an expansive sea of stars. Countless meteors streaked across the heavens, trailing long tails of light, illuminating the entire starry sky, as if it were daytime. The light was not a monotonous silver white, but a splendid array of colors. Some shone red as fire, some blue as the sea, and others green as spring. The flowing lights intertwined and danced, far more magnificent than any meteor shower on earth. "Senior brother, it's so beautiful," Yaoqi remarked softly, her clear eyes reflecting the vibrant starry sky. Haotian nodded slightly, but his gaze shifted from the stars to the slightly reserved figure behind them. That figure was an old man with white hair, dressed in a simple Taoist robe with a kind and gentle expression. At this moment, he stood cautiously behind them, his eyes unsure of where to look. This old man was none other than Li Changyan, the transformed spirit of the Golden Star. If this name seems somewhat unfamiliar, his other title, which resonates throughout the entire primordial mythological system, was quite famous, Tai Bai Jin Xing. In another timeline, he served as the great steward of the heavenly court, the most trusted confidant of Haotian, renowned for his adaptability and diplomatic finesse. Whether it was delivering edicts or negotiating, as long as Tai Bai Jin Xing was involved, there was hardly anything that could not be accomplished. In this timeline, when Haotian passed by the Tai Bai star domain, he immediately recognized the uniquely spiritual star and casually bestowed enlightenment upon it. Additionally, he drew upon the heavenly court's luck to infuse it, allowing it to manifest as a great luo with a foundation as profound as that of ordinary innate divine demons. Li Changjin was unaware of all this. He cautiously spoke up, "Your Majesty." "Your Highness, worship." As soon as he spoke, he sensed a subtle change in the atmosphere. Haotian was momentarily taken aback, while Yaoqi's face visibly flushed with a hint of crimson. Li Changjin's heart sank. Fearing he had said something wrong, he became even more nervous, unsure of where to place his hands as a thin layer of sweat broke out on his forehead. Haotian found his jittery demeanor somewhat amusing. He naturally understood why Li Changjin was nervous. The old fellow had only recently transformed and was now by the emperor's side. Who wouldn't feel anxious? As for the term Your Highness, it wasn't wrong, but Yaoqi had never been addressed in such a manner before, which inevitably made her feel a bit embarrassed. All right, there's no need to be tense. Haotian waved his hand gently, his tone calm and casual. Let's go, we shall return to the heavenly court. As his voice fell, he lightly flicked his sleeve, and a gentle spatial force enveloped the three. When they reappeared, the three were standing in the Lingxiao treasure hall. The glazed golden tiles shimmered under the radiance of spiritual energy, and the mist of immortality flowed gently throughout the hall, giving the entire palace a solemn and majestic air. Although Li Changjin had transformed as Tai by Jin Xing, and possessed an extraordinary foundation, standing in the central hall of the heavenly court for the first time made his legs involuntarily feel a bit weak. Yaoqi noticed his apprehension, smiled gently, and said, Changjin, there's no need to be nervous. Take your time to familiarize yourself with the heavenly court. Thank you, Your Highness. Li Changjin immediately felt as if a great weight had been lifted, and he quickly bowed in gratitude. Then he cautiously took a few steps back before turning and hastily exiting the Lingxiao treasure hall. Though his retreat was somewhat hurried, it inexplicably conveyed a sense of seriousness. Haotian watched him leave, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes before turning to Yaoqi beside him. A faint blush still lingered on Yaoqi's cheeks, and under the ethereal mist in the hall she appeared particularly gentle. All right, junior sister, you should go rest now. A guest has arrived. Do I need to see him? Yaoqi was slightly taken aback, then nodded in understanding, softly reminding her senior brother not to tire himself too much before stepping forward and vanishing from the hall. Not long after the departure from the Yao Pool, a unique aura of the demonic path silently spread throughout the Lingxiao Palace. This aura was not violent or fierce. Rather, it was a suppressed restraint akin to a dark fire forcibly contained. Soon after, a slender black figure slowly emerged from the void, Luoho. At this moment, Luoho was a far cry from the rebellious and aloof demon ancestor who had once roamed the primordial starry sky. The arrogance and sharpness he once possessed had been deliberately suppressed, to a great extent replaced by a noticeable awkwardness. Standing in the great hall, he moved his lips as if he wanted to say something, but did not know how to begin. If Yin Yang and the others were to see this hesitant demeanor, they would undoubtedly burst into laughter. The proud demon ancestor, once the chaotic demon god, now resembled a junior seeking help for the first time. Yet even without seeing it, the atmosphere was indeed somewhat awkward. Haotian was not in a hurry. He simply sat on the throne with a faint elusive smile, his tone tinged with a hint of mockery. It seems you have already made up your mind to come here today, my friend. Luoho's expression stiffened slightly as he cleared his throat, suppressing his awkwardness, his tone still somewhat unnatural. As your majesty surmised, I have indeed made up my mind. I wonder, what kind of conditions are necessary to comprehend the creation jade disc? Haotian raised an eyebrow at Luoho's hesitant words, but did not continue to tease him, stating directly, the conditions are the same as for your fellow friends who join the heavenly court and make sufficient contributions. Luoho fell silent for a moment. He had anticipated this answer before coming, but when the words were actually spoken by Haotian, a complex wave surged within his heart. Once upon a time he had roamed alone, looking down upon the primordial world, even disdainful of the likes of Hongjun. Now he had to voluntarily bow his head, joining the heavenly court and becoming a subordinate of others. But no matter how complex it was, the necessary decision had long been made in his heart. Thus, taking a deep breath, he suppressed all the swirling emotions, straightened his expression, and solemnly vowed, with the Dao above and the heavenly Dao as witness, I Luoho wish to join the heavenly court, to hold the position of a guest elder, and to contribute to the best of my abilities. If I have any second thoughts, may the Dao and heavenly Dao punish me together. As his words fell, the aura of the heavenly Dao first manifested within the hall, solemn and austere. Then an even older and more vast aura descended from the mysterious void. It was the aura of the Dao, deep and unfathomable. It merely glanced at Luoho, yet this former chaotic demon god involuntarily tightened his back. Once that aura dissipated, Luoho clearly felt that an invisible bond had been established between himself and the heavenly court. The boat has been set in motion. Luoho felt a mix of emotions regarding the existence of that bond, unable to tell whether it was sour or relieved. Yet upon reflection, joining the heavenly court might not be a bad thing. Hongjun comprehended the creation jade disc, and has now become a Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal, and a saint, with Yin Yang following closely behind in their breakthroughs. Yang Mei and the five elements are currently comprehending within the Chaos Pearl. The day they emerge will mark their attainment of Hunyuan de Luo. Although this path was opened in a way he had never considered, at least there was a path to walk. Perhaps in the future, he could not only recover his Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal cultivation, but even advance further, or even restore himself to his peak before reincarnation. Thinking of this, Luohao's mood improved a bit. He raised his head again and solemnly asked, "Your Majesty, may I ask what level of contribution is required for me to comprehend?" Haotian did not beat around the bush, though his tone became somewhat subtle. "As far as I know, you have always wanted to refine an unparalleled divine weapon, but due to various reasons you have not succeeded, correct?" Luohao's lips twitched imperceptibly. Why hadn't he succeeded? Did you not know? The sudden contraction of the three races and the failure of the evil energy collection plan were all thanks to you. He silently complained to himself but maintained a respectful demeanor, nodding somewhat helplessly. "Your Majesty is correct. I do have an unparalleled divine weapon that is yet to take form." With those words, he flipped his hand, and four ancient swords radiating a chilling sword aura appeared in the hall. Although these four swords were mostly formed, the killing intent inscribed on their blades still held a trace of incompleteness. The sword tips exuded a cold light, but were missing a crucial element, always falling short of that final breath. These were the incomplete four swords of immortal execution, a treasured weapon Luoho had poured countless efforts into, but had failed to refine due to the thwarted plan. Haotian's gaze swept across the four swords as he began to comment leisurely. "Indeed, they are fine treasures. How about this, my friend Luoho? You can use these unparalleled divine weapons to offset your contributions. If there is still a shortfall, you can gradually make up the contributions. After all, you have Yang Mei and the five elements ahead of you in line, and you will need to wait a while." Luoho was not surprised. When he took out the four swords of immortal execution, he had already guessed the Emperor's intentions. In any case, given his current state, it was impossible to fully refine the four swords in the short term. Keeping them as half-finished products was not as good as exchanging them for a concrete opportunity for comprehension, so he did not linger on the matter, and instead asked, "Then may I ask if there is anything the Heavenly Court needs me to do now?" "There is indeed something at present." Haotian looked at Luoho, who was clearly a bit impatient, and expressed his thoughts. "I hope you can relocate the demonic domain from the west. I will redefine a star domain for you in the outer starry sky. This land of the west should be left for the younger generations there." Luoho fell silent, his heart racing with calculations. He certainly understood what the Emperor meant. What he practiced was ultimately the demonic path, which was considered non-mainstream within the orthodox realm of the primordial world. If he continued to occupy the west, the aura of the demonic domain would inevitably continue to corrupt that land, which was already inferior to the east, affecting the proliferation and cultivation of the beings in the west. The outer starry sky was different. It was far from the core of the primordial world, and no matter how turbulent the demonic energy was, it could not affect the interior of the primordial world. Haotian was providing him with a place where he could secure his existence without causing trouble for the primordial world. Although Luoho had no particular feelings for the West, he had nonetheless operated there for countless epochs, and moving away without reluctance was somewhat difficult. However, upon calm reflection, the West was not considered prosperous, and the gap was vast compared to the East. Having lurked there for so long, he had already collected most of the resources. Staying longer would yield no profit. The outer starry sky, though not particularly abundant, was at least unclaimed. It was much better than the current West. Furthermore, he could express his stance before Haotian, what was there to lose? Having come to this realization, Luoho did not hesitate any longer, and simply nodded. "Since it is your Majesty's wish, I shall relocate the demonic domain from the west." Having said this, he had no intention of lingering further. He clasped his hands in a bow and left the Lingshao Palace decisively. That black figure vanished silently into the void as it had come, leaving only a faint trace of demonic energy slowly drifting in the hall. Haotian watched as Luoho departed, his gaze once again resting upon the four swords of Ji, Xian that floated in the hall. These four swords had an excellent foundation. The materials used by Luoho were all top-tier spiritual materials from the chaos. However, the refining technique relied too heavily on malevolent energy, which resulted in their inability to take shape for a long time. Now that they were in his hands, he could properly reforge them. However, before that, there was a small matter to attend to collect a treasure that was fated to him. Though it was not a world-shattering treasure, since it was fated, there was no need for politeness. With a thought, a surge of celestial luck descended from the 33 heavens. It penetrated layers of void, precisely enveloping a hidden valley deep within the unyielding mountain. In that valley grew a particularly special supreme innate spiritual root, which was one of the 10 great innate spiritual roots, the gourd vine. Unlike other spiritual roots, the gourd vine did not bloom or bear fruit. nor could it assist others in comprehending the Dao. Its sole mission was to produce 7 gourd-shaped innate spiritual treasures, each with unique uses and effects. In a sense, it resembled a disposable supreme innate spiritual root. After fulfilling its mission, it would gradually wither, pouring all its essence into the 7 gourds. At this moment, under the pure and vast power of celestial luck, the 7 gourds, which were already nearing maturity, finally fully ripened. One of the pale blue gourds seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, suddenly trembling, slightly detaching from the vine, transforming into a stream of blue light that vanished through layers of space. When it appeared again, it was floating in the Lingxiao treasure hall, resting in Haotian's palm. Haotian looked down at this delicate blue gourd, probing into it with his divine sense, quickly understanding its efficacy. It could not attack or defend, but possessed a uniquely distinct nurturing ability for treasures. By placing postnatal spiritual treasures inside to nurture, their grade could be elevated to a higher tier, potentially reaching the standard of top-tier postnatal spiritual treasures. Although it was only effective for postnatal treasures, it was still quite practical. More importantly, it was just in its initial state. With some effort in refining, this spiritual treasure could gradually evolve into a supreme innate spiritual treasure. By that time, it could elevate the nurtured postnatal treasures to supreme standards. What a nice little item! Haotian nodded in satisfaction, casually storing the blue gourd away. He did not linger, stepping forward and disappearing from the Lingxiao treasure hall. When he reappeared, he had arrived at the Taiwei Yuqing Palace. Upon arriving here, Haotian casually set up a barrier to isolate the inside from the outside, then sat cross-legged to calm his mind. He first took out the Qian Kuan Ding, then laid out the 4 swords of Ji Xian along with various chaotic spiritual materials. While the 4 swords had a good foundation, Luo House refining path was too radical. Relying on malevolent energy as a guide and killing intent as the core, although their power was astonishing, it also left behind irreparable flaws. Though the malevolent energy was strong, it was ultimately an external force that could not perfectly merge with the sword's essence. Haotian did not intend to take this path. Instead, with a thought, he invoked the power of the Dao's merit to meticulously eliminate the accumulated malevolent energy from the 4 swords. The golden light of merit washed over the sword bodies like flowing water, and the residual grievances and malevolent energy were dissipated into wisps of black smoke under the purification of the golden light. Immediately thereafter, the innate divine fire within the Qian Kuan Ding blazed fiercely. Haotian successively cast the 4 ancient swords into the cauldron, while simultaneously drawing in the power of celestial luck to infuse it within. The Qian Kuan Ding's ability to reverse the innate was activated to its utmost limit at this moment. The 4 ancient swords, originally postnatal killing treasures, underwent transformations in material as they endured the divine fire's forging and the nourishment of luck within the cauldron. The barrier between postnatal and innate was slowly shattered and reshaped under the power of the Qian Kuan Ding. He then took out the remaining materials and began to refine an innate formation diagram as a complementary item for the 4 swords of Ji Xian. As the formation diagram unfolded, Haotian's 10 fingers flicked, and profound restrictive runes flowed in like water, intertwining with the aura of the 4 swords, resonating and responding to each other. The flames of refining burned within the Taiwei Yuqing Palace for several dozen yuan meetings, illuminating the entire palace with alternating light and shadow. As time passed, the sword bodies of the 4 swords of Ji Xian became increasingly sharp and restrained, while the formation diagram gradually took shape under the intertwining of the restrictions. When the last innate restriction was engraved, both the 4 swords of Ji Xian and the formation diagram erupted with dazzling brilliance simultaneously. The 4 ancient swords were positioned in 4 directions with layers of innate restrictions engraved upon their bodies, each sword being a genuine supreme innate spiritual treasure. Meanwhile, the formation diagram floated in the center of the 4 swords, establishing an invisible resonance with each sword. A single sword was already a standout among supreme innate spiritual treasures, but when the 4 swords united with the formation diagram, the power surged dramatically. Although it still did not match innate supreme treasures in rank in terms of killing power, it was sufficient to catch the attention of any Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian. Haotian nodded in satisfaction, then stored away the 4 swords of Ji Xian along with the formation diagram. After completing all this, he did not rush to leave the Taiwei Yuqing Palace, but instead took out various chaotic spiritual materials from his sleeve. This time, these materials were not prepared for himself, but specifically for refining for the Yaoqi. He once again focused his mind, and the divine fire in the Qian Kuan Ding ignited once more. Meanwhile, time unknowingly flowed by, and soon it was nearing the second sermon. This time, the innate deities and loose cultivators who came to listen to the sermon were more familiar than the last time, no longer appearing as flustered and breathless as before. However, the observant noticed a poignant change. There were many unfamiliar faces among the crowd, while some familiar old ones were noticeably absent. The chaotic currents of the void did not spare those with deep cultivation. The absence of those who could not appear again spoke for itself. The primordial world never lacked new generations of cultivators, nor did it lack the bones of those who fell midway. In this survival of the fittest realm, being able to survive and stand before the gates of the Zhixiao Palace time and again was a testament to one's strength. However, most people had grown accustomed to this, merely casting a casual glance before withdrawing their gaze. Yet many eyes were drawn to the figure of Hutu, who stood alone amidst the crowd. Last time, all 12 ancestral witches were present, standing shoulder to shoulder with the 12 auras of Pangu, an awe-inspiring sight. Now only Hutu has come, which naturally invites speculation. The witch clan has always disrespected heaven and earth, only honoring their father Pangu. The other 11 ancestral witches did not come, partly due to disinterest in Hongjun's sermon, as they could not understand it, but there was also pride involved. However, while others did not come, Hutu uniquely did, which piqued interest. She stood alone in the crowd, seemingly oblivious to the curious and probing gazes, her expression tranquil and composed. Among the 12 ancestral witches, she, the most gentle presence, appeared to have her own considerations. As everyone harbored their own thoughts, the grand doors of the Zhixiao Palace slowly creaked open, the heavy hinges producing a distant echo that had become all too familiar. With the experience from the last time, no one fought for the seats this time. The 7 cushions emanating a faint aura of Dao had already found their rightful owners. Sanqing Nuwa, Kunping Hongyun, and Zhuanti each took their seats, while the others followed suit according to their cultivation levels. Among them, the most aggrieved was undoubtedly Kunping. Every time he sat on this cushion, he couldn't help but recall the scene of being jointly struck down by Jane and Zhuanti. That humiliation clung to him like a festering wound that he could never shake off. Occasionally, he would lift his gaze towards the 2 figures sitting side by side in front, and a chill would surge in his heart. But Jane and Zhuanti clearly did not care. Together, they could easily suppress Kunping. With a two-known disadvantage, did he possess the Dongwang Bell? No. Did he have any other supreme treasures? No, he did not. In that case, let there be hatred. At that moment, when the atmosphere in the hall was subtly shifting, Hongjun's figure quietly appeared on the central cushion. Everyone quickly focused their minds and bowed in unison. We pay our respects to the ancestor of immortals. Ever since the first sermon, all present had reached an unspoken agreement to honor Hongjun as the ancestor of immortals, the progenitor of the immortal Dao. He was the first sage of the primordial chaos, the founder of the Xuanmen, a title he undoubtedly deserved. Hongjun nodded slightly, his expression still as tranquil as a deep, while his gaze sweeping over the crowd like a deep pool, his tone as unchanging as ever. This time, I will expound on the Dao of the quasi-sage. The duration remains 3,000 years. You all should listen attentively. As his voice fell, the sound of the Dao began to resonate. This time the teachings were no longer of the Great Luo Dao, but of the quasi-sage Dao, which lies above the Great Luo and below the sage. Hongjun meticulously analyzed the method of severing the 3 corpses from beginning to end, from the superficial to the profound. What constitutes a good thought, an evil thought, and an obsession? Each thought represented an aspect of human nature, and each corpse was an embodiment of the self. To sever a corpse is to break through a layer of shackles. Once all 3 corpses are severed and merged with the true self, one can touch upon the realm of the sage. The key to severing corpses lies in using an innate spiritual treasure as a vessel, entrusting the severed embodiment within the treasure. The higher the grade of the entrusted spiritual treasure, the stronger the severed embodiment's power. If the spiritual treasure resonates with one's own Dao, such as sharing the same origin, then the effort will yield double the results. If they do not share the same origin, although one can still sever the corpse, merging the 3 corpses into one becomes impossible. The sound of the Dao gently nourished every individual's heart and mind. Everyone listened with rapt attention, deeply absorbed in a state of enlightenment. As half of the sermon elapsed, Laozi, the most gifted among them, was the first to show signs of change. His eyes were slightly closed, and a sudden intense fluctuation of aura emanated from his body, as if something was peeling away from within him. Moments later, a figure resembling Laozi, yet with a gentle smile, formed beside him, exuding a stable and peaceful aura. Taishan Laojuan, I greet my true self. The embodiment smiled warmly, with kind and benevolent features radiating an aura of transcendent tranquility. We are one, there is no need for excessive formalities. Laozi nodded slightly, his expression calm, and then he drew Taishan Laojun into his body. Everyone in the hall observed this clearly. This was the act of severing the corpse, the threshold of the quasi-sage realm. With Taiji Laozi setting the precedent, the other top-tier deities naturally did not want to lag behind. In less than 100 years, Yuanshi and Tongtian had successively severed their good corpses. Another 100 years later, Nuwa calmly severed her good corpse as well. Although Jane and Juanti had slightly weaker foundations, they verified each other and swiftly followed suit in severing their good corpses, officially stepping into the threshold of the quasi-sage. In the following several 100 years, breakthroughs abounded in the Grand Hall. Emperor Jun relied on the Tai Sun and Moon Essence Wheel as his vessel, while Mingi utilized the Abyssal Primordial Butcher. Dong Wang Gong, Shi Wang Mu Zy, and others also severed their corpses in succession according to their fortunes. During the brief 3,000 years of sermons, over 20 individuals surprisingly achieved breakthroughs to become quasi-sages. The remaining ones, although they did not manage to succeed, all bore expressions of having gained insights, evidently having accumulated enough understanding, just waiting to retreat and break through. As the last sound of the Dao faded away in the Zhixiao Palace, everyone gradually awoke from their enlightenment. Many wore expressions of unfulfilled longing on their faces, yet they understood the value of contentment. The Dao of the quasi-sage had been taught, and what remained was to return and slowly ponder, seeking the appropriate innate spiritual treasures. However, at that moment a figure suddenly stood up from the cushion. It was Emperor Jun. He adjusted his robe, his expression serious as he bowed to Han Jun and said in a loud voice, "Ancestor of immortals, I have a request to make." Instantly all eyes in the Grand Hall converged upon him. Many displayed expressions of astonishment. It was the first time someone had stood up to speak directly after the ancestor's sermon. Ziwian involuntarily tightened her back, her gaze towards Emperor Jun filled with vigilance. She still vividly remembered the scene of being blocked at her doorstep, and she understood this solar star spirit's ambitions better than anyone. Emperor Jun paid no mind to these gazes, and continued, "I observe that although the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans are esteemed in the current primordial world, the White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise clans are secondary. However, there are still many small to medium clans that are helpless and suffer from bullying. I cannot bear this in my heart, so I have been working to unify these clans and propose to name them as the Yao clan, hoping for the ancestors' approval." At these words, many present exhibited various expressions. The Sanqing glanced at Emperor Jun lightly before withdrawing their gaze, evidently uninterested. Nuwa furrowed her brow slightly, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately did not speak up. Fushi gently shook his head, signaling his sister not to say more. Kuanping squinted his eyes, his gaze shifting over Emperor Jun. As the Baiming Kuanping, he was neither part of the Dragon clan nor the Phoenix or Qilin clans, but a solitary divine being. Naturally, the subjects he sought to gather included him as well. Han Jun appeared outwardly calm as water, yet deep within he quietly stirred with a trace of ripples. He recalled what Haotian had once said to him: "If anyone proposes to unify clans, there is no need to refuse, just let it happen naturally." At the time, he had not taken it to heart, thinking it was merely a casual remark from the emperor. But now Emperor Jun had genuinely stepped forward, and his words and actions aligned precisely with the emperor's earlier predictions. Could it be that the emperor had anticipated this step long ago? He sighed lightly in his heart, yet maintained an expression as tranquil as ever, his gaze indifferent as he looked at Emperor Jun, and slowly spoke, "Since you wish to unify the clans, proceed with it. Just establish a heavenly Dao oath, and your actions must remain within reasonable bounds." Emperor Jun's eyes ignited with a fiery light, suppressing his excitement as he bowed deeply once more. "Thank you, ancestor of immortals." The first step of his plan had ultimately come to fruition. What he desired was this very sentence from the ancestor. He did not need the ancestor's support, only that the ancestor would not oppose. With this endorsement, the establishment of the Yao clan would be justified. No one could raise objections. As for what lay ahead, a flash of ambition crossed his eyes. According to what was said in the ancestor's teachings, after severing the three corpses, one must merge the three corpses to achieve sagehood. The key to merging the three corpses lies in ensuring that the entrusted spiritual treasures are of the same origin. How difficult it is to find spiritual treasures of the same origin. But if he could unify the Yao clan and harness the power of a single clan to gather treasures from across the world, perhaps he could still seize this opportunity. As for those odd gazes, he did not concern himself with them at all. Ziwei's vigilance, Kunpeng's schemes, the disdain of the Sanqing. These were merely minor disturbances on the road to success. Han Jun did not allow the crowd any time to digest this, his tone still as calm as water, yet he threw out a message that sent the entire Zhixiao Palace into a frenzy. "This lecture has concluded. After 100 years you shall return, and at that time I will expound on the Dao of the Sage." The Dao of the Sage. Those 4 words sounded like a thunderclap echoing throughout the Zhixiao Palace. The entire hall erupted in a frenzy. Many were so excited that their faces flushed, their fists clenched, their eyes filled with disbelief and joy. The Dao of the Sage, that was the pinnacle of the primordial realm. It was the highest sanctuary that countless cultivators could not touch even in their lifetimes, and the ancestor was actually going to publicly teach it in the next lecture. If they did not know it was impossible, they would have kneeled on the spot begging the ancestor to start the lecture immediately. But reason ultimately prevailed over impulse, and everyone held back their excitement, respectfully bowing before exiting the Zhixiao Palace in groups of 2 or 3. Unlike their arrival, the departing crowd was suffused with an uncontainable restlessness. Each person was calculating the same thing after the 100 yuan assembly, the Dao of the Sage. That was the closest opportunity they would ever have to touch the Dao, the nearest they would come to the Heavenly Dao, and no one wanted to miss it. Hongjun watched as the last trace of fleeing light vanished into the depths of chaos, and his figures silently dissipated on the meditation mat. Within the chaos, 3 figures stood in confrontation. Dijun and Tai Yi blocked the departing Kunpeng as the chaotic energy slowly flowed between the 3. The atmosphere was not exactly tense, but it certainly was not friendly either. Do you two have something to discuss? Kunpeng's tone was as cold as the icy currents in the depths of Baiming, lacking even the niceties of small talk. He had just sat in the Zhixiao Palace for 3,000 years as a cold benchwarmer. Every time he raised his eyes to see the figures of Jane and Zhuanti, he felt uncomfortable all over. Now, he only wished to return to the North Sea and enter seclusion, having no desire to interact with anyone. Dijun did not mind this cold attitude. Instead, he smiled warmly and clasped his hands. Kunpeng, my friend, I believe you need not put on such a distant demeanor. As fellow loose cultivators, we should still have many topics to discuss. For instance, I sincerely invite you to join us, and we will ensure that you receive the treatment you deserve. Kunpeng's eyes flashed with understanding. Just as he expected, he knew that Dijun, who dared to openly propose the establishment of the demon clan in front of the celestial ancestor in the Zhixiao Palace, would certainly seek to woo strong allies once the discussion was over. He just did not expect that he would be the first one approached. It seemed that the scene of him being jointly oppressed by Jane and Zhuanti in the Zhixiao Palace had provided this solar star spirit with an opportunity. Tai Yi, seeing Kunpeng remain silent for a long time, frowned slightly, but still patiently interjected, Kunpeng, my brother is sincerely inviting you. As long as you join us, you will not lack the treatment you deserve. Moreover, he shifted his tone, adding a hint of significance, don't you want to wash away the humiliation you suffered in the Zhixiao Palace? At this, a cold glint suddenly flashed in Kunpeng's eyes, and the surrounding chaotic energy momentarily stilled under this chill. He would certainly not forget that incident, being knocked off the meditation mat by the joint efforts of Jane and Zhuanti. He had left in a disgraceful manner under the gaze of all his peers in the hall. That was the greatest humiliation of his life, etched deep in his primordial spirit, a memory that felt like a blade cutting him every time it surfaced. Yet using this matter as a bargaining chip made him extremely displeased. What do you think? I Kunpeng am so pitiful that I need you to back me up. But he was more aware that the 2 brothers before him, one wielding the river map and the Luo book, and the other holding the Eastern Emperor bell, were not to be trifled with. If he directly refused with a bad attitude, he would only be hurting himself. The lesson from the Zhixiao Palace had already been deeply ingrained. Without a backing, there was no capital to turn against them. Kunpeng suppressed the surging emotions, maintaining a cold tone, but leaving some room. No need for your reminder. As for your invitation, I need to consider it. I will respond once I have made up my mind. Tai Yi's eyes flashed with displeasure. In his view, his brother's previous words had already given Kunpeng enough face. The other party was unexpectedly ungrateful. He was about to step forward and say something more when Dijun gently stopped him with a hand. Since Kunpeng still needs some time to think, I naturally will not force the issue. Dijun's smile remained gentle, even taking a step aside to gesture for him to leave. Please feel free, my friend. Kunpeng was taken aback. He had thought that given the strong demeanor displayed by these brothers in the Zhixiao Palace, they would surely use both soft and hard tactics to force him to express his stance today. He did not expect Dijun would actually let him go. Surprised as he was, this was ultimately a good thing. He nodded, said no more, and transformed into his true. A massive rock broke through the sky, its wings tearing apart the chaos, and in an instant it vanished into the vast depths of chaos. Tai Yi gazed in the direction Kunpeng had disappeared, puzzled, and asked, Brother, are we just going to let Kunpeng leave like this? Dijun, however, smiled meaningfully, a look of certainty flashing in his eyes. No need to rush, my dear brother. Some matters cannot be hurried or forced. He paused, his tone calm and confident. The reason Kunpeng did not agree immediately is that he still harbors resentment and caution. But when he faces the threats from Jane and Zhuanti alone and the attempts of other forces to woo him, he will slowly come to realize that in the entirety of Honghuang, we are the only ones who will genuinely offer him a place. At that time, when we invite him again, he will certainly agree. Although Tai Yi still felt a bit skeptical, he had always trusted his brother's judgment, so he nodded and did not ask further. The 2 brothers transformed into 2 beams of golden light and disappeared into the chaos. Meanwhile, in the Heavenly Court's Taiwei Yuqing Palace, a refining session lasting several dozen yuan meetings was nearing its end. The divine fire within the Chinquan cauldron blazed fiercely, and several treasures slowly rotated in the flames, revealing their general shape. Under the tempering of the prohibitive formations, these treasures trembled continuously, each tremor making their forms more solid and their auras more harmonious. With a clear and melodious hum, the lid of the Chinquan cauldron suddenly opened. 3 dazzling rays of light shot up into the sky, shimmering and reflecting in the Taiwei Yuqing Palace. A jade rui, completely translucent, floated in the center, its head inscribed with countless profound law symbols capable of both offense and defense. A pair of radiant jade bracelets flanked either side, exuding a heavy defensive aura, also capable of restraining strong foes. A slender golden hairpin emitted a fierce, cold light, a supreme treasure for offense, its sharp aura slicing through the void. These 3 treasures could be considered top tier, even among the finest innate spiritual treasures. Each piece was custom crafted by Haotian according to the laws, cultivated in the Yaoqi with great care poured into both the materials and the prohibitive formations. Looking at these treasures, Haotian nodded in satisfaction, casually dispelling the barrier, and stepped out of the Taiwei Yuqing Palace. When he reappeared, he was already in the Yaoqi fairyland. The ethereal fairy mist flowed gently between the pavilions and towers as the koi in the spiritual pond swayed their tails leisurely. Yaoqi leaned against the jade railing by the pond, lightly tossing a handful of fish bait into the water. Upon sensing Haotian's familiar aura, she hurriedly set down the bait and turned around, her face revealing unhidden joy. "Senior brother, you have come out of seclusion." "Yes, I have emerged from seclusion," Haotian replied with a smile, looking at Yaoqi's jubilant expression with great affection. "Just in time to prepare some gifts for my junior sister. See if they are to your liking." As his words fell, the 3 finely crafted top-tier innate spiritual treasures flew out from his sleeve, hovering before Yaoqi. Jade rui, jade bracelets, golden hairpin. Each radiated immense power, yet also revealed a distinct spiritual essence. After sensing the aura of the Yaotai, these treasures surprisingly began to circle around her, dancing in the air. As the light flowed, there was a natural affinity, as if they had been waiting for this moment. "Senior brother, is this prepared especially for me?" Yaotai's eyes widened slightly, filled with disbelief and an uncontainable joy. "Of course." Haotian looked at her astonished expression, and his smile deepened. "They are specially crafted according to the principles you cultivate, senior sister. Hurry and refine them to see how they suit you. And give them names while you're at it." Yaotai nodded vigorously, took the 3 treasures, and sat cross-legged to begin the refinement. Since these treasures resonated with her aura, the refinement encountered almost no obstacles. In just a few moments, the 3 treasures had been mostly refined, establishing a profound connection with her primordial spirit. She opened her eyes, still carrying a hint of excitement, and softly said, "From today on you shall be called Yaotai Rui, Yaotai Jade Bracelet, and Yaotai Golden Hairpin." The 3 treasures emitted a clear and melodious hum, as if responding to the names that gave them a sense of belonging. Haotian watched this scene with a smile in his eyes. "A fine name indeed. In that case, senior sister, get familiar with them quickly. I still have some matters to attend to." "Safe travels, senior brother." Yaotai nodded and watched Haotian's figure disappear at the entrance to the celestial realm, then turned her attention back to refining these treasures. Meanwhile, within the Palace of the Sun Star, the recently returned Emperor Jun could no longer contain the ambitions in his heart. Standing in the center of the main hall, his expression solemn, his aura rising steadily, he solemnly vowed to the Heavenly Dao above. "I, Emperor Jun, have felt the plight of the many small tribes in the primal chaos, helpless and bullied. Today I establish a clan named the Yu tribe. I shall be the Yu Emperor, my brother Tai, as the Eastern Emperor, together overseeing the Yu tribe. All who wish to join the Yu tribe shall receive our protection. May the Heavenly Dao witness this." As his words fell, the heavens above the Sun Star suddenly changed color. A magnificent cosmic phenomenon unfolded throughout the starry sky. Golden clouds surged, rays of light scattered, and celestial music resounded, as if the entire universe was resonating with the birth of the Yu tribe. Immediately, a dazzling cloud of merit coalesced, showering down a torrent of golden light. Over half of the merit flowed into Emperor Jun and Tai, solidifying their newly attained Quasi-Saint realm. The remaining merit transformed into a rain of light, evenly falling and merging into the bodies of the followers under Emperor Jun. All the subordinates bathed in the golden light of merit, their faces filled with excitement and joy. The entire Sun Star was filled with jubilation, as if welcoming an unprecedented era of prosperity. Yet the primal chaos was not solely filled with laughter from the Sun Star. The news of the establishment of the Yu tribe was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, sending ripples that quickly spread throughout the primal chaos. The reactions from various new generations of innate deities and demons varied, and hidden currents surged silently. In Kunlun Mountain, the three purities sat beneath an ancient pine brewing a pot of tea on the stone table. Tong Tian spoke first, a tone of mild disbelief in his voice. Those two golden crows of Emperor Jun sure know how to choose their timing. Taking advantage of the celestial ancestors' teachings, just ended using merit to establish the Yu tribe. Not a bad move, but can this name truly win the hearts of the people? Beside him, Yuan Shi raised his teacup, his tone reserved and indifferent, just a gathering of scattered soldiers. The three tribes won't heed him, nor will the four spirits. True strong warriors, who would willingly label themselves as demons. It's merely a loose alliance, not worth too much concern. Laozi had yet to speak, merely lifting his eyelids slightly, his gaze piercing through the clouds of Kunlun towards the direction of the sun star, before retracting it. He gently shook the feather fan in his hand, continuing to rest with eyes closed. On Xixia Mountain, Yuhua and Fuxi stood atop a cliff, gazing at the golden afterglow still lingering at the horizon. Fuxi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone calm, yet pointed. Emperor Jun's actions seem to protect the weak, but in reality they are paving the way to gather treasures of the same origin. To slay the three corpses requires treasures of the same origin. He wants to use the power of the Yu tribe to gather treasures from the world. His ambitions are not small, but it may not go as planned. Nuwa frowned slightly, a hint of compassion in her demeanor. Those small tribes are indeed pitiful. If they could have a safe haven, it wouldn't be a bad thing. It's just that Emperor Jun. She did not finish her sentence, but Fuxi understood her unspoken words and gently nodded. Let's watch. If he acts excessively, the heavenly court won't sit idly by. On the Ziwei star, Ziwei stood alone at the pinnacle of the Star Palace. The news of the Yu tribe's establishment instinctively stirred a sense of unease within him, the memory of being blocked at his doorstep still vivid. He paced back and forth in the palace, and after much inner turmoil, he finally gritted his teeth. Rather than remain on guard by himself, he might as well see if he could join the heavenly court. At least on that day, in the Ziwei Star region, the senior from Qingyun had mentioned that it wouldn't be long before he would know what the heavenly court was about. Now he truly understood and should take the initiative to step forward. As for Kuanping, he stood alone in the North Sea, looking at the lingering golden light in the direction of the sun star, his expression emotionless. He had long seen through Emperor Jun's ambitions, and the invitation was not unexpected. Though he had not yet made a firm decision, he knew that Emperor Jun's words were true. He would eventually have to make a choice. And the most reactive were none other than the witch tribe beneath Buzhou Mountain. Since they were warned by the Qilin tribe and others, the witch tribe had restrained themselves considerably and had not easily expanded outward. While it was somewhat uncomfortable, they were merely reckless, not foolish. Faced with such a vast disparity in strength, clashing heathen would only lead to self-destruction. However, the establishment of the Yu tribe felt like a needle piercing their hearts, giving rise to an inexplicable sense of repulsion from the root. The atmosphere in the Pangu hall grew heavy, akin to the sky before a storm. Those two mixed-breed birds from the Sun Star actually think of establishing some ridiculous tribe. They truly do not know what they are talking about. Zhurong slammed his fist onto the stone table, sparks flying. They have no descendants, yet they think that by gathering a few insignificant tribes, they can become strong. They indeed have no descendants. Gong Gong leaned against a stone pillar, his tone cool as he added. But at least they have managed to gather some. Unlike some brainless ones who only know how to smash tables here. Are you calling someone brainless? Zhurong exploded on the spot, flames shooting up to 3 meters high around him. Whoever responds is whoever. As the two were on the verge of a brawl, other ancestral witches either facepalmed or sighed, but more displayed a familiar numbness. Dijiang rubbed his forehead, raised his hand, and pressed down in the void. A heavy force of space forcibly separated the two. Enough. You always quarrel here. What kind of decorum is this? After stopping the two, he looked around, and his voice steadied. The Yu tribe has already been established. It cannot simply be dismissed by a few quarrels. Now let's discuss how we should respond to this Yu tribe. The other party claims to protect the weak, yet those tribes we have occupied will likely seek refuge with them, and conflict is bound to arise. Silence fell in the hall. Although Zhurong was still fuming, he knew his elder brother spoke of serious matters. The most intelligent among the 12 ancestral witches, Hutu, spoke slowly after a brief silence. Her voice was gentle and unhurried, yet possessed a power that compelled others to quiet down and listen earnestly. Brothers, regardless of how things stand, the Yu tribe has yet to show us hostility. We need not rush into opposition. As for blood feasts, they do tarnish our reputation. If we can avoid them, we should. After all, they are not absolutely necessary. Just keep a close watch on the Yu tribe. As long as they do not provoke us, we need not actively seek them out to avoid giving them a reason. Dijiang contemplated for a moment and slowly nodded. He knew Hutu was right. In the current primal chaos, one cannot simply rely on brute strength to walk their path. Thus, glancing at everyone, he made a decisive statement. Then let's proceed as my sister suggested. Everyone had no objections. Even Zhurong, with the most fiery temperament, merely huffed heavily without opposing. A brief meeting thus came to an end, and the ancestral witches dispersed. Within the heavenly court's Lingxiao treasure hall, the figure of Hongjun quietly emerged, slightly bowing towards the seated Haotian on the throne, his tone respectful, yet composed. Your Majesty, soon it will be time for the third sermon. Will it be conducted in the same manner as before? Haotian nodded, setting aside the memorial he was reviewing. Naturally, the original method remains unchanged. However, with a casual wave of his hand, several beams of light flew forth from his sleeve, quietly hovering before Hongjun, the Taiji diagram, the Pangu banner, and the 4 swords of extermination array. Each item radiated a terrifying pressure that could make even a sage turn their gaze. Hongjun's eyes scanned over these treasures, and even with his calm demeanor, his heart couldn't help but flutter slightly. He vaguely guessed Haotian's intentions, yet found it hard to believe, his tone tinged with a hint of probing. Your Majesty means. Haotian's gaze rested on those treasures, his tone complex, yet imbued with a profound significance. Please transfer these treasures to the 3 purities, as they rightfully belong to them, as the essence of Pangu. As he spoke, he paused briefly, looking at Hongjun, and added, You may also take them as your disciples. Even if the relationship is mostly nominal, it will provide them protection for a time. Hongjun fell silent for a moment before slowly nodding. He understood the emperor's intention. Taking the 3 purities as disciples was not just for imparting teachings, but also to bind these true heirs of Pangu with the title of disciples. The personalities of the 3 purities were all quite proud, and without any restraint. Who knows what would happen in the future? With the title of disciples, at least during their critical growth period, someone would be there to support them. Thus he solemnly collected the treasures and bowed deeply. The old Taoist understands, Your Majesty. With that, Hongjun took his leave, stepping forward and vanishing from sight. Haotian then retracted his gaze, quietly awaiting Taibai's arrival. Shortly after, a figure in a plain Taoist robe hurriedly entered from outside the hall. Li Chang'an, who had officially taken up the position of a celestial official in the heavenly court, approached the throne with quick steps, though not in a flurry, his face bearing a hint of joy, and respectfully bowed. Your Majesty, Taoist Ziwei of the Purple Star has recently come to the heavenly court, requesting to join us. Haotian paused slightly with the vermilion brush in hand, but said nothing, merely listening quietly. Taibai continued, According to Your Majesty's original decree, I have brought Taoist Ziwei to the trial array for assessment. The assessment is now complete. Taoist Ziwei's temperament, talent, and character are all exceptional. I wonder how Your Majesty would like to arrange this. Upon hearing Taibai's words, Haotian set down the vermilion brush and raised an eyebrow. He was certainly familiar with Ziwei. Initially, Qingyun Taoist was sent by him to patrol the vast wilderness of the starry sky. During that time, Ziwei was confronted at the door by Dijuan and Tai, who insisted on inviting him to join, and it was Qingyun who intervened to dissuade them. Ziwei later pursued Qingyun, inquiring about the heavenly court, to which Qingyun had meaningfully replied that he would find out soon enough. Now this master of 10,000 stars had indeed arrived. Ziwei, a primordial deity burdened with the fate of the Emperor's star, was the pivot around which countless stars revolved, naturally suited to the fortune of the heavenly court in terms of roots and status. Especially for the position of the Emperor of the Northern Pole, Ziwei in the heavenly court, there was no second candidate throughout the vast wilderness who was more suitable than Ziwei. This position is not the same as the son of the Duke of Shichibo Ikao after the investiture of the gods. The latter was ultimately a mortal on the list, possessing the fate of Ziwei, but unable to truly wield the power of the Emperor's star. However, this current individual is a true manifestation of the Ziwei Emperor's star, with solid roots, genuinely the master of the stars. Yet Haotian also understood that Ziwei's cultivation was still shallow. If he were to bestow the title of Emperor Ziwei directly at this moment, it would not only be difficult to gain acceptance, but could also be detrimental to Ziwei's own cultivation. A title too heavy might easily crush a star master who had yet to fully mature. Thus, after pondering for a moment, Haotian slowly spoke. Let's do this, Taibai. You first build him a palace of Ziwei, and bestow upon him the title of Ziwei Star Lord with a tentative rank of 2nd grade. Once he has made sufficient contributions to the heavenly court and his cultivation rises, we will promote him further. You may take your leave now and lead him to the treasury to select 2 superior, innate spiritual treasures as my gift to him for our first meeting. Understood. Li Changzhen respectfully acknowledged, a smile of joy for Ziwei appearing on his face as he bowed and exited the Lingxiao treasure hall. He then briskly made his way to the location of the trial array in the heavenly court. Ziwei was waiting outside the array, dressed in a purple Taoist robe, standing tall like a pine tree, with a handsome face that bore a faint aura of the Emperor's star. However, at this moment, there was a hint of barely perceptible anxiety hidden in the depths of his starry eyes. Seeing Li Changjin return, Ziwei quickly stepped forward, his anticipation almost spilling over. Yet he couldn't directly ask, only gazing intently at him. Li Changjin observed Ziwei's nervous yet expectant demeanor, chuckled, and without further ado straightforwardly stated, "Daoist Ziwei, I have already reported your matters to His Majesty. His Majesty has conferred upon you the title of Ziwei Star Lord with a rank of 2nd grade. Should you achieve merit for the Heavenly Court in the future, your rank will naturally rise." Ziwei's breath caught slightly, and his eyes suddenly sparkled with uncontainable excitement. 2nd grade celestial official, given his current cultivation, this is already a tremendous favor. Moreover, His Majesty has personally promised future opportunities for promotion, filling him with gratitude and excitement. He quickly turned toward the Lingxiao treasure hall, deeply bowing. "Ziwei thanks your Majesty for this grace." After rising, he turned to Li Changjin and seriously clasped his hands. "Thanks to Daoist Taibai for the recommendation. If it weren't for your guidance, Ziwei would still be unaware of what the Heavenly Court is like." Li Changjin sidestepped in a half-bow, smilingly waving his hand. "No need for such formalities, we will be colleagues from now on. Come, I have already made arrangements at the treasury for you to pick 2 suitable spiritual treasures. Later I will take you to see the location of the Ziwei Palace. His Majesty specifically instructed to choose a good spot, so make sure to pick wisely." As he spoke, he led Ziwei out, all the while enthusiastically introducing the various departments of the Heavenly Court and their daily affairs, embodying the role of a warm and attentive steward. Ziwei followed behind, Li Changjin walking through the jade-carved celestial corridors. His gaze swept across the grand Lingxiao Palace and the flowing starry river in the distant sky, a fleeting glimmer of indescribable brilliance crossing his eyes. But he quickly adjusted himself and followed Taibai as they left the place. Time passed swiftly like a fleeting horse, and the days of the 100 Yuan conference quietly slipped away amidst the eager anticipation of the myriad beings of the primordial era. In the blink of an eye, the day of the 3rd sermon was approaching. From the depths of chaos, streams of light surged from various parts of the primordial era, converging towards the Zixiao Palace. This time no one dared to be negligent. In the previous 2 sermons, the Dao of the Great Luo allowed everyone to at least break through a small realm, and the Dao of the Quasi-Saint enabled no fewer than 20 individuals to successfully sever their corpses. In this 3rd instance, the immortal ancestor would expound on the Dao of Saints, the pinnacle of realms, a supreme hall that countless cultivators could only aspire to throughout their lives. Even if one could only comprehend a few words, it would be enough to benefit them for a lifetime. Hence many hastened to arrive here. The first to arrive were still the 3 pure ones. Laozi stood with the celestial and earthly Xianhuang Linglong pagoda atop his head, with the Xianhuang aura cascading down like a waterfall, completely isolating the chaotic torrents outside. Yuanshi and Tongtian stood to the left and right, walking leisurely, their robes billowing. Following them were the siblings Niuhua and Fuxi, and soon after top innate deities such as Hongyun, Kunpeng, Jianjuni, Dijuan, and Taiyi arrived in succession. Then came the guests from Zixiao Palace, some traveling alone, others in pairs, emerging from the chaos in waves and landing in the square in front of Zixiao Palace. The crowd was nearly gathered, yet the atmosphere was anything but calm. Daijin's gaze swept through the crowd, landing squarely on Kunpeng. He smiled slightly, and in front of numerous powerful beings, unabashedly asked aloud, "Kunpeng, my friend, how have you considered the matter from last time?" This sentence was not loud, yet it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. Many guests from Zixiao Palace turned their heads, their gazes darting between Dijuan and Kunpeng. Daijin's establishment of the demon race had long spread throughout the primordial era, recognized by the Heavenly Dao and blessed with merits. Now, as he publicly extended an invitation to Kunpeng, the intent of his alliance was unmistakable. Kunpeng fell silent for a moment. His gaze involuntarily swept towards Jin and Jundi, not far away. The 2 stood side by side, their expressions as pained as ever, yet they too were watching him. These 2 individuals had jointly cast him down from the lotus seat during the 1st sermon, leaving him utterly humiliated in front of all his peers. That face was something he would never forget in this lifetime. He took a deep breath, suppressing the swirling hatred within him, and spoke coldly, his voice as chilling as the ice of the northern abyss. "Thank you both for the invitation, though I have given it much thought. I am willing to join the demon race." The crowd erupted in an uproar. The guests from Zixiao Palace exchanged whispers, their expressions varied. Some surprised, some enlightened, and others gleefully anticipating the unfolding drama. But among them, the ones with the worst expressions were none other than Jane and Jundi. The sorrow on their faces deepened further. Jane lowered his eyelids, the speed of his prayer beads accelerating slightly, while Zunti's hand, hidden in his sleeve, unconsciously clenched tightly. They certainly did not fear Kunpeng, but what they feared was that once Kunpeng joined the demon race, he would no longer be a solitary figure. Dijuan wielded the He Tu, and Luo Shu and Tai controlled the Eastern Emperor Bell, Both brothers were formidable characters. Especially Tai, for when the Eastern Emperor bell rang, it was not just a matter of unknown. Even in unknown scenarios, they might not be guaranteed victory. At this moment, Kunpeng's identity had completely changed. No longer a mere loose cultivator who could be easily manipulated, he now had two powerful backers. No matter how one calculated, it was a loss for them. Meanwhile, the three pure ones appeared indifferent, observing with noses to the ground and hearts to their noses, as if they had heard nothing. Laozi didn't even lift his eyelids, while Yuanshi merely raised an eyebrow slightly. Tongtian, however, took a keen interest and looked a few more times, but said nothing. As long as Dijuan did not provoke them, how the demon race developed was of no concern to them. Just as everyone was lost in their thoughts, the grand doors of the Zixiao Palace slowly opened. The heavy door hinges let out a distant echo that everyone had grown accustomed to. Everyone set aside their other thoughts and filed in, taking their seats according to the arrangements of the previous two. The 7 lotus seats, exuding a faint Taoist radiance, remained reserved for the 3 pure ones, Nuwa, Hongyunjian, and Juani. No one dared to intrude. Once everyone was seated, Hongjun's figure silently appeared at the center lotus seat. His expression was as calm as still water, and his gaze indifferent. After scanning the crowd, he slowly began, "This time, I will expound on the Tao of Saints for a duration of 4,000 years. You all should listen attentively." As his words fell, the entire Zixiao Palace was suddenly enveloped by a celestial phenomenon. Purple chi surged rapidly from the east, flooding the hall like a tide. Golden lotuses emerged from the ground, blooming one after another, while dragon and phoenix apparitions spiraled above the heavens with myriad auspicious clouds and 1,000 radiant colors. Following that, profound and mysterious sounds of the Tao resonated throughout the hall. The Tao of Saints expounded by Hongjun was no longer merely the skillful techniques of the quasi-saints. Instead, it pointed directly to the mysteries of the source of the Heavenly Dao, what it means to be a saint, how one becomes a saint, the connection between saints and the Heavenly Dao, and the secrets of the primordial spirit relying on the Heavenly Dao. The sounds of the Tao poured forth like a celestial river, imprinting each syllable deep within the listener's primordial spirits. In this description, the realm of saints transcended the level of techniques and laws, becoming the ultimate transformation of the Tao and fate. Everyone closed their eyes and focused, sinking into contemplation. However, the profundity of the Tao of Saints far surpassed the previous 2 sermons. The quasi-saint Tao was already an extremely high threshold, while the Tao of Saints was even more unfathomable. Aside from the most front row figures like Laozi, Yuanshi, Tongtian, and Nuwa, who were exceptionally gifted and could comprehend most of it, while showing thoughtful expressions, the rest, including Dijuan and Tai, often grasped only fragments, sometimes experiencing moments of sudden enlightenment, and at other times sinking into deeper confusion. As for those loose cultivators seated in the central and rear positions, they were even more perplexed, scratching their heads in frustration. Being able to understand 1 or 2 sentences out of 10 was already a cause for gratitude. Yet even so, no one gave up. Even if they couldn't comprehend, they diligently memorized, carving each word of the Tao sounds deep into their primordial spirits. Every syllable of the Tao of Saints was a priceless treasure. Not understanding today did not mean one could not comprehend it tomorrow. Many gritted their teeth, veins bulging on their foreheads, desperately trying to imprint those obscure Tao sounds. However, just as everyone was immersed in this bittersweet understanding, Hongjun suddenly spoke. The law cannot be transmitted to 6 ears. His voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable pressure of the Heavenly Dao. At that moment, outside the chaos where Zixiao Palace resided, a scream echoed. A 6-eared macaque who had been eavesdropping on the sermon with divine powers was struck by this pressure, causing blood to flow from its 7 orifices, and it fainted on the spot, falling from the chaos, disappearing without a trace. No one felt pity for him. In fact, many thought it was entirely deserved. The 6-eared macaque was merely at the Tai level, and while it might have been forgivable to eavesdrop on the previous 2 sermons, daring to eavesdrop on the Tao of Saints this time was too audacious. Let alone the fact that someone at the Tai level simply could not understand the Tao of Saints. If he truly comprehended it, what would that make those who had traversed through chaos and faced life and death to reach Zixiao Palace? Wasn't it a huge joke if someone with innate divine powers surpassed them? The matter of the 6-eared macaque was soon forgotten, and the Tao sound continued to resonate within the hall. Everyone remained absorbed in their own comprehension, as some seemed to gain insight, some understood only half, and others merely memorized. There were those who listened in a daze, but everyone was competing in their own way with this rare opportunity. However, the time for preaching was ultimately fleeting. As the last note of Tao sound slowly faded, everyone awoke from their contemplation, only to see Hongjun still seated calmly on his mat, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. If any of you have questions regarding the way of the sages, feel free to ask. Upon hearing this, the entire Zixiao Palace fell silent for a moment. Then Laozi was the first to stand bow respectfully and eagerly inquire, "Might I ask what is a sage?" This question echoed the thoughts of all. They had listened to the way of the sage for 4,000 years, yet no one had told them what a sage truly was. Upon hearing the question, Hongjun's calm voice resonated in the hall. A sage is one whose primordial spirit is entrusted to the Dao. As long as the Dao is not destroyed, the sage will not perish. The hall erupted in an uproar. The weight of the words, "as long as the Dao is not destroyed, the sage will not perish," pressed heavily on everyone's hearts. So that is the source of a sage's immortality. After Laozi sat down, Yuan Shi Tianzun also stood up respectfully and asked, "What methods are there to attain sagehood?" "There are 3,000 great paths, each can lead to sagehood," Hongjun replied, his tone as indifferent as ever, yet with a hint of elaboration in his words. "However, in the current primordial chaos, only 3 paths are applicable. The strongest path is to prove the Dao through strength, yet it is the most difficult to succeed, requiring one to break through barriers and reach the source of the Great Dao. Since the beginning of creation, only Pangu has achieved Dao through this method. The second path is to sever the corpses to attain Dao. One must use a shared source spirit treasure to sever the good, evil, and attachment corpses and unify the 3 to attain sagehood. The third path, which is the weakest, requires a vast amount of merit to impact the sage position. Each path was more difficult than the last, weighing heavily on everyone's minds. But soon after, Tong Tian could no longer contain himself and stood up, asking the most pressing question on everyone's minds. "Might I ask how many sage positions exist, and who can attain sagehood?" As soon as the words were spoken, the breath in the entire Zixiao Palace was held in suspense. All eyes turned sharply towards Hongjun, with tension, anticipation, and longing intertwining in the hall. This was a matter that concerned the future of each and every one of them. Hongjun quietly looked over the crowd, his tone still flat, yet each word struck like thunder. "The number of sage positions is 9, which is the limit that the primordial Dao can bear. Among my disciples there shall be 7. Thus before the preaching, His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor specially bestowed upon me some primordial purple energy, which serves as the foundation for bearing the sage positions." Boom! The entire Zixiao Palace erupted in chaos. Only 7. With so many people present, who among them was not a person of profound cultivation and deep foundation? Sanqing Nuwa Fushi Emperor Juntai Kunpeng Hongyun Jin Juni Xinyuanzi and Mingi, who would not want to become a sage. How could 7 sage positions suffice? Before they could recover from their shock, Hongjun had already directed his gaze towards the direction of Sanqing. "Laozi, Yuan Shi, Tong Tian, the 3 of you share a master-disciple bond with me, bearing the merit of creation, and can attain the position of sage." 3 strands of primordial purple energy flew from Hongjun's sleeve, transforming into 3 beams of purple light that entered the bodies of the 3. The 3 felt a slight tremor, sensing a profound aura taking root deep within their primordial spirits, establishing a faint connection with the Dao. The 3 quickly stood up, bowing respectfully, fully aware of the implications. Accepting this primordial purple energy meant they had acknowledged Hongjun as their master and were bound to the heavenly court, yet they hesitated not for a moment. For this purple energy on them was far safer than falling into anyone else's hands. With their master being a sage and the heavenly court as their backing, who would dare to touch them? Naturally, the others realized this as well. In an instant, envious, jealous, and complex gazes pierced into Sanqing, yet no one dared to speak. Who didn't know that Sanqing was now backed by the sage ancestor and the heavenly court? Hongjun, disregarding the crowd's reactions, turned his gaze towards Nuwa and Hongyun. "Nuwa, you share a master-disciple bond with me, and will have great merits to accomplish in the future. You too can attain sagehood." As the words fell, a strand of primordial purple energy entered Nuwa's body. Nuwa felt a jolt in her heart. Great merits. What great merits? She was unsure, but since her master said so, it would surely not be groundless. Suppressing her doubts, she gratefully bowed, and then sat cross-legged to begin sensing the purple energy. "Hongyun." Hongjun's gaze fell upon Hongyun, his tone carrying a hint of complexity. "Though you and I have no master-disciple bond, you too have the opportunity to attain sagehood and can achieve the position of sage." Another strand of primordial purple energy entered Hongyun's body. Hongyun was taken aback. He had already prepared himself for not having a share, especially since he had not stood out in the previous instances. Yet the primordial purple energy had unexpectedly fallen upon him. After a brief moment of astonishment, the words spoken to him by Xinyuanzi after the first preaching flashed through his mind. "You are kind-hearted yet thin-skinned. If an opportunity falls upon you, remember to find a backing for yourself." At that time he had not taken it seriously, but now it was time to give it a try. Taking a deep breath, Hongyun made the smartest decision of his life, standing up respectfully and deeply bowing to Hongjun, "Sage ancestor, although I have no fate to become your disciple, I wish to join the heavenly court to serve the heavenly court and alleviate concerns for your majesty. Uncertain if that would be acceptable. As soon as the words were spoken, many in the hall were taken aback. Those who had been contemplating how to snatch the purple energy from Hong Yun's hands suddenly had their expressions changed dramatically. They were not afraid of Hong Yun possessing the primordial purple energy, but rather of him having a backing. If the sage ancestor agreed, Hong Yun would become a person of the heavenly court who would dare to touch a person of the heavenly court. Ikin Hongjun nodded, granting Hong Yun's request. This caused many to darken their eyes. Jin and Juni were also taken aback, but at this moment they could not focus on Hong Yun. For the sage ancestor had already distributed 5 strands of primordial purple energy, and they had yet. The two no longer cared about face. They stood up together, their faces showing sorrow, their voices tinged with pleading. Please have pity on us, sage ancestor, and grant us your grace. As they spoke, tears welled up in their eyes, looking as if they were about to burst into tears at any moment. This left Hongjun somewhat speechless, but he also understood that these two had some connection with him. Although he did not know why this was so, even if he did not consider this point, these two had a profound fate bound with them. From this perspective, they should be given a chance, so he could only sigh helplessly and speak with a hint of resignation. Alright, you two have some connection with me, so I will accept you as named disciples. You can attain sagehood. Another 2 strands of primordial purple energy entered Jane and Junti. The two were overjoyed, immediately bowing deeply, eager to kneel and kowtow on the spot. Named disciples are still disciples. With this status and the backing of the heavenly court, who would dare to touch? Initially, they had been most worried about being retaliated against after forcibly seizing the Kunping's mat in the Zixiao Palace, but now with this double insurance, they no longer needed to live in fear. With the 7 strands of primordial purple energy finally distributed, the future sages, Sanqing Nuwa, Hongyun, Jane, and Junti, had been determined. As the 7 individuals on the futon acquired the primordial purple energy, the expressions of many in the hall became subtly complicated. The 3 clear ones had a share, Nuwa had a share, and even these 2 impoverished figures from the west had a share. But what about them? Are they just going to stand by and watch? The one with the most turbulent emotions among them was none other than Kunping. He sat on the futon, his gaze fixed intensely on the backs of Jane and Junti, with a hatred in his eyes so thick it seemed ready to overflow. The scene of being jointly knocked off the futon by these two in front of the entire hall of peers remained an unhealable wound deep within his primordial spirit. He had thought that by joining the demon clan and relying on the 2 towering figures of Emperor Jun and Tai, he would eventually reclaim this debt with interest. But now, he had joined the demon clan, yet Jane and Junti had unexpectedly transformed into recognized disciples of the celestial ancestor. A disciple of the celestial ancestor, even if just a recognized disciple, was still acknowledged by the ancestor himself. With the celestial ancestor backing them, and the heavenly court pressing down upon them, who in the entire Hongwang would dare to lay a finger on them? Would Emperor Jun dare? Would Tai dare? Although the 2 brothers were ambitious, they were certainly not fools. To seek revenge for himself by offending the disciples of the celestial ancestor. Anyone could calculate this debt. Therefore Kunping felt a suffocating anger stuck in his chest, unable to swallow it down or spit it out. The demon clan had joined for nothing, and he would still have to be manipulated by Emperor Jun in the future, while the humiliation from before could only be swallowed down once more. This made him clench his hands tightly in his sleeves, yet he dared not show a hint of it on his face. His cold expression was even darker than usual. Just as the atmosphere grew heavy, someone in the crowd suddenly realized something. 7 strands of primordial purple energy, plus the 1 belonging to the celestial ancestor, only made 8 in total. But the celestial ancestor had clearly stated before that the number of holy positions was 9, the limit that the Hongwang Heavenly Dao could bear. So where was the last one? Where did the final strand of primordial purple energy go? This thought was like a spark igniting dry, kindling instantly, spreading like wildfire in everyone's hearts. Many people's expressions changed in unison. There is still one strand of unowned primordial purple energy. The first to react was Emperor Jun. He almost reflexively stood up. The spirited demeanor of the demon emperor instantly shifted to one of deep sorrow as he deeply bowed to Hongjun, his voice filled with heartfelt sincerity, almost to the point of shedding tears. Celestial ancestor, my demon clan has always existed in the cracks of major powers, precarious and extremely difficult. I hope the celestial ancestor will show mercy and grant this last strand of primordial purple energy to my demon clan. The people behind him, including Tai, also bowed in agreement, their words sincere and their attitudes respectful. If one could take a shortcut to ascend to the heavens, who would want to tread the thorny path of the unknown? But the others were not fools. With Emperor Jun leading the way, the entire Purple Cloud Palace was suddenly thrown into chaos. The Eastern King stood up with a pained expression, his voice choked with emotion. Even the ancestor of the underworld river retracted his usual gloom, putting on a pitiful demeanor. Even some of the proud rogue cultivators who were typically insufferably arrogant could not care about face at this moment, and began to mimic the cries of sorrow. Those lamenting, and those complaining all wanted to take a bite of this last piece of fat meat. In an instant the entire purple cloud palace was filled with waves of sorrowful sounds. Looking at the crowd of wailing individuals, Hongjun furrowed his brows slightly. He gazed at these primordial beings who usually commanded the winds and rains in Hongwang, yet were now each crying out in despair, and after a moment of silence he finally let out a light snort. Though the sound was not heavy, it exploded in the hall like a muffled thunder, forcibly suppressing everyone's cries. You are all renowned primordial beings in Hongwang, yet such cries and clamor, what kind of decorum is this? Hongjun's voice carried a hint of displeasure as his gaze swept over the crowd like a cold lightning bolt. This last strand of primordial purple energy is not that I am unwilling to give it to you, but it is the will of His Majesty. The final strand of primordial purple energy does not have a determined recipient, yet only those who make significant contributions to Hongwang will be qualified to receive it. This was the intention of the Heavenly Emperor. Once these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. To Hongjuan, they could still shamelessly cry and make a fuss. After all, the celestial ancestor, though imposing, was still someone they could converse with. But that emperor who sat high on the Lingxiao treasure hall, they had never even seen his face, let alone negotiate. Furthermore, this arrangement itself did not completely extinguish everyone's hopes. It was not a refusal, but a reward. Whoever makes significant contributions would have the qualification to take it. This meant that the last strand of primordial purple energy was not the private possession of anyone, but a reward open to all powerful beings in Hongwang. Although they were reluctant, they truly could not make a fuss anymore. Seeing everyone finally quiet down, Hongjun then turned his gaze back to Laozu and the others. His tone remained calm, but the words he spoke once again stirred up waves in the hall. As my disciples, you should possess suitable treasures. Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian all raised their heads simultaneously. To be honest, although the three clear ones had deep roots, they were not truly wealthy among the top primordial beings in Hongwang. Now that the celestial ancestor wanted to bestow treasures, they were naturally overjoyed. Meanwhile, the others were so envious their eyes were turning red. They had claimed the futon and received the purple energy, and now they could even receive treasures for free. The disparity in treatment was simply too great. Yet Hongjun did not care about the complex gazes from everyone, and first set his eyes on Laozu. Taiji, you are my eldest disciple. This primordial supreme treasure, the Taiji diagram, shall be granted to you for self-defense. With this, an ancient and simple volume flew out from Hongjun's sleeve and landed in Laozu's embrace. The moment the volume unfolded, the yin and yang energies intertwined and flowed. The black and white fish joined at the heads and tails, as if containing the most fundamental principles of the universe. The primordial supreme treasure, the Taiji diagram, one of the three treasures of creation, was a world-shaking artifact alongside the Pangu flag and the Eastern Emperor bell. The entire purple cloud palace fell silent at that moment, and then erupted into an uncontrollable uproar. A primordial supreme treasure, one of the three treasures of creation. To produce such a level of treasure at the first opportunity was no longer generosity, it was simply extravagance. Thank you, Master, for bestowing the treasure. Laozu quickly stood up, and even his typically calm face showed a rare sign of overwhelming excitement. He had thought that Master would at most grant him a couple of top-notch primordial spiritual treasures, but unexpectedly, he had directly given a primordial supreme treasure. This gift was indeed substantial. Before everyone could recover from the shock of the Taiji diagram, Hongjun had already turned his gaze to Yuanshi. Yuanshi, you are my second disciple. This primordial supreme treasure, the Pangu flag, shall be granted to you. Another flag-like treasure flew into Yuanshi's hands. The Pangu flag was enveloped in chaos energy, and its surface was engraved with supreme runes imprinted during the creation of the heavens and earth. The unmatched pressure could be felt even from a distance, sending shivers deep into one's soul. Another primordial supreme treasure, another treasure at the level of the three treasures of creation, had left many feeling numb. In contrast, Yuanshi suppressed the excitement within him, solemnly accepted the Pangu flag, and bowed. Thank you, Master. Hongjun lightly nodded and then directed his gaze to Tongtian, who had been eagerly anticipating this moment, his tone unusually carrying a hint of significance. Tongtian, you are my third disciple, and your character is the most free-spirited. This formation diagram for the four swords of extermination, personally crafted by the Heavenly Emperor, shall be granted to you. Although this treasure is not a primordial supreme treasure, once the extermination sword formation is set up, its power is unparalleled. Saints can unleash it, and only the four saints can break it. Only the four saints could break it. These 6 words exploded like a thunderclap in the purple cloud palace. While the Taiji diagram and Pangu flag were indeed astonishing, they were ultimately just powerful treasures. But this extermination sword formation, if unleashed by a saint, could only be broken by the 4 saints. Does this not mean that as long as Tontian achieves the rank of saint and sets up this sword formation in all of Hongguang aside from the celestial ancestor and the heavenly emperor, no singular saint could break his formation? With the 3 clear ones united plus this formation that only the 4 saints could break, would they not then be? If they once regarded the Sanqing only with trepidation, now they truly dared not provoke them. It was not a challenge, but a march towards death. Hongjun was naturally aware of everyone's thoughts, but he paid them no mind. He merely withdrew his gaze lightly, and turned to Nuwa. His tone softened compared to before. Nuwa, you are my personally taught disciple. This supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the map of mountains and rivers, along with the exquisite, innate spiritual treasure, the red embroidery ball, I bestow upon you. The map of mountains and rivers can create illusions and trap people or objects, while the red embroidery ball possesses immense attack power. Even a saint would find it unpleasant to be struck by it. In the future, if you can complete the 3 marriages of heaven, earth, and humanity, or encounter other opportunities, the red embroidery ball may evolve into a supreme, innate treasure. Nuwa had initially felt a tinge of disappointment watching the Sanqing receive innate treasures one after another. However, upon hearing that the red embroidery ball had the potential to evolve into a supreme, innate treasure, that disappointment instantly vanished. She joyfully accepted the 2 treasures and respectfully bowed, saying, "Thank you, Master, for bestowing these treasures." Hongjun nodded slightly, and then turned his gaze to the side at Hongyun. Although his tone remained flat, it carried a hint of officialdom. "Hongyun, while we may not share a master-disciple bond, you have joined the heavenly court, and it is only natural for the heavenly court to bestow treasures upon you. This supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the Qiyun Jinyue Tower, I bestow upon you. This treasure has unparalleled defense, and can also trap people or objects." Hongyun quickly stood up, his face solemn, as he bowed in gratitude. He knew better than anyone that this treasure was not so much a gift from the celestial ancestor, as it was meant to uphold the heavenly court's reputation. The celestial ancestor was sending a message to everyone present. Hongyun was a member of the heavenly court. To provoke him was to provoke the heavenly court. When it was the turn of Jane and Zunti, Hongjun suddenly stopped. Jane and Zunti's hearts skipped a beat, and seeing the celestial ancestor's evident reluctance to speak, they dared not hesitate. The 2 immediately stood up, their faces displaying a heart-wrenching sadness, their lips quivering, as if they were about to burst into tears once again. "Enough, enough." Hongjun waved his hand with a hint of helplessness, interrupting their performance. "You 2 are ultimately my registered disciples. I shall bestow upon you this supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the godly scepter, and the 12-rank merit golden lotus." "Thank you, Master." Jane and Zunti immediately beamed with joy, their rapid change of expression causing many present to secretly mutter. If they knew the words that would come in the future, they would surely remark that their expressions changed without penalty. The 2 paid no attention to this, and joyfully accepted the treasures, feeling not the slightest disappointment due to their status as registered disciples, or for receiving only 2 supreme, innate treasures. Of course, having treasures was already a stroke of luck. It was far better than being empty-handed. The 12-rank merit golden lotus was one of the 4 great lotus platforms, holding extraordinary significance for their Western teachings. As the Sanqing, Nuwa, Hongyun, Jane, and Zunti each received their treasures, the remaining guests in the Zixiao Palace could no longer remain seated. Since Hongmeng Purple Chi had no share for them, surely they could at least ask for a few treasures. Emperor Jun was the first to stand up, his face once again taking on a sorrowful expression, just as Hongjun had preemptively silenced all their mouths. "All right, you are all innate deities and demons. Why must you act in such a manner?" Hongjun's tone was calm and left no room for debate. The treasures bestowed upon the Taching and others mostly originated from the hands of the Heavenly Emperor. They have no connection to you. If you truly desire treasures, there are still many spiritual treasures on the treasure distribution rock. You may rely on your own fortunes to claim them. The treasure distribution rock. There are still treasures, but one must rely on luck to obtain them. As soon as his voice fell, the entire Zixiao Palace erupted like a boiling pot. First there was a brief silence followed by a rush, as everyone, yes, everyone rushed out in a frenzy. Even the Sanqing, who had just received innate treasures, hurriedly bowed to Hongjun and then dashed out without. No one would think there were too many treasures, especially those unclaimed spiritual treasures on the treasure distribution rock. The early arrivals could choose the best, while those who arrived late would have to settle for leftovers. In just a moment, the once crowded Zixiao Palace became desolate. Hongjun sat alone on the mat, watching the chaotic dust raised by the departing crowd, slowly shaking his head. A faint smile, barely visible, appeared at the corner of his mouth. In a place not far from the treasure distribution rock, Laozi with the Taiji diagram above his head and Yuan Shi circling the Pangu banner while Tongtian stepped on the sword chi of Zuzhen. The three brothers practically exerted their utmost speed. After all, the master had said that the treasures on the treasure distribution rock depended entirely on luck and speed. Early arrivals could choose the best while latecomers would face the wind. Thus they hurried and still arrived first outside the treasure distribution rock. Laozi, the first to arrive, wasted no time and spread the Taiji diagram in the air. The yin and yang energies transformed into black and white dragons that swept forth, pulling dozens of innate spiritual treasures resonating with his aura from the treasure distribution rock in one go. The Zhusui purple flame stood out among the treasures, its entire body radiating purple light with a trace of innate Dao fire in its core. The wordless heavenly book floated quietly to one side, its pages blank, yet vaguely exuding a force of heavenly secrets waiting to be written. Moreover, several other treasures of considerable rank, such as the 8 Scenes Palace Lantern and the Xian Du Purple Residence Sword, were all gathered into his possession. Yuan Shi followed closely behind the Pangu banner billowing in the wind. As the banner spread, a chaotic pressure that could open the heavens swept out directly, knocking hundreds of innate spiritual treasures off the treasure distribution rock. He acted with great precision, not greedy, only taking items that resonated with his own Dao rhythm. The falling soul bell, dark and heavy, could shake the opponent's primordial spirit with its sound. The Yushu Palace Lantern emitted a cool radiance complementing his Yuqing immortal light. The yin-yang mirror divided into two sides, one representing death and the other life, reflected vitality on one side, while tracing back the true spirit on the other. Hundreds of treasures were neatly arranged in his sleeve, each of considerable rank. Meanwhile, Tongshan's actions were the most extravagant. He had not even fully refined the 4 swords of Zuzhen when he directly used his divine sense to manipulate the 4 swords to set up a simple Zuzhen sword array. The sword lights intertwined into a net sweeping over the hundreds of innate spiritual treasures on the treasure distribution rock like a violent wind sweeping away leaves. The heart-piercing lock transformed into a beam of golden light that dove into his sleeve, while the fishing drum gently struck and flew into his palm. Additionally, there were various spiritual treasures, such as the purple lightning hammer and the primordial brush, large and small, offensive and defensive, serious and unconventional, all swept into his possession. Compared to the selective attitude of his two brothers, Tongshan's approach was almost as if he feared that good items would be snatched away by others, preferring to gather them into his embrace first before slowly picking. When the others arrived at the treasure distribution rock, they witnessed this scene. The Sanqing had already gathered treasures to the point of exhaustion, and only a few conspicuous treasures remained on the treasure distribution rock. Nuwa then unfolded the map of mountains and rivers, transforming the precious chart into a magnificent ethereal landscape, absorbing the spiritual treasures in harmony with her aura into the illustration. When the lotus lantern fell into her hands, the wick automatically ignited a warm flame, as if it had been waiting for her for a long time. The 9 heavens divine blade connected 9 knives into one sheath, inscribed with 9 different runes of slaughter, exuding a chilling aura as it flickered with cold light. The 3 mystical rings of heaven, earth, and man interlocked, corresponding to the laws of heaven, earth, and humanity, each ring giving rise to the next with boundless, marvelous applications. In a short time, she single-handedly collected over 100 spiritual treasures, her personal gains rivaling those of any among the Sanqing. Hongyun darted across the treasure distribution rock with extreme speed, his body technique being an innate advantage from his transformation as Hongyun executed to its fullest, revealing a red light weaving through the piles of treasures. The fire-controlling pearl automatically flew towards him as soon as it was drawn by his aura. Additionally, dozens of spiritual treasures like the Qingfeng Fan and Luyun Do, which were fated to him, moved so swiftly that many scattered cultivators nearby watched in wide-eyed astonishment. In contrast, the luck of Jane and Junti was somewhat lacking. The two joined forces to cast the secret methods of the Western teachings, managing to collect over 100 innate spiritual treasures. However, looking around, most were inferior spiritual treasures like silk ribbons, jingling ornaments, umbrella canopies, flower patterns, banners, golden bows, and fish intestines. There were very few top-grade treasures, with only a handful, such as the 8 treasures merit transforming dragon pool. As for supreme, innate spiritual treasures, there were none at all. Zuni's expression was somewhat poor, while Jane still wore a sorrowful, yet compassionate look. However, the pace of their actions did not slow down in the slightest. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Those inferior treasures are still innate spiritual treasures. In the West, even a single one could cause countless cultivators to fight over it. Seeing this, Emperor Jun and Tai quickened their movements. The two brothers, one using the river diagram and Luo book to deduce the positions of the treasures, and the other using the Dongwang bell, to shock away nearby competitors, worked together seamlessly to collect hundreds of spiritual treasures. Kunpeng closely followed. Although he had joined the demon clan, the opportunities on the treasure distribution rock depended on one's own abilities, and he did not hold back, sweeping away dozens of treasures with his wings. Even though most were inferior treasures, the haul was still quite impressive. The Eastern King and Western Queen each used pure Yang and pure Yin energies to attract treasures, while Xinyuanzi, since the Earth attributed spiritual treasures with the Earth Book, and Fuxi deduced the positions of the treasure energies with the 8 trigrams. The sisters Shiha and Changxi worked together to collect lunar attribute spiritual treasures, and the Patriarch of the Underworld River stepped on the fiery red lotus, using hundreds of blood deity avatars to capture simultaneously. In that moment, the treasure distribution rock was illuminated with brilliant lights, and all individuals exerted their utmost effort, fearing that if they hesitated for even a moment, they would return empty-handed. Those scattered cultivators with lesser cultivation who arrived later had far worse luck than this batch of top-tier divine beings. Those fortunate enough could grab about 10 items, while the less fortunate only managed 3 to 5 treasures, and the unfortunate ones returned empty-handed. For instance, the lantern-bearing Taoist who only arrived in time for the 3rd lecture was caught in the crowd covered in dirt, and ultimately only managed to fish out a Qinkuan ruler along with a few inferior, innate spiritual treasures. He gazed at the figures of the Sanqing who returned laden with treasures, a flicker of complexity flashing in his eyes. Just as the spiritual treasures on the treasure distribution rock were nearly all divided, an unexpected change occurred. The remaining hundreds of unclaimed spiritual treasures seemed to be simultaneously affected by some invisible force. They transformed into streaks of flowing light shooting out from the treasure distribution rock, leaving behind colorful trails scattering across the vast wilderness. Some fell into the 4 seas, some vanished into deep mountains, some landed in the starry skies, and some disappeared into the chaos. This scene caused many scattered cultivators who had yet to grab a few treasures to become frantic, rushing after those streaks of light, hoping to pick up a leftover. Seeing this, Laozi and the others did not intentionally remind them. Opportunities like these cannot be chased. Oh, what is meant to be yours will be yours. The Sanqing collected their escape lights and returned to the Zixiao Palace. This time the Zixiao Palace felt considerably more spacious. Except for the 7 mats at the front, which still held a few familiar faces, the mats at the back had only a handful of individuals like Fuxi and Xinyuanzi. Most of the scattered cultivators chasing treasures had not yet returned. Hongjun paid no mind to this, and after everyone was seated, he continued to expound on the laws of the sages. In the previous 3,000 years, he had only covered the latter half, with still 1,000 years remaining. The sound of the Dao reverberated through the hall once more, and the remaining individuals listened attentively once again, immersing themselves in it. It was not until 500 years later that some of the scattered cultivators, battered and exhausted, finally returned to the Zixiao Palace. Missing 500 years of Dao teachings was akin to missing 500 years of cultivation. A single moment's delay led to countless setbacks. Everyone felt immense regret, but it was too late to change anything, so they could only hastily take their seats, suppressing their chaotic emotions to continue listening. The final 500 years of lecture time quietly slipped away unnoticed. When Hongjun's voice finally ceased, everyone awakened from their contemplations, feeling their understanding of the Dao had deepened compared to before the lecture. This lecture has come to an end. Hongjun's gaze swept across the hall, ultimately resting on the 7 figures in the front row, his voice as calm as ever. Laozi Yuanshi Tongtian Nuwa, Hongyunjin Junti, you shall accompany me to meet His Majesty. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of Laozi and the others subtly changed in unison. This was not the first time they had heard the words His Majesty from their master. The primordial purple aura was granted by His Majesty, the Pangu banner and the Taiji diagram were given by His Majesty, and even the positions of saints were determined by him. Yet all this time they had only heard his name, without seeing his form. Now was it finally time to meet him? The emotions of the crowd were mixed. There was reverence, nervousness, anticipation, and a hint of indescribable unease. But no one dared to be negligent, and they all respectfully responded in unison. At that moment, the Western Queen suddenly stood up from her mat. Taking a deep breath, she solemnly bowed to Hongju, her voice clear and resolute. Celestial Ancestor, I have vaguely sensed a connection and causality between myself and the Heavenly Court. Today I dare to request the Celestial Ancestor to recommend me. I am willing to join the Heavenly Court, and I hope His Majesty will accept me. Upon her words, many people in the hall looked at the Western Queen with surprised expressions. This female celestial from the Western Kunlun had always been Loki, usually silent, who would have expected her to be so decisive today. Even the Sanqing could not help but take a closer look at this neighbor from Kunlun Mountain. The matter was not finished yet. After a brief moment of hesitation, the Eastern King also gritted his teeth, and stood up following suit. Celestial Ancestor, I have a good private relationship with the Western Queen. Since she is willing to join the Heavenly Court, I too would like to accompany her. His words sounded grand, but the moment he secretly glanced at the Western Queen made many guests in the Zhixiao Palace silently scoff. A good personal relationship. Perhaps there was something more to it. Of course, they could only mutter this in their hearts. No one would dare to speak it aloud. With the leadership of the East King and the West Queen, many guests from the Zhixiao Palace who were originally hesitant stood up one after another. Among them were top innate deities like Jin Yuanzi and Fuxi. Of course, not everyone was willing to be constrained. Mingi stood expressionlessly accustomed to a carefree existence, preferring to reign in the sea of blood rather than serve in the heavenly court. Di Jun and Tai exchanged glances, seeing the same answer in each other's eyes. They already had the demon clan and could not change allegiances now. Kuanpeng felt a stirring in his heart, but thinking of how he was already bound to the demon clan ship, he could only bury that thought deep. Hong Jun observed everyone's reactions, his expression still calm and unruffled, simply nodding in acknowledgement. Very well, since you wish to join the heavenly court, you may accompany me when the time comes. Just when everyone thought this matter was settled, an unexpected voice suddenly rang out. Immortal Ancestor. I, the younger generation, Ho too wish to visit His Majesty in the heavenly court to seek clarification on some doubts in my heart, and I hope Immortal Ancestor will grant permission. At this moment, all eyes instantly gathered on Ho too. Among the 12 ancestral witches, she was known for her gentle and steady demeanor and rarely spoke up in such situations. What was even more intriguing was that she only expressed a desire to see His Majesty without mentioning anything about joining the heavenly court. This raised a hint of suspicion among the crowd, as the witch clan had always disrespected heaven and earth, only honoring Pangu. As one of the ancestral witches, Ho too actively sought to meet the heavenly emperor. What was her true intention? Hong Jun was also somewhat surprised. He narrowed his eyes slightly, using his sage's divine sense to deduce Ho tu's future fate, but only saw a blur. He vaguely sensed that Ho too would accomplish a significant deed in the future, but what exactly it was he could not deduce. What he could confirm was that this event would be beneficial to the Hong Huang, without any harm. Just as he was pondering, a voice that only he could hear suddenly resonated in his ear. Since she wishes to see me so much, let her come. Hong Jun was slightly taken aback, but quickly withdrew his divine sense, turning his gaze back to Ho too, his tone calm, yet firm. His Majesty has agreed to allow you to visit. Thus let us proceed together. A hint of surprise flashed in Ho tu's eyes, and she immediately bowed gratefully. She had expected to face many obstacles, but to her surprise His Majesty had agreed so readily. As soon as the words fell, everyone felt the surroundings spin, and Hong Jun utilized his sage's supernatural powers to envelop the crowd, crossing the endless chaos. When they regained their senses, they found themselves standing before a magnificent giant gate. The South Heavenly Gate. The glazed golden tiles shimmered with spiritual energy. The gate pillars towered into the clouds, made entirely of jade that emitted a faint golden light. Surrounding them were numerous laws flowing silently, and the gate pillars were densely engraved with protective array patterns layered upon each other, with at least a dozen different patterns recognizable. Yet what shocked everyone the most was not the grandeur of the South Heavenly Gate itself, but the guards. Millions of heavenly soldiers stood in formation, their armor gleaming, banners fluttering in the sky. These heavenly soldiers were all at least golden immortal level, with many at the Tai golden immortal rank, and generals at the Great Luo golden immortal level were everywhere. Deep within the South Heavenly Gate, there were even several auras that even those at the Quasi-Saint level could not fully perceive. This was not the Quasi-Saint realm they were currently cultivating, but a different path. A path that was extremely difficult to traverse in the Honghuang, reachable only by seasoned powerhouses, the Mixed Yuan Golden Immortal Path. Just to guard a heavenly gate, such an arrangement was present. Those innate deities who were once quite confident in their own cultivation could not help but breathe more lightly at this moment. Just as everyone was still in shock and had not regained their senses, a kind-faced old man with white hair stepped out from the South Heavenly Gate. He wore the Heavenly Court's celestial official robe, held a whisk in his hand, and smiled as he first bowed respectfully to Hong Jun. I am the younger generation Tai. I have come to see you, Senior. His Majesty wishes you to take Sanqing Nuwa, Hong Yunjin Juni, Ho Tu Fuxi Jin, Yuanzi Dong Wang Gong, Shi Wang Mu, and others to the Lingxiao Palace for an audience. The rest of my fellow Taoists, please follow me to the trial formation for assessment. Hong Jun nodded slightly, turning to the scattered cultivators behind him, who were looking eagerly. The rest, please follow Tai by Xing Jun to the trial formation. The scattered cultivators did not dare to voice any objections, and all responded in unison. Tai by Jin Xing smiled and gestured for them to follow, leading the large group of scattered cultivators in another direction. Meanwhile, Laozi and the others followed Hong Jun into the teleportation array inside the South Heavenly Gate. In a flash of light, they found themselves in the core of the heavenly court. Lingxiao Palace. As soon as they stepped into the hall, everyone felt an incredibly rich spiritual energy. It was not the innate spiritual energy they normally practiced with, but chaotic spiritual energy. It was not the kind of chaotic turbulence that was wildly violent and needed to be carefully refined, but chaotic spiritual liquid that had been transformed through multiple layers by the heavenly court with a purity far exceeding innate spiritual energy. With every breath it felt as if they were absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Yet what truly caused everyone to tremble at the depths of their souls was not the abundant chaotic spiritual energy in the hall. It was when they involuntarily turned their gazes to the throne above the hall that the true tremor surged from the depths of their souls. In that instant, everyone felt they were not merely gazing upon a seated figure, but staring directly at a towering existence capable of suppressing the heavens. Clearly right in front of them, yet as if separated by endless time and space, having retracted all aura, yet making their souls instinctively want to prostrate. It was not until a long while later that the feeling of irresistible immersion receded like a tide. When everyone regained their senses, they all displayed shock, because it was not their own effort that broke free, but that majesty who had awakened them. However, shortly after the Sanqing were completely stunned. For the figure before them, dressed in a blue-white Taoist robe with a handsome face and a calm demeanor, was none other than the heavenly court's master. Wasn't he the mysterious senior who had shared the seeds of the primal lotus with them at the peak of Buzhou Mountain? Laozi instinctively tightened his coiled dragon crutch, while Yuan Shi's jade Rui trembled slightly. Tongshin's eyes widened in shock, wearing a ghostly expression. They had suspected that the two seniors were not ordinary figures from the very beginning. But no matter how boldly they guessed, they never expected that the blue-robed man who had willingly shared the lotus seeds with them was actually the master of the heavenly court, the supreme heavenly deity. At once a swirl of emotions, shock, gratitude, reverence, and disbelief, overwhelmed them, leaving them at a loss for words. Instead, it was Haotian who stepped down from the throne, looking at the petrified expressions of the Sanqing with a hint of a smile in his tone. "What's the matter? Are you a bit surprised? But that's normal. You'll adapt slowly." As he spoke, his gaze shifted from the Sanqing to Nuwa Hongyun Jing Juanti, as well as Fushijin Yuanzi Dong Wanggong, Shi Wangmu, and Ho Tu standing in the back. His gaze was calm and profound, lacking any deliberate pressure, yet anyone who was swept by it could not help but tense up their backs. "You have been chosen by the heavenly Dao to bear the primordial purple energy, which signifies that you possess great opportunity, great blessings, and great resolve. However, being a saint is not merely a symbol of status and authority, but also a maintainer and executor of the order of the Honghuang. You can use this identity to enjoy the admiration of the myriad races in the Honghuang, enjoying conveniences that ordinary cultivators cannot touch. But similarly, you also need to take responsibility for this identity and contribute to the stability of the Honghuang order." His voice was neither hurried nor slow, but each word struck like a hammer in everyone's ears. If someone only thinks of enjoying conveniences without considering responsibility, then the primordial purple energy is not something they must have. The great hall was so quiet that a falling needle could be heard. Haotian's words were gentle, so gentle that they did not seem like the words of an emperor overseeing the vast wilderness. It was odd not to perceive this. Not a single person present was a fool. On the surface, Haotian's words spoke of responsibility, but they clearly understood the deeper meaning. The opposite of the phrase, "it must be you," implied that the primordial purple energy could indeed be stripped away. If it can be granted, it can also be retracted. The joy and pride that had filled their hearts at the thought of soon becoming saints were at that moment drenched with a bucket of cold water, swiftly calming down. At that moment, everyone's gaze became more reverent, and the budding sense of pride was completely replaced. Even those unrelated to the saints, such as Fushi and Xinyuanzi, were filled with awe for this emperor. Haotian observed the subtle changes in everyone's expressions, nodding slightly in his heart. He understood the principle of rewarding with a sweet date after a stick, so he softened his tone. "Of course, if you can make sufficient contributions, I will not be stingy with rewards. Be it supreme, innate spiritual treasures, or opportunities to enter the Dao comprehension secret realm. I might even grant you opportunities for dual cultivation with saints and the chance to become a mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal. I hope you remember that being a saint is not the end, but the beginning. The order of the vast wilderness needs your collective maintenance, and the heavenly court will not treat any true contributor to the wilderness unfairly." As soon as these words were spoken, the heavy feeling in everyone's hearts that had been struck began to ease significantly. Becoming a mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal was another path, one that even the immortal ancestors were still treading. This emperor was actually willing to open this path to them, indicating that things were not as dire as they had thought. With this in mind, Laozi and the others respectfully bowed again, their expressions noticeably more relaxed than before. Meanwhile, they vaguely felt that their bond with the heavenly court had deepened, and the heavenly luck they could enjoy had quietly increased. Haotian disregarded this, and turned his gaze to the West Queen Mother, his tone carrying a hint of gentle understanding. West Queen Mother, I know why you have come to the heavenly court. It was when the world changed the first time you heard my name that you felt a connection with me and the heavenly court. He paused for a moment, and continued, then let me tell you, the connection you felt is indeed real. Before the heavenly court was established, I once searched for spiritual roots in the wilderness and encountered a supreme, innate spiritual root, the Huang, Zhongli, in the western Kunlun. When I took the spiritual root, I left behind some of the heavenly court's luck and the 3 light divine water as compensation. You were nurtured by that luck, which is why you feel destined to be connected with the heavenly court. Upon hearing this, the West Queen Mother finally had the answer to the causation that had long weighed on her mind. Her eyes warmed slightly, and she deeply bowed in gratitude. So it was the blessings granted by your majesty back then. I have been unaware of the grace bestowed upon me, and today I finally understand. Thank you, your majesty. Haotian casually waved his hand. It's just a little compensation for taking the spiritual route. In truth, At this point he shifted his tone to a serious one. Just so you and Dong Wangong are inherently suited for certain powers of the heavenly court, thus heed my decree. Dong Wangong and West Queen Mother, you are the embodiments of the innate pure yang and pure yin energies born to excel in the path of yin-yang harmony. Now that the wilderness is filled with scattered immortals, there is a lack of unified guidance and restraint. Haotian stood before the two, his voice becoming solemn. Today, in the name of the Emperor, I hereby appoint Dong Wangong as the leader of male immortals responsible for the registry of male scattered cultivators in the wilderness, and grant him the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the 9-dragon golden staff. With a wave of his hand, a staff entwined with 9 golden dragons appeared in Dong Wangong's hand, shining brilliantly and exuding an aura of authority. I appoint the West Queen Mother as the leader of female immortals responsible for the registry of female scattered cultivators in the wilderness, and grant her the supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the pure water bowl. A crystal-clear jade bowl landed in the West Queen Mother's hands, with water shimmering within, emanating a tranquil aura that cleanses all. Seeing these 2 treasures, both were so excited that their voices trembled slightly. Bowing together, we humbly thank your majesty for your grace. We will do our utmost to regulate the scattered immortals and maintain the order of the wilderness, and we will never disappoint your majesty's high expectations. Haotian nodded slightly, turning his gaze to Xinyuanzi and Fushi. Since you both wish to join the heavenly court, you are already bound to the luck of the heavenly court. Just so there are positions suitable for you now. He looked at Xinyuanzi. Xinyuanzi, you are already proficient in the art of earth vein analysis, and the Wansho Mountain Earth Book Great Formation is renowned in the wilderness. Therefore, I appoint you as the ancestor of Earth Immortals with the title of Jinyuan Daojuan of first grade immortal position. As his words fell, his gaze turned to Fushi. Fushi, you excel in deducing the heavenly secrets and studying the Bagua. Now I appoint you as the Tianji Daojuan of first grade immortal position. Xinyuanzi and Fushi exchanged glances, both seeing surprise and seriousness in each other's eyes. As the ancestor of Earth Immortals, Xinyuanzi was entrusted with the entire lineage of Earth Immortals in the wilderness, which was the greatest recognition of his Path of Earth books. The Tianji Daojun position also provided Fux's Bagua deduction skills a place to be utilized, responsible for observing and deducing the heavenly Dao's luck. Both filled with excitement bowed in unison, voices loud and thrilled. We humbly thank your majesty for your grace. Haotian casually waved his hand, looking over at Hotu, his gaze becoming more amiable and his tone softening, yet carrying a profound certainty. Little friend Hotu, I know why you have come to seek me. But the heavenly secrets cannot be leaked. Your path can only be walked by you alone. Others cannot help you. When the time comes, you will understand what kind of mission you carry. At this point, Haotian deliberately paused, adding a weighty tone, rest assured that is not a bad thing. When that day truly comes, I will personally lend you my assistance. Hotu remained silent for a moment. Although she did not receive a complete answer, she felt a bit regretful. However, the emperor had given a promise, and this statement was far more reassuring than a vague answer, so she gratefully bowed. Thank you for your guidance, your majesty. The younger generation understands what to do next. Haotian nodded slightly, surveying everyone with a calm and easy tone. All right, the matters here are settled. You may disperse. He turned to Hongjuan, his tone carrying a sincere gratitude. Friend Hongjuan, you have worked hard during this. Hongjuan chuckled, shaking his head, a rare smile appearing on his face. This is merely my duty. Your majesty is being too kind. The old Dao took his leave. After speaking, he stepped forward, his figure vanishing into the void. Everyone respectfully bowed and followed Hongjuan, exiting the Lingxiao treasure hall in an orderly fashion. The vast Lingxiao treasure hall returned to its usual silence in an instant. Haotian stood alone in the hall, his gaze penetrating layers of void, as if surveying the operation of the entire heavenly court. After a long while he murmured to himself, "It is time to enter seclusion. Our relying solely on myself to manage these matters is ultimately not a long-term plan. Perhaps I should reflect the method of the three corpses and manifest similar embodiments of the laws of the three corpses to assist in managing the heavenly court." As his voice fell, his figure quietly vanished from the throne. The sun and moon drift endlessly, and the years circle back. It has been several thousand yuan meetings since the 3 lectures at the Zixiao Palace came to an end. During this long passage of time, the entire primordial world has exhibited a long-lost tranquility. Most of the innate deities and wandering cultivators who had listened to the teachings at the Zixiao Palace chose to enter seclusion for deep cultivation. They gradually ruminated and digested the profound principles they had absorbed from the 3 lectures, hoping to make further progress one day. The paths of the great Luo, the Kwasa Saint, and the Saint overlapped, weighing heavily on their hearts, providing them ample material for contemplation for a long time. Some sat in their caves, their eyes closed for hundreds of yuan meetings. Some scoured ancient texts in search of a spirit treasure of the same origin. Others suddenly burst into laughter during their closed-door cultivation, their auras surging clearly, having broken through a barrier. The witch and demon races have also restrained their former brilliance. The witch clan remained quietly beneath Mount Buzhou, with the 12 ancestral witches training their kin daily. Even when a witch was tempted to hunt for wild food, they would be gently dissuaded by hoodoo. The demon clan honestly guarded the starry regions surrounding the sun star. Dijun and Tai Yi had no thoughts of expansion. Instead, they exerted considerable effort to rectify the internal order of the demon clan, dealing with those wandering cultivators who stirred up trouble under the banner of the demon race. Both sides wished to avoid another warning from the heavenly court. The last lesson was still fresh in their minds. Although both sides were still expanding their influence on a small scale, the commotion was incomparable to the past, when the 3 clans' elders blocked their paths. Their methods became much milder. Even when disputes over territories arose, they would take the initiative to send someone to negotiate. This was unimaginable in the previous primordial world. Though there were still conflicts throughout the primordial world, they were all kept within controllable limits. Great Luo golden immortals could spar in combat, yet it was strictly forbidden for Kwasa Saints and mixed-element golden immortals to engage. This rule is now deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people, becoming an unspoken ironclad law among all beings in the primordial world. No one dared to lightly cross the red line. It was not a matter of being unable to control, but rather the heavenly court had intentionally relaxed some restrictions. With this generation of innate deities generally breaking through in cultivation, adhering to the old rule of prohibiting great Luo golden immortals from acting freely became outdated and impractical. The primordial world did not require widespread slaughter, but moderate and constrained conflicts were rather beneficial for all parties to maintain vitality and a spirit of progress. Moreover, at the level above Great Luo, few individuals still had the leisure to engage in life and death battles. They were either in closed-door cultivation or busy managing their respective clans and powers. Everyone was busy climbing higher. Who had the time to fight? Yet amidst this busy and tranquil atmosphere, a clear female voice unexpectedly resonated throughout the entire primordial world. The Dao of Heaven is above. I Nuwa have perceived that although there are myriad races in the primordial world, there lacks a race of gentle temperament that shuns conflict. Today, blessed with great insight, I shall create a race based on the 9 heavens, earth, and the 3 lights, divine water, called the human race. May the Dao of Heaven witness this. As her voice fell, the entire primordial world momentarily paused. That voice was clear and gentle, resonating within the primordial spirits of every living being, as if spring breezes caressed their hearts. Immediately after, a deep rumble echoed from the heavens above, a response from the will of the Dao of Heaven to Nuwa's vow. Vast clouds of merit gold gathered over the land where the human race was born, dyeing the entire sky in a brilliant golden hue. That light was warm and solemn, casting a faint golden glow over the entire primordial world. The magnitude of this merit far surpassed the merit bestowed during Dijun's establishment of the demon race, like a golden waterfall pouring down from the 9 heavens, enveloping Nuwa within. Nuwa stood amidst the golden light of merit, her garments flowing, as if the mysterious goddess of the 9 heavens had descended to the mortal realm. Her aura surged steadily under the dual impetus of merit and primordial purple gas, as if a volcano that had lain dormant for millions of years finally found its outlet. Moments later, a tremendous holy might erupted from her, powerful enough to make the entire primordial world tremble, sweeping through every corner like an invisible tide. Nuwa had attained sainthood. The entire primordial world was in an uproar. The three purities simultaneously opened their eyes beneath the ancient pines of Kunlun Mountain. Laozi's fan stopped midair. Yuan Shi's pupils constricted slightly, while Tong Tian jumped up directly. The Qing Ping sword at his waist emitted a clear sound. Di Jun and Tai Yi suddenly rose from the sun star, staring intently at the direction where the golden light dissipated along the eastern sea. Tai Yi's hand gripping the Eastern Emperor bell tightened slightly. Jane and Zhuanti exchanged glances in the western mountains. What had Nuwa done? How did she achieve? She clearly did nothing. No, it can't be said that she did nothing. She merely created a race, and yet it stirred the merit of the Dao, directly leading to her becoming a saint. This was too absurd. However, the facts were right before their eyes. That holy might was undeniable. In an instant, not only Jane and Zhuanti felt curious. All great powers, including the three purities, couldn't help but direct their divine senses towards the eastern sea. They wanted to see what was so special about this human race that allowed Nuwa to ascend to such heights. Yet no matter how they scrutinized, the innate Dao body was indeed profound, with a natural affinity for the laws of heaven and earth. Possessing some special fortune, it seemed to vaguely hint at something extraordinary. But aside from that, they truly could not discern anything else. How could such a group of beings weak enough to be unable to defeat even the lowest grade demon beasts be worthy of a saint position? Many were puzzled, but could only begrudgingly withdraw their gazes. Staring longer would be somewhat disrespectful. Nuwa was now a saint, not someone they could casually scrutinize. Nuwa did not mind these gazes. She gently waved her hand, bringing the newly born human race to a richly spiritual and impervious place by the eastern sea. There was a natural harbor there, as well as fertile land best suited for the reproduction and survival of a newly born race. After setting up a protective formation, she also dispatched a group of heavenly soldiers from the heavenly court to guard it, led by the Qingyun Daoist who had appeared in the Ziwei Star region. After accomplishing all this, she turned around, her clear voice resonating throughout the primordial world. Today I have attained the position of a saint, and will open a Dao field in the chaos, sincerely inviting everyone to come witness the ceremony. As soon as these words were spoken, the various powers who were still pondering the mysteries of the human race were momentarily stunned, then quickly came to their senses. Nuwa was intentionally diverting their attention from the human race. After all, a newly born race under the protection of a saint, if watched by too many great powers, was ultimately not a good thing. However, this was no concern. The human race truly seemed ordinary upon closer inspection. Rather than continuing to expend mental energy watching those newly born mortals, it was better to go witness the chaos. Perhaps they could gain some insights from the saint's establishment of the Dao field. In the midst of chaos, Nuwa had already been waiting for a long time. After the various powerful beings gradually assembled, she calmly took out the red embroidered ball. The entirely crimson embroidered ball spun in her palm, emanating a heart-pounding sacred aura. With each rotation, the chaotic energy around it recoiled. She raised her hand lightly, and the red embroidered ball transformed into a crimson rainbow, striking towards the chaotic void. With a resounding boom, the chaotic energy was shattered and cracks spread like spider webs in the empty space. From each crack, a faint light shone through, as if something was stirring on the other side. This was just the beginning. The red embroidered ball seemed to be wielded by an invisible hand, striking the chaotic barrier again and again, each impact carrying the force of 10,000 tons. The cracks multiplied and grew denser until one final strike caused a complete collapse. The surrounding chaotic void shattered like an eggshell, slowly giving rise to a new small world within the cracks. The process was profoundly mysterious. First the chaos receded, then the pure and turbid energies separated, with the pure rising to form the heavens and the turbid sinking to form the earth. The yin and yang, along with the five elements, began to operate autonomously, subtly resembling the primordial creation of Pangu. Inside the world, mountains rose, rivers flowed, and rare treasures and exotic beasts were born under the nourishment of spiritual energy. Various spiritual plants rooted themselves from the void, creating a vibrant scene. At the center of the small world, a majestic palace rose from the ground, the Hua Huang Palace, inheriting the architectural style of the heavenly court. Yet it possessed a touch of gentleness and elegance, with a lotus pond in front of the hall, where several lotus flowers were about to bloom. Congratulations on the completion of the Saint's Dao field. The gathered crowd bowed in congratulations. Nuwa smiled, gently waved her delicate hand, and a passage slowly opened. You all are too polite. I happen to have some insights on becoming a saint. Come in and discuss the Dao together. No one refused the saint's invitation, and they entered one after another, taking their seats on the prepared cushions. Nuwa sat at the center, eloquently sharing her insights on becoming a saint and the profound truths of the Dao that she had comprehended through the primordial purple energy. The entire Huang Palace was enveloped in golden flowers, and the sound of the Dao, the extraordinary scene of the saint's teachings, adding a touch of gentleness to the ambience. Many great loose cultivators broke through on the spot, and the quasi-saint powers also made various advancements. Even the three pure ones had gained new insights to varying degrees. Laozi gained a deeper understanding of the Dao of non-action, while Yuan Shi's comprehension of the order of heaven and earth became increasingly clear. Tong Tian's seemingly contemplative stroked the Qingping sword, as if he had caught a glimpse of some new changes in the extermination sword array from the saint's teachings. And thus 1,000 years passed unnoticed. After some time had elapsed, the crowd bowed and took their leave. Just as they emerged from the Huang Palace, a mysterious aura suddenly enveloped the entire primordial world. That aura was immense, yet it did not feel oppressive. Instead, it carried a gentle and inclusive charm, evoking a natural sense of reverence. The entire primordial realm rejoiced. In an instant, purple energy spanned the heavens, golden flowers drifted down from the void, and the concentration of spiritual energy surged dramatically. Many loose cultivators felt a surge of fortune and broke through their current bottlenecks. Some cultivators burdened by past injuries were surprised to find that their long-tormented wounds had healed completely at this moment. As for those who had just emerged from the Huang Palace, they were momentarily stunned before their gazes collectively turned towards the direction of the heavenly court. Indeed, this aura had originated from there. And who could emit such an aura except for the emperor seated upon the Lingxiao Palace? This signified that his majesty had broken through to a higher realm. Not the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, but something even greater. The realm that they could not even name was now proclaiming its existence to the entire primordial world in the form of extraordinary phenomena. In the Taiwei Yuling Palace of the Heavenly Court, the laws of time and space intertwined, continuously transforming into a silver river and transparent barriers that collided and fused. Laws such as causality, fate, yin and yang, the five elements, reincarnation, and creation appeared intermittently, resembling a grand feast of laws. Among them, the laws of time and space shone the brightest, both breaking through to 70%, while the other laws reached a level of 60%. Haotian slowly opened his eyes, the river of time and the barriers of space swirling and intertwining in his gaze, deep and brilliant like reflections of the starry river. Above the Lingxiao Palace, the towering golden dragon of fate coiled fiercely. The golden dragon, formed from the condensed fate of the heavenly court, surged and stretched through the sea of clouds, with its scales shining brighter than the sun itself. The golden dragon let out a long roar, its voice resonating through the 33 heavens, piercing the southern heavenly gate and spreading to every corner of the primordial realm. The sound was filled with excitement and fervor, as if it were proclaiming to the entire primordial world. The ruler of the heavenly court had broken through his realm, causing the golden clouds of fate throughout the heavenly court to surge continuously, with auspicious phenomena lingering for a long time. Haotian knew this was the work of that little girl. The consciousness of the Dao sensed his breakthrough and hastily urged the golden dragon of fate to announce it to the world. It also spread the phenomena of his post-breakthrough laws throughout the primordial realm, lingering for an extended period, as if eagerly showcasing her brother to everyone. However, these phenomena were beneficial to the beings of the primordial realm, so he let her be. With that thought, a smile appeared in his eyes as he stepped out of the Taiwei Yuling Palace and arrived at the Lingxiao Palace. Inside the palace, two figures were already waiting. They were two men who bore a striking resemblance to Haotian. One had a smiling expression surrounded by a faint ripple of space, standing still, yet giving the impression that he could appear anywhere at any moment. The other had a stern face, his aura as deep and heavy as an abyss, with the fluctuations of the laws of time faintly present around him, as if the flow of time near him differed from the outside world. These were the incarnations of the laws cut by Haotian, referencing the method of severing the three corpses, embodying the laws of time and space. Lingxiao and Yoming both having reached the third level of mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. Seeing the two of them arrive, Haotian raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smile in his tone. Did you both come together because there has been progress on Yang Mei's side? He has broken through mixed Yuan for several hundred Yuan meetings. If there were no results, you wouldn't come together. Lingxiao's temperament resembles that of Haotian before his transmutation, his words carrying a hint of joy and playfulness. It seems I can't hide anything from my true self. Indeed, there has been progress on Yang Mei's side. The first cross-border teleportation array has been constructed, its foundation solid, the array patterns flowing smoothly. It just awaits my arrival to anchor the chaotic coordinates for formal activation. How about it? Should I go take a look now? It's just in time to see what these chaotic worlds born after the primordial truly look like. Although Yoming, who usually spoke little, didn't voice it, a hint of anticipation flickered in his cold eyes. He was typically reticent, but his action was stronger than anyone else's. Anything that could compel him to make a personal trip had surely been confirmed countless times. Haotian observed the expressions of his two incarnations, a smile gracing his lips. Then, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed through the dome of the Lingxiao Palace towards the boundless depths of chaos. The time of comfort in the primordial realm had been long enough. Now that he had broken through mixed Yuan Taiji, the fate of the heavenly court had also become increasingly stable. Zulong Luo Ho and others, having made some contributions and found some fragments of jade discs, had increased the quotas for comprehending the Dao, and one by one entered the Chaos Pearl to begin their understanding. The order of the entire primordial realm had basically taken shape. The internal cake was limited and no new variations could be made no matter how it was divided. However, within the endless chaos, countless worlds, endless opportunities, and infinite unknowns await. Since everything over there is ready, Haotian retracted his gaze, his tone carrying a hint of undeniable certainty. Then let's go take a look. The primordial realm has been too comfortable for too long. It's time to see the world outside. The three exchanged smiles, their figures simultaneously dissipating within the Lingxiao Palace. Within the southern heavenly gate, three figures silently materialized from the void. The leader, clad in a blue and white Taoist robe, possessed a handsome face and an air of composure. It was Haotian. Flanking him on either side were two men strikingly similar in appearance. Lingxiao had a smiling expression with ripples of space flickering around him. Yuming's face was stern, his aura as deep and heavy as an abyss. The celestial soldiers on guard saw this and promptly bowed in salute, the sound of armor clashing in perfect unison. Yang Mei, who had been waiting, also gave a slight nod. This former space demon god had now entered the realm of the primordial golden immortal, his demeanor more composed and assured compared to when he was intercepted by Haotian years ago. As per His Majesty's orders, the first interdimensional teleportation array has been successfully tested. The foundation of the array is stable and the array patterns are smooth. We only await His Majesty to anchor a coordinate before it can be officially activated. Yang Mei gestured towards the grand array platform behind him, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes reminiscent of the time he had roamed the chaos. Haotian nodded slightly, his mind sinking into the Dao space. A hazy light and shadow quietly hovered in the interwoven void of laws, gently fluctuating in response to his presence. "Little sister, please give me the chaotic coordinates you observed earlier." "Mum." The Dao softly replied, quickly transmitting a series of chaotic coordinates into Haotian's sea of consciousness. Those coordinates scattered like stars across the boundless void. Some shone brightly, while others were dim. Some were close at hand, and others were impossibly distant. Haotian scanned through the coordinates one by one, ultimately selecting one that was closest to the primordial. The aura of that world was not the strongest among the many coordinates, yet it was the clearest and most stable, making it the most suitable as the first step for the primordial world to step out of chaos. With this in mind, he withdrew his thoughts and turned his gaze to Yang Mei, fellow Taoist. "Shall we go explore this world together? I believe the current chaos is vastly different from when you roamed it before." Yang Mei chuckled at this, a mixture of nostalgia and anticipation surfacing on his aged face. "Since it is His Majesty's invitation, I have no reason to refuse. Moreover, I indeed wish to see what the chaos has become now." He had reincarnated in the primordial world countless epochs, and the memory of that gray, boundless void had long since become a distant past. The group ceased their chatter and together stepped into the teleportation array. The spatial array patterns on the platform suddenly illuminated, and silver spatial laws surged forth like a tide, engulfing the four of them. In the next moment, the teleportation array roared into operation, the power of space carrying the four as they broke through the world barrier of the primordial world like an invisible sword piercing deep into the chaos. The surrounding scenery transformed from the starry expanse of the primordial world to a gray chaotic maelstrom, which was forcibly straightened into a silver tunnel by the power of the array. After traversing this tunnel for an unknown duration, when the silver light finally dissipated, the four stood outside the barrier of a strange new world. Yang Mei stood with his hands clasped behind his back amidst the chaos, gazing at the world before him. Enveloped in a faint light film, a wave of indescribable emotion surged within him. Once the chaos held nothing but an endless expanse of gray. There was no light, no world. The chaos demon gods could only drift along in the currents, battling each other, seizing chaotic chi to sustain their existence. Now, however, in his perception, aside from the world of awakening, before him numerous auras of worlds faintly scattered in the depths of chaos, like solitary islands floating atop an endless gray sea. This was merely what he sensed. How many more were there that he couldn't detect? These chaotic worlds, of course, none could compare to the primordial world. The primordial world was opened by Pangu at the cost of his own being. Its starting point was so lofty, its foundation so profound that no naturally evolved chaotic world could even aspire to match it. Yet they excelled in number, and judging by their auras, most were not weak. For instance, this awakening world before him emitted an aura that was not inferior to that of a primordial golden immortal. It could only be said that the chaos had indeed changed to the point where even he, a former space demon god, felt somewhat unfamiliar. Let us go, fellow Taoist. Haotian looked at Yang Mai's deeply emotional expression, his tone carrying a hint of light-hearted amusement. Let us enter and see what this world is truly like. Yang Mai collected his thoughts and nodded. The force silently penetrated the barrier of the awakening world. The light film before Haotian felt as insubstantial as air, not even rippling once. However, their entrance ultimately stirred the Dao of this world, or rather they had barged in with great fanfare. Although the Dao of the awakening world had yet to fully develop its spiritual intelligence, it operated instinctively. Upon detecting the intruders, it immediately sent out the most urgent warning to its Dao representative. Before long, a beam of white light shot forth from the depths of the world and suddenly halted before the four. As the white light dissipated, it revealed an old man with white hair. The old man had a thin face radiating an aura akin to a saint. Though he had barely stepped into this realm, he was already among the top existences in this world. His gaze swept over the four, his pupils suddenly constricting. The previously calm expression instantly turned gravely serious. He could not see through the auras of the four, so he cautiously inquired, "Who are you? Why have you intruded into my awakening world without reason?" The old man's voice was low and guarded the power of the Dao surrounding him already operating at its peak. "This is my awakening world. Outsiders are not welcome. Please leave at once, or do not blame me for taking action." Ling Xiao, upon hearing this, flashed a hint of amusement in his eyes. He looked the old man over, who seemed to be on high alert, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, saying something that left everyone present momentarily stunned. "Take action." No, fellow Taoist has misunderstood. We are here representing the primordial world for free trade. If you wish to drive us away, it depends on your capabilities. Free trade. The old man's brows furrowed tightly. He recognized each of those four words individually, but together they left him utterly baffled. Yang Mai also looked at Ling Xiao in confusion. How could this embodiment of His Majesty's laws have such a vastly different style from the Emperor himself? Even Yoming, who usually maintained a stoic demeanor, displayed a flicker of oddity in his eyes. Haotian felt speechless as he looked at his capricious embodiment, wanting to say something, but unsure how to begin. Although the old man did not comprehend what free trade was, he instinctively sensed a hint of danger from Ling Xiao's half-smiling expression. Thus his expression darkened immediately, and his tone grew cold. "I do not care what you mean by free trade. Leave at once. This is my awakening world, and outsiders are not permitted to intrude." Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow slightly, the smile at the corner of his mouth deepening further. Just as he was about to continue speaking, he was stopped by Haotian's raised hand. He really couldn't endure it any longer. Allowing this avatar to continue would only lead to greater embarrassment. Haotian was too lazy to say more, directly summoning the Chaos Pearl. The grayish pearl spun quickly in his palm, its chaotic aura retracting in an instant. The pearl suddenly erupted with a blinding light of Great Dao, no longer self-sealing, as it unleashed the full power of the chaotic treasure, revealing its true brilliance in that moment. The Chaos Pearl transformed into a streak of light, piercing through the void at a speed so fast that even divine sense could not capture it. The old man with white hair did not even have time to react. The light in his pupils had not yet turned to terror when his body was pierced by the Chaos Pearl. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no horrific bloodshed, just silently extinction. Of course, saints are not truly dead or extinguished, let alone the representative of the Dao relying on the Heavenly Dao. Before long, under the frenzied enhancement of the power of the Heavenly Dao, the old man's figure reformed. However, his complexion was as pale as paper, and his whole body trembled involuntarily. Looking at the grayish pearl that was slowly drifting back into Haotian's palm, his eyes were filled with profound terror. He wanted to say something, his lips moved for a while, but he could only emit intermittent gasps. That previous strike not only extinguished his physical body, but also crushed his pride and confidence as a saint into powder. The previously silent Yuming stepped forward, his expression calm as water, yet his tone carried an undeniable chill. "Have you come to a decision? Either submit, or you should be well aware of the consequences." He did not specify what those consequences were, but the old man understood better than anyone. If it weren't for the Heavenly Dao's intervention, he would have completely vanished. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. The old man stood in place, his mind blank. He did not know whether the Heavenly Dao would choose to submit, but he was all too aware of the consequences of refusal. As his mind trembled violently, a voice of the Heavenly Dao quietly entered his primordial spirit. The old man shuddered, and his tense shoulders slowly relaxed. He exhaled a long breath. The Heavenly Dao had softened. Or rather, the Heavenly Dao, having reached the level of the Hunyuan Daojingxian, although it did not yet possess complete spiritual intelligence, had already developed some instincts to seek benefit and avoid harm. Having finally evolved this trace of spiritual intelligence from chaos, the Heavenly Dao naturally did not wish to be erased, thus it chose to submit with ease. When the old man felt Haotian's calm gaze upon him, he shuddered again, hurriedly bowing and greeting him, his tone now 100 times more respectful. Senior, I have communicated with the Heavenly Dao. The Qi-Ling world is willing to submit, and I hope you can spare the lives of the beings in the Qi-Ling world. A wise choice, Haotian said calmly before his figure vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he had already stood in the core of the Qi-Ling world. This was the source of all laws, as well as the place where the Heavenly Dao was nurtured and resided. Sensing Haotian's arrival, the surrounding space trembled slightly, emitting a wave of panic-like emotional fluctuations akin to frightened sheep trembling before a fierce tiger. Rest assured, I will not do anything to you. Haotian's tone was slightly more gentle than before, but as he shifted his words, every subsequent word carried an undeniable weight. As long as you hand over half of the world's origin and accept control. The Heavenly Dao fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the importance of this condition. Half of the world's origin meant relinquishing countless years of accumulation. Yet it understood more clearly that it had no bargaining power. The previous strike from the Chaos Pearl not only pierced its representative, but also breached its last psychological defense. After contemplating for a while, the Heavenly Dao finally released its seal, and a vast amount of Heavenly Dao origin spread out in the void like a golden ocean. The light was warm and pure, each strand containing the essence of countless primordial gatherings of the. At the same time, the mark of the Heavenly Dao's origin also emerged. This was the core of the Heavenly Dao, a once refined it meant being forever subjected to others. The emergence of the mark indicated that the Heavenly Dao had completely surrendered. Haotian did not hesitate, using the Chaos Pearl to connect with the origin of the laws within his body, beginning to reflect the mark of the Heavenly Dao. As the reflection completed, a feeling similar to appeasement surged from deep within the Heavenly Dao. At the same time, it cautiously tested and approached like a tamed beast, gently licking its master's palm. Ignoring the Heavenly Dao's attempts at appeasement, he began to collect those Heavenly Dao origins, with vast amounts of golden origins surging into the Chaos Pearl like a whale swallowing. With each fraction taken, the Heavenly Dao's emotions sank and weakened. If it had not yet fully developed spiritual intelligence, it would probably have cried already. Haotian gently shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness, but also a touch of gentleness. I said, I would only take half, so I will only take half of the origin. The rest is enough for you to recover slowly. If you perform well in the future, I will allow you to develop complete spiritual intelligence, the premise being that you must cooperate. As these words left his mouth, the remnants of the Heavenly Dao's resistance emotion dissipated significantly. What began as mere submission transformed into a cooperative expectation. The prospect of developing complete spiritual intelligence was a promise more precious than any origin to it. After half of the origin was taken, Haotian also halted as agreed and turned to leave the core of the Heavenly Dao. When he reappeared, he was already in the treasure vault of this world. After the Heavenly Dao's submission, the gates of the treasure vault had silently opened, showcasing the various rare materials and treasures that shimmered under the radiance of spiritual energy. Most of the items were rather ordinary, given that the Qi-Ling world had limited levels. Both the concentration of spiritual energy and the tier of resources could not compare to the primordial chaos. Yet, being a chaotic world that had accumulated countless primordial gatherings, there were still some genuinely good items. Several innate spiritual roots that had grown for countless epochs, several innate spiritual treasures naturally birthed in chaos, and heaps of chaotic spiritual materials. The total amount could roughly match about half of the current stock of the Heavenly Court, which was considered quite a considerable gain. After surveying for a while, Haotian unreservedly collected most of them into the Chaos Pearl. Just as he was about to leave, a familiar aura suddenly emanated from the depths of the treasure vault. Haotian paused, his divine sense following that trace of aura. In the innermost corner of the treasure vault, a small pile of shards emanating the aura of the Great Dao quietly lay there, each shard engraved with the most profound law runes. Haotian picked up one of the shards, his pupils narrowing slightly. It was a fragment of the creation jade plate. The pile of shards consisted of more than 10 kinds of laws, precisely the part that the creation jade plate was currently missing. He had previously tried to find them while traveling through the primordial chaos with Yao Qi. However, the shards of the creation jade plate, being part of a chaotic treasure, inherently possessed the ability to obscure the secrets of heaven, making them undetectable even to the Heavenly Dao. He had only stumbled upon a few small pieces by sheer luck, but it was still a drop in the bucket. Later, with the assistance of the Ancestor Dragon and others in maintaining order and contributing resources to the Heavenly Court, he found some in various perilous lands, allowing the power of the Creation Jade Plate to recover quite a bit. The number of comprehension slots increased as a result, enabling the Ancestor Dragon and the others to comprehend simultaneously without having to wait in line. Unexpectedly now, just by casually choosing a world to explore, he had harvested more than 10 fragments, which was truly a pleasant surprise. Through simple communication with the Heavenly Dao of the Qi-Ling world, he quickly understood the origin of these fragments. It turned out that when the Heavenly Dao was just born and the world was in its initial formation, these jade plate fragments were drawn here by some invisible force in the chaos. The Heavenly Dao had always been unaware of their usefulness, merely treating them as peculiar objects drifting in chaos stored in the treasure vault, which now benefited him. But that was not the most important point. Since the Qi-Ling world had fragments, then, what about other worlds? Worlds that are closer to the primordial chaos with similar currents of chaotic turbulence might also be drawn to some extent, attracting some fragments. If one world had more than 10 pieces, what about 2 worlds? What about more worlds? Haotian stored the fragments and already had some decisions in mind. Worlds closer to the primordial chaos were worth exploring. Although it was impossible to bring all these worlds under control in a short time, the one closest to the Qi-Ling world was still worth a visit. Meanwhile, on the periphery of the world, an extraordinary investment promotion was taking place. Ling Xiao stood with one hand behind his back, speaking eloquently, leaving Qi-Ling Tian Zun, the white-haired old man, in a daze. For instance, how should one choose the path to transform into a mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal? What conditions are needed to advance further? What is the situation with the Heavenly Court's quota for understanding the Chaos Pearl? Ling Xiao answered each question sincerely, his expression earnest, painting increasingly grand visions. The light of aspiration gradually ignited in the old man's eyes, momentarily casting aside the fear that had gripped him from the earlier encounter with the Chaos Pearl. Beside them, Yu Ming watched the scene with a straight face. If it weren't for his cold demeanor, which was ill-suited for exaggerated expressions, he might have already covered his forehead. Yang Mei stroked his beard, his expression one of wide-eyed astonishment. Having lived for countless years, it was his first time witnessing such a spectacle. Slapping someone and then giving them a sweet date, this method was played with such finesse that Ling Xiao's demeanor was truly unique. At that moment, Haotian stepped forth from the depths of the world. He glanced at the scene before him. Ling Xiao was patting the old man's shoulder, wearing an expression that said, "You can trust me." Yu Ming maintained a cold face, his aura seemingly declaring that he did not know this person. Yang Mei stood nearby, his eyes filled with a subtle light of newfound knowledge, causing his eyelid to twitch. Was this truly the appearance of his former self when he had let loose in his past life? However, now was not the time for such ponderings. Thus Haotian lightly coughed, redirecting the attention of the crowd, his tone regaining its characteristic calmness. "All right, Taoist Yang Mei, this realm has already submitted, and I have noted the spatial coordinates. Since we are here, let us visit the nearest world." Yang Mei naturally had no objections. The group once again broke through the space, disappearing into the depths of chaos. Only Qi-Ling Tianzun remained standing outside the world barrier, his eyes still lingering with a hint of longing for the future, which took a while to fade. It wasn't until the group had moved far away that he reluctantly returned to the Qi-Ling world. The Mountain River realm, a chaotic world closest to the Qi-Ling world, was also Haotian's second stop on this journey. After spending several yuan meetings, the 4 figures stepped out from the chaotic currents. However, as they stood outside the barrier of this realm, Haotian furrowed his brows slightly. This realm felt entirely different from the Qi-Ling world. While the Qi-Ling world was far from the Hong Huang, at least the Dao's operation was normal, and the world barrier radiated with a vibrant life force. In contrast, the Mountain River realm's barrier was dim and lifeless, its aura feeble, as if something had drained its essence from within, resembling a half-dead creature. The feeling was akin to someone continuously extracting the primal power of this realm, treating it like a beast slowly bled dry. It seemed worth a try. With a thought, Haotian unleashed the pressure of the mixed Yuan Tai Chi Great Luo Golden Immortal without reservation. That pressure descended like an invisible chaotic mountain. The outer barrier of the Mountain River realm immediately let out a mournful cry under the overwhelming burden. The light membrane trembled violently and cracks spread like a spider's web. Even the Dao of the Mountain River realm wavered at this moment, like a flickering lamp in a raging wind. Yet despite this, no spokesperson for the Dao appeared to intervene. This was increasingly strange. A normally functioning chaotic world should have a spokesperson for the Dao. The Qi-Ling world at least had that white-haired old man, while the Mountain River realm was utterly empty, lacking even a decent form of resistance. This was not the standard one would expect from a normal world. It felt more like a world stripped of its backbone. Realizing this, a cold glint flashed in Haotian's eyes as the pressure spread once more, sweeping over the entire mountain river realm like an invisible tide. Just as the pressure reached deep into the world, an unexpected change occurred. A chaotic aura suddenly erupted from within the realm, breaking through layers of barriers and racing towards the depths of chaos at an astonishing speed. As that aura escaped the mountain river realm, the entire world began to emit a muffled cracking sound. Continents overturned, mountains shattered, and the sky peeled away like shattered glass. This world was slowly heading toward collapse. Chaos Demon God. Feeling that familiar yet distorted aura, Haotian's brows slightly raised. Just as he was about to take action himself, Ling Xiao stepped forward, first his eyes flashing with eager anticipation, a hint of uncontrollable excitement on his face. Your Majesty, let me handle this time. Since my birth I have yet to truly make a move. My hands are itching. Haotian glanced at him, pondered for a moment, and took out the Hong Ming Liang Tian ruler and the Qian Kuan cauldron, the two treasures radiating distinctly different glows as they fell into Ling Xiao's hands. All right, then it's up to you. Be careful. The methods of the Chaos Demon God should not be underestimated. Ling Xiao received the treasures, weighing the Hong Ming Liang Tian ruler, a confident smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. With that, he took a step forward, pursuing the fleeing chaotic aura, vanishing into the depths of chaos in an instant. Yang Mei stood in place, watching the distant chaotic aura with a somewhat complicated expression. He wanted to say something, his lips moving slightly, but in the end no words came out. Haotian observed his expression, using the power of the laws to stabilize the crumbling mountain river realm, while he spoke lightly, with a smile. Taoist Yang Mei, if I am not mistaken, you should recognize that aura, right? Otherwise, given your temperament, you wouldn't be so hesitant to speak. Hearing this, Yang Mei's aged face revealed a wry smile. It seems I cannot hide anything from your Majesty. Indeed, that aura belongs to an acquaintance of mine. If my senses are accurate, it should be the Void Demon God. This Void Demon God ranked outside the top 10 among the Chaos Demon Gods, yet remained firmly within the top 20. However, judging from his earlier aura, it is extremely unstable, fluctuating between strong and weak. He must have just broken through not long ago, and has yet to stabilize his realm completely. Considering that the moment he left this world began to collapse, he likely had been parasitizing in this mountain river realm for a long time, controlling the nascent Dao and treating the entire world as nourishment for his recovery. Now that he realizes he has been exposed, he hesitates not to extract the last of the primal energy and attempt to escape. However, with Ling Xiao's strength, he should not get far. As Yang Mei said this, his tone revealed a hint of complexity, tinged with melancholy and an indescribable awkwardness. It was a chance encounter with a familiar face in the chaos, a reunion that should have been joyous. But the actions of the other party were simply beneath dignity. Parasitizing a world, extracting the Dao's primal energy, and after being discovered, fleeing without a proper confrontation. This inadvertently lowered their status among the Chaos Demon Gods and left Haotian with an even worse impression. Haotian understood his concerns and worries. His tone remained gentle, the smile intact. Do not worry, Taoist Yang Mei. Void is void, and you are you. A coward who parasitizes a world and extracts its essence will not confuse me regarding right and wrong. You and Taoists Hong Junin Yang and Wu Xing are now honored guest officials of the Heavenly Court, personally recruited by me, who I will not hold your group accountable for the actions of one void. However, when it comes to the void, a glimmer of coldness passed through Haotian's eyes, but he indeed cannot be allowed to remain. Even if he wishes to submit, I will not accept him. Parasitizing the Dao and destroying a world, such acts have no second chance in my rules. Yang Mei nodded, gently saying no more. He knew that the emperor was speaking the truth. Haotian's killing intent toward the void was not due to his past as a chaos demon god, but because his crimes had crossed the bottom line of the Heavenly Court. This bottom line was impartial to all. The reason they could stand here as guest officials of the Heavenly Court was precisely because they had never crossed that line. After a moment of silence, he collected his thoughts, and together with Yu Ming joined forces to stabilize the collapsing mountain river realm. The law powers of three mixed Yuan-level beings poured out simultaneously, like three colossal pillars supporting the teetering heavens, significantly slowing the collapse of this. In the depths of chaos, a disheveled figure was frantically tearing through space, constantly shifting and fleeing. The Void Demon God ran, without looking back, for what felt like an eternity. Only after confirming several times that there were no pursuing auras behind him, did he finally slow his pace and let out a long, heavy breath. Fortunately, he had reacted swiftly. The being that had suddenly appeared outside the mountain and river realm emitted a pressure that caused his very essence to tremble. It was undoubtedly a primordial Taiji golden immortal. Such an existence could hardly be considered weak even before Pangu opened the heavens. In his prime he would have had no fear, but in his current frail state he might not even possess 1/10 of his former strength. How could he confront such a being? Fortunately, he had made the decision to flee immediately upon sensing danger. If he had hesitated for even a moment longer, he would have surely fallen into the hands of that individual. But who exactly was that person? The void demon god suppressed the surging aura and furrowed his brow. A primordial Taiji golden immortal, yet the aura he emitted did not belong to any chaos demon god he remembered. Even more bizarre was the fact that the other party lacked the unique aura of a chaos demon god, which carried the weight of countless eons. That imprint could not be faked. The aura of the other party was exceptionally pure, indicating that their birth and rise occurred long after the era of the chaos demon gods. But how was that even possible? After Pangu, could the chaos still naturally evolve into a primordial Taiji golden immortal? This was even more absurd than when he was severely injured by Pangu's axe. Recalling that fateful axe, the void demon god still felt a lingering fear. When Pangu split the heavens, that single strike caused the chaos to fracture. Although he had evaded the direct hit, the mere aftermath of the axe's radiance had severely injured him, nearly leading to his demise. Had it not been for a special treasure sacrificing his physical form and much of his essence to barely preserve a sliver of life, he would have long since turned to dust in the chaos, like those unfortunate chaos demon gods. Later he found the recently born mountain and river realm taking refuge within and controlling the nascent heavenly Dao, continuously extracting the world's essence, until he barely regained the cultivation of a primordial golden immortal over countless years. However, that individual had directly attained primordial Taiji. This disparity made him want to curse. What troubled him even more was that in the moment he fled the mountain and river realm, he faintly sensed an extremely familiar aura. The aura contained the rhythm of spatial laws, reminding him of an old acquaintance, the spatial demon god Yang Mei. Could it be that old fellow was still alive? After a moment's thought, it wasn't impossible. Yang Mei had ranked among the top 3 chaos demon gods. No one could surpass him in spatial mastery, and perhaps he indeed had some life-saving trump card. However, none of this concerned him at present. His immediate priority was to leave this place quickly and find a suitable chaotic world to continue his recovery. As long as he was given enough time and essence, he would eventually restore himself to his former glory. Yet just as he was planning his next move, his expression suddenly changed. Something was wrong. The flow of time around him was off, or rather it had been off for some time. He had been so focused on his escape and lost in thought that he had not noticed this subtle change. Now, with a moment's relaxation, he immediately detected the issue. Although he seemed to be tearing through space, he was actually stuck in a very small area going in circles. The flow of time around him was constantly changing. At times it raced by like a fleeting thought, while at others it slowed to a crawl, trapping him firmly at a repetitive point in time. Damn it! The void demon god's face changed drastically as he shouted in anger, unhesitatingly igniting his essence. He could no longer afford to care about the precious essence he had painstakingly gathered. If he didn't escape, now he truly wouldn't be able to. However, just as he desperately activated the void laws in an attempt to force his way out of the temporal cage, a giant ruler radiating golden light of virtue came crashing down. The void demon god's pupils contracted sharply, and he immediately summoned his innate treasure, the void mirror. The mirror's surface shimmered with black light as he exerted all his strength to deploy layers of barriers in front of him using the void laws. This was his proudest innate technique, having deflected countless lethal attacks in the chaos. Yet this time, both his void mirror and the void laws failed. That primordial ruler was imbued with the power of time. While the void seemed capable of turning everything into nothingness, the void itself was also reflected in time. The void laws attempted to nullify the attack, but the laws of time had already anchored the existence of the strike. The void laws sought to allow the attack to pass through him, but the time laws had already locked the causality between him and the attack. He had no way to evade and could only endure. Boom. With a thunderous roar of the laws, the void demon god was violently struck away by the primordial ruler, tumbling like a shooting star and crashing through countless chaotic currents. Before he could stabilize himself, the primordial ruler swept again, slapping him backward with a crisp sound. The third ruler, the fourth ruler, the fifth ruler. The mighty chaos demon god was now being tossed back and forth like a spinning top. Each strike bore the natural restraint of the golden light of virtue against the remnants of a chaos demon god, further depleting his already weakened essence. The golden light of virtue scorched his broken demon body. The pain was not just physical, but also deeply rooted in his essence. Enough. The void demon god, bruised and battered, finally reached his breaking point. He could accept defeat, he could accept fleeing, and even bow to the strong. But being tossed around like this was an unprecedented humiliation he had endured for countless eons. In response, he recklessly ignited his essence, concentrating the remaining void power within him. He struck at the weak point of the temporal cage, forcibly breaking free from the primordial ruler's strikes. In that instant of escape, his expression twisted in fury, his eyes filled with madness as he vowed mutual destruction. Interesting, but not enough. Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow slightly. With a thought, the power of time surged forth like a tide, neutralizing the void power the void demon god had painstakingly gathered. Then, without giving the other party a chance to catch their breath, the primordial ruler, empowered by the force of time, struck again with tremendous force, smashing down upon the void demon god. This blow thoroughly wounded the void demon god, sending him plummeting into the depths of chaos like a falling star. His demon body cracked inch by inch, and the void essence continuously spilled out from countless fissures. Yet it was this near-death despair that completely unleashed the most frenzied ferocity within him. The void demon god's eyes turned blood-red, and he howled madly, "No matter who you are. If you don't want me to live, then we shall die together." Such a beautiful thought. Ling Xiao had already been prepared, lightly snorting as he flipped his hand. The Qian Kuan cauldron transformed into an ancient and heavy giant cauldron descending from the heavens to precisely trap both the void demon god and the force of his self-destruction within. The void demon god frantically slammed against the cauldron, attempting to break free, but all resistance was futile against the innate treasure. With the Qiankuan Ding having completed its suppression, Ling Xiao calmly kindled the Hunyuan divine flame within the cauldron. Golden flames surged and devoured the remnants of the Shiwu Moshen, swallowing even his frenzied roars. No! The Shiwu Moshen emitted a heart-rending scream. Driven to the brink, he cast aside pride and dignity, collapsing into abject supplication. "I will submit to you. I will be your servant. My laws of void still have great use. I know many secrets hidden within the Hundan. I know where the relics of the Hundan Moshen lie. I will give up all my treasures. Spare my life." Ling Xiao glanced down at the Qiankuan Ding, but remained unmoved. Instead, he amplified the might of the Hunyuan divine flame. For a being that parasitized a Tian Dao and bled a world dry to the verge of collapse, Haotian's decree was unequivocal. Kill. Besides, was there not a saying? "What is yours once you are slain becomes mine." The flames within the Ding roiled ever more fiercely, and the Shiwu Moshen's cries were swallowed by the roar of fire. Yet under Ling Xiao's deliberate control, the various spiritual materials and rare treasures carried by the Shiwu Moshen remained unharmed by the divine fire's burning. With a slight curl of his finger, those Hundan spiritual materials seemed drawn forth from the Qiankuan Ding, flying out and piling up into a small mountain. The quantity was immense. It included the hoarded treasures the Tian Dao of Shanhejia had accumulated over endless years, as well as all the plunder the Shiwu Moshen had gathered through countless ages. Although the Pangu Fu had grievously wounded him and scattered most resources, and much had been consumed, while parasitizing Shanhejia at his zenith, the Shiwu Moshen had been a Hunyuan Taiji de Luo Jin Xian. After interminable ages of accumulation, even these scraps and leftovers nearly equaled the treasury of half the heavenly court. More surprising to Ling Xiao was an ancient mirror like Lingbao, the Shiwu mirror, which radiated the power of the void and remained intact. It was the companion treasure of the Shiwu Moshen himself. At its height, it had been a formidable Hundan Lingbao, yet during the Kaitian Dajia it had been grievously harmed by the aftershock of the Pangu Fu, its grade falling to a supreme innate Lingbao. Nurtured through the long ages by the Shiwu Moshen, it now faintly showed signs of recovering toward the status of a primal supreme treasure. Ling Xiao inspected it and devised a plan. He would have his true self fuse it into the Haotian mirror. The union would be enough to advance the Haotian mirror into an innate supreme treasure. In the pile of materials, he also found the expected gains: more than a dozen fragments of Zhao Huayu Dai. These fragments would surely aid the Shiwu Moshen's recovery of cultivation, but now they all belonged to him. At the thought, Ling Xiao smiled, gathered all his spoils, stowed away the Qinkuan Ding and the Hongming Liangtian Qi, turned the law of time, and in an instant his form vanished into the Hundan. When he returned to Shanha, Jia, Haotian, Yoming, and Yangmei were still straining to uphold that world's firmament by the power of their respective laws. Seeing this, Ling Xiao descended before Haotian and took out a small portion of Tian Dao origin to fuse into Shanha Jia. "Your Reverence, everything is settled." He explained that it was part of the Tian Dao origin taken from that creature to be used to stabilize Shanha Jia. As he spoke, the origin poured into the world's core like nourishing rain. The world that had ceased tearing itself apart, yet lacked the strength to heal, now burst forth with renewed vigor under that infusion of origin. The earth no longer trembled, the firmament no longer cracked, desiccated rivers glittered once more, and withered spiritual veins exuded faint currents of spiritual energy. The spirit of the Tian Dao slowly awoke from slumber and radiated gratitude like a convalescing cub gently rubbing against the hand of its savior, before quietly revealing its Tian Dao imprint. Haotian nodded, slightly understanding this as a voluntary act of submission. Without hesitation, he reflected the imprint of the Shanhejia Tian Dao through the power of law, and thus Shanhejia was formally incorporated into the Hongwang system. Yang Mei stood to the side, watching with deep emotion. His Majesty did not simply conquer, he also, because the Shiwu had siphoned origin and parasitized the Tiandao, Haotian slew the Shiwu and returned the portions of origin it had not yet digested back to Shanhejia. At that moment, the vast Hundun stilled. From the depths descended an aura so grand it defied description. That was the breath of the Great Dao. The projection of the Dao slowly materialized within the Hundun. Though its form could not be clearly discerned, its gaze seemed to fall upon every soul present. Immediately a torrent of Daoic merits converged in the Hundun. Golden light unfurled across the gray void, suffusing vast swathes of chaos with solemn gilded radiance. The merits amassed far more abundantly than when they had slain Shin and I. Haotian had led the heavenly court to open the Hundun, successively subjugating the Chilling World and Shanhejia. Having also slain the parasitic Shiwu Mozhen that fed on a world's Tiandao, all of this conformed to the Dao's operation, the Dao sensing it bestowed merits. The merits were split, the largest portion, roughly 80%, merged into Haotian's being. Ling Xiao and Yoming, sharing origin with him, counted their share as communal. The remaining 20% drifted to Yang Mei, a recognition of this former spatial demon, now entering the heavenly court and assisting in maintaining Shanhejia. Yang Mei felt the merits enter his body and solemnly bowed to the Dao projection. Haotian, sensing the surge of Daoic merits within him, allowed a faint smile to touch his lips. Even after sharing parts with Ling Xiao and Yoming, the remainder far exceeded the Kaitian merits held by any of the Sanqing. With such Daoic favor, traveling the Hundun in the future would be markedly easier. He turned his gaze to Yang Mei and spoke lightly. Fellow Daoist Yang Mei, let this be the end for now. There is no rush to claim the remaining worlds. Oh, we should return. Your old servant obeys, Yang Mei replied with a respectful bow. Haotian keenly noted the change in address from Lao Dao to Lao Chen. Though only a single character's difference, it signified that this former spatial demon had wholly regarded himself as a subject of the heavenly court. Haotian did not point it out. With a light wave, the party passed through the flow of space and departed Shanhejia, re-emerging in Hongwang after more than 10 yuan hui. Brother. The Tiando's jubilant voice rang in Haotian's mind the moment he stepped through the Hongwang barrier, like a child who had waited too long and now rushed forward with delight. A gentle smile rose on Haotian's face. He had been away from Hongwang for over 10 yuan hui. The little one was understandably eager. You've waited too long, and I have a small gift for you. With that, he apportioned 30% of the Tiandao origin he had taken from the Chilling World and Shanhejia and transmitted it to the Tiandao. This is... The Tiando's voice trembled with astonishment. As the Tiandao of Honghuang, she knew the nature of Tiandao origin intimately. This was her kin, albeit far weaker. Though these sources were far less pure than she herself, their sheer quantity was staggering. Once absorbed, not only would her power rise, but Honghuang's capacity to contain treasures would increase, and the concentration of spiritual energy would ascend another rung. More importantly, with the supplement of external origin, she would no longer have to scrimp and strain to maintain Honghuang's daily operation as she had in the past. Looking at these sources, the Dao of Heaven felt both grateful and excited. She wanted to say something, but her emotions fluctuated, making her stammer, and she couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. Haotian looked at her anxious expression, smiling and shaking his head. All right, no need to be like this. You've helped me so much, it's time for me to repay you. This is not all. Oh, I've kept a portion in reserve. From now on, every time I conquer a world, I'll return a share to you, so you need not worry about these sources being insufficient. The Dao of Heaven fell silent for a moment, then gently responded with a soft her voice more reassuring than ever. Soon her aura slowly faded away, clearly concentrating on absorbing these sources. Watching the Dao of Heaven's aura dissipate, Haotian turned his gaze to Yang Mei. Daoist friend Yang Mei, thank you for your hard work this time. Please return to seclude and rest for a while. I may need you to build more teleportation arrays later. This is what an old minister should do. Your Majesty need not be polite. Yang Mei responded cheerfully and took her leave. After she left, Ling Xiao and Yu Ming exchanged glances and transformed into a silver and a shadowy light, returning to Haotian's body. Haotian then stood alone above the sea of clouds, silent for a moment before stepping forward and arriving at the Yaoqi fairyland. In the fairyland, the spiritual energy still lingered, with jade flowers and precious grasses blooming everywhere, while several spirit fish were leisurely swaying their tails in the clear pond. Yaoqi was leaning against the jade railing by the pond, gracefully scattering the last handful of bait into the water. The fish jumped eagerly out of the surface, splashing tiny crystal-clear droplets. Sensing the familiar aura, she quickly turned around, and her clear eyes instantly sparkled with joy. Senior brother, you're back. Yes, I'm back, junior sister. Haotian looked at her slightly flushed face, filled with joy, and a gentle smile graced his lips. He suddenly recalled many things, such as when Yaoqi first took form and timidly called him senior brother. In the Taiwei Yuqing Palace, she had spent countless days and nights in seclusion to narrow the gap between them. The joy and seriousness on her face when she broke through to the midstage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Softly calling him senior brother amidst the meteor shower, she had said how beautiful it was when Li Changgung first called her your majesty, that blush on her cheeks. In this vast primordial world beyond the struggles and schemes of countless deities and saints, there was someone who quietly remained by his side waiting for him through one yuan hui after another. This made Haotian silent for a long time. Yaoqi looked over in confusion, wanting to ask what was wrong, but saw Haotian raise his eyes, his gaze gentle yet solemn. I'm sorry, junior sister, for making you wait so long. After the 1,000 yuan assembly, let's hold a grand wedding announcing it to the entire primordial world. Senior brother, is what you say true? Yaoqi was momentarily stunned, her clear eyes widening slightly. Her voice carried a hint of disbelief coupled with a touch of cautious uncertainty, as if afraid this was merely a joke. Haotian gently patted her head, his eyes filled with affection. Of course, when have I ever lied to you? Just right, we can use this grand wedding to hold the first Pan Tao conference in the heavenly court, inviting all the immortals from the primordial world to attend. Pan Tao conference. Yaoqi blinked, somewhat confused. Is senior brother referring to that Renshui Pan Tao? But there's only one, it won't be enough, right? One Pan Tao mother tree is indeed not enough, but do you remember I asked you to keep those peach pits? They will be of great use, now come with me. Haotian smiled mysteriously, took Yaoqi's hand, and stepped forward. When they reappeared, they had arrived in the Pan Tao garden. The current Pan Tao garden did not yet have the grandeur of the later 3,600 peach trees. In the garden, only one Renshui Pan Tao mother tree stood quietly amidst the mist. The tree crown shaded the sky, and among the branches hung a few scattered unripe Pan Tao. Haotian released Yaoqi's hand and walked to the empty space in the garden, gently waving his sleeve. 3,600 peach pits fell into the soil like raindrops. Immediately after, 3,600 drops of the three light divine water from the Ling liquid pool on Palai Island were drawn forth, turning into a fine drizzle that evenly fell. This was not all. Haotian also sprinkled a considerable amount of Dao merit and various chaotic spiritual materials that could nurture spiritual roots, all showering into the Pan Tao garden. Under the accumulation of these vast resources, the peach pits sprouted, grew branches, and thrived at a visible speed. In just a moment, one peach tree after another shot up, forming a vast sea of peach trees. Each peach tree bore numerous peaches, and though they were not yet fully ripe, they already exuded an enticing fragrance. The entire peach forest shimmered with a warm glow under the reflection of the spiritual energy appearing from afar, like a pink cloud descending upon the heavenly court. Haotian nodded in satisfaction, his divine sense sweeping through the peach forest, quickly sensing the tears and maturation cycles of these peach trees. The first 1,200 trees matured every 30 million years, and those who ate them could attain the status of an immortal golden immortal. The next 1,200 trees matured every 60 million years, allowing breakthroughs at the peak of golden immortal, and the last 1,200 trees matured every 90 million years, enabling the attainment of Tai. So, junior sister, with this many peach trees, is this enough? Haotian clapped his hands and turned to look at Yaoqi, his eyes carrying a hint of mischief. Yaoqi was already mesmerized, and after coming back to her senses, she nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with joy for both the peach forest and Haotian's earlier words. Haotian smiled and said no more, gently wrapping his arm around Yaoqi as they stepped out of the Pan Tao garden. At the same time, a divine thought silently fell into Li Changgung's ear. Li Changgung was momentarily stunned, nearly dropping the whisk in his hand. Soon after, a heartfelt smile blossomed on his kind old face. He set down the memorial, adjusted his attire, and began making arrangements, issuing the decree, drafting the edict, preparing the gifts. Before long, the news spread throughout the heavenly court like a spring breeze. In an instant, the entire heavenly court was decorated with lanterns and festoons, auspicious clouds swirling, and the atmosphere was richer than usual. One after another, celestial officials from the heavenly court rushed to various places in the primordial world, carrying large red wedding invitations to major temples and ancestral grounds. In the following period, the news spread rapidly like a stone tossed into a calm lake, reaching every corner of the primordial world. When the Sanqing received the wedding invitation on Kunlun Mountain, Laozi nodded slightly, Yuan Shi showed a hint of a smile, and Tong Tian even applauded in approval. Dejuan and Tai received the news on the Sun Star, exchanged glances, and began rummaging through their treasury to prepare congratulatory gifts. The elders of the Dragon Phoenix and Shilin clans were even more serious, ordering the most precious gifts to be prepared. The Emperor's grand wedding was a top priority for the three clans, second only to the establishment of the Even Jane and Junti, far away in the barren mountains of the west, had their previously sorrowful expressions lightened a bit when they received the wedding invitation personally delivered by the Tai by Jinxing. The entire primordial world was bustling in preparation for the unprecedented grand wedding after the 1,000 Yuan assembly. In the time of the 1,000 Yuan gathering for the great beings of the primordial era, one retreat would pass in the blink of an eye. Yet it was enough for various forces to prepare their gifts meticulously, filled with heartfelt intentions. From the Dragon Palace to the Immortal Fire Mountain, from the peak of Kunlun Mountain to the Sunstar Palace, the forces across the primordial era were all busy with the same matter: the grand wedding of His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor and the Yaoqi Goddess. Just as everyone eagerly awaited within the Taiwei Yuqing Palace, Haotian, who was reviewing memorials, suddenly set down his jade brush, a hint of a smile flickering in his eyes. A familiar wave emanated from the Chaos Pearl, where someone was breaking through the barrier of the Hunyuan Dayuo Golden Immortal, and there were 4 of them. At this moment, the Chaos Pearl was already a different scene altogether. The surrounding water laws of the ancestor dragons surged and roared like the overturning of the 4 seas. The nirvana flames of the Yuan Feng intertwined with the sounds of phoenix cries, creating a sky filled with crimson clouds. The earth laws of the Shikolin were as heavy as the mountains of Buzhou. At that moment, the demonic laws of Luo Ho formed a subtle balance with the other 3 auras. The 4 powers of laws intertwined and collided within the void of the Chaos Pearl. It was as if 4 different colored thunderbolts were competing to explode in the same sky, stirring up ripples of laws deep within the Chaos Pearl. The simultaneous eruption of the 4 Hunyuan Dayuo Golden Immortal auras illuminated the entire chaotic space, as bright as day. Had it not been for the barrier of the Chaos Pearl, this vast pressure would have swept through the entire heavenly court and the primordial era. Even with the Chaos Pearl blocking, a series of low rumbling sounds emanated from the surface of the pearl. Haotian smiled slightly at this sight, and with a thought lifted the restrictions. For streams of light shot out from the pearl landing in the Taiwei Yuqing Palace, transforming into the figures of the ancestor dragon, Yuan Feng Shikolin, and Luo Ho. Thank you for your assistance, Your Majesty. We have broken through to the Hunyuan Dayuo Golden Immortal. The 4 bowed in unison, their voices filled with excitement and gratitude. Even the proud Luo Ho merely appeared to be less obvious in his demeanor. Haotian waved his hand casually, his tone gentle and laced with a hint of a smile. No need for such formalities. This is what you all deserve. Coincidentally, your breakthrough comes at just the right time, coinciding with my wedding with Yaoqi. Join us in the celebration. The 4 were slightly taken aback, but soon, with the divine senses of their recent breakthrough, they almost instantly captured the festive atmosphere spread across the heavenly court, it decorated with colorful lights. Smiles appeared on the faces of the 4, and after respectfully acknowledging, they dispersed to make preparations. Meanwhile, within the Yaoqi Immortal Realm, tables were already set up neatly. On the jade tables, exquisite dishes were laid out with immortal fruits wafting delightful aromas, and the divine nectar filled in crystal cups, shimmering with a soft glow under the illumination of the spiritual energy. Each table was adorned with several peaches freshly ripened from the peach garden, exuding an enticing fragrance. The immortal realm was shrouded in mist, with radiant flowers and precious herbs blooming everywhere, while rainbow clouds floated slowly overhead. The entire Yaoqi Immortal Realm appeared to be enveloped in a layer of festive radiance. Surprisingly, it was not the usual early arrivals of wandering cultivators who arrived first. Instead, it was those great beings who typically held themselves aloof during gatherings, only making an appearance at the last moment. After all, maintaining an air of superiority is contingent on the occasion. Who would dare arrive last for the wedding of the Heavenly Emperor? The 3 pure ones were the first to arrive. The 3 brothers entered the Yaoqi Immortal Realm in an orderly fashion, followed by several attendant boys, each carrying gift boxes. Laozi stepped forward first, taking out a high-grade innate spirit treasure and a purple gold gourd from his sleeve. This is a gourd filled with 9 turns golden pills refined by me with the Jinan purple flame, a small token of my sincerity to congratulate Your Majesty and the goddess on your joyous occasion. The gourd appeared small, but the 9 turns golden pills that poured out were plump and fragrant, ranking among the best pills of the primordial era. There were exactly 50 pills in the gourd, a generous offering indeed. Yuan Shi followed closely, presenting 2 pieces of high-grade innate spirit treasures as gifts, both exquisite treasures accumulated by the Yuqing lineage over many years. Tong Tian then presented a formation map along with a high-grade innate spirit treasure. Though this formation map was not as lethal as the exterminating immortals formation, it was still a rare treasure for trapping. Hong Yun cheerfully presented a high-grade innate spirit treasure along with a portion of the essence of the fire cloud. This essence was the quintessence of his innate red cloud containing extremely pure fire laws. When it was the turn of Jean and Juanti, they exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and solemnly took out several items from their sleeves. 1 high-grade innate spirit treasure, 2 merit golden lotus seeds, 2 bottles of 8 treasure merit water, and a total of 20 Bodhi seeds. Upon revealing this list of gifts, even the 3 pure ones couldn't help but glance sideways. The merit golden lotus seeds were produced by the 12th grade merit golden lotus. Their preciousness is self-evident. The 8 treasure merit water was the essence from the Western 8 treasure merit transforming dragon pool, greatly beneficial for cultivation. The Bodhi seeds were unique spiritual items from the West capable of aiding enlightenment and breaking barriers. Combined, these gifts were of value no less than 2 high-grade innate spirit treasures. Jane and Juanti felt the astonished gazes from the 3 pure ones smiling on the surface while their hearts ached. These were treasures hoarded by the West. They usually wouldn't even dare to use them themselves. Yet despite the pain, there was also a sense of pride in their hearts. Who dares to claim the West is impoverished? While they may not match the East's wealth, they are certainly not a poor remote place. Good things do exist, but they are usually reluctant to reveal them. Just then a saintly aura spread from the distant heavens. Everyone looked up to see a vast expanse of purple mist rolling across the eastern horizon. Soon after, a dignified and graceful figure descended on clouds. It was the only saint under Hong. The 3 pure ones and others slightly bowed in greeting, and Nuwa gracefully returned the gesture before handing over her prepared gift to a nearby celestial official. It was a premium innate spirit treasure, the lotus lantern, crystal clear and translucent. A wisp of azure flame danced at the wick, exuding a gentle yet formidable sacred might. As soon as Nuwa took her seat, several auras of Hunyuan Dayuo golden immortals suddenly spread out. Everyone was shocked and turned to follow the auras, only to see the ancestor dragon Yuan Foam and Shikolin leading their respective clans, along with the 4 spirit clans marching in a grand procession with their kin, carrying gift boxes behind them. The ancestor dragon presented the premium innate spirit treasure, the Dragon Cry sword engraved with dragon patterns, which let out a thunderous dragon roar upon being unsheathed. Yuan Foam offered the premium innate spirit treasure, the Heavenly Fire Spear, its tip condensing the nirvana flames burning brightly. Shikolin presented the premium innate spirit treasure, the map of mountains and rivers, showcasing majestic landscapes and myriad phenomena. Additionally, there were several other high-quality innate spirit treasures and a mountain of chaos spiritual materials. Such grand gestures attracted the attention of the 3 pure ones and others. However, what truly stirred the hearts of those present was that the 3 emperors had unknowingly broken through to the Hunyuan Thuo Golden Immortal. This meant that the Heavenly Court's elite combat power was no longer limited to just one Heavenly Emperor. For a moment, the feelings of the 3 pure ones and others became quite complex. However, soon several familiar auras made the Sanqing unable to care about the complexity anymore. When they looked over, Master Hongjun had also arrived. Not only did Master arrive, but behind him were also several seniors, such as Yang Mei, the ancestor of Yin Yang, and the ancestor of 5 elements, all exuding the aura of primordial golden immortals, who similarly presented numerous top-grade, innate spiritual treasures, and various chaotic spiritual materials. This time with the shocking foundation brought by the 3 clans, although everyone was still somewhat surprised, they were no longer as dumbfounded as before. At least this was the case regarding the treasures. It was only when people sensed that those previously unknown ancestors were also primordial golden immortals that they felt shocked again. One couldn't help but inwardly marvel at how profound their background was, having so many primordial golden immortals. No wonder they could manage the various factions of the current Hongwang so effectively. Just as many were marveling, more powerful beings arrived one after another. Jin Yuanzi presented a scroll of the Earth Book, while Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu jointly offered a pure Yang and a pure Yin spiritual treasure. Di Jun and Tai Yi also prepared generous gifts. Ming He presented several blood soul pearls, and Kuan Peng offered a piece of supreme void mystic ice. These were just the beginning, with more and more powerful beings and loose cultivators arriving in succession. Even the usually somewhat reclusive Wu clan sent a representative in the form of Ho Tu, presenting a pile of unnecessary innate spiritual treasures and materials. For a moment, the vast Yaoqi immortal realm was bustling with activity. What caught many people's attention was that not only did the sisters Shi He and Chang Shi from the Tying Star come, but even the elusive master, Wang Shu the immortal lord, also arrived. This ancient powerful being, who was usually cold and reclusive, wore a long robe of moon white, with a black cloak edged in gold, which accentuated her composed and dignified aura. Although this treasure had no offensive power, it could assist in focusing one's mind and comprehending the Dao, and its defensive strength was also quite remarkable, causing quite a sensation. As more and more guests took their seats, those with lower cultivation, but sincere in their congratulations, also arrived in succession under the guidance of the heavenly court. Just as everyone was enjoying pleasant conversations, a melodious bell sound suddenly echoed. The bell's chimes slowly reverberated through the Yaoqi immortal realm, suppressing all the noise. Everyone put down their wine cups and ceased their conversations, all eyes turning towards the entrance of the Yaoqi immortal realm. There Haotian was holding Yaoqi's hand, walking in slowly. Haotian wore a blue-white Dao robe, and today he had specially added a dark cloak with gold edges, further enhancing his composed and dignified demeanor. Yaoqi, on the other hand, wore a long skirt of bright red, with golden phoenix patterns that trailed on the ground like flowing clouds, adorned with a golden crown featuring 9 phoenixes and a Yaoqi golden hairpin that shone brilliantly under the light of spiritual energy. Her cheeks bore a faint blush, and her eyes sparkled with a mix of a bride's shyness and the dignified grace of the Yaoqi golden mother. The two walked side by side where flowers bloomed and spiritual energy surged. Even the air seemed to be coated with a layer of warm luster. "We bow to your majesty. We bow to her majesty." The various loose cultivators and powerful beings in the Yaoqi immortal realm all bowed, in unison, their voices harmonious and resonating across the skies. Hongju and Yang Mei and several other honored guests of the heavenly court also performed half a bow to show their utmost respect. "You may rise." Haotian gently raised his hand, his voice warm, yet clear, reaching the ears of everyone present. As his words fell, he held Yaoqi's hand and walked towards the highest point of the Yaoqi immortal realm, the aura of a primordial Taiji golden immortal slowly spreading around him. That aura was vast, but not oppressive, like a warm spring breeze brushing over everyone's hearts. He then stopped, his gaze falling on Yaoqi, where his usually composed and deep eyes now held only tenderness and solemnity. Haotian was born alongside Yaoqi from the chaos, enduring countless tribulations without forsaking one another. Today, with heaven and earth as witnesses and the Dao as a mirror, I vow to hold your hand, to stabilize the heavenly court together and guard the Hongwang. As long as heaven and earth endure, this vow shall not waver. As long as the Dao exists, this love shall not perish. At the moment the vow was made, the sky of the Yaoqi immortal realm was suddenly enveloped by a vast phenomenon. The first to descend was the projection of the heavenly Dao, appearing solemn and majestic, as if the entire Hongwang was slightly bowing at this moment, offering the most serious witness to this grand wedding. The immortals all bowed in respect, yet this was far from over. Following that, an even more ancient and vast aura surpassing the heavenly Dao slowly descended from the void. This aura was so mysterious that it captivated the minds of everyone present in an instant. Many loose cultivators were left dazed. This aura had far surpassed the heavenly Dao. Could it be that the Great Dao had truly descended? As if to validate their speculation, a faint projection of the Great Dao slowly emerged above the Yaoqi immortal realm. Although its specific form could not be clearly seen, every person present felt a profound shock and reverence that transcended understanding. Meanwhile, a large amount of heavenly Dao merits and part of the Great Dao merits simultaneously appeared above the celestial firmament. Golden light rained down like a waterfall, dyeing the entire Yaoqi immortal realm in a solemn and resplendent gold. Even the rare flowers and jade grass in the Yaoqi immortal realm bloomed more brilliantly under the golden light, and the spiritual fish in the pool leaped out of the water, seemingly rejoicing for this grand event. The largest portion, about 80%, fell upon Haotian and Yaoqi, merging into their bodies. Haotian remained expressionless, while Yaoqi gently tightened her grip on his hand, feeling the recognition and blessing from the Great Dao. The remaining 20% of merits transformed into a rain of gold, evenly falling into the bodies of every guest present. This unexpected joy made many loose cultivators flush with excitement, and even many powerful beings showed looks of surprise. Heavenly Dao merits were already rare, and Great Dao merits were even more sought after. The Sanqing and others remained relatively calm, yet a hint of emotion flashed in their eyes. Though Hongju and Yang Mei and others were not surprised by the arrival of the Great Dao, the scale of the Great Dao merits still elicited a fleeting look of astonishment in their eyes. Haotian, holding Yaoqi's hand, turned around, his gaze filled with smiles as he scanned all the guests present. At the same time, he raised his glass of glazed wine, his voice calm and pleasant. "Welcome everyone to attend the wedding feast of me and Yaoqi. Now that the heavenly Dao and the Great Dao have witnessed this, there is no need for formalities, so please enjoy the feast freely." "Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty." Everyone raised their cups in response, their voices filled with joy and blessings. In the Yaoqi immortal realm, cups clinked and drinks were exchanged. The fragrance of the peaches of immortality, the richness of the divine nectar, the melodious celestial music, and the joyous laughter intertwined to create an unprecedented festive atmosphere. Haotian and Yaoqi sat side by side at the main seat, occasionally receiving toasts and congratulations from the guests. The Sanqing offered a toast, Hongjun offered a toast, and the three emperor dragons took turns coming forward. Jun and Tai, though somewhat reluctant, also mustered the courage to offer a toast. Jieyin and Zhuan Ti even drank 3 cups of the peaches of immortality, wine, the bitterness on their faces somewhat alleviated by the intoxication. On this day, from the 33 heavens to the blood sea of the 9 secluded realms, from the shores of the eastern sea to the desolate extremes of the west, the entire Hongwang was immersed in the joy of everyone was aware that this grand wedding not only announced the union of the Heavenly Emperor and the Golden Mother, but also signaled the stabilization of the Heavenly Court's order and the official commencement of a new era in the Hongwang. The celebration and liveliness of the Yaoqi celestial realm did not dissipate with the cessation of the drums and gongs. Instead, it continued for thousands of years amidst the clinking of cups and the melodious sounds of celestial music. The fragrance of the peaches and the richness of the divine nectar intertwined with the laughter and joyful voices of the immortals, creating a grand tapestry of prosperity. Even the spiritual fish in the Yaoqi were particularly lively in this festive atmosphere, occasionally leaping out of the water and splashing crystalline droplets as if celebrating this grand event. As the passage of thousands of years gradually unfolded, the wedding banquet drew closer to its conclusion. Haotian rose from his throne, his azure and white robe shimmering with a faint glow under the reflection of spiritual energy, his gaze gentle yet profound as it scanned the assembly of immortals. His voice was calm, yet it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Esteemed immortals, the wedding banquet is nearing its end. Before we disperse, I shall expound on the Dao of the Hunyuan Taiji. From the realm of the Great Luo to the Dao of the Hunyuan Taiji, it will continue for 5,000 years. At the same time, the entire primordial chaos will open a celestial tide to assist you in accelerating your understanding of the Dao. During this time, how much each of you can comprehend will depend on your own insight and fortune. Upon these words, the hall erupted in astonishment. The Hunyuan Dao was an ancient millennium opportunity, and the Hunyuan Wujidao was a supreme path that existed only in legends. Not to mention the ordinary loose cultivators, even the top deities like the 3 pure ones and Nuwa could not help but show expressions of delight. Hongjun exchanged glances with Yang Mei, and others, a hint of understanding flashing in their eyes. Although they had long since stepped into the realm of Hunyuan Great Luo and had reached that level at their peak, verifying higher-level Dao laws with their own Dao fruits still held immeasurable benefits. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your heavenly grace. Within the Yaoqi celestial realm, whether it was the celestial beings of the heavenly court, various loose cultivators, or top practitioners, all bowed respectfully, their voices resonating through the sky, their excitement palpable. Haotian nodded slightly and resumed his seat on the throne, beginning to share his insights and Dao laws from the Great Luo to the Hunyuan Taiji. His voice was steady and unhurried, each syllable infused with profound truths, as if echoing the very first rhythm of the universe's creation. As the teaching commenced, the heavenly Dao generously bestowed its blessings. The entire Yaoqi celestial realm was instantly enveloped by layers of extraordinary phenomena of heaven and earth. Purple chi emanated from the east, flooding every inch of space like a tide. Golden lotuses blossomed and withered in the primordial void, each petal that fell transformed into a strand of pure law and Dao rhyme. Even more astonishing, the law of time took the form of a silver river flowing slowly above everyone's heads, while the law of space coalesced into transparent ripples that spread throughout the hall. Causality, fate, the 5 elements, creation. Various manifestations of law emerged one after another, transforming the Yaoqi celestial realm into a sanctuary of laws. Meanwhile, the star formation of the heavenly court began to operate. Billions of stars in the heavens were interconnected, emitting vast celestial tides pouring down like a silver waterfall, enveloping the entire heavenly court. This tide did not remain within the heavenly court, rather centered around the 33 heavens. It gradually spread throughout the entire primordial chaos. Those loose cultivators who could not personally visit the heavenly court also felt the gentle yet overwhelming power of the stars at this moment. These loose cultivators hurriedly emerged from their abodes, respectfully bowing in the direction of the heavenly court. They then sat cross-legged on their respective mats, beginning their cultivation with the assistance of the celestial tide. From the shores of the East Sea to the extreme western deserts, from beneath Mount Buzhou to the depths of the 4 seas, the entire primordial chaos fell into a silent fervor of cultivation under the embrace of this celestial tide. While the loose cultivators across the primordial chaos experienced this, those present in the center of the celestial tide, in the Yaoqi celestial realm, reaped rewards that were incomparable. With the combined influence of the Hunyuan Dao, sounds the extraordinary phenomena of heaven and earth, and the celestial tide, the effects of enlightenment reached their zenith. Many disciples brought by powerful practitioners broke through to the Great Luo during the teachings. Branches of the river of time emerged one after another, converging into a brilliant river of light above the Yaoqi celestial realm. These breakthrough practitioners truly condensed their own timelines, becoming their unique selves. Those who had already stepped into the Great Luo also gained substantial rewards during these 5,000 years. Breakthroughs from the early stage to the mid-stage of the Great Luo, from the mid-stage to the late stage, and from the late stage to the peak, the light of breakthroughs flickered throughout the hall, almost never ceasing. Even a peak Great Luo powerhouse seized the opportunity, using a congenital spiritual treasure to sever their good corpse, successfully breaking through to the quasi-saint level, officially entering the ranks of the great practitioners of the primordial chaos. Some who had already reached the quasi-saint level also severed their second evil corpse during this teaching, advancing their cultivation further to the mid-stage of the quasi-saint. Whenever someone broke through, fellow Taoists around them would cast envious and congratulatory glances. The atmosphere in the entire Yaoqi celestial realm was both solemn and filled with a vibrant sense of ambition. As for the top existences like the three pure ones, the rewards they gained from enlightenment were far beyond those of ordinary cultivators. Yet the three of them simultaneously suppressed their own breakthroughs. Their ambitions were greater than those of others. Becoming a saint was merely one of their goals. The true destination they sought was the dual cultivation of a saint and the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. However, they had long lacked a congenitally sourced spiritual treasure, and each of them had only severed 2 corpses until now. They were all waiting to find the third suitable congenitally sourced treasure, and then to sever their stubborn corpses in one fell swoop, stepping into the realms of saints and Hunyuan Great Luo in the most complete manner. Many top deities shared similar thoughts. However, more cultivators could no longer afford to consider such matters. Congenitally sourced treasures were exceedingly rare. Even if they joined the heavenly court, they did not know when they would accumulate enough contributions to exchange for one. Rather than waiting indefinitely for a perfect opportunity, it was better to first enhance their current cultivation. For a time, many people once again plunged into enlightenment, with Dao sounds echoing throughout the Yaoqi celestial realm and extraordinary phenomena continuing unabated. The 5,000 years of teaching time quietly slipped away amidst this rapturous comprehension. When the final sound of the Hunyuan Dao gradually faded, the extraordinary phenomena of heaven and earth slowly receded like a tide, and the celestial tide gradually calmed. Those who had fallen into enlightenment gradually awakened, their eyes still reflecting a lingering sense of fulfillment. Yet everyone knew in their hearts that this opportunity for enlightenment, personally taught by the Heavenly Emperor with the support of the Heavenly Dao, was indeed a rare and fortuitous chance that could not be demanded too much. Thus they all rose and respectfully bowed to Haotian. The shock brought by this teaching also stirred the thoughts of many loose cultivators. While loose cultivators enjoyed freedom, they neither had a backing nor stable resources, often having to scurry about for a single spiritual herb or a few pieces of spiritual material. With such thoughts in mind, aside from those who genuinely enjoyed the carefree lifestyle of wandering cultivators, many others who were sufficiently wealthy and lacked for magical artifacts began to consider joining the heavenly court. Haotian naturally observed all of this, yet he did not expose it. Instead, he chuckled lightly and said, "The discourse has concluded, you may all disperse. Should anything arise, seek Taibai." At these words, many perceptive wandering cultivators understood the implications, and as they left the Yaoqi celestial realm, they eagerly sought out Li Chang. Taibai Jingxing still wore his usual amiable and gentle demeanor, lightly waving his whisk. He led the group of wandering cultivators intending to join the heavenly court toward the direction of the In no time, the large Yaoqi celestial realm was left with very few people, yet those who remained harbored their own thoughts and intentions. The first to speak caught many off guard. It was the usually aloof and solitary Wang Shu, who rarely initiated conversations with others, stepping forward to solemnly bow to Haotian and speaking clearly and calmly. "Your Majesty, Wang Shu has come this time not merely to attend the wedding feast, but to formally request the representation of the Taiyin Star to join the heavenly court. I hope your Majesty will accept us." At this declaration, many present turned their heads in surprise. Hong Jun and the elder generation of chaotic demigods remained calm, not surprised, as they had long anticipated that the Taiyin Star could not remain outside the heavenly court forever. The three ancestors nodded slightly, evidently having foreseen Wang Shu's choice. In contrast, the Sanqing and others felt a small shock as Wang Shu was of a senior generation, even older than them. When many great powers joined the heavenly court back, then she had remained silent. Now, however, she took the initiative to step forward, which was indeed unexpected. Haotian, though he had somewhat guessed Wang Shu's intentions, still gently inquired, "Wang Shu, as I understand it, the Tying Star is currently stable. Why do you choose to join at this moment?" Wang Shu, upon hearing this, fell silent for a moment. A trace of helplessness appeared on her moonlight cool face as she raised her head and said frankly, "Why must your majesty ask knowingly? Just because the Tying Star is stable now does not mean it will remain so indefinitely. Though I do not know why your majesty has yet to subdue the Tying Star, I understand that it cannot remain detached from the heavenly court forever. Rather than waiting for the heavenly court to come seeking us, it is better to join proactively. It is not only more dignified, but will also garner more support." Listening to Wang Shu's candid words, Haotian not only did not feel displeasure, but instead revealed a hint of appreciative smile, a wise choice. "Since fellow Taoist Wang Shu is sincere, I shall naturally not refuse. If you can make sufficient contributions, you may also gain the opportunity to comprehend the creation jade disc and break through to the primordial golden immortal realm." Upon hearing this, Wang Shu's cool eyes suddenly brightened. Her choice to join the heavenly court was undoubtedly influenced by her foresight into the future of the Hongwang. Yet deep within, she also sought to use the heavenly court as a means to obtain the opportunity to break through to the primordial golden immortal realm. At her level, advancing further was exceedingly difficult. The opportunity now lay before her, and she knew she had to demonstrate genuine sincerity. Thus, with a grave expression, she gazed into the void, her clear voice filled with determination. "Heavenly Dao witnesses, the Great Dao is above. I, Wang Shu, hereby formally join the heavenly court with the Tying Star today. And I vow to exhaust all my efforts to assist the heavenly court in maintaining the order of the Hongwang. Should there be any treachery, let the heavenly Dao and the Great Dao punish me." As her words fell, a thunderous rumble echoed through the chaotic void, a response from the heavenly Dao to her oath. Following this, an ancient and profound aura of the Great Dao quietly descended. Though it lingered only for a moment before dissipating, it had firmly bound Wang Shu to the heavenly court in the unseen. Haotian nodded slightly, a more solemn expression gracing his face. "From this day forth, the Tying Star is officially incorporated into the heavenly court's hierarchy, and fellow Taoist Wang Shu shall be the holy monarch of Moonlight, ranked first, and shall be considered for further promotion in the future." As the words fell, a vast and gentle aura of the heavenly court enveloped Wang Shu. She felt her strength subtly increase under the support of this aura, and could not help but feel a sense of awe. Her cultivation had long reached the peak of the primordial golden immortal realm. Though she had yet to break through to the primordial supreme golden immortal, she was certainly not weak among her peers. Even so, the aura of the heavenly court still provided her with a noticeable enhancement, demonstrating the profound depth of the heavenly court's fortune at present. As she pondered, Laozi could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward, respectfully bowing, his tone carrying a touch of caution and earnestness. "Your Majesty, during the discourse by our master back, then he mentioned that to break through to the primordial supreme golden immortal, aside from following the path of the primordial golden immortal, one must gather 3 innate spiritual treasures of the same origin to sever the 3 corpses of virtue, evil, and attachment, and unify the 3 corpses to achieve the Dao of primordial unity. However, we currently do not have enough of the same origin spiritual treasures on hand, yet we do not wish to halt our progress on the path of the saint. I wonder, are there any alternative methods?" Laozi's words were said with restraint, but the elders present understood all too well. To put it simply, they wanted to exchange some of the same origin spiritual treasures from the heavenly court on credit to be repaid gradually later. Such a method might be common in later generations, but in the present Honghuang, it truly set a precedent. The Sanqing themselves felt it was somewhat abrupt, and after speaking, Laozi waited anxiously for Haotian's response. Yuan Shi maintained a calm facade, but his fingers in his sleeves unconsciously tightened slightly. Tong Tian gazed at Haotian with eager anticipation, nearly wearing his desire for the emperor's approval on his face. Haotian, observing the tense and expectant expressions of the 3, intentionally remained silent for a moment. Only after the 3 were nearly sweating from anxiety did he gently nod. "If it were anyone else, I would not necessarily agree, but since you have been chosen by the heavenly Dao, I can grant you this opportunity. Coincidentally, during this time, I have refined a batch of same origin spiritual treasures using the Chinkuan Ding. Additionally, I have matured the lotus seeds evolved from the creation green lotus, all stored within the heavenly court's treasury. At that time, you may go to the treasury to select suitable treasures, and you can gradually repay later." He paused, then turned his gaze to Nuwa and Wang Shu. "Fellow Taoist Nuwa, I shall also grant you an opportunity, and since fellow Taoist Wang Shu has just joined the heavenly court, I shall treat you equally." You may both enter the Chaos Pearl to comprehend the Creation Jade Disc, replenishing your own Great Dao, and transitioning to the path of the Primordial Supreme Golden Immortal. Once you break through, you may gradually repay the contributions owed to the Heavenly Court. We thank your Majesty for your grace. Whether it was the Sanqing Hongyun or Nuwa Jing Juini and Wangshu, everyone bowed excitedly. Especially the Sanqing, who had initially approached with only a mindset of trying their luck, and did not dare to hope that the Emperor would truly agree. Yet the Emperor not only agreed, but did so with such ease. This kindness filled them with gratitude and excitement, truly winning their hearts. From this moment on, the Sanqing's sense of belonging to the Heavenly Court was no longer merely a transaction of benefits, but rather enriched with a profound respect and recognition from the heart. Nuwa and Wangshu felt just as excited as the three pure ones. Nuwa did not expect that after becoming a saint she would have the opportunity to transition to the Hunyuan Dao Golden Immortal so soon. Wangshu was even more surprised that just after joining the Heavenly Court and expressing her sincerity, the Emperor granted her the privilege to comprehend first. This trust warmed her heart, which had been cold for countless years. All right, no need to be so formal. Seeing that everyone had already returned to their senses, Haotian smiled and waved his hand. His expression gradually became serious as his gaze swept over everyone, his tone carrying a deeper meaning. Let's talk about something else. Do you know how vast the chaos beyond the primordial is? Upon hearing this, aside from Yang Mei and other reincarnated chaos demons who remained unperturbed, even the three emperors Zulong Yuanfeng and Shikolin showed signs of confusion, let alone the three pure ones. In their understanding, chaos was merely an endless gray void. What could possibly exist besides the chaotic currents and the remnants of the chaos demons? After a moment of silence, the leader of the three pure ones, Taiching Laozu, cautiously spoke. Your Majesty, we indeed know very little about what lies beyond the chaos. We only know from inherited memories that chaos is boundless, but the details remain unknown. Zulong and the others nodded in agreement, as their knowledge was similar. Haotian was not surprised by their reactions, simply stating calmly, "You are correct, the chaos of the past was indeed like that. But what if I tell you that within the current chaos there are numerous worlds similar to the primordial? These worlds may not surpass the primordial in quality, but their sheer number is remarkable." His words were calm, yet they stirred up monstrous waves in everyone's hearts like a stone thrown into a tranquil lake. Other worlds exist within the chaos. In their understanding, the primordial was the only heaven and earth opened up at the cost of Pangu's life, a unique existence within chaos. But the Emperor stated that countless similar worlds had originated from chaos. This implied that their long-held understanding of chaos was one-sided, even akin to viewing the sky from a well. What shocked everyone further was that, judging by the Emperor's expression, his gaze had long since extended beyond the primordial, looking towards the vast chaos. Taiching Laozu's eyes flashed with understanding, unable to restrain himself from asking, "Your Majesty means that many worlds have already been born in chaos, and we should not limit our focus to the primordial." Once these words were spoken, the others turned their gazes towards Haotian, their eyes filled with both astonishment and realization. "You hit the nail on the head." Haotian nodded, a hint of a smile appearing in his eyes. "Indeed, while the resources of the primordial are abundant now, if we only consume without producing, we will eventually exhaust our wealth. Moreover, you wouldn't want to forever divide resources within a single plate, would you? Chaos is vast, then why not shift our focus towards it?" He paused, his gaze sweeping over the astonished faces of the crowd, casually adding, "Let me tell you, not long ago I visited the chaos with my friend Yang Mei and took control of 2 chaotic worlds." At these words, everyone was stunned. The three pure ones displayed disbelief, while the three emperors Zulong Yuanfeng and Shikolin's eyes widened, and Wangshu instinctively parted her lips in surprise. They had thought that the Emperor merely had such intentions, but they did not expect him to have already acted, and his speed far exceeded their expectations. Wangshu could not help but ask, "Does your Majesty mean that you hope we will also participate in the Chaos Expedition?" Haotian slightly nodded, his tone carrying a measure of certainty and expectation. "That is indeed the case, but not right now. We will discuss it after you break through to become saints and Hunyuan Dao Golden Immortals. I'm telling you this now simply to prepare you in advance." After saying this, he turned to Yaoqi, his gaze softening. "Junior sister, you have also reached the pinnacle of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Let's enter the Chaos Pearl together to comprehend it." "I will break through as soon as possible, senior brother." Yaoqi nodded, then resolutely said, stepping forward and transforming into a streak of light as she entered the Chaos Pearl. Wangshu exchanged a glance with Nuwa, and without hesitation, they followed Yaoqi's footsteps and stepped. The three pure ones, Hongyun Jiejin and Zhuan-Ti, bid farewell and left the Yaoqi immortal realm, following the recently returned Tai Bai Jinxing to the Heavenly Court's treasure vault. As the doors of the vault slowly opened, a dazzling array of various treasures came into view, causing even the well-informed three pure ones to gasp in awe. Mountains of chaotic spiritual materials rose upon rows of high-grade, innate spiritual treasures, and also exquisite spiritual treasures radiating soft halos. Some treasures even exuded the essence of the finest innate spiritual treasures displayed prominently at the highest point. Such a rich collection far exceeded their imagination. However, the three pure ones were not dazzled by these. The three brothers focused inwardly, guided by a faint sense, soon finding spiritual treasures that matched their existing ones. Not only the three of them, but also Hongyun Jiejin and Zhuan Ti found suitable treasures. As everyone stored their treasures, they couldn't help but marvel at the profound heritage of the heavenly court. These matching spiritual treasures placed in the outside world would be enough to spark a fierce scramble among countless great powers, yet here they were in abundance. However, despite their admiration, they understood that since they had taken the treasures, it was time to leave. Therefore, they bid farewell to Tai Bai Jinxing and contentedly departed the heavenly court, heading towards their respective sanctuaries. However, the three pure ones suddenly stopped when they returned to Kunlun Mountain, or rather they halted above the territory of the human race. The first to stop was none other than Laozu. His gaze pierced through the clouds, landing upon the vast land below, where the newly born human race gathered. On that land, countless humans were either busy or playing, exuding an air of carefree freedom. This scene was starkly different from those cultivators in the primordial who absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, yet it stirred an indescribable emotion in Laozu's heart. That stirring was unclear, yet felt like an invisible thread gently tugging at the most subtle corner of his Dao heart. Second brother, third brother. Laozu stopped, turning his gaze towards the puzzled Yuan Shi and Tong Tian beside him. You two should return to Kunlun Mountain first. There seems to be an opportunity for me among the human race, and I intend to linger here for a while to explore it carefully. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian exchanged glances, though somewhat confused. The human race, created by Nuwa and blessed with merit, was ultimately just a mundane group incapable of cultivation. What opportunity could possibly warrant the eldest brother's personal stay? However, their elder brother never engaged in meaningless matters, since he said so. He must have his reasons. Therefore, the two did not inquire further, only reminding the eldest brother to take care before transforming into two streaks of light and departing toward Kunlun Mountain. After watching his two brothers leave, Laozu withdrew his celestial radiance, transforming into an old man with white hair and beard, leaning on a wooden staff as he leisurely walked into the human tribe. As the sun set in the west, golden rays illuminated the pathways in the fields. Laozu paused for a moment beneath an ancient locust tree in the tribe, watching the busy yet peaceful mortals in the twilight, a thoughtful glimmer appearing in his eyes. What secrets lay hidden within this seemingly weak yet captivating new race that even the heavenly way took notice? What could be the opportunity he sensed in the depths of his consciousness? He did not rush to seek answers, merely resting his wooden staff and slowly stepping into the curling smoke of cooking fires. The cycles of the sun and moon continue, and time flows gently. It has been a full millennium since the grand wedding in the heavenly court that stirred the entire primordial world. During this millennium, various forces, after witnessing the profound depths of the heavenly court, have collectively tempered their ambitions. The three emperors of the ancestor dragon were busy reorganizing their clans, managing the affairs of the three tribes and the four spirits with meticulous order, while the younger generation under their command was kept in line. The witch clan remained quietly at the foot of Mount Buzhou, and the 12 ancestors of the witch no longer shout. The demon clan, led by Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, developed at their own pace. Although still ambitious, they were acutely aware of the weight of the sky above and dared not cross the red line drawn by the heavenly court. In this long span of time, everyone was focused on development, with almost no one taking the initiative to stir trouble. During this period, nothing major occurred. If one must mention a significant event, it would be before the 100th meeting, when Hongyun suddenly attained enlightenment and quietly achieved the status of a saint. He did not create a clan or establish a great teaching. Instead, he smoothly severed the third corpse and seamlessly united the three corpses, naturally stepping into the realm of the saint. More accurately, he was both a saint and a mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. After severing the three corpses, the two paths converged beneath his feet, and he crossed the chasm between the saint and the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal in one step. As a result, Hongyun owed a considerable contribution to the heavenly court, but he ultimately became the second saint to achieve enlightenment after Nuwa. When the news spread, it indeed caused a stir, but as time passed, that commotion gradually subsided, and the entire primordial world fell back into a prolonged tranquility. However, this tranquility was limited to the primordial world. Within the Chaos Pearl there was no peace at all. In the depths of the Chaos Pearl, in a space of chaos, the principles of Rin water purification and life intertwined around the Yao pool like three gentle rivers flowing around her. The principle of Rin water transformed into a blue light band embodying the ultimate softness and rigidity of the water path, sometimes gentle like a trickling stream, and at other times vast like the oceans. The principle of purification resembled a layer of pure flawless veil, washing away all impurities and distractions, making the aura of the Yao pool even more clear and transparent. The principle of life emanated a warm emerald green glow resembling the tender sprouts of spring filled with endless vitality and energy. The three principles intertwined, merged, and transcended, creating ripples in this chaotic space. With the push of these three principles, the aura of the Yao pool rose steadily. Each breath inhaled the purest power of the great path within the chaos. At the moment when the three principles simultaneously reached a critical point, a majestic, yet gentle aura of the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal spread out explosively from the Yao pool. This time the Chaos Pearl did not intercept it, but allowed that aura to penetrate the chaotic barrier. Like a spring breeze, it silently swept across the entire heavenly court, then spread to every corner of the primordial world. Although the aura of the Yao pool was not as vast and unfathomable as when Haotian broke through, it resembled a warm and gentle spring, evoking a complex mixture of affection and awe in people. In an instant, the entire sky of the primordial world was enveloped in layers of auspicious and extraordinary phenomena. Flowers of gold fell from the sky, spirit springs erupted from the ground, and the waters of the four seas moved without wind, as if the entire universe was rejoicing for the breakthrough of the Heavenly Empress. Many mighty beings and casual cultivators awakened from their meditation and respectfully bowed towards the heavenly court, collectively exclaiming congratulations to the Heavenly Empress for breaking through to the mixed Yuan Great Luo. However, this was far from the end. Almost at the moment of Yao pool's breakthrough, another aura of the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal erupted from the Chaos Pearl. Cold and distant, as clear as the light of the moon, Wang Shu also broke through. That aura resembled the moonlight of late autumn, quiet and lofty, forming a subtle resonance with the warmth of the Yao pool, one warm and one clear, one soft and one tranquil. The aura of the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal swept through the primordial world once again, leaving the beings who had just caught their breath dumbfounded. Within a single day, two mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortals were born consecutively, a spectacle unprecedented since the beginning of the primordial world. Shocked as they were, the crowd bowed again. Congratulations to Saint Lord Wang Shu for breaking through to the mixed Yuan Great Luo. Within the Chaos Pearl, influenced by the auras of Yao pool and Wang Shu's consecutive breakthroughs, Nuwa slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were calm and deep, and the aura of the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal quietly surged forth. However, unlike the previous two, she did not allow her aura to spread, but gently restrained it, compressing the pressure back into her body. Breaking through was enough. There was no need to announce it to the world as she did when she broke through to become a saint. Just as she prepared to close her eyes again to stabilize her realm, she suddenly sensed something, and her expression changed slightly. She nodded slightly at Yao pool and Wang Shu, then her figure flickered, and she left the Chaos Pearl. In a certain human tribe, cooking smoke curled and paths crisscrossed. For cultivators, a millennium passed in the blink of an eye, but for these newly born humans, it had been countless generations of reproduction and survival. Transformed into an old man, Laozi had been living here for a long time. Each day, apart from explaining the Golden Core Great Path to the tribespeople, he would sit quietly under the old locust tree of the tribe, observing the birth, aging, sickness, and death of these mortals, as well as their joys and sorrows. He would see them sweating in the fields and silently listen to their simple songs as they gathered around the bonfire. He would also gaze at the starry sky in the dead of night, contemplating what profound mysteries of the heavenly path were embedded in this seemingly weak tribe. The more he experienced, the more he felt the extraordinary nature of this human race. They lacked the powerful physique of the Dragon Clan and the rebirth abilities of the Phoenix Clan. They also lacked the auspicious aura of the Qilin Clan, yet possessed resilience and potential that other clans did not have. Unknowingly, his Tao had become tightly bound to the human race, and that connection grew deeper and clearer. At this moment, Laozi had no hesitation. He released his transformation technique, restoring his immortal demeanor, and stood in the air. Under the astonished gazes of the human race, he solemnly made a vow: the heavenly Dao is above. I, Tai Ching Laozi, feel that the inheritance of the human race is incomplete. Today I establish the human teaching to enlighten the human race with the Golden Core Great Path, passing down the teachings and ensuring continuity. Human teaching established. Let the heavenly Dao witness. As his words fell, clouds of merit gathered, dyeing the entire sky in brilliant gold as golden rain poured down like a waterfall. Laozi absorbed all the merit, but did not hasten to draw upon the primordial purple chi. He first calmed his mind, uniting the good, evil, and the three corpses to achieve the mixed yuan great luo golden immortal, before finally calling upon the long-awaited primordial purple chi. At once the phenomena of saints and the aura of the mixed yuan great luo golden immortal erupted simultaneously. The purple chi came from the east for 30,000 miles. Golden flowers fell chaotically, celestial music rang out, and the entire primordial world trembled. The beings of the primordial world had become somewhat numb, but they still had to resist the pressure while bowing, saying congratulations to the Tai Ching saint for achieving the status of a saint. However, what no one anticipated was that this was not the end. Far away in Kunlun Mountain, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian simultaneously felt something, exchanging glances and seeing the same determination in each other's eyes. Yuan Shi stepped forward first, standing in midair at the summit of Kunlun Mountain, his robes billowing, his gaze sharp and his voice dignified and solemn. The heavenly Dao is above. I Yuqing Yuan Shi feel that the roots of the beings in the primordial world are diverse and uneven. Today I establish the teaching of expounding to expound the great path, clarify the heavenly mechanics, select the best to teach, and correct the teachings of the profound gate. Expounding teaching established. Let the heavenly Dao witness. The clouds of merit gathered again. Yuan Shi followed his elder brother first, uniting the three corpses to achieve the mixed yuan great luo golden immortal, and then drawing upon the primordial purple chi to attain the status of a saint. Tong Tian followed closely behind. The Qing Ping sword at his waist let out a clear ringing sound. He stood proudly among the clouds, his gaze lofty, and his voice bold and unrestrained. The heavenly Dao is above. I Shangqing Tong Tian feel that the beings in the primordial world have no path to seek the Dao. Today I establish the teaching of interception to seize the line of life between heaven and earth, teaching without discrimination, widely opening convenient doors. Anyone whose heart seeks the Dao and does not perish may enter my teaching of interception established. Let the heavenly Dao witness. The purple chi spread once more, and extraordinary phenomena descended upon the world again. The beings of the primordial world were completely numb. Their legs felt a bit sore from kneeling, but etiquette could not be neglected, so they still forced themselves to bow once more. Congratulations to the Yu Qing saint for achieving the status of a saint. Congratulations to the Shangqing saint for achieving the status of a saint. Thus all three of the three pure ones achieved the mixed yuan great luo golden immortal, while also attaining the status of a saint possessing dual combat power. In the future, whether in their own combat power or in their understanding and cultivation, they would surpass ordinary mixed yuan great luo golden immortals or saints of the same realm. The human teaching, the teaching of expounding, and the teaching of interception thus coexisted in the primordial world, and the structure of the three teachings of the profound gate was officially formed. However, the Sanqing knew that the matter was not completely over. Above, the human tribe Nuwa appeared silently, her expression calm, yet her gaze fell upon Laozi. Senior brother Laozi, the establishment of the human teaching is derived from the fortune of my creation of humanity. Before you established the teaching, did you ever think of discussing it with me? Laozi fell silent for a moment, ultimately letting out a bitter smile, and admitting, what you said is indeed true, junior sister. The establishment of the human teaching concerns my opportunity for enlightenment, and I have indeed acted a bit hastily, without consulting you beforehand. How about this? I am willing to owe you 3 favors, and in the future, should you need anything, no matter what it is, I will repay you with all my strength. How does that sound? Nuwa stared at Laozi for a moment, seeing his sincere expression, not dismissive her countenance. Finally, although Laozi had taken a part of her human fortune, he had ultimately not gone too far. The teachings of the human teaching also benefited the long-term development of humanity. Moreover, the 3 favors owed by Ta Ching were of considerable weight. Very well. Nuwa thought for a moment, and lightly uttered a word, thus letting the matter pass. Then both of their gazes unconsciously turned towards the western lands. If their guess was correct, those two should also be taking action soon. On Mount Shumi, witnessing the establishment of the Sanqing teaching, which would invoke the merit of the heavenly Dao, Jin and Junti could no longer hold back. The two stood up simultaneously, solemnly swearing to the heavens, heavenly Dao above. We Jin and Junti, feeling that the Western inheritance is scarce and sentient beings are suffering. Today we establish the great teachings of the West with compassion in our hearts to broadly save sentient beings and educate the West. We hope the heavenly Dao witnesses this. As the words fell, golden clouds of merit slowly gathered in the sky above Mount Shumi, and golden rain descended from the heavens. However, an awkward scene occurred. These merits were barely enough for one person to become a sage, far from sufficient to simultaneously invoke the primordial purple energy for 2. The foundation of Jane and Junti was not as profound as that of the Sanqing. The Sanqing could sever their 3 corpses and unify, while they had merely managed to sever their 3 corpses and had not yet unified. With insufficient merit, there was no hope for sagehood, and in a short time, there was no way to unify the 3 corpses, making the path to the primordial Great Luo unreachable. Thus they were stuck at the threshold, their strength a cut above peak quasi-saints, yet still a head shorter than true. This feeling of being stuck was far more maddening than being caught at a bottleneck. Being caught at a bottleneck only meant a clear understanding, but now they faced all beings in the wilderness. While others achieved sagehood with such ease, when it came to them, they were stuck right in front of everyone. How could that not be embarrassing? In fact, it was not just they who were embarrassed. Even the saints and primordial Great Luo golden immortals in the wilderness who were quietly observing this scene were also dumbfounded. Since the opening of the heavens by Pangu, this was the first occurrence of such a thing. In an instant, a myriad of subtle gazes converged from all directions. Though no one spoke, the astonishment, confusion, and even a hint of amusement contained in those gazes were enough to make Jia Yin's already troubled face wrinkle like a crumpled old cloth. Junti was even more anxious, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his lips moving for some time, yet not a single word could he utter. Jane gritted his teeth, ready to speak and establish a grand vow to prepay merit to the Heavenly Dao. However, just as he was about to speak, the primordial purple energy within his primordial spirit suddenly produced a repulsion, as if the Heavenly Dao was saying, "Don't try to fool me with this." Jia Yin's mouth was open, halfway stuck there. Junti hurriedly tried to urge it, as well, receiving the same cold refusal in response. Meanwhile, in the Lingxiao Palace of the Heavenly Court, a Haotian was watching this scene through the Haotian mirror, feeling somewhat amused and exasperated. He delved into the space of the Heavenly Dao, asking with a hint of helpless laughter, "Little sister, are you rejecting the grand vow made by those 2? The voice of the Heavenly Dao rang softly, yet carried a hint of irritation. "Brother, it's not that I'm rejecting, but they are trying to fool people. Just now the merits were distributed according to amount. Oh, what was sufficient was given. Why should it be doubled? The West has not been blown up. They owe nothing to the West. Why should I lend them?" Haotian couldn't help but chuckle, yet he also understood that he could not leave those 2 hanging for too long. Jane and Junti were ultimately part of the Heavenly Court. As important forces in the future chaos, it was necessary to lend a helping hand when the time came. Thinking this, he focused his thoughts, and a gentle yet undeniable transmission crossed the 33 heavens, landing in the ears of the 2 on Mount Shumi. Originally frowning, Jane and Junti were momentarily stunned upon receiving the transmission. The 2 brothers exchanged glances, seeing the same resolve in each other's eyes. They knew that His Majesty was giving them one last opportunity to follow the rules and exchange military achievements for merit. Therefore they no longer hesitated, straightened their robes, and once again looked towards the heavens, their expressions more solemn than ever. Heavenly Dao above the Great Dao as witness. We, Jane and Junti, establish a grand vow today. We are willing to lead the disciples of the West to open up chaos for the Heavenly Court and fight against the outer domains. If the wilderness does not receive, the West does not find peace, and chaos is not opened, I vow not to become. I am willing to limit it to 10,000 meetings, using chaos military achievements to offset the merit of the saint's position. If the grand vow is not repaid, the saint's position is unstable, the oath is not fulfilled, and the Dao fruit is not solid. May the Heavenly Dao witness, may the Great Dao witness. As the vow fell, the entire wilderness momentarily paused, as if the Heavenly Dao was seriously examining the weight of this vow. After a moment, the originally dissipated golden clouds of merit regathered, adding even more than before. This merit was no longer merely the merit of establishing a teaching, but also included the prepayment for the merits of opening up chaos. It was not a verbal IOU, but rather funds for a project that had already been established. With the support of these merits, Jane and Junti finally simultaneously invoked the primordial purple energy within their primordial spirits, successfully achieving sagehood. In an instant, a series of phenomena arose in the wilderness, the purple energy spreading throughout, representing the stabilization of the saint's position. Although they could not simultaneously break through to the primordial Great Luo golden immortal, like the Sanqing, they had at least stepped into that long-desired threshold. Many scattered cultivators and great powers in the wilderness felt the entire process was somewhat strange, yet a sage was still a sage, etiquette should not be disregarded. Thus they all bowed and congratulated. Congratulations to Saint Jane and Saint Junti for achieving sagehood. Thus all 6 saints of the Xianmen returned to their positions. Ta Qing Laozi, Yu Qing Yuan Shi Shang Qing Tongtian Yuhua Huang Yuhua Jane and Junti, 6 saints existing simultaneously in the world. At this moment the fortune of the wilderness reached an unprecedented peak. Above the heavens, the purple energy lingered for a long time. The auspicious clouds surged beyond the 33 heavens, and the fortune of the heavenly court's golden clouds thickened several folds compared to usual. Although the primordial era has entered an unprecedented peak, not everyone can enjoy this prosperity without burdens. Two individuals are experiencing both pain and joy, and they are none other than the two saints of the West. On Shumi Mountain, Jane and Juanti stand shoulder to shoulder, feeling the vast and boundless power of the saints resonating with the heavenly Dao within them, and their hearts are filled with endless joy. Having achieved sainthood, their primordial spirits now entrusted to the heavenly Dao, they rejoice in the fact that as long as the heavenly Dao exists, so shall the saints. However, thinking of the massive debts they owe, both wish they could weep bitterly. First, they borrowed a source spirit treasure from the heavenly court to slay corpses, and that debt has yet to be repaid. Now, in order to accumulate enough merit for their sainthood, they have made a grand vow to exchange their achievements in chaos for the virtue of saintly positions. Debts to the heavenly court must be repaid, and the merits owed to the heavenly Dao must also be settled. The weight of these two mountains bears heavily on their shoulders, and just the thought of it makes it hard to breathe. The road to repaying their debts seems endless, and they have no idea when they will finally be free of burdens. The more Juanti thinks about it, the more anxious he becomes, and his already tense features wrinkle like a crumpled cloth. From time to time he sighs and sits on the stone steps of Shumi Mountain looking like a poor soul who has just incurred a massive debt. Enough, junior brother, let's not dwell on this. Jane, observing Juanti's furrowed brow, manages to force a comforting smile, despite his own trouble. This scene is quite peculiar. Jane, usually the most troubled figure in the Western Church, is now playing the role of the comforter. No matter what, we have ultimately attained sainthood. Our positions are secured, which is better than anything else. As for the debts we owe, we can repay them slowly. From now on, we should focus on our cultivation. When the heavenly court opens the chaotic expedition, we can earn more merits through our accomplishments. There will be a day when all debts are repaid. Juanti fell silent for a moment before slowly nodding. Senior brother is right. At this point, lamenting is futile. The path we chose and the vows we made cannot be reneged upon as soon as we become saints. Rather than wallowing in self-pity, it is better to focus on enhancing our strength. Once the chaotic expedition begins, it will be the best opportunity to repay our debts. By conquering more worlds and capturing more chaotic beings, the merits will come. Having come to this realization, although their expressions still bore the hallmark of their usual sorrow, the light in their eyes gradually began to return. Juanti even stood up, voluntarily dusted off his robes, and began to plan what preparations should be made for the upcoming expedition after the 100-yuan assembly. Seeing his junior brother regain his spirits, Jane felt a flicker of relief in his eyes. He then rose and walked towards the rear hall of Shumi Mountain to prepare an inventory of the assets of the Western Church. Although they are deep in debt, the preparations before the expedition cannot be neglected. Observing all this, Nuwa and the three pure ones, despite their varied expressions, had to admit that Jane and Juanti truly possessed great resolve. Reflecting on this, had they been in the shoes of the two saints of the West, they might not have dared to make such a grand vow of trading achievements for saintly positions. Although some of their behaviors in daily life can indeed be off-putting. For instance, the incident in Zixiao Palace where they teamed up to force Kunpeng to give up his seat is still criticized in secret by many great powers. However, to make such a resolute decision is indeed commendable. Nuwa cast a deep glance towards Shumi Mountain before saying nothing more and turned back to Huangtian. The three pure ones also withdrew their divine senses and returned to Kunlun Mountain. No matter what, the six saints have assumed their positions, and the primordial era is thriving. There are many tasks yet to be done ahead. All of this was vividly displayed in the images of the Haotian mirror. Seated in the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, Haotian watched the complex expressions of Jane and Juanti, filled with both joy and pain, with a slight smirk, teasingly saying, "Well, now Jane and Juanti must be considered the first debtors of the primordial era." Brother, what is a debtor? The voice of the heavenly Dao chimed softly in his mind, filled with curiosity. Having just absorbed some external sources of the heavenly Dao, her intellect had grown a bit, making her increasingly interested in the novelties of the outside world. You only need to know that a rich person represents the one with the most abundant resources, while a debtor represents the one with the most abundant debts. Haotian's eyes gleamed with a hint of mischief. The heavenly Dao, somewhat understanding, murmured an "oh" in realization, and silently noted this term in her mind. After a moment, she couldn't help but ask again, "Then brother, are you a rich person or a debtor?" Haotian was taken aback by the question, then laughed and shook his head. "I guess I am a creditor." As soon as he spoke, Haotian's brow suddenly raised slightly, as if sensing something. The scene in the Haotian mirror abruptly changed. Above the sea of blood, a celestial phenomenon of merit descending was unfolding. There stood the ancestor of the underworld river stepping on the red lotus of karmic fire, holding the dual swords of the abyssal destruction above the sea of blood, where crimson waves surged beneath his feet. In front of him, a batch of uniquely shaped beings was being birthed from the sea of blood. The females were graceful and beautiful, while the males were all blue-faced and tusked, exceedingly ugly. They were the Azura clan. However, the underworld river did not care about beauty or ugliness. He solemnly made a vow to the heavenly Dao above. I, the underworld river, feeling the emptiness and loneliness of the blood sea, wished to create a clan to increase vitality, henceforth named the Azura clan. May the heavenly Dao witness this. As the words fell, golden clouds of merit gathered, and the power of merit surged into the underworld river's body, forcibly elevating his cultivation from the late stage of Croissant to the peak of Croissant. However, that was all. The golden light abruptly ceased. The underworld river was unwilling. He gritted his teeth, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes, and once again swore heavenly Dao above. I, the underworld river, feeling that the teachings of the Azura tribe are incomplete, now establish a teaching named Luo Jiao to enlighten the Azura tribe. May the heavenly Dao witness this. Just as the Azura clan was born, the underworld river promptly established the path of enlightenment for this group, and this continuous initiative even received a response from the heavenly Dao. Once again, a significant amount of merit rained down from the heavens. This time, many great powers became serious. The underworld river had reached the peak of Croissant, just one step away from sainthood. Who knows what might happen if he accumulates more merit? Those who have attained sainthood with primordial purple energy felt nothing. But if the underworld river also becomes a saint, then that would devalue sainthood. In an instant, countless individuals silently shouted in their hearts, "Do not attain it, do not attain it." The golden light of merit flowed around the underworld river for a moment, ultimately only enhancing his aura slightly, yet he still failed to cross that threshold. Many great powers secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he did not attain sainthood. The underworld river's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment, but he soon let it go. Though he did not reach sainthood after 2 descents of merit, he had amassed an ocean of merit to his name. As long as this merit exists and he does not act recklessly, even a saint cannot easily deal with him. After all, possessing merit equates to being under the protection of the heavenly Dao. Looking across the entire primordial era, how many can claim to have more merit than he does? Those who mock him probably have never even seen what merit looks like. Thinking of this, the underworld river felt much more relaxed. If it weren't for his image as the Lord of the Sea of Blood, he might have laughed out loud thinking about all this merit he has. It's boundless. What he did not know was that far away on Shumi Mountain in the west there were also 2 individuals who wanted to shout loudly. However, their cries would be the exact opposite of his. Instead of it's boundless, they lamented, the debts are never-ending, the debts are never-ending. Jane and Junti felt the fluctuations of merit descending from the underworld river, and in comparison their sorrow deepened. While others have so much merit that it seems inexhaustible, they on the other hand are burdened with debts that seem unpayable. 2 groups of people, 2 mindsets simultaneously unfolding at this moment became a peculiar spectacle in the primordial era. The powerful beings lingering with their divine senses above the sea of blood suddenly realized something. Although Mingi did not attain sainthood this time, he had acquired double the merit. And what about themselves? Neither saintly status nor merit was bestowed upon them. Upon reflection, they seemed to be worse off than Mingi. In an instant, these divine senses awkwardly dispersed. Mingi, sensing this, let out a disdainful snort and submerged into the depths of the blood sea with the newly reborn Azura tribesmen. Meanwhile, in the southern immortal volcano, the ancestral land of the Phoenix clan was witnessing a different scene. Within the majestic hall, 2 young boys stood with their heads held high, stubbornly gazing at their mother Yuan Feng, who sat at the high seat. These 2 boys were the offspring birthed by Yuan Feng through the Yin-Yang resonance method, the eldest Kong Xian and the second Dapeng. The 2 brothers inherited Yuan Feng's Phoenix bloodline, their roots being exceptionally deep among the new generation of the primordial era. In just 1,000 Yuan meetings of cultivation, they had both ascended to the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. However, at this moment Yuan Feng felt a bit of a headache because of these 2 children. Kong Xian was alright, being the elder brother, he was somewhat more composed. Although he spoke little, his actions were still measured. Dapeng, on the other hand, was a completely different matter. This boy was born to be a troublemaker, constantly jumping around and never settling down. Whether it was causing trouble with the grandson of a dragon clan elder in the East Sea, or setting fire to a certain Phoenix clan elder's medicinal garden near the immortal volcano, he was never at peace. What troubled Yuan Feng even more was when Dapeng heard that the heavenly court would soon open the Chaos expedition. He could no longer contain himself, jumping around like a mountain cat, with its tail stepped on, clamoring to join the heavenly court. Along with this, the originally composed Kong Xian also felt a stir of excitement. After all, for the younger generation, the Chaos Expedition represented endless opportunities and experiences. What young person wouldn't yearn for that? The elders around them observed silently, their eyes focused but their mouths sealed, unwilling to speak up. After all, this was a matter of the clan head's household. They did not want to meddle. Yuan Feng looked at the group of elders pretending to be deaf and dumb, then at the two stubborn sons standing before her, and finally conceded. Forget it, my own offspring must be doted upon by me. All right, since you are insistent on joining the heavenly court, I will personally speak to His Majesty. Yuan Feng sighed, but her tone quickly turned stern. However, I must say this up front, even if you join the heavenly court, you cannot act on your own accord. All actions must follow orders. If there are any violations, do not expect leniency from me, let alone from His Majesty. She wasn't worried about Kong Xian. Her greatest concern was this impulsive younger son. Peng pinned under his mother's stern gaze, shrank his neck, and wanted to argue, but Kong Xian held him down by the shoulder. Please rest assured, mother, I will take good care of my younger brother and will not allow him to stir up trouble. Kong Xian's voice was steady and firm, meeting his mother's scrutinizing gaze with calmness. Although Peng felt somewhat unconvinced under his brother's hand, he could only obediently lower his head. Seeing that Kong Xian had said this, Yuan Feng felt she could say no more. She merely sighed softly and then stood up. Since you are ready, let us go to the heavenly court. Coincidentally, His Majesty is also summoning us. She waved her hand, and a ray of fire enveloped the two, instantly crossing layers of void. When they reappeared, the three stood outside the southern heavenly gate. The majestic southern heavenly gate still shone brightly amidst the sea of clouds, with millions of celestial soldiers arrayed in strict formation. The ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin had just arrived, and a few emperors coincidentally met outside the southern heavenly gate. They first froze upon seeing the two excited boys behind Yuan Feng, then revealed knowing smiles. It seemed this phoenix ancestor was starting to pave the way for the next generation. The few of them exchanged glances, saying nothing more, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement before stepping into the teleportation array of the southern heavenly gate. It was only when they arrived at the Lingxiao treasure hall that they realized they were not the first to arrive. Hongzhu and Yangmei, Yin-Yang ancestor, Five Elements ancestor, and Luo Ho were already seated in their respective places. The atmosphere in the hall, although calm, subtly carried an unusual solemnity. The arrival of several guest elders clearly indicated that this was no trivial matter. Yuan Feng, having made her calculations, led Kong Xian and Peng to their seats in the Phoenix clan, while the ancestral dragon and beginning Qilin also took their respective seats. Before long, the three pure ones, Nuwa, Hongyun, Jiejin, and Juni, also arrived one after another. Although the sanctity of the seven saints was considerably restrained, it still caused the entire hall's atmosphere to stiffen. Once everyone was present, the figures of Haotian and Yaoqi quietly appeared on the throne above. One wore a blue-white Dao robe exuding an air of calm, yet imposing presence, the other in a plain white long dress embodied grace and warmth. Seated side by side, all present rose in unison to pay their respects. We pay our respects to your majesty. We pay our respects to your highness. Haotian slightly raised his hand, scanning the assembly with a calm and clear voice. There is no need for such formality. I have summoned you all here, and you must have some guesses in your hearts. He continued, now that the primordial era is becoming stable overall, the three pure ones, Nuwa, Hongyun, Jiejin, and Juni, have all attained sainthood, and our combat power is ample. Thus it is time to cast our gaze beyond the primordial era, striving for more resources and opportunities for advancement. His words, though calm, struck like heavy hammers upon the hearts of all present. The Chaos Expedition, since Pangu opened the heavens, the primordial era was finally about to take this monumental step on a large scale. So may I ask which worlds your majesty intends to engage in free trade? Yangmei abruptly interjected with a hint of teasing in her tone. Many in the hall looked perplexed. Free trade? What was that? Haotian's eyelids twitched slightly. This topic was slipping away. All thanks to Lingxiao's nonsense in the chilling world, which Yangmei had picked up. He could only clear his throat and casually shift the topic. This time the selected targets are 6 worlds relatively close to the primordial era. The Xianhuang world, Hanhai world, Taiji world, and Ziyun world will be primarily attacked by the heavenly court. As for the remaining Xian-Yin world and Zhouxiao world, they will be under the responsibility of the 3 pure ones, Nuwa, Hongyun, Jiejin, and Juni. You may choose some generals from the celestial officials of the heavenly court to lead the celestial soldiers in assisting you to conquer and manage those 2 worlds. These 2 worlds are relatively weak, making them perfect for you to hone your skills. We shall follow your majesty's orders. The 3 pure ones responded in unison. Tongshan's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Since he had obtained the 4 swords of extermination and the extermination sword formation, he had never set up the extermination sword formation in real combat. Now he finally had the opportunity. He wanted to see just how formidable the legendary formation, which could only be broken by the four saints, was amidst the chaos. Laozi exchanged a knowing glance with his third brother, feeling a bit helpless. However, they were used to it. This was Tongshan's nature, and they couldn't hold him back. In contrast to Tongshan's excitement, Yuan Feng remained calm, and suddenly stood up, bowing towards the sky above. Your Majesty, since the 100 Yuan Conference is about to open the journey to the Heavenly Court, we will certainly need more manpower. My two children Kong Xian and Da Peng have decent talents, and have already broken through to the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, but they lack practical combat experience. May I ask if your Majesty would allow them to accompany the Heavenly Court's army on this expedition? Upon hearing this, many present were slightly taken aback, their gazes turning towards the two young boys behind Yuan Feng. Zhu Long and Shi Qilin also felt a stir in their thoughts, contemplating whether to return and select a few good talents from their clans to send to the Heavenly Court. Only Yuan Feng herself knew that she had not thought that far. It was not a brilliant strategy at all. She was simply impatient from her two mischievous sons. Rather than let them cause trouble on the indestructible volcano, it would be better to send them to the battlefield where the military rules of the Heavenly Court could properly manage them. Haotian's gaze turned towards the two young boys behind Yuan Feng. Especially Kong Xian. During the Fengshan War in another timeline, his five-colored divine light was unmatched. He even made the disciples of the Chan sect helpless, and it was only after the Saint Jin Ti disregarded his status and personally intervened that he was subdued. Such talent would be top tier in any faction. Though Da Peng's reputation was not as illustrious as his brother's, that was merely due to a lack of opportunity. He was certainly not weaker than Kong Xian. However, that was a matter of another timeline. In this timeline, he had no intention of instigating a Fengshan war within the chaos. That was purely internal strife, allowing a group of talents to destroy each other. Well, why bother? Rather than that, it would be better to send them all to the chaotic battlefield, directing their blades toward the chaotic world outside. Indeed, they are talented children. Since you Yuan Feng have said so, I shall give them a chance. Young people indeed need experience. The battlefield is the best sharpening stone. Haotian nodded slightly, his gaze turning to the two boys. Kong, Xian, Da Peng, you shall accompany the army on this expedition and perform well. Thank you, Your Majesty. Kong Xian and Da Peng excitedly imitated their mother, bowing deeply, their eyes shimmering with the unique fervor of youth. Da Peng could not help but break into a broad smile, only to be subtly pulled back by Kong Xian, who maintained his composure. Haotian looked at these two spirited youths, and in a moment of nostalgia, recalled the similar expressions on the faces of the three purities when they were distributing lotus seeds atop Buzhou Mountain. Young people must truly grow on the battlefield. Well then, everyone may disperse. After the 100 Yuan Conference, gather at the southern heavenly gate. Haotian surveyed the crowd, his tone calm, yet commanding. The crowd bowed and took their leave. The three purities walked side by side, softly discussing the generals they each wanted. Jia Yin and Zhuan Ti quickened their pace, determination burning in their eyes to achieve military merit. Zhuan Ti was even calculating whether to bring out a few more precious Bodhi seeds to invite some stronger celestial beings from the Heavenly Court for assistance. Yuan Feng followed the crowd with her two sons, while Da Peng could not help but start describing to his brother his grand ambitions of slaying foes on the battlefield. Kong Xian, however, simply listened quietly, his gaze calm as a deep pool, entirely unaware of his mother's amused yet exasperated expression behind him. In just a moment, the once crowded Lingxiao treasure hall became empty. Haotian was about to take Yao Qi back to rest when he suddenly paused slightly. He sensed a faint fluctuation deep within the Taiwei Yuqing Palace. It was Yao Ji's spiritual intelligence attempting to communicate with the outside world. Thus he took Yao Kai's hand, taking a step forward, and when he reappeared, they had already arrived at the deepest secret realm of the Taiwei Yuqing Palace. The secret realm was filled with dense spiritual energy, almost condensing into liquid white mist. The power of the stars silently descended from the void, illuminating the entire space, as if the star river were inverted. In the very center, a piece of chaotic spirit stone, much smaller than Haotian's original form, was quietly floating. The surface of the chaotic spirit stone shimmered with soft radiance, and within it a faint trace of hazy spiritual intelligence was beginning to coalesce. Sensing Haotian and Yao Kai's arrival, that newly born spiritual intelligence cautiously extended. Like a just awakened young beast, it tentatively touched the outside world, but was frightened by its own boldness and quickly retracted. However, that familiar and intimate aura ultimately helped her overcome her fear, cautiously extending outward once more. After all, she originally shared a source with Haotian and Yao Qi, or rather she was a part that had fallen from Haotian's original form. In another timeline, she bore a name renowned across the three realms, the Heavenly Court's long princess Yao Ji. Haotian looked at the timid yet irresistibly curious spiritual intelligence, a complex glint flashing across his eyes. In another timeline, Yao Ji's fate was indeed tumultuous. First she fell in love and descended to the mortal realm, was suppressed beneath Peach Mountain, and gave birth to 3 sons. The legend of her second son Yang Jian splitting mountains to rescue his mother resonated throughout the 3 realms, but it also became the source of countless jokes about the Jade Emperor, calling him uncle and referring to him as brother with an axe. In that timeline, the heavenly laws were strict, and the distinction between immortals and mortals was like a chasm. The Long Princess fell in love and descended to the mortal realm, violating the heavenly rules, and was trapped beneath Peach Mountain for countless lifetimes, until Yang Jian split the mountain and freed her. That was a tragic and helpless history, a weighty burden placed upon Haotian in another timeline. However, in this timeline, there was no need to worry about such things anymore. Yao Ji was no longer a lonely, shapeless being, unled and bound by heavenly laws, but rather a little girl slowly growing under the protection of her brother and sister-in-law. There was no need to worry about any schemes looking across the entire chaos who would dare scheme against their own sister. Thinking this, Haotian stepped forward, his gentle divine sense brushing over the spirit stone like a spring breeze, patiently communicating with Yao Ji. Yao Ji quickly joined in, as well, her aura softer and more soothing than Haotian's, making it easier for that newly born spiritual intelligence to let down its guard. Initially, the communication did not go smoothly. Yao Ji's spiritual intelligence had just awakened, and her consciousness was still quite vague, making the exchange awkward, taking a long time to convey a complete thought. But neither of them became discouraged, standing by the spirit stone, guiding her word by word. Haotian spoke to her of the 33 heavens of the heavenly court, the mountains and rivers of the chaos, and the impending chaotic expedition. Yao Qi softly described the peach blossoms of the peach garden, the spiritual fish of the Yao Qi immortal realm, and those celestial officials in the heavenly court who were busy yet joyful. Hard work yields rewards. After an unknown period, that trace of spiritual intelligence finally became a bit more solid, and the chaotic spirit stone trembled slightly. A voice as soft as tender spring buds timidly echoed in Haotian and Yao Kai's sea of consciousness, brother, sister-in-law. Upon hearing this address, Haotian and Yao Qi exchanged a glance, both revealing a gentle smile. To clearly call out brother and sister-in-law indicated that Yao Ji's spiritual intelligence had stabilized to a preliminary degree, bringing her closer to transformation. Haotian raised his hand, and a robust power of the stars transformed into a brilliant star river, gently enveloping the entire chaotic spirit stone. A vast amount of star essence cascaded down like fine rain upon the surface of the spirit stone, which Yao Ji's spiritual intelligence began to absorb little by little. Sister, you should first strive to absorb this star power. Haotian spoke softly, his voice carrying gentle encouragement. When the day you transform comes, brother will take you to explore the heavenly court and traverse the entire chaos, going wherever you wish, without anyone daring to stop you. Yao Ji responded with a wave of joyful emotions, that trace of spiritual intelligence joyfully dancing within the depths of the spirit stone, as if already envisioning the days after her transformation. Then she gently hummed in agreement, growing quiet as she began to focus on absorbing the overwhelming star power surrounding her. Haotian and Yao Qi did not disturb her further, and gently exited the secret realm. They left that space shrouded in starlight for the little girl who was striving to grow, and the entire secret realm fell into silence. Time flows on like the sun and moon, and in the blink of an eye the moment of the 100-yuan assembly has quietly passed. Within the southern heaven gate of the heavenly court, the figures of Ling Xiao and Yu Ming silently materialized from the void. The moment they appeared, 2 streams of aura from the 7th layer of the mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal briefly erupted, like 2 invisible mountains pressing down on the surroundings, only to be swiftly retracted by the 2. Even so, the fleeting pressure still made the celestial soldiers around feel a chill in their hearts, and they all bowed in respect. We pay our respects to His Majesty. They naturally discerned that although these 2 were incarnations of the Emperor of Heaven's laws, they also represented the Emperor's presence. There is no need for formalities. Ling Xiao gently raised his hand, and an invisible force of space lifted all the celestial soldiers. He exchanged a glance with Yu Ming before directing his gaze towards the interdimensional teleportation array deep within the southern heaven gate. The array, crafted by Yang Mei's own hands, and having undergone several renovations, was now slowly lighting up with array patterns illuminating like stars, emitting a deep humming sound. Before long, the figures of Hongjun Yang, Mei the ancestor of Yin, and Yang the ancestor of the 5 elements, and Luo Ho emerged one after another from the radiance of the teleportation array. Upon seeing Ling Xiao and Yu Ming, there was a flicker of surprise in their eyes, but they did not speak further. They did not expect that this expedition was not led by Haotian himself, but upon consideration, they felt relieved. The overall strength of the chaotic worlds was not particularly strong, with the strongest merely at the level of the 7th or 8th layer of the saint. If every expedition were to be personally handled by His Majesty, it would indeed reflect poorly on their capabilities as subjects. The group understood each other without needing words and quietly waited in front of the southern heaven gate. Soon the three emperors, Zulong, Yuan Feng, and Shi Qilan, arrived, each accompanied by elite members of their respective clans. Following closely, the three clear ones arrived together. Laozi held the Taiji diagram, Yuan Shi carried the Pangu banner, and Tong Tian had the Qingping sword hanging at his waist, with the aura of the four swords of Zhanxian faintly humming within their sheaths. Nuwa and Hong Yun followed closely behind, and then came the newly promoted saints Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti. The emotions of these two Western saints were quite complex at this moment. Excitement was needless to say, as this was their first participation in the chaotic expedition since becoming saints, marking the beginning of their fulfillment of their vows to the Dao of Heaven and the Heavenly Court. However, amid the excitement, there was also a mixture of tension and anticipation. After all, the spiritual treasures owed to the Heavenly Court must be repaid, and the merits owed to the Dao of Heaven must also be repaid. These two weighty burdens made them yearn for military achievements on the battlefield more than anyone else. Jie Yin's face, which was already filled with sorrow, bore a look of determination to fight to the death. Zhuan Ti clenched his fists, his eyes sparkling with barely contained urgency. The sooner they conquered the chaotic worlds, the sooner they could repay their debts. This arithmetic problem had been calculated in his mind countless times. Ling Xiao observed the expressions of the two and found it somewhat amusing, but he did not show it on his face. Instead, he looked around, and seeing that everyone who should be there had arrived, spoke. Since everyone is here, let's activate the teleportation. First, suppress the Dao of Heaven and its representative in that world. Once the situation is stable, we will then teleport the Heavenly Court's army over. The others nodded in agreement upon hearing this. At this moment, the light of the interdimensional teleportation array suddenly surged explosively. Pillars of light shot up into the sky, and a spatial passage opened before them as if torn apart by an invisible hand. No one spoke further and stepped into the teleportation array. The laws of space enveloped everyone, transforming them into streams of light, breaking through the barriers of the primordial world and rushing towards various targets deep within the chaos. Outside the Xian-Yin realm, with the opening of a teleportation passage, the figures of the three clear ones first appeared in this unfamiliar chaotic void. Tong Tian stood with his hands behind his back in the void, his gaze peering through the thin barrier of the world, curiously surveying this strange land before him. The Xian-Yin realm was enveloped in a faint bluish glow. Unlike the golden light of the primordial world, the outlines of mountains and rivers could be vaguely seen within, and although the spiritual energy was far inferior to that of the primordial world, it possessed a unique, cold, and serene charm. Is this the chaotic world? Although it cannot compare to the primordial world, it still has its own uniqueness. Tong Tian raised an eyebrow slightly, and the Qingping sword at his waist moved, as if it too were curiously examining this strange land. All right, third brother, if you want to look, you can do so properly after we have taken control of this world. Yuan Shi said impatiently, beside him the Pangu banner in his hand slightly unfurling. The chaotic runes on the banner's surface began to flow slowly, clearly ready to take action. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go straight in. Tong Tian laughed heartily, and in a flash of sword light beneath his feet, he had already crossed the world barrier and stepped into the Xian-Yin realm. Laozi and Yuan Shi exchanged a glance, shaking their heads helplessly, yet simultaneously stepping forward to follow. As soon as the three stepped into the Xian-Yin realm, the Dao of Heaven in this world suddenly became alert. A cold will surged through the heavens, and earth sweeping in like a cold tide. Immediately afterward, a figure enveloped in ice-blue light surged from the depths of the world, radiating a chilling aura. It was the Dao of Heaven's representative of the Xian-Yin realm, the Xian-Yin Holy Lord. His gaze swept over the three clear ones, and a trace of gravity flashed in his pupils. Three saint-level beings, and their auras far exceeded that of ordinary saints. Such a formation was almost unprecedented in his experience. Who dares to invade our Xian-Yin realm? The voice of the Xian-Yin Holy Lord was cold and piercing, laced with unabashed killing intent. He did not give the three clear ones any chance to speak, raising his hand to unleash a torrent of world power, transformed into an ice-blue flood, crashing towards the three like the Milky Way pouring down. However, the three clear ones had long anticipated this. Laozi calmly unfurled the Taiji diagram. The yin and yang energies transformed into a golden bridge that spanned the void. The seemingly apocalyptic ice-blue flood crashed against the golden bridge, failing to create even a ripple before being entirely neutralized. Yuan Shi coldly snorted, and the Pangu banner in his hand suddenly unfurled. The chaotic runes on the banner flashed with blinding light, and a sharp, unmatched chaotic sword energy tore through the void, aiming directly at the Xian Yin Holy Lord with a might akin to splitting heaven and earth. Before the sword energy could arrive, the tearing sharpness caused the Xian Yin Holy Lord's expression to change drastically. He had no time to think and forcefully tore apart the space, just in time to dodge this strike. However, before he could stabilize his form, Tong Tian was already waiting where he would land. The four swords of Zhanxian had silently been set, and at the moment he stepped in, all four ancient swords erupted with tremendous killing intent. The Zhanxian formation suddenly unfolded, sealing the space within a radius of 10,000 miles. The Zhanxian sword array was complete. Observing the scene in the formation, the expression of the Xian Yin Holy Lord changed drastically at this moment. Without hesitation, he summoned the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Xian Yin Pearl and the Xian Yin Sword. The two treasures emitted an extreme chill, transforming into two beams of cold light that simultaneously struck towards the barrier of the sword array, attempting to forcibly tear open a gap. However, before the attacks could touch the array wall, they were firmly blocked by a golden bridge that spanned across. The Taiji diagram had long been stationed outside the sword array, resembling an insurmountable chasm. Immediately after, billions of sword energies erupted simultaneously from within the Zhanxian sword array. These sword energies surged in like a torrential rain from all directions. Each one contained the unique, killing rhythm of the four swords of Zhanxian, shredding the surrounding space into fragments. The sudden change forced the Xian Yin Holy Lord to desperately activate two pieces of spiritual treasures. A blue ice-like barrier was raised around him, with the world's power continuously pouring and shattering the incoming sword chi into fragments. However, the sword chi was endless, destroying one wave only to be met by another. The four great formations continuously shifted and transformed. As soon as a flaw was discovered, it would be instantly replaced, never giving the opponent any chance to exploit. This left the Xian Yin Holy Lord increasingly alarmed and increasingly powerless. Though his world power was abundant, the sword chi within the extermination sword formation seemed to be endless. If this continued, it would not bode well. He had tried to have the Dao of Heaven instinctively restrain Laozi and Yuan Shi, who were guarding outside the formation, while he concentrated his strength to break through the sword formation's blockade. Yet every assault was met with an even fiercer counterattack from the sword formation, and he already bore several deep sword wounds. But this was not the end. Suddenly, a cross-dimensional teleportation passage exploded open on the barrier of the Xian Yin realm. Immediately after, over a dozen Quasi-Saints and Hunyuan Golden Immortals surged out. Following them were hundreds of Deluo Golden Immortals from the Heavenly Court, over 100,000 Tai Golden Immortals, and an overwhelming tide of heavenly soldiers. This army charged into the Xian Yin realm like a torrent of steel, catching the local Xian Yin cultivators completely off guard, leading to a series of defeats. The Xian Yin Holy Lord, trapped within the extermination sword formation, changed his expression dramatically. He could clearly sense the world power absorbed by the Dao of Heaven rapidly diminishing. If this continued, the supply of the Dao of Heaven's power would become unstable. He had to find a way to drive back the three. With this thought, he recklessly burned through the Dao of Heaven's power. His cultivation instantly exploded to the 5th level of the Saint realm, attempting to forcefully break through the blockade of the sword formation. However, the more violently he charged, the more frenzied the counterattacks from the extermination sword formation became. The four formations simultaneously spewed forth tsunami-like sword chi. Laozi and Yuan Shi outside the formation cooperated to apply pressure, sealing off all his escape routes. The Xian Yin Holy Lord narrowly escaped death several times, yet he could not shake the sword formation in the slightest. Meanwhile, a similar situation was unfolding on another battlefield. Niwa Hongyun Jian and Junti joined forces to besiege the Jiuxiao Daojun. Although this representative of the Dao of Heaven from the Jiuxiao realm possessed the cultivation of the 5th level of the Saint realm with the support of the Dao of Heaven's power, he could not withstand the simultaneous attacks from the four. Niwa's red embroidered ball darted like a red rainbow, causing the defenses to tremble with each blow. Hongyun transformed into a fire cloud, overwhelming and sealing off the escape routes. Jane unfolded the 12-petal merit golden lotus to protect the four, while Junti wielded the empowerment divine staff, targeting vital points with every strike. In contrast, Jiuxiao Daojun could only barely sustain himself, relying on the continuous replenishment of the Dao of Heaven's power. However, just having himself was futile. Although he could temporarily hold on, it did not mean that the local forces of the Jiuxiao realm could endure. As the teleportation passage smashed open the barriers of the Jiuxiao realm, over a dozen Quasi-Saints and Hunyuan Golden Immortals, accompanied by hundreds of Deluo Golden Immortals, and a massive army of heavenly soldiers surged into the Jiuxiao realm, advancing with unstoppable momentum. The Jiuxiao Daojun watched as his world was mercilessly cut apart by the Heavenly Court's army, with spiritual veins across various locations being continuously seized. The supply of the Dao of Heaven's power was also becoming increasingly unstable, filling him with urgency and anger, yet he had no time to spare. At this moment, it could be said that both the Xianyin realm and the Jiuxiao realm were merely waiting for defeat to become a matter of time. Just as both worlds teetered on the brink outside the Hanhai realm, Ling Xiao and Yu Ming silently appeared. Standing in the chaotic void, their gaze pierced through the faint blue world barrier, falling upon this chaotic world abundant with the principles of water. The Hanhai realm was enveloped in a shimmering blue haze. Within it, the vast ocean and islands scattered like stars could be seen, with a concentration of spiritual energy unmatched in nearby chaotic realms. Deep in the heart of the world's most immense ocean, a presence with a calm and vast aura resided. This was the location of the Dao of Heaven's representative. Ling Xiao retracted his probing divine sense, raising an eyebrow, a rare hint of seriousness in his tone. Yu Ming, the overall strength of the Hanhai realm is considered the strongest among the nearby worlds. The Dao of Heaven's representative's cultivation is close to the 7th level of Hunyuan de Luo. If they receive the support of the Dao of Heaven's power, they may unleash the combat power of the 8th level of the Saint realm, or even higher. We must coordinate well this time. That's exactly my intention. Yu Ming nodded lightly, the cold gleam of the god-slaying spear reflected in his icy eyes. The two said no more, taking a step forward, simultaneously stepping into the Hanhai realm. Almost the moment their feet touched the ground, the Dao of Heaven in the Hanhai realm became alert, as if it had been startled. Thunderclouds gathered above, and a vast will of the Dao of Heaven surged from all directions, locking onto the two. Then the figure of the Hanhai Daojun tore through space from the depths of the world. His gaze swept over Ling Xiao and Yu Ming, a flicker of wariness flashing in his pupils. Both of their auras reached the 7th level of Hunyuan de Luo, golden immortal, and neither was inferior to him. Who are you? Why have you suddenly intruded into my Hanhai world? The Hanhai Daojun's voice was filled with vigilance. The innate treasure in his hand, the Hanhai mirror, began to emit a faint blue glow, reflecting layers of overlapping waves. Ling Xiao smiled slightly, speaking leisurely. It's nothing, we come from the Primordial. We are here for free trade and open portals, and we also hope that you can submit to us. Of course, if you are unwilling, that's fine too. We will make you willing, though the methods may be a bit radical. Free trade. Open portals. The Hanhai Daojun furrowed his brow. He understood the individual meanings of those two terms, but together they left him completely perplexed. However, one thing he was absolutely certain of was that the submission and radical methods mentioned by the other party were not something he wished to experience. No way. Not wanting to think anymore, the Hanhai Daojun snorted coldly, showing no hesitation. The Hanhai mirror suddenly erupted with blinding blue light. The power of the Dao of Heaven surged into the mirror like a river in flood, transforming into a vast pillar of light aimed directly at the two. How rude. Ling Xiao shook his head helplessly, yet his figure suddenly vanished the moment he finished. Not through teleportation, but through the laws of time. The flow of time around him subtly changed under his control. His movements traversed back and forth along the timeline, causing the Hanhai Daojun's attack to miss. Almost at the same time Ling Xiao disappeared, the spatial fluctuations around Yu Ming flickered, and he seemed to merge into the void. The god-slaying spear pierced out from behind the Hanhai Daojun, its tip radiating a tearing brilliance aimed at his back. However, the Hanhai Daojun had already received a warning from the Dao of Heaven. Although Ling Xiao's manipulation of time had divided his focus, he still managed to turn the Hanhai mirror to his back, just in time, barely blocking this fatal strike. Simultaneously, the power of the Dao of Heaven reflected out, transforming into a blue light that shot towards Yu Ming. But Yu Ming was already prepared. The Haotian mirror above his head suddenly brightened. This treasure, originally only a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure, erupted with brilliant radiance. After merging with the essence of the void mirror, the Haotian mirror had advanced to become an innate treasure. A torrent of spatial divine light poured forth from the Haotian mirror, colliding heat-in with the reflected power of the Dao of Heaven. The two forces exploded in the void, causing the surrounding space to shatter like glass struck by a heavy hammer, and black cracks spread gruesomely. Although the Dao of Heaven of the Hanhai realm quickly mobilized world power to mend these cracks, new fissures continued to emerge with the ongoing clash of the laws from both sides. This caused the heart of the Hanhai Daojun to sink. He could feel that the speed at which the Dao of Heaven was repairing the cracks was increasingly unable to keep up with the rate at which the opponent was causing destruction. Prolonged conflict would undoubtedly lead to defeat. With this thought, he began to burn through the Dao of Heaven's power within his body to the limit, trying to force his cultivation to the brink of the 9th level of the Saint Realm. As the Hanhai realm attempted to break through, Lingxiao and Yuming granted it no such opportunity. With a sharp crackling sound, an interdimensional transmission gateway violently ruptured the world's boundary barrier. Dozens of Hunyuan Golden Immortals surged inward, accompanied by hundreds of Deluo Golden Immortals, over 100,000 Tai Golden Immortals, and an overwhelming host of celestial soldiers and generals, like a deluge bursting through a breached dam. This sudden assault sent Hanhai Daojuan's mind spiraling into chaos. He could distinctly sense that all native factions had been caught utterly off guard. Even the Dao's absorption of world force from across the realm faltered. If these outsiders were allowed to rampage unchecked within the realm, the Dao's power supply would soon collapse, and with it his inevitable defeat. At this thought, Hanhai Daojuan poured every iota of Dao power into the Hanhai mirror without hesitation. Instantly, an unprecedented boundless azure beam erupted forth. He sought to eliminate these two most formidable adversaries before the internal battlefield reached its decisive climax. Yet just as the azure beam swept forward, a banner, ethereal as mist, soft as cloud, unfurled silently before it. The celestial auspicious clouds, a divine treasure born of the Dao, gently unfurled before Lingxiao, cascading pearls, golden lamps, and jeweled pendants in endless radiant metamorphosis. That day, a force potent enough to shatter stars struck the auspicious clouds, only to vanish like a clay ox sinking into the sea, stirring not even the faintest ripple before being wholly dissolved. Hanhai Daojuan's eyes widened in disbelief. He possessed but a single primordial supreme treasure, yet these two wielded them one after another as if drawing from an inexhaustible vault. Even augmented by the Dao's might, he gained no advantage. Instead, he found himself subtly yielding ground. This gulf in power left him nearly unable to accept reality. Lingxiao and Yuming cared nothing for his acceptance. Having deflected the blow, they abandoned restraint and simultaneously activated their primordial supreme treasures, launching a coordinated assault. Hanhai Daojuan could only continue siphoning Dao power to resist, but the outcome proved worse than anticipated. For the first millennium, bolstered by the Dao's residual authority, he barely held his ground. Yet as the heavenly court's forces rampaged deeper into the Hanhai realm, severing the Dao's connections with local spirit veins, its power supply fractured, leaving gaping voids. Consequently, Hanhai Daojuan's cultivation plummeted, from Nearsage 9th heaven to Sage 7th heaven, his aura collapsing into utter desolation. Now, Lingxiao's gaze sharpened, the law of time unfolded soundlessly. Around them, time thickened, instantly viscous as honey. Hanhai Daojuan's movements lagged by half a beat, and that sliver of delay was all that separated life from death. Yuming and Lingxiao moved as one. The god-slaying spear tore through the fabric of time and space. Its tip blazing with a blade that severed all laws pierced straight through Hanhai Daojuan's chest. The force of the spear's Dao essence hurled him backward like a falling star, shattering spacetime in its wake. When he finally stabilized, his form black chi still seeped ceaselessly from the wound. His cultivation had plummeted further, to Sage 5th heaven, and his entire being exuded exhaustion bordering on extinction. Simultaneously, Yuming materialized before him, the tip of the god-slaying spear resting coldly against his chest. His stern, expressionless face conveyed neither anger nor mercy, only calm, unyielding frost. Submit, or face consequences you already understand. Hanhai Daojuan's face flushed pale, then livid. As the Dao's chosen sovereign, the sole ruler of the Hanhai realm, he had never known such humiliation since his genesis. Submission had always been a word he bestowed upon others, not one he endured. Yet circumstance now brooked no defiance. His own strength had catastrophically eroded. The heavenly court's conquest ravaged the realm, destabilizing the Dao's power flow. And more unnerving still, the earlier strike had clearly held back. Had they unleashed full force, his fall would have been far more devastating. Even restrained, he knew he could no longer withstand another blow. After a long, heavy silence, Hanhai Daojuan clenched his teeth and projected his consciousness toward the. Though the Hanhai realm's Dao, like the Qiling realms, lacked complete sentience, its innate awareness surpassed even that primordial Dao's. It had keenly sensed the terror of those two outsiders, and understood precisely what refusal would entail: annihilation into formless chaos, dust, or submission, the sole path remaining. Without hesitation, it emitted a wave of willing surrender. A profound weariness washed over Hanhai Daojuan, but resistance at this point was futile. At last he drew a deep, ragged breath, and spoke hoarsely. "We submit. We beg you both to halt your army's advance, and spare the living beings of our realm. Naturally. Moreover, we harbor no desire to plunder recklessly. Beyond regular tributes, free trade shall be fully permitted." Lingxiao added lightly, his tone effortlessly casual. "Free trade again. A subtle twitch betrayed Hanhai Daojuan's eye. Even now he remained baffled by the phrase. Ling Xiao, sensing his confusion, offered no explanation, only sent a stream of divine consciousness directly into Hanhai Daojuan's spiritual sea. Within that consciousness lay the Heavenly Court's comprehensive covenant for vassal realms, tribute quotas, contributions to Dao essence, guarantees of security, provisions of cultivation lineages, all meticulously detailed. Hanhai Daojuan made no attempt to block the intrusion. Had Ling Xiao intended his death, such elaborate subterfuge would have been unnecessary. Yet the deeper he absorbed its contents, the greater his astonishment grew, for the terms proved far more generous than he dared hope. Initially, half the realm's treasury and Dao essence would be surrendered as a one-time accession fee. Thereafter, only 20% of resources and Dao essence would be due per century, the rest retained freely. More crucially, the Heavenly Court pledged protection and advancement. Not merely defense, but access to superior cultivation lineages and rare heavenly-grade materials. Especially the quasi-sage cultivation art, a true lifeline for the Hanhai realm. With sufficient primordial spirit treasures as anchors, cultivators of unprecedented caliber could be nurtured en masse. And acquiring such primordial spirit treasures proved less demanding beyond scheduled tributes. Raw resources could be exchanged directly. Most compelling of all, exceptional contributions could earn him eligibility to cultivate the Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal Path, and grant the Dao itself the chance to attain full sentience. One path promised his personal ascension, the other fulfilled the Dao's deepest yearning. After prolonged silence, Hanhai Daojuan realized, almost unconsciously, that his fierce resistance had dissolved, leaving behind only quiet resignation. Finally, he lifted his head with a wry, complex smile. Tinged with relief, I have comprehended your holiness's terms. I have communicated with the Dao. We accept, on condition you honor your promises. Rest assured, so long as loyalty remains unwavering, our pledge stands eternal. Ling Xiao's demeanor softened, yet carried unshakable certainty. As his words settled, his gaze drifted past Hanhai Daojuan toward the distant, slowly opening core space of the Dao. The Hanhai realm's Dao had fully relinquished its defenses. The golden gate of the core space opened soundlessly. Yuming sheathed the god-slaying spear, released spatial constraints, and entered the core space alongside Ling Xiao. Upon receiving the edict to cease hostilities, the Heavenly Court's armies swiftly withdrew their assaults. Native factions, previously locked in desperate resistance, collectively exhaled their taut, nerves finally loosening. Simultaneously, news of the Dao's and Hanhai Daojuan's surrender rippled across the realm. Though murmurs arose upon hearing subjugation to the Honghuang, no fervent opposition emerged. If the Dao itself had yielded, what purpose remained in resistance? Moreover, the terms of vassalage proved unexpectedly lenient, far gentler than the cataclysm they'd feared. Thus, many factions laid down arms without hesitation, leaving the Hanhai realm immersed in an eerie, profound tranquility. Within the core space of the Heavenly Dao, a vast golden ocean quietly surged in the void. It was not a true ocean, but rather the primordial power refined by the Heavenly Dao of the Hanhai realm through endless epochs. Every golden ripple contained the essence of this world, birthed from chaos to the present day. At the very center of that golden ocean, a radiant and purer light quivered gently. That was the primordial mark of the Heavenly Dao of the Hanhai realm, the very core of this world. Ling Xiao and Yuming stood side by side before the golden ocean. Sensing the arrival of the two, the Heavenly Dao hesitated for a moment. The surface of the golden ocean rippled in layers, as if struggling, yet also weighing its options. But ultimately reason prevailed over reluctance. It had witnessed the strength of these two outsiders, and understood all too well what refusal would mean. A fissure slowly opened in the golden ocean, and half of the Heavenly Dao's primordial power was separated, as if held by an invisible hand, floating in the void, and emanating a gentle yet majestic light. As this half of the primordial power was drawn out, the aura of the Heavenly Dao suddenly weakened. The light of the primordial mark dimmed slightly, and the surging of the golden ocean grew soft and feeble. It was like a miser who had lost a significant portion of his savings. Although he knew this was the price for survival, he still couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache and reluctance. Rest assured, as I've said before, as long as you perform, well, the promise will be fulfilled in the future, Yuming said calmly, having remained mostly silent until now. His voice was as cold as ever, yet in this vast core space of the Heavenly Dao it inexplicably carried an undeniable weight. Receiving this promise once again, the Heavenly Dao's weakened aura, though still faint, revealed a hint of expectation. It no longer hesitated and slowly began to unfold its core mark. This was the most essential imprint of the Heavenly Dao. Once marked, it meant being forever bound to others from that moment on. The golden ocean receded to both sides, and a path made of pure primordial power extended from beneath the mark to Ling Xiao and Yuming. The two exchanged glances and raised their hands simultaneously. The imprint of the laws of Haotian manifested from their fingertips. As two incarnations of the laws of time and space, they inherently bore the law imprints of their true selves. Two beams of light simultaneously entered the core imprint of the Heavenly Dao, leaving a profound and indelible mark in the void. From this moment on, the Hanhai realm was officially incorporated into the heavenly court system with no turning back. Having completed this, Ling Xiao raised his hand to store the half of the Heavenly Dao's primordial power into his sleeve, while Yuming also put away the Godslayer's spear. The two did not linger and turned to leave the core space of the Heavenly Dao. Upon reappearing, they arrived at another location in the core of the Hanhai realm, the World Treasury. After the Heavenly Dao surrendered, the doors of the treasury had silently opened. Various heavenly materials and earthly treasures emitted colorful radiance under the illumination of spiritual energy. A mountain of chaotic spiritual materials and hundreds of innate spiritual treasures of varying ranks were piled high. Several naturally birthed spiritual roots from the chaos, along with a large number of spiritual crystals and ores containing pure energy. Most of these items would only be considered average in the primordial world. However, there were a few truly valuable items, enough to enrich the inventory of the heavenly court. According to the rules, Ling Xiao stored about half of these resources into the Qian Kuan Ding. Just as he was collecting the spiritual materials, a familiar aura suddenly emanated from the depths of the treasury. The two followed the aura and found a small pile of fragments of the creation jade discs in a corner, which contained a dozen kinds of laws. This was an expected gain, and Ling Xiao collected them as well. "This haul is quite good. Oh, we should leave now," he said with a hint of a smile, while looking at the filled Qian Kuan Ding. Yuming nodded slightly and conveyed a message to the various celestial beings who had entered the Hanhai realm, urging them to accelerate their stabilization efforts. Then the two left the Hanhai realm. At this point, most of the worlds slated for control by the heavenly court had settled. The Xianyin realm, the Jiushao realm, the Tai Chi world, and the Ziyun world had all been marked with law imprints in succession. The primordial power of the Heavenly Dao and the resources of the treasury were also gradually incorporated into the heavenly court's fold, with only the Xianhuang world still in the closing stages. The Xianhuang world was the target of conquest for the Zulong Yuanfeng and Shikolan. In consideration of training their juniors, the three emperors personally took action to suppress the Xianhuang Saint Lord and firmly restrained the Heavenly Dao of the Xianhuang world, but they only maintained a constraint. In reality, it was the armies of the heavenly court and the young elites of the three clans who were truly rampaging and capturing cities within the world. Among them, the most dazzling performance came from several new generation disciples of the three clans. Kong Xian stood atop a towering mountain, five-colored divine light unfurling behind him. The five colors of blue, yellow, red, black, and white intertwined like five ribbons stretching through the heavens and the earth. Several local Great Luo golden immortals summoned their respective treasures to attack. However, Kong Xian did not move an inch. With a single thought, a green divine light gently swept across behind him. Those treasures containing terrifying power vanished into the divine light, as if they were mud sinking into the sea, not even causing a ripple. The faces of those Great Luo turned pale as they turned to flee. This was not their first time losing treasures. Each time they summoned their items, they were taken by the five-colored divine light to the point where they had almost run out of treasures. Eventually, such a peculiar scene emerged on the battlefield. Wherever Kong Xian passed, local cultivators hurriedly hid their treasures within their bodies, preferring to fight barehanded rather than risk summoning their items. The performance of the rock was equally impressive. It transformed into its true form, its wings spread wide, blocking out the sun and the moon, while the energies of yin and yang flowed endlessly between its feathers. Wherever it went, the space inverted between yin and yang, and the realms were thrown into chaos. Many Xianhuang cultivators who could not evade were either killed or severely injured, and their formations were thrown into disarray. However, the battlefield was not solely dominated by the Phoenix clan's twin prodigies. The son of the Azure Dragon Ao Qing transformed into a 10,000-foot Azure Dragon, its roar shaking the heavens, simultaneously invoking the laws of wood and water. The laws of water transformed into towering waves, directly sweeping away large swathes of the Xianhuang army. Several who could not evade were directly engulfed by the waves, left disoriented and in disarray. Before they could free themselves from the waves, the towering law vines manifested by the laws of wood had already ensnared them from all directions, binding them tightly so that they could not escape no matter how hard they struggled. One of water and one of wood, one to charge and one to bind. Ao Qing skillfully utilized the combination of these two laws, embodying the style of his father, the Azure Dragon. The eldest son of the Qilin clan, Junlin, displayed an entirely different combat style. He wielded the laws of earth with one hand, causing the ground beneath him to move as if it were a living being. Walls of earth sprang up from the ground, sealing off all enemy escape routes. With the other hand, he invoked the unique sealing techniques of the Qilin clan, burying those great Luo golden immortals attempting to break through one by one into the yellow earth. Even while fighting on the opponent's home turf, Junlin utilized the laws of earth more proficiently than the local Xian Huang cultivators, leaving the surrounding great Luo golden immortals in utter despair. On the other battlefields, the celestial army of the heavenly court and the elders of the three clans had completely gained the upper hand. In terms of treasures, the celestial officials at the Deluo level from the heavenly court, along with the elite of the three clans, were equipped with at least 2 pieces of innate spirit treasures. In terms of numbers, there were more than a dozen Hunyuan golden immortals and Quasi-Saints holding the line, with hundreds of great Luo golden immortals advancing directly, while over 100,000 Tai golden immortals encircled from the flanks. The few remaining strong figures in the Xianhuang world that could match Quasi-Saints were left to fight against overwhelming odds, retreating step by step as the world's power was drawn away by the heavenly Dao to combat the three ancestors. Such a clear battle situation naturally caught the attention of the Xianhuang Saint Lord, who was firmly restrained by the three ancestors. He watched helplessly as one territory after another fell. Watching his world's army being utterly defeated and seeing those few young individuals rampaging through the battlefield, while he himself was tightly suppressed by 3 Hunyuan Deluo golden immortals unable to move an inch. Any hope of turning the tide had been completely cut off, leaving only endless powerlessness and despair. After a brief communication with the heavenly Dao, the Xianhuang Saint Lord suddenly halted, slowly lowering the spirit treasure in his hand. His voice no longer held the previous battle intent, only fatigue and helplessness remained. Stop, no more fighting. I am willing to surrender. Upon hearing these words, the ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the first Qilin exchanged glances and simultaneously ceased their attacks. The celestial army and the elite of the three clans halted their assault as well, though the encirclement remained intact, firmly controlling key areas. The Xianhuang Saint Lord, witnessing all this, let out a soft sigh and continued with a complex expression, I speak the truth. I have communicated with the heavenly Dao and am willing to surrender. I only hope you will not be too harsh on us and grant us a path to survival. After saying this, he suppressed the surging emotions within and solemnly bowed to the three emperors. As the defeated party, he had no right to ask for much, only hoping that these outsiders would show some mercy. The ancestral dragon trio exchanged glances once more. Finally, it was the primordial phoenix who spoke first, surprisingly calm. Since you are willing to submit, that is naturally a good thing. However, you seem to misunderstand. Why do you believe that simply submitting to the heavenly court will result in large-scale plundering? Isn't that the case? The Xianhuang Saint Lord was taken aback by this statement. As the lord of a realm, he had witnessed too many brutal realities of the survival of the fittest. Major powers forcing minor powers into vassalage were always the most exploitative. Resources were stripped bare, clans turned into slaves, and even their very essence could be drained. Therefore, after choosing to surrender, he instinctively believed that the Xianhuang world would suffer the same fate. Yet the primordial phoenix simply shook her head gently, sending a divine consciousness into the Xianhuang Saint Lord's sea of consciousness. Rather than explaining slowly, it would be better for you to see for yourself. The Xianhuang Saint Lord did not resist plunging his mind into that divine consciousness. The more he looked, the more his expression changed. The terms of submission were completely different from the subjugation he had imagined. Aside from needing to pay half of his treasury's resources and some of the heavenly Dao's essence as a tribute initially, afterward, he would only need to pay 20% of resources and essence every 100 years. Although nominally a vassal, he retained considerable autonomy. The heavenly court would not arbitrarily interfere in the internal affairs of his realm. Instead, they would provide protection and support. More importantly, there were higher levels of cultivation inheritance available for exchange, offering both him and the heavenly Dao an opportunity to advance further. Such conditions were no longer exploitation, but cooperation. After a long silence, the Xianhuang Saint Lord, following a covert communication with the heavenly Dao, visibly sighed in relief. He raised his head, his tone still tinged with bitterness, yet now carrying a sense of relief. If the facts are indeed as you say, then I can rest easy with the heavenly Dao. The core space of the heavenly Dao has been opened. Please, all of you, enter. The ancestral dragon trio nodded and stepped forward into the core space of the heavenly Dao. The heavenly Dao of the Xianhuang world had long been prepared with golden essence spreading like an ocean. Sensing the arrival of the three, the heavenly Dao proactively separated half of the essence and slowly unfolded its core mark. The ancestral dragon trio inscribed the laws of Haotian upon it in turn. After completing all this, the core space of the heavenly Dao returned to tranquility. Once the three exited the core of the heavenly Dao, they arrived at the world treasury. The treasury doors had long been opened with various spiritual materials and treasures piled within. More delightfully, there was indeed a small pile of fragments of the creation jade dish in the corner. This had almost become a fixed gain every time they subdued a chaotic world. The ancestral dragon collected about half of the resources in the treasury along with those fragments into his spatial bag before leaving the treasury satisfied. Upon reappearing, the three had arrived at the location of Kong Xian de Peng and others. Seeing their mother arrive, Kong Xian immediately understood that the battle had ended, retracting the five-color divine light and standing quietly aside. De Peng still felt a bit unfulfilled as this was his first time displaying his prowess on a real battlefield, and the excitement hadn't fully worn off. But after the primordial phoenix shot him a disapproving glance, he shrank his neck in understanding and restrained his expression. Isn't it time to stop? Let's head back. There will be plenty of opportunities later. The primordial phoenix looked at her two sons, her tone carrying some sternness, yet her eyes contained a hint of unnoticeable warmth. Kong Xian naturally had no objections, and De Peng dared not say anything further, obediently following behind his brother and mother as they left. Not far off, Junlin and Ao Qing were also taken back by the first Qilin and the ancestral dragon respectively. As the young ones departed, they were still communicating with each other, clearly sharing insights from the recent battlefield. Meanwhile, the main forces of the Celestial Army and most of the elites from the three clans remained stationed in the Xianhuang world until it was thoroughly stabilized. The departure of the ancestral dragon and others marked the official conclusion of the Heavenly Court's expedition this time. Thus, the Xianhuang world, the Hanhai world, the Xianin world, the Jiuxiao world, the Taiji world, and the Ziyun world, totaling 6 chaotic worlds, successively fell into the hands of the Heavenly Court. Inside the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, upon receiving news of the gradual wrap-up from various battlefields, Haotian set aside the matters at hand and personally arrived at the southern Heavenly Gate. When the three Pure Ones emerged from the teleportation passage and saw Haotian waiting before the southern Heavenly Gate, they couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. The Emperor had actually come here in person, and judging by his demeanor, it seemed he was specifically waiting for them. Though they were somewhat perplexed, etiquette could not be disregarded, so they quickly stepped forward. As the eldest brother, Laozi was the first to take out a spatial bag and present it with both hands. Your Majesty, this contains the Heavenly Dao essence and treasury resources from the Xianin realm. Please count them, Your Majesty. Haotian raised his hand to accept the spatial bag. His divine sense swept through it, and then he stored the contents away. He then looked at the three Pure Ones, his tone calm, yet carrying a hint of solemnity. You have worked hard. But I awaited you all this time for something else. Laozi's confusion deepened. The Emperor, waiting personally at the southern Heavenly Gate, indicated that this matter was certainly not trivial. He clasped his hands and asked, May I ask what this other matter is, Your Majesty? Haotian, however, did not rush to answer. He merely shook his head slightly, his gaze seemingly piercing through the clouds of the southern Heavenly Gate, looking toward a certain direction far away. Let us go to Kunlun Mountain. This is not a place for discussion. Once we arrive there, you will naturally understand what I wish to say. With that, he stepped forward, his figure dissipating within the clouds of the southern Heavenly Gate. The three Pure Ones, though even more bewildered, understood that since Haotian had said so, there must be his reasons. Therefore, they ceased their inquiries, suppressing their doubts, and followed closely behind, stepping out and leaving this Kunlun Mountain, a legendary celestial peak of the primordial chaos, perpetually shrouded in mist and veiled by tides of spiritual energy. The disciples of the human teaching numbered only one, Xuandu, who spent his days immersed in scriptures and tending the alchemical furnace. The illuminating teaching upheld strict precepts. Its 12 golden immortals cultivated profound Taoist attainments, their robes fluttering gracefully as they moved, each bearing the ethereal aura of true immortals. The severing teaching attracted myriad cultivators from across the realms. The teachings expounded within Bio Palace never ceased. Along mountain paths, one often beheld sentient beings with fur or horns arriving in solemn devotion, and demonic cultivators wreathed in ominous qi drawn by reputation alone. Though the three teachings stood side by side upon Kunlun Mountain, appearing at first glance to flourish in vibrant harmony, their surface brilliance concealed deep undercurrents already churning beneath. Disciples of the illuminating teaching, proud of their pure ancestral roots, held the severing teaching's adherents, born of dampness, eggs, or chaos, in contempt. In turn, the severing teaching's disciples scorned the illuminating teaching's elitist exclusivity, its rigid insistence on only accepting those of exceptional talent. What began as petty quarrels soon escalated into open brawls. Accusations today of disrupting spiritual energy flows, charges tomorrow of injuring demonic cultivators attending lectures. Conflicts erupted repeatedly, each time suppressed, yet each suppression only widened the fissure. Though Yuanshi and Tongtian ought to have disciplined their disciples and Laozi should have mediated, none of the three Pure Ones possessed the will to intervene at this moment. Within the hall of the three pure ones, the three returned just now from the celestial court, their eyes fixed upon Haotian seated serenely upon the foremost throne, doubt surging within them like tidal waves. His Majesty had waited for them at the southern heavenly gate, then in silence he ascended Kunlun Mountain and entered the hall directly, taking the chief seat without hesitation. Every gesture carried an unprecedented gravity. Laozi's brows knitted faintly, Yuanshi's expression grew stern. Tontian abandoned his usual carefree demeanor. Observing their bewilderment, Haotian's voice, calm and resonant, finally broke the stillness. I know doubt stirs deeply within you. I summoned you here because, have you not noticed that the doctrines your sects uphold are fundamentally at odds? The three pure ones' faces shifted subtly in unison. They offered no reply, but silence itself was answer enough. In truth, they had long perceived it. The human teaching embraced the principle of following the natural Dao, though its disciples were few. Each was peerless in cultivation. The illuminating teaching prized ancestral purity and innate talent, admitting only those of extraordinary aptitude. The severing teaching, by contrast, threw wide its gates, teaching all without distinction, welcoming every seeker without condition. Three doctrines, three philosophies. How could conflict be avoided? Yet none dared name it aloud, each clinging to the hope that time would soften the edges, believing friction to be mere passing discord destined to resolve through gradual harmonization. Yet time had done the opposite. It had deepened the rift layer upon layer. Each harbored quiet anxieties, yet none possessed the courage to speak them plainly face to face. Now even His Majesty had intervened personally. This matter could no longer be evaded. Their glances met, wordless and heavy. Haotian spoke no further, merely raised a hand. A mirror of water manifested midair, revealing the faint shimmering aura of destiny, hovering above Kunlun's summit. Their own sovereign destinies, invisible to themselves, yet perfectly clear to Haotian. Following the reflection, Laozi and the others gazed, and their pupils contracted sharply. Indeed, their collective destiny blazed immense and towering, piercing heavenward like celestial pillars, testifying to their status as primordial heirs of Pangu and sovereign bearers of the Supreme Dao. Yet that radiance, though vast, lacked purity. Brilliant at first glance, yet upon closer scrutiny dimmed at its core, its flow marred by subtle chaotic patterns. Most jarring of all, the three luminous columns, destinies that ought to intertwine seamlessly, now appeared tenuously connected, as if some unseen force slowly, relentlessly tore them apart. The three pure ones stared fixedly at that widening fissure, silent for a long while. A sundering of destiny was no trivial matter. It foretold the ultimate fragmentation of their unified Taoist lineage, perhaps one day irrevocably severed. After a prolonged hush, Laozi's voice emerged, bitter and hollow. Your Majesty, did you wait for us at the southern heavenly gate solely for this reason? Haotian nodded. Precisely. I revealed this to you to show that each of your doctrines bears inherent, especially you two, Yuanshi and Tongtian. One pursues excellence in quality, the other embraces boundless quantity. Were these two principles united, harmony would reign supreme. Yet you govern separately, your sect's destinies clash, your disciples assail one another. And if one day restraint fails, then who yields? Who is willing to yield? Yuanshi and Tongtian exchanged a glance. Yuanshi's lips parted slightly, yet no words emerged. Tongtian's brow furrowed deeply. For once he did not rush to speak. Neither wished to retreat, neither could utter, then I shall step back. The air within the hall seemed frozen solid. Haotian's voice returned, weighted now with greater solemnity. I know some of you doubt matters could truly deteriorate to such extremity. But seeing is believing. This vision unfolds from the very fabric of your shared destiny, the trajectory of what may come. Though countless variables may shift its precise course, its broad direction remains immutable. As he spoke, the law image unfolded before the three pure ones. At first they observed indifferently, but soon their expressions darkened. In the vision, disciples of the two sects engaged in yet another massive confrontation, until all pretense shattered. Yuanshi shielded his illuminating teaching disciples, Tongtian protected his severing teaching followers, neither yielding an inch. Laozi attempted mediation, but found himself caught between irreconcilable forces, ultimately unable to sway either side. Thus the three pure ones parted ways. Laozi settled upon Mount Shouyang. Yuanshi remained upon Kunlun. Tongtian led the severing teaching eastward to Janao Island in the Eastern Sea. Once inseparable brothers who walked shoulder to shoulder along the Dao, now scattered to separate horizons. Yet deeper horror followed. The vision flowed onward. Humanity rose as the central force of heaven and earth. Mortal dynasties emerged. The holy ones began vying for destiny's favor. The three pure ones were no exception, but rather than healing their rift, estrangement deepened. Later scenes blurred within the mist of law prophecy, yet their essential outlines were unmistakable to all three. In the vision, they drifted ever farther apart in their struggle for destiny's grace. Laozi sought neutrality, but swept inevitably into alignment with Yuanshi by the tide of heavenly Dao. The investiture of the gods' war commenced before the sword array of the nine heavens. Yuanshi joined forces with Jane and Juani to shatter the formation. Within the 10,000 immortals formation, severing teaching cultivators fell en masse. Bo Palace's lineage nearly eradicated root and branch. The vision concluded with Tongtian standing utterly alone amidst the ruins of Bo Palace, where once 10,000 immortals gathered in reverence. Now only rubble lay strewn beneath torrents of crimson rain. The sword array of the nine heavens broken. The 10,000 immortals formation destroyed. His disciples, the very ones he had nurtured with unwavering devotion. Those whose origins he knew were impure, whose acceptance defied worldly norms, yet whom he welcomed nonetheless, perished one by one before his eyes, bodies and souls annihilated or spirits inscribed upon the divine register. And he could do nothing. One elder brother summoned outsiders, the other chose sides. Red flower, white lotus, green lotus leaf. The sacred vow that the three pure ones were one family, now twisted into cruel hollow irony. He lifted his head, eyes blazing crimson, Qingping sword trembling violently in his palm, its mournful keening resonance piercing the void. His voice hoarse and desolate fell like thunderclaps upon the heavens by heaven's Dao above and the great Dao as witness. I Tongtian swear this oath in the blood of Pangu's true lineage. From this day forth there shall be no more three pure ones. The vow of red flower, white lotus, green lotus leaf is broken. The unity of the three pure ones has ended. I Tongtian sever all ties, forever, with Taiching and Yuqing. Should I break this vow, may my sword shatter, my body perish, my Dao dissolve, and my soul descend eternally into the wheel of rebirth. As the oath echoed, heaven and earth wept. Above Kunlun's summit, the triune destiny of the three pure ones exploded, shattering the fragile connection into absolute, irreversible division. For an instant, all three luminous streams dimmed simultaneously. Thereafter, the three pure ones ceased to exist. Only Taiching, Yuqing, and Shangqing remained, three holy ones forever severed strangers to one another. With that, the vision dissolved completely. The law image endured but briefly, yet its weight pressed down like mountains. Yuanshi's face paled, his fingers trembled faintly. He recalled the phrase, red flower, white lotus, green lotus leaf. He remembered the moment atop Buzhou Mountain, when His Majesty handed him the lotus seed, speaking words now hauntingly prophetic. Though he prided himself on perceiving heaven's design, the vision showed him himself, joining outsiders to shatter his own brother's sword array. Tongtian's eyes burned crimson, a Qingping sword quivered fiercely at his waist, its cry like weeping. He tried to speak, but his throat constricted, voiceless. Now he understood why His Majesty said, "You cannot contain it." The severing teaching's glory, the 10,000 immortals gathering in homage, was precisely the seed from which all future tragedy would bloom. And the one who swore no more three pure ones was himself, Tongtian. Laozi slowly closed his eyes. Upon that countenance, usually as still as ancient waters, cracks appeared for the first time. He had always claimed Wu Wei, believing effortless action would resolve all things. Yet the vision revealed him choosing allegiance at the decisive hour, choosing silence as his brother's lineage was uprooted entirely. That silence, that withdrawal, was the cruelest cruelty of all. The hall of the three pure ones sank into near total stillness. Haotian sat motionless upon the foremost throne, observing every word spoken, every flicker of expression across their faces. He neither urged nor interrupted. What needed witnessing, they had witnessed. What needed understanding, they had grasped. Some truths cannot be imparted solely through admonition. They must be seen with one's own eyes, felt in one's own heart, before they etch themselves indelibly into the soul. And in this silence, each of the three pure ones wrestled inwardly, seeking answers, not only for their own Dao, but for the chasm between them, long ignored, now laid bare. After a long silence, Tongtian was the first to break the stillness, his voice hoarse and almost unrecognizable. "Elder brother, second brother, that is not me, and it could never be me. But that is you." Yuanshi's voice was equally hoarse, devoid of any accusation, only carrying an unprecedented bitterness. "It is not me, yet it is me." Slowly I opened my eyes, the usually calm and undisturbed gaze now tainted with murkiness and His voice was heavy, as if each word was squeezed out from the depths of his chest. "The Emperor did not show us the future, but rather our own choices. It is the choices we would inevitably make if we continued down this path." At this point I paused and quickly turned my gaze to Haotian, my words laced with a hint of hope. "Your Majesty, you waited for us and awakened us, but is there already a solution?" Yuanshi and Tongtian also looked over, their expressions mirroring mine. They did not want to reach that point, especially not the point of brotherly conflict. Hearing my words, Haotian nodded, Naturally, there are ways. I believe that after watching this footage you will no longer wish to follow the old path. But some things are not about desire but about willingness to act and to change. I have a few suggestions. First, there is the Jie Jiao, which is not wrong in itself for having teachings without discrimination. Even the Heavenly Dao leaves a thread of opportunity. Giving those with humble roots a path upward is a great virtue. However, the problem lies in that you accept people without screening or restriction. You accept anyone without setting rules, resulting in a chaotic mix of good and bad. Those who commit misdeeds and tarnish the reputation of Jie Jiao will ultimately fall upon you, the leader. You may protect them for a moment, but you cannot protect them for a lifetime. Rather than waiting to be cleaned up by others in the future, it is better to clean up yourself first. Established teaching rules set thresholds, require assessments for entry, and enforce discipline within the sect. Those who violate shall be expelled. This does not contradict having teachings without discrimination, rather it protects that very principle. Otherwise those bad apples will eventually drag the entire Jie Jiao down. Tong Tian fell silent for a moment and slowly nodded. He recalled the disciples who used the Jie Jiao banner to commit wrongdoings. Recalling the tragic scene of countless immortals shedding blood in the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "Your Majesty is right. I am willing to establish teaching rules." Seeing Tong Tian no longer clinging to these issues, Haotian then turned to Yuan Shi. The problem with Changjiao does not lie in the aptitude of the disciples, but in their attitude. Your disciples are all of upright roots and exceptional talents, which is a good thing. But their arrogance is too heavy. They look down on those from Jie Jiao who wear fur and horns. This arrogance exists in you, and they have learned it perfectly. You are the master. Your attitude determines the atmosphere of the entire Changjiao. Restraining your disciples does not mean lowering the standards for accepting students, but rather teaching them to learn respect. There are also those among the Jie Jiao disciples who are loyal and righteous, and not every disciple of Changjiao is flawless in character. Tell your disciples that while looking down on others is permissible, they must demonstrate their true abilities. It is not enough to belittle others with words. Additionally, you need to amend your habit of favoritism. Disciples who err should be punished. Do not wait until things escalate to regret it. You are a sage, and your favoritism appears to outsiders as indulgence. Jie Jiao disciples see it and remember it. Yuan Shi's expression changed, and he instinctively wanted to refute. Yet the image of himself collaborating with outsiders to protect his disciples appeared in his mind, and he could not bring himself to voice a rebuttal. After a long while he took a deep breath and said solemnly, I understand now. I will restrain the disciples of Changjiao and start with myself. Ignoring Yuan Shi's complex thoughts, Haotian finally looked at Laozi. You are the foremost of the three pure ones, and the most rational among the three. However, your problem lies precisely in being too calm. You always think that going with the flow can resolve everything, always believing yourself to be the mediator. Yet in the footage at the critical moment you chose to take a side and remain silent. If you do not step in, they will only drift further apart. If you do not express a stance, the disciples of the two sects will only become increasingly reckless. If you step forward, they can still maintain their dignity. If you take a step back, they will tear each other apart, leaving no room for reconciliation. From now on, if there is any dispute between them, you shall be the judge rather than allowing them to quarrel amongst themselves. You are the elder brother, and they will listen to you. Upon hearing this, Laozi closed his eyes, and after a moment slowly opened them. In those usually calm eyes there was now an unprecedented determination. Your Majesty speaks correctly. This humble Taoist will not retreat again. As for the relationship among the three teachings, Haotian glanced at the three and continued, from now on regular discussions involving all three teachings can be held, allowing the disciples to enhance their understanding through sparring. There are many loyal and righteous individuals among the Jie Jiao disciples, and not every disciple of Changjiao is arrogant. Let them interact more, and some prejudices will naturally dissipate. How to implement this you can discuss among yourselves. But one rule is that anyone who stirs trouble or deliberately provokes conflict will be severely punished without exception. At this point he paused, his tone softening a bit. There is one more thing. You should all be aware of it. You are now walking the path of dual cultivation of the Hunyuan Doujin Xian and the Sage. This path requires mutual verification of your teachings and support of each other's fortunes. The three pure ones were originally one family. This is not merely about feelings, but the very foundation of your Dao paths. If you split apart, your fortunes will fracture, and each one's cultivation will be affected. If you work together, the fortunes of the three teachings will merge, allowing each of your Dao paths to go further. This is not my demand, but your own benefit. Once these words were spoken, the Sanqing Hall fell into silence once more. But this silence was no longer heavy. It was a sense of relief after laying bare their concerns. Tong Tian looked at Yuan Shi, who in turn looked at Tong Tian, and they both turned their gazes towards Laozi and Yun. Laozi slightly nodded, stood up first, and solemnly bowed to Haotian. Your Majesty's words today are piercing to the heart, yet they are also medicinal. The three of us have learned greatly. Yuan Shi and Tongtian also stood up and bowed. They understood in their hearts. Haotian came to Kunlun Mountain today not for the benefit of the heavenly court, but sincerely helping them avoid a dead end. Haotian raised his hand to signal the three to be at ease, his tone returning to its usual amiability. It is good that you can see through this. The Dao is your own Dao, and the path is your own path. I am merely pointing out the pitfalls in advance. How to walk it still depends on you. Upon hearing Haotian's words, the three pure ones nodded solemnly. Just as Laozi was about to speak, he suddenly frowned, his gaze abruptly shifting towards the outside of the hall. In that same instant, the expressions of Yuan Shi and Tongtian also darkened. With their sage consciousness, they grasped the situation occurring outside the hall almost instantly. Here it comes again. Another conflict between the disciples of the two teachings has erupted, and this time it is on a larger scale than ever before. The cause and effect were laid bare under the scrutiny of the sage consciousness. The reason was not complicated. The Longir Dingguang fairy, accompanied by a few disciples of the Jie sect, had secretly destroyed a medicinal garden that the Chan sect had painstakingly cultivated. Many of the spiritual herbs in that garden were precious items nurtured with great effort by Chan sect disciples. After the destruction, chaos reigned with broken spiritual roots scattered everywhere, and the scent of herbs mingled with the stench of the soil pervaded the hillside. The Longir Dingguang fairy had thought he had been discreet enough, yet he was still caught red-handed by the disciples of the Chan sect. Leading the charge, Guang Qingzi and others surrounded the Longir Dingguang fairy and his companions, their words sharp and fierce. Terms like fur-covered and horned and wetborn and hashed were hurled at them mercilessly. In terms of reason, the Longir Dingguang fairy and his companions were indeed at fault. If they were responsible disciples, they would have been too late to admit their mistakes at this moment. However, they were never the type to back down, fully aware that they were the ones who instigated the trouble. They even dared to invert black and white, putting on a pitiful facade as victims, claiming that the Chan sect was bullying them and deliberately targeting the disciples of the Jie sect. This rhetoric naturally ignited a sense of solidarity among the uninformed disciples of the Jie sect. The most hot-tempered among them, the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother, was the first to jump into the fray. As one of Tongshin's 4 direct disciples, her weight in the situation was self-evident. With her stepping forward, many Jie sect disciples who had been watching from the sidelines also joined the verbal battle. In no time, both sides grew in number, and the words exchanged became increasingly heated. The more rational among them, such as the Wudong Saint Mother and the Duobao Daoist, initially only wanted to clarify the situation. However, as soon as they opened their mouths to persuade, they were met with a barrage of insults from the already furious Guang Qingzi and others. You Jie sect are all a bunch of scoundrels. Spare us your pretentious goodness here. Even the most good-natured among them could not endure such repeated humiliation, and the expressions of the Wudong Saint Mother and Duobao Daoist also grew exceedingly grim. If those trying to mediate were being insulted like this, there was no need to mention the other disciples. The emotions on both sides had reached a boiling point, and there was a faint trend towards violence. This scene caused the atmosphere inside the Sanqing Hall to suddenly turn cold. Yuanqi's expression was so grim it could wring water, while Tongshin's face shifted between shades of blue and white. The root of the matter lay in the Jie sect disciples' initial wrongdoing, and as the leader, he felt more awkward than anyone else. Although Yuan Shi held the moral high ground, he was well aware of how venomous his own disciples' words could be. Moreover, to have those trying to mediate insulted like this clearly indicated a loss of control over their words. Had he not seen the footage before, he would not have scrutinized the cause and effect so deeply. His first reaction was to blame the Jie sect. Even if his own disciples were harsh, they were still provoked first. But now it was different. The images from the footage lingered vividly in his mind. Looking back at this farce, he no longer felt the righteous indignation of the past. Instead, he was consumed by a vague sense of irritation. Observing the constantly changing expressions of Yuan Shi and Tongtian, Haotian remained silent, merely sitting at the head of the table, his long fingers rhythmically tapping against the armrest. Tap, tap, tap. The sound was light, but struck heavily on the hearts of the three pure ones. They all understood that the Emperor was waiting for them to take a stance. Were they truly willing to change, or was it just empty talk? Did they sincerely want to avoid the path shown in the footage, or would they forget it after watching and continue as they had before? After a long silence, Laozi stood up first, gently sighed, and said, "Let's go. Some matters need to be resolved." Yuan Shi and Tongtian did not speak, but their actions had already made everything clear. The two stood up simultaneously, following Laozi out of the Sanqing Hall. Meanwhile, in a mountain range far from the Sanqing Hall, the situation had already approached a point of losing control. Guang Chengzi's face was ashen with his celestial sword drawn a third of the way from its sheath. The Turtle Spirit Saint Mother exuded a terrifying aura, showing no signs of retreat. Meanwhile, Duobao Daoist and Wudong Saint Mother were still desperately trying to mediate between the two sides. Yet their voices had been drowned out by the increasingly loud shouts. Just as it seemed both sides were about to truly engage, three immense pressures of sage aura descended from the sky, without warning. Like three invisible ancient divine mountains, they pressed down on every disciple. The sage pressure carried evident displeasure and disappointment, causing the previously raucous crowd of disciples to instantly fall silent, not daring to utter a single breath. Everyone bowed, their heads, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. The several masters and elders were genuinely enraged. Even under the immense weight of the sage pressure, most disciples still harbored a stubborn defiance within. Guang Chengzi felt justified. After all, the Jia sect had destroyed the medicinal garden first. What was wrong with him cursing a few words? The Turtle Spirit Saint Mother felt no fault either, claiming that the Chan sect had insulted those trying to mediate. Wasn't that bullying? Both sides were waiting for their masters to take their side, each thinking of how to present their case against the other with no one believing themselves at fault. A cold snort suddenly exploded in everyone's ears, carrying an unmistakable anger. The disciples' hearts jolted, and by the time they reacted, the figures of the three pure ones had appeared before them. Ignoring the crowd's reaction, Tongtian looked past the kneeling long-eared Dingguang fairy who was ready to argue, and spoke in a cold tone. Long-eared, do you truly believe that I do not know what good deeds you have done? As those words fell, a wave of sage pressure weighed down on the gathered disciples, making it impossible for them to lift their heads. However, many Jia sect disciples were puzzled, for the tone of their master seemed to suggest there was more to the story. Those disciples who were already feeling guilty trembled, wanting to defend themselves, but unsure of what to say. Tongtian, who was observing this, let out a cold snort, his gaze towards Long-eared growing increasingly frigid. Usually, I do not wish to investigate further, considering our master-disciple bond. I have given you some leniency. But do you truly think that with your little cleverness you can continue to deceive me? The pale Long-eared wanted to say something, but was interrupted by a vision of the law. The vision clearly recorded the numerous vile deeds committed by Long-eared and others over the years. It showed how they sowed discord, how they inverted black and white, how they committed wrongdoing outside, while pushing the blame onto their fellow disciples. What was even more shocking was that almost every conflict between the two teachings over the years had their shadow fanning the flames behind the scenes. Some conflicts were originally trivial, but through their mouths, they transformed it into a standoff between the two teachings. Watching the content in the vision, the Jia sect disciples were in an uproar. Those disciples who had just wanted to plead for Long-eared now felt a burning shame on their faces. Duobao Daoist and Wudong Saint Mother were even more grim-faced, for they realized they had been played by such a person for so long. The expressions of Guang Chengzi and the other disciples of the Chan sect were also not pleasant. They stared at the scenes in the vision where Long-eared instigated trouble, finally realizing they had also been used as pawns. No matter how satisfying their curses were in the end, they had merely taken the blame for Long-eared. Even though they were in the right, they had allowed their emotions to lead them astray, turning themselves into another blade in this conflict. Ignoring the disciples' reactions, Tongshan's voice rang out once more, but this time it was filled with disappointment and resolve. I have given you more than one chance. Each time you have erred, I thought perhaps next time you will change, perhaps you were just being misled. But you have repeatedly disappointed me. After today, you are no longer a disciple of the Jia sect. Furthermore, anyone who has committed vile deeds and has not reformed will be expelled from the sect. From now on, the Jia sect will officially establish rules. Entry will require assessments and teachings must be adhered to. Violators will face severe punishment. Listening to the stern and unyielding words of his master, Chang'er and the others were completely panicked, desperately banging their heads on the stone steps, tears streaming down their faces. Master, spare us. Disciple truly knows his wrongs. I beg Master to give me another chance. He then turned his gaze to the other disciples, hoping they would plead for him. However, including Duobao, the looks directed at them were filled with either disdain or avoidance. No one was willing to intercede. This left Chang'er and the others in complete despair, and Tongtian remained unmoved. Instead, he unleashed a force of law that descended upon Chang'er and the others, forcibly stripping the cultivation from their bodies. This was the foundation of the teachings of the Jia sect, personally imparted by Tongtian. The excruciating pain as their magical power dissipated caused Chang'er and his companions to emit piercing cries. As they collapsed to the ground, their magical treasures fell from them one by one. These were treasures granted by Tongtian in the past, now all reclaimed. With their cultivation abolished and treasures confiscated, Chang'er, the instigator, was like a beast stripped of all its wings, lacking even the strength to stand. Tong Tian merely cast one last glance at him, waved his sleeve, and expelled the group from Kunlun Mountain. The entire mountain fell silent with all disciples bowing their heads. No one dared to look up at Tongshan's expression. Just then Yuan Shi, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. His voice was deep and clear, lacking any pretense. Guang Qingzi Qi Jingzi, do you know your mistakes? Guang Qingzi was taken aback, incredulously looking up at his master. His master did not show favoritism or protect him, but instead, before all the disciples of the Jie sect, earnestly made him acknowledge his wrongs. Ignoring Guang Qingzi's astonishment, Yuan Shi's calm, yet disappointed voice resounded again. You clearly had the advantage, but provoked by someone spoke, without thought, even scolding the elder brothers who came to mediate. Clearly it was a matter that could have been resolved with a little effort, yet you chose to stir up a storm. You allowed your emotions to lead you, giving Chang air and the others an opportunity to take advantage of you. Just because you have the upper hand, does that mean you can disregard everyone? Go back and reflect on your actions. Guang Qingzi's face turned pale. He wanted to say something, but found himself unable to formulate a rebuttal. He recalled his earlier words calling the Jie sect a den of thieves, and now found them painfully harsh, like a thorn in his throat, ultimately lowering his head. Disciple knows his wrongs. Qi Jingzi and the others also bowed their heads in acknowledgement of their mistakes, and the previously aggressive atmosphere from the Chan sect dissipated completely in the face of Yuan Shi's few words. Tong Tian looked deeply at Yuan Shi, and in that gaze there was surprise, resonance, and a hint of something never felt before. Meanwhile, Haotian, who witnessed this all, remained seated in the great hall, silent throughout. After the Sanqing had concluded their matters, he gently tapped the armrest. It was a light tap, yet the Sanqing all heard it. They knew the emperor was waiting for one last matter. Tong Tian took a deep breath, channeling the power of a sage, his voice resonating throughout the entire Honghuang. I am Tong Tian. Today I proclaim to the Honghuang that Chang Er and Ding Guangxin Ma Yuan and other disciples have misconducted themselves, repeatedly failing to correct their ways. From this day forth they are to be expelled from the Jie sect, never to be accepted again. Heaven and earth bear witness, all beings shall observe. This voice rolled forth like thunder, echoing in every corner of the Honghuang. Various forces raised their heads, looking towards Kunlun Mountain with expressions of shock. A sage personally proclaiming the expulsion of disciples was unprecedented in the Honghuang. Far in the East Sea Fairy Island, scattered cultivators of Xikanlun and even the demon cultivators of Baiming all heard Tongshan's voice at that moment. The entire Honghuang knew that the Jie sect had changed. And within the Sanqing Hall a hint of satisfaction flickered in Haotian's eyes. Because the Sanqing had made their choice from this moment on, the trajectory had begun to change. As for the remaining matters to wrap up, they could handle those themselves. With this thought, Haotian's figure quietly vanished from the Sanqing Hall. The Sanqing, sensing all of this, collectively sighed in relief. They all understood that the emperor was satisfied with their choice. From this moment on, many future events were likely to be avoided. However, to prevent similar incidents from occurring again, it was necessary to take some precautions. Yuan Shi turned his gaze towards Guang Qingzi and the others. You all come with me. You also share in the blame for this matter. Guang Qingzi and the others did not dare to refuse and followed their master away. Tong Tian also took Duo Bao and the others away from this place. Laozi, watching all this, sighed in relief. Regardless of the circumstances, the matter was ultimately resolved perfectly, and thus he also disappeared. At this point, the Kunlun Mountains, which had been noisy, suddenly fell silent. In the Taiwei Yuqing Palace, Haotian and Yaoqi's figures appeared there. Now the spirit stone where Yaoji was located had changed significantly since the last visit. The surface of the spirit stone shimmered with colors, the soft light pulsing like a heartbeat. Each flicker drew the surrounding spiritual energy into resonance. Yaoji's spiritual intelligence had fully solidified. Sensing the presence of her brother and sister-in-law, she immediately sent waves of joyful emotions, causing the entire spirit stone to tremble slightly. Haotian and Yaoqi smiled, their gazes gently focused on the rapidly spinning spirit stone. Centered around it, a vast whirlpool of spiritual energy formed from the accumulated stellar power. As a part of herself, the laws Yaoji cultivated were also very similar. The first to manifest was the law of the stars. Countless starlight fell from the void surrounding the spirit stone like a magnificent river slowly flowing. The purification law followed closely, transforming into a layer of soft, clear halo enveloping the spirit stone, washing away every trace of impurity from the surrounding spiritual energy. The two laws intertwined. The starlight was coated in a layer of silver brilliance by the purification light, while the purification light made the starlight even more pure and radiant. When all the manifestations of the laws converged to their peak, the entire spirit stone was completely enveloped in resplendent, yet non-blinding radiance. Fine cracks appeared on the surface of the spirit stone, each crack emanating purer light. As the light gradually receded, a girl of about 15 or 16 years appeared in the original spot. She wore a light blue long dress with intricate star patterns embroidered on the hem. Her long black hair cascaded down to her waist, adorned with a small star hairpin. Her features bore some resemblance to Yaoqi, yet added a unique liveliness and innocence typical of a girl. At the very moment of her successful transformation, the tributary of the river of time surged down. That silver river descended from the void, enveloping Yaoqi within. This was the symbol of a Daoyuo golden immortal compressing the timeline to achieve the one true self. The human flowers above Yaoqi's nascent soul slowly bloomed at this moment. 1 grade, 2 grades, 3 grades, 7 grades, 8 grades, 9 grades. A full 9 grades of human flowers illuminated by the river of time radiated a warm and resplendent glow. When the light faded, Yaoqi opened her eyes, her clear star-like gaze locked onto Haotian and Yaoqi, standing not far away. A brilliant smile blossomed on her face as she stumbled over brother, sister-in-law. Yaoqi rushed over, her small eyes squinting with joy. Haotian looked at her with affectionate eyes, but deliberately assumed a stern expression. All right, now that you have taken form, you shouldn't always act like a little girl. Brother promised you that when you took form, he would take you out to play. Now go familiarize yourself with the heavenly court first, and once you are comfortable, I will take you to explore the chaos, and even the worlds beyond it. Yaoqi nodded vigorously, her eyes shining with barely contained excitement as she lifted her skirt and dashed out of the secret realm. She had long heard her brother speak of the heavenly court, of the 33 heavens, the peach blossom garden, the Yaoqi fairyland, and countless celestial officials and heavenly soldiers, each place igniting her imagination. Watching Yaoqi's excited figure depart, Haotian exchanged a knowing smile with Yaoqi, their expressions filled with both affection and a hint of helplessness. This little girl had always been clingy before taking form, and now that she remained as fiery as ever. However, let her be. Today's chaos is no longer the perilous land it once was. The order of the heavenly court envelopes every corner, with all factions bowing in submission. Not to mention the common miscreants dare not act recklessly. Even those hidden supreme beings would think twice before harboring unworthy thoughts toward the emperor's sister. Yaoqi, watching Yaoqi's retreating figure, suddenly recalled something and turned to Haotian, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. Senior brother, regarding the expulsion of those disciples by Tong Tian from the sect, that matter is related to you, isn't it? Haotian retracted his gaze, neither denying nor confirming, and nodded calmly. Indeed. The events at Kunlun Mountain were indeed propelled by me from behind the scenes. He paused, his gaze drifting into the distance, as if observing the changes currently occurring in the Kunlun Mountains. Since the Sanqing has joined the heavenly court, some matters that can be avoided must naturally be addressed in advance. If the Dao lineage of the Sanqing can coexist for long, it will serve as a solid foundation for the heavenly court. However, if they were to split as predicted, it would create irreparable rifts. Moreover, given the current fortune of Kunlun Mountain, it may not be able to fully bear the increasing fortune of the Sanqing. Even if they ultimately establish their own sects in the future, it would not be due to conflicts between them. As for the remaining details, let the Sanqing themselves, along with the 3 teachings of the Xuanmen, gradually. Yaoqi nodded thoughtfully, then stood up with a light laugh. Senior brother makes a good point, so I won't disturb you any further. There are still many matters awaiting my attention among the female immortals of the heavenly court. Since the grand marriage, the affairs of the female immortals of the heavenly court gradually fell under Yaoqi's responsibility. Especially for those newly joined loose cultivators, there were indeed many matters requiring her direct involvement. Take care, junior sister. Haotian watched Yaoqi's figure disappear into the celestial mist. Just as he picked up the memorial on his desk, a familiar voice resonated from the depths of his consciousness. He set down the jade brush in his hand, focused his thoughts, and his divine sense once again sank into the space of the heavenly Dao. Within the realm of the heavenly Dao, a hazy light and shadow floated in the void, brighter than ever before, and the surrounding rivers of laws churned with heightened excitement. As soon as Haotian stepped in, the voice of the heavenly Dao, filled with barely contained excitement, rang out, "Brother, the earthly Dao. The earthly Dao younger sister is about to awaken." Upon hearing the words of the heavenly Dao, he was momentarily taken aback, but then his heart understood. He knew better than anyone what the awakening of the earthly Dao signified. In the original timeline, Ho-Tu transformed into reincarnation and opened up the earthly realm, but in doing so she lost her freedom, spending her life confined to the underworld. However, in this timeline, he had long made preparations. When Ho-Tu actively sought him out in the Zixiao Palace, he had already made a promise. When that day truly arrives, he would naturally lend a helping hand, and now that day had finally come. Thinking this, Haotian retracted his thoughts and said lightly with a smile, "Is that so? That is indeed good news. I leave the rest to your brother." The Heavenly Dao responded lightly, the glowing mass flickering slightly before settling down, its presence gradually dissipating as it began to absorb the incoming essence of the Heavenly Dao. Haotian then returned to the Lingxiao treasure palace. Just as he settled on the throne, he saw the Tai by Jin Xing hurriedly approaching from outside the hall. On his usually smiling and kind face, there was a rare seriousness. Your Majesty, the guard at the South Heavenly Gate reports that the earthly Dao Ho-Tu seeks an audience outside the South Heavenly Gate. As expected, she has come. Haotian raised an eyebrow slightly, his tone devoid of surprise as he calmly instructed, Tai Bai, you personally go and bring her here. Although Tai Bai was somewhat surprised as there were many visitors seeking an audience outside the South Heavenly Gate each day, those whom the Emperor specifically requested were few and far between. Yet he did not hesitate at all, bowing in acknowledgement before transforming into a streak of light darting out of the Lingxiao treasure palace. When he reappeared, he was already standing outside the South Heavenly Gate, still wearing that cheerful and kind demeanor. Dao friend Ho-Tu, under the Emperor's command, I have come to escort you to the Lingxiao treasure palace. Ho-Tu was slightly taken aback. While she had anticipated that the Emperor would meet her, she did not expect it would be Tai by Jin Xing himself coming to receive her. She had heard of this old Star Lord's status in the Heavenly Court. He was a trusted aide of the Emperor, the chief steward of the Heavenly Court, and there were few in the entire chaos who could warrant Tai Bei's personal welcome. Surprised as she was, she suppressed her astonishment, nodded solemnly, and followed Tai Bai through the south. Inside the Lingxiao treasure palace, Haotian had already set aside the memorial in his hand. The moment Ho-Tu stepped into the grand hall, he raised his head, his gaze calm and warm, without beating around the bush or engaging in pleasantries, directly addressing Ho-Tu's intention. Young friend Ho-Tu, I know why you are here. His voice carried a hint of genuine respect. I must say your decision has garnered admiration from both me and all beings in the chaos. Upon hearing this, Ho-Tu's face bore a bittersweet smile. Indeed, nothing could escape this Emperor's gaze. Before she arrived, she had harbored a bit of anxiety, unsure of how to broach the subject, but now she felt at ease. It seems your Majesty already knows so. May I ask if your Majesty can assist? If my young friend is willing to sacrifice herself, what is there that I cannot assist with? Haotian chuckled lightly, shifting his gaze to Tai Bai Jin Xing beside him, and silently sent a divine thought into Tai Bei's essence. Tai Bai received the information contained within that divine thought, and his usually kind face gradually revealed an expression of uncontrollable shock. Having lived for a long time, he had long mastered the art of keeping his emotions in check, but at this moment, he couldn't help but slightly open his mouth. Reincarnation. Transforming oneself into reincarnation. He turned to look at the gentle and graceful ancestor, which Ho-Tu beside him, his originally polite demeanor transforming into deep respect in that instant. Tai Bai said nothing, simply straightening his attire solemnly and bowing deeply to Ho-Tu before turning to Haotian. Please rest assured, your Majesty, I know what to do next. With those words, Tai Bai led Ho-Tu all the way to the South Heavenly Gate, stepping into a small transmission array leading to the Blood Sea of the Chaos, arriving at the Sea of Blood. Naturally, their arrival could not escape the notice of the Master of the Blood Sea. The Reincarnation River, currently in seclusion and contemplation, sensed the two auras landing on the edge of the Blood Sea and couldn't help but frown. Ho-Tu, Tai Bai Jin Xing. How did these two end up together? He had little interest in Ho-Tu, as he generally refrained from involving himself in the affairs of the Witch clan, but he could not afford to disregard the Heavenly Court. Tai Bai Jin Xing's cultivation was merely mid-level croissant, far from being a match for him. However, this old fellow had the backing of the Lingxiao treasure palace and the Emperor himself. To offend Tai Bai was to offend the Heavenly Court, and to offend the Heavenly Court was to offend that Emperor. This account was one that the Reincarnation River understood better than anyone. Thus he flew out of the Blood Sea directly, the flames of karma swirling beneath his feet, as he transformed his expression into a courteous smile. Oh, it's Tai Bai, Dao friend. I wonder what brings you to my Blood Sea. Tai Bai maintained his cheerful demeanor, as if he were merely visiting for tea. It's not a big deal, but it's just that Dao friend Ho-Tu has observed that many souls have fallen in the chaos without a place to return, drifting without purpose, which is truly pitiful. Thus we plan to establish the 6 paths of reincarnation in the Blood Sea to provide those souls with a home. However, fearing we may not be able to persuade you, I specifically came to negotiate, asking you to designate a place to establish the realm of reincarnation. As soon as the words were spoken, silence enveloped the surroundings, and the expression of Mingi grew grim, for the Blood Sea was his foundation. The souls that drifted into the Blood Sea had always been an important source for the Azura clan's transformation of their people. If a cycle of reincarnation were to be established here, would it not be equivalent to snatching food from his bowl? He instinctively wanted to refuse, as this touched upon the fundamental interests of the Azura clan, and he could not yield no matter what. However, just as the words of refusal reached his lips, he looked at Tai Bai's smiling face and swallowed them back down. He could not disregard the heavenly court's face, since Tai Bai had personally come to mediate. If he indiscriminately rejected it, it would be too ungrateful. But if he agreed, what would happen to the Azura clan's heritage? Tai Bai observed Ming's troubled expression, not in a hurry, and simply added with a smile, "I understand what my friend is worried about. In fact, my friend need not worry about this matter at all. His Majesty has instructed me to convey to my friend that as long as my friend is willing to delineate territory, the 6 paths of reincarnation can be established, and the Azura path can be controlled by my friend. With this arrangement, will my friend still fear there will be no new Azura clan to supplement the bloodline in the future? Moreover, the establishment of the 6 paths of reincarnation is itself a great deed, and my friend will receive a substantial share of merit. The weight of this merit my friend should understand better than I do. Merit along with control over the Azura path." Mingi quickly calculated in his mind and found that this deal was indeed quite favorable. Not only could he preserve the source of the Azura clan's bloodline, but he could also earn a great deal of merit without any cost. What was there to hesitate about? Coming to this realization, his expression softened, a smile returning to his lips as he nodded. "In that case, I am willing to delineate a piece of territory for my friend Hutu." "Thank you, Mingi, and thank you, Tai Bai, for mediating." Hutu felt a sigh of relief in her heart and turned to bow solemnly to the two. After completing all this, she lifted her head, her gaze crossing the crimson waves of the blood sea, looking towards the gray and chaotic void. At that moment, her expression became extraordinarily solemn, each word seeming to be squeezed out from the depths of her chest, filled with determination and no regrets. "The Dao is above. I am Hu. I feel that the souls of the fallen beings of the Hong Huang have nowhere to return, wandering aimlessly and suffering in isolation. To benefit the beings of Hong Huang and settle the souls with nowhere to go, I am willing to transform myself into reincarnation so that the beings of Hong Huang may have a place for rebirth. May the Dao witness this." The moment her voice fell, an immense and magnificent aura enveloped the entire blood sea. It was not the aura of the heavenly Dao, but a more ancient and profound will of the Dao. The entire Hong Huang fell silent at that moment. The wind ceased, the waves stopped, and even the stars seemed to halt their movements. An invisible great power wrapped around Hutu, responding to her vow. Hutu's body began to transform into specks of light rain, her aura slowly dissipating, silently merging with the essence of the blood sea and its surroundings. The shadow of the 6 paths of reincarnation gradually solidified where she dissipated. The forces of the heavenly Dao, human Dao, Azura Dao, animal Dao, hungry ghost Dao, and hell Dao surged and flowed within the reincarnation passage. The passage was deep and vast, as if connecting the beginnings and ends of countless lives. At this moment, all beings of Hong Huang sensed it. From the great beings of immense power to the short-lived ordinary humans, all prostrated towards the blood sea, calling out great grace and virtue of Lady Hutu. The saints of the heavenly Dao, the 3 ancestors, Hongjuan, and others also performed a half-bow to show their utmost respect. To transform oneself into reincarnation was a great merit and sacrifice unprecedented since Pangu opened the heavens. But only the Wu clan could not accept it. Inside the Pangu hall, Zhurong smashed the stone table before him with a punch, tears streaming down his face as he roared to go to the blood sea to stop Sister Hutu. Dijiang swiftly blocked his path, his usually composed face now filled with pain and helplessness. Zhurong looked at him in disbelief, his eyes bloodshot, not expecting his elder brother would stop him. Seeing Zhurong's incredulous expression, Dijiang's heart ached as well. But as the leader of the Wu clan, he had grown accustomed to calmness and reason, so his voice was as cold as ice. "Stop her. How can we stop her in the presence of the Dao? Instead of wasting time, we should go and see if we can meet Sister one last time." The hall fell into silence. The ancestors of the Wu clan remained mute, all knowing that elder brother was correct. Sister Hutu had chosen this path, opting for her own dissolution in exchange for the reincarnation of the beings of Hong Huang, and they could do nothing but accept it. Watching everyone fall silent, though Dijiang felt sorrow in his heart, he still led the ancestors of the Wu clan quietly out of the Pangu hall, heading towards the blood sea. They were going to bid farewell to Hutu, even if it was only from a distance. But at that moment, the phenomena of heaven and earth changed again. A calm and solemn voice resounded throughout the Hong Huang. It was the voice of Haotian, the heavenly emperor seated in the Lingshao Palace. "The Dao is above. Hutu transforming herself into the 6 paths of reincarnation is indeed the greatest achievement since the creation of the heavens. Such a great being of merit should not simply dissipate, nor should she be confined to the realm of the underworld. I shall refine the 12-petal reincarnation purple jade lotus from the blue lotus seeds, carrying her form and reshaping her soul. May the Dao grant approval." As his words fell, a lotus platform radiating purple light flew down from the 33 heavens. 12 petals blossomed layer upon layer, each inscribed with the profound meaning of reincarnation. It was a supreme, innate spiritual treasure personally crafted by Haotian from the blue lotus seeds prepared for this moment. The heavenly immortals of the heavenly court were the first to kneel, and the three pure ones Nuwa, Hongyun, and Jundi, along with all the saints, simultaneously bowed towards the Dao, with the three ancestors, and Hongjun following closely behind. The beings of Honghuang from the Wu clan to the human clan from the demon clan to the scattered cultivators from the four seas to the peak of Kunlun all knelt in unison. Their voices of entreaty formed a mighty flow rushing into the chaotic void. We asked for the Dao's approval. In the face of this gathering of the beings' prayers, the surrounding laws and phenomena suddenly changed. The originally vast and elusive aura of the Dao grew gentle and immense, as if touched by the heartfelt voices of the beings at that moment. Subsequently, immense merit of the Dao gathered above the blood sea, golden light clouds dyeing the entire blood sea into a dazzling gold. The Dao accepted the request, bestowing endless merit as a blessing. The merit was divided into several portions, with the largest share, about 70%, merging into the 12-petal reincarnation purple jade lotus, flying to where Hoodoo had dissipated, merging with her remaining true spirit and essence. 10% of the merit entered Ming's body, delighting the Lord of the Blood Sea, while another 10% entered Tai Bai, and another 10% returned to Haotian. Under the combined influence of the vast merit and the 12-petal reincarnation, purple jade lotus Hoodoo's body began to be reshaped. She was no longer the flesh and blood of the ancestral witch, but was transformed into a new being formed from the power of reincarnation and the lotus. When the reshaping was complete, Hoodoo, know at this moment she should be called Pingshin, slowly opened her eyes. Those eyes no longer held the gentleness and compassion of the ancestral witch Hoodoo, but instead bore the depth and solemnity of the master of reincarnation. She stood above the blood sea, the 12-petal reincarnation purple jade lotus beneath her feet, emitting a gentle purple light, the shadow of the 6 paths of reincarnation rotating slowly behind her. Looking at the prostrating beings of Honghuang, at those who prayed for her, her fellow cultivators and brothers, she gently spoke, her voice soft and fair-reaching like a comfort that transcended life and death. I am Pingshin. Looking at the multitude of beings bowing in reverence within the vast primal world, a gentle light flickered in Pingshin's eyes. To embody the cycle of reincarnation was her own choice, one she had never regretted. Yet at this moment, standing here once more in a different manner and gazing upon the familiar faces that had once prayed for her, her heart surged with an indescribable warmth. However, she understood that there were more important matters to attend to. Though the cycle of reincarnation had been established, it was merely a rudimentary form. How would souls be guided? How would deeds be judged? How would reincarnation be decreed? All of this remained a blank slate. Without order, the cycle of reincarnation would inevitably fall into chaos. Thus she calmed her mind and gazed once more into the void, solemnly vowing, the Great Dao stands above. I Pingshin feel that although the 6 paths of reincarnation are established, the order is incomplete. Today I establish the Yoming netherworld to form the order of the underworld and maintain the stability of the primal world. May the Great Dao witness this. As her voice fell, the Great Dao once again acknowledged her. Supreme power enveloped the sea of blood as magnificent buildings rose from the ground amid the intertwining laws. The first to take shape was the Ghost Gate, a dark black barrier inscribed with soul-binding runes where stone beasts glared fiercely at the gate, and the winding blue stone path led deep into the underworld, establishing a clear boundary between life and death. The Wangshuan River surged forth from the void, its muddy waters swirling with the obsessions of the living. 3 stone bridges were erected above the river, and at the head of the Naiha bridge a piece of blue stone sprouted from thin air, beside which a blood-red flower swayed gently in the river breeze. 10 great halls of Yama rose throughout the underworld with judges' tables, karmic mirrors, and records of deeds, all manifesting, waiting for their occupants. 18 layers of hell unfolded one after another, with the reincarnation platform suspended in the center of the underworld, the illusory figures of the 6 paths of reincarnation being steadily upheld above the high platform. Each entrance emitted a distinctly different aura. The path of heaven was harmonious, the path of humanity ordinary, the path of Azura brimmed with battle intent, the path of beasts was mired in ignorance and chaos, the path of hungry ghosts suffered from hunger and thirst, and the path of hell echoed with cries of agony. The 6 paths turned cycling endlessly, and at this moment the order of the entire underworld was utterly formed. In a short span of time, a complete Yoming netherworld stood proudly in this once desolate land where only waves of blood had surged. For the first time, the unanchored souls drifting at the edge of the sea of blood found a home, crawling and bowing towards the reincarnation platform. Under the light of reincarnation, their soul bodies finally shed the grievances and sorrows accumulated over the years. This scene utterly shocked the beings and powerful cultivators across the primal world. Those who had previously had no concept of reincarnation now clearly felt for the first time that the world after death was no longer one of emptiness and wandering, but one with a definite destination. The powerful cultivators perceived even deeper. The establishment of the underworld meant that the primal world now had a complete cycle of life and death. Souls no longer drifted between heaven and earth, becoming nourishment for calamities and misfortunes. This was a monumental event for the stability of the entire primal world. At the same time, a will that was similar to the Heavenly Dao, though not as vast, was quietly awakening from the depths of the underworld. This aura was exceedingly secretive, perceptible only to the Hunyuan Duo Golden Immortals and the Saints. The Earth Dao was gradually awakening. The first to sense this was naturally Pingxin, as the awakening aura gently intertwined and bonded with her own essence. She could feel the hazy yet familiar will of the Earth Dao gradually accepting her, much like how the Heavenly Dao had once drawn close to Haotian. From this moment on, her fate was intertwined with the Earth Dao, or she would rise and fall together with it, becoming its spokesperson. The primal world would no longer be solely under the dominion of the Heavenly Dao, but would see the coexistence of the two Daos. However, the Earth Dao was still in its infancy, and would require a long time to truly grow to a level comparable to the Heavenly Dao. Yet once she calmed down, a practical dilemma presented itself. With the underworld newly established, although it boasted towering structures, it was still an empty city. The seats of the 10 halls of Yama remained vacant, with no judges, ghosts, or messengers present. Relying solely on herself, even with the status of the Lord of Reincarnation, it was utterly impossible to sustain the operation of the entire underworld. Though her brothers from the witch clan were reliable, the valiant and battle-hardened ancestral witches were truly unsuitable for the intricate and detailed tasks of judgment and guidance. Having Zhu Rong handle judgments and Gong Gong guide souls was enough to give one a headache just thinking about it. Moreover, even if the entire witch clan were to be mobilized, it would still be insufficient to manage the reincarnation of the countless beings in the primal world. She would need to seek assistance from the heavenly court. Resolutely decided, Pingxin took a step away from this place, and when she reappeared, she was already standing within the Lingxiao treasure hall. Sensing Pingxin's arrival, Haotian set down the memorial in his hands, lifted his gaze to the newcomer, his tone warm with a smile. Pingxin, my friend, congratulations on successfully binding with the Earth Dao. The underworld now has a true foundation. Upon hearing this, Pingxin sincerely bowed, saying, I must thank your majesty for your assistance. Without your majesty reshaping my body with the 12-petal reincarnation purple jade lotus, even if I were reborn, I might not have been able to leave the underworld, let alone bind with the Earth Dao. Listening to Pingxin's heartfelt words, however, Haotian waved his hand, his tone casual yet gentle. I promised back then, when the time came, I would certainly lend my aid. Yet, my friend, your sudden visit to the heavenly court this time is probably not just to express gratitude, is it? A hint of a helpless smile appeared on Pingxin's face, but she nodded calmly. Indeed, nothing escapes your majesty's insight. The underworld is currently in dire need of manpower, and with only myself I cannot maintain the operation of the underworld. Therefore, I wish to request your majesty to dispatch immortal officials from the heavenly court to serve in particular, the position of the emperor of the underworld currently lacks a suitable candidate. Haotian raised his brows slightly, understanding everything in his heart. This was both due to practical difficulties and a gesture of reciprocity, actively sharing the fortune of the underworld with the heavenly court to repay the kindness. At the same time, it would also bind the heavenly court and the underworld more closely. Naturally, this would benefit the primal world and needed no refusal. Thus, after a brief contemplation, Haotian nodded. Since my friend has said so, I will send a group of immortal officials to the underworld to fill the positions of the 10 halls of Yama and judges. As for the position of the Emperor of the North Infengdu, I shall send my avatar of Yoming to take up the role. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Pingxin's eyes. She had considered that the heavenly court would send someone, but she had not imagined they would send an avatar of the law. Yoming was Haotian's avatar of the law, inherently a Hunyuan Duo Golden Immortal. His taking up the role of Fengdu Emperor was clearly a declaration to the entire primal world of the heavenly court's protection of the underworld, effectively severing any notions of chaos from various factions within the underworld. Naturally, that would be excellent. I am truly grateful to your majesty and the heavenly court for your assistance. Understanding the situation, Pingxin bowed solemnly, her tone filled with genuine gratitude and surprise. Her initiative to request the heavenly court's involvement was originally to share the fortune of the underworld with the heavenly court, in return for Haotian's benevolence in recreating her. Since your majesty had dispatched such a significant figure, there was nothing more to worry about. As for the expansion of the Heavenly Court's influence over the underworld, there was nothing to fear. She had never intended to hold the entire underworld in her grip. The witch clan lacked the capability, and she had no desire for such an ambition. Rather than squabbling over territory in the future, it was better to pave the way well from the beginning. Seeing this, Haotian nodded. Since my friend has no objections, it is settled. I will gradually send people to the underworld in due course. Watching Pingxin depart, Haotian immediately sent a strand of divine thought towards Yuming. After a brief moment of silence, Yuming set aside his tasks, took a step forward, and arrived at the realm of the underworld. His appearance startled all factions. The dark figure stepped onto the reincarnation platform, exuding the unmistakable aura of a Hunyuan de Luo Jinxian, with a stern expression devoid of any superfluous emotion. Once the scattered cultivators and great powers reacted, Yuming solemnly gazed into the chaotic void, his voice calm, yet carrying an undeniable weight. With the Dao above, I, Yuming, have sensed the disorder in the underworld's order. Today, at the invitation of fellow Taoist Pingxin, I accept the position of the Emperor of Bane Fengdu to restore order in the underworld and perfect the realm of reincarnation. May the Dao bear witness. As the oath was declared, the vast and majestic aura of the Dao descended once more, forming a faintly visible eye of the Dao above the underworld. Those eyes were indifferent, yet profound, briefly scanning over Yuming, as if verifying the new emperor's qualifications and determination. Moments later, the eye of the Dao slowly closed. The Dao recognized this oath. An invisible great power enveloped him, and as the radiance dissipated, Yuming's appearance underwent subtle changes. The dark imperial robe replaced his former battle armor, intricately embroidered with the landscapes of the underworld and the 6 paths of reincarnation. Layered mountains and rivers, the 6 paths rotating, each thread emanating a faint halo of law. Wearing a 12-cornered crown, the dangling pearls concealed a flow of reincarnation power. At his waist hung the Fengdu imperial seal, with the seal's knob shaped like a curled-up, listening divine beast, and the seal face engraved with the 4 Dao patterns representing the laws of the underworld. His entire aura intertwined closely with the earth's path, the laws of the entire underworld slightly trembling beneath his feet, as if welcoming the new emperor's arrival. With his cultivation raised to the 8th level of Hunyuan de Luo Jinxian, under the dual enhancement of the Dao's great power and the earth's luck, from this moment on he was both the incarnation of the Dao of Haotian and the true emperor of Bane Fengdu in the underworld. With the dual saints of the underworld standing together, Pingxin overseeing reincarnation and Yuming governing the underworld, one Yin and one Yang, one master and one aide, the entire framework of the underworld's order was thus established. The scattered cultivators and blood seed beings, still observing, finally extinguished any last glimmers of hope, respectfully bowing towards the reincarnation platform and the Fengdu hall. Responding to this call, beings from the wilderness bowed towards the underworld, collectively invoking the title of emperor. After a brief shock, all factions rapidly grasped the situation. The embodiment of the Heavenly Court personally overseeing the underworld indicated that the Heavenly Court's involvement was not mere formality, but a serious commitment. Those who still harbored intentions from the saintly paths and major powers quickly dismissed any thoughts of intervening in the underworld. After all, reaching out under the clear intervention of the Heavenly Court would truly be a lack of recognition. At this moment, Emperor Jiang and others finally arrived in the underworld. In fact, they had come earlier, but Pingxin and Yuming were discussing the important matter of the underworld's emperor. Although the ancestors of the witch clan were impulsive, they could distinguish priorities and had remained quietly on the side without interrupting. Until they saw that the situation was nearly settled, the most impatient Zhu Rong finally couldn't hold back and stepped forward, worry evident in his voice. Sister Hedo, are you all right? We all witnessed that transformation into reincarnation just now. You. Hearing Zhu Rong's tone filled with lingering fear, a glimmer of emotion flickered in Pingxin's eyes. Yet she knew that some words must be spoken clearly. She gently shook her head, her voice soft, yet serious. Elder brother, I am no longer the Hutu of the past, or rather, I am not entirely the former Hutu now, I am called Pingxin. Yet she knew that some words must be spoken clearly. She gently shook her head, her voice soft, yet serious. Elder brother, I am no longer the Hutu of the past, or rather, in his steady gaze there was no disappointment, only a profound understanding and solemnity. After seeing through everything, sister, I understand what you are truly worried about. Rest assured, the witch clan is not a group of fools who do not recognize the heights of heaven or the depths of the earth. The Father God placed us in this wilderness not to fight for dominance, nor to harbor thoughts that should not exist. Upon saying this, Emperor Jiang turned his gaze towards Yuming not far away, solemnly bowing deeply. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your assistance, allowing my sister to be reborn and not be trapped in the underworld. Our witch clan is deeply grateful for this kindness and will remember it in our hearts. Now that order in the wilderness is stable with the Dao above and the Dao as witness. I, Emperor Jiang, wish to represent the entire Witch clan to submit to the Heavenly Court, honoring the Heavenly Court. Should there be any treachery, may the Dao punish us. I hope your Majesty will grant this." Upon hearing this, Gong Gong Zhu Rong and the other ancestors changed their expression slightly. They were used to being carefree and fearless. Suddenly asking them to submit to the Heavenly Court felt somewhat awkward at first. However, they were not fools. The Emperor Jiang was correct. The Witch clan had come this far, and they were able to stand here and see sisterhood to reborn in a different way. This kindness alone was enough to weigh heavily, and they could never repay it. Moreover, they could see that although she called herself Pingxin and was no longer the pure Hutu of the past, the care and concern in her eyes remained the essence of Hutu, the essence of her rebirth. From this perspective, they had to acknowledge this kindness. If they acknowledged it, they would acknowledge it fully. Thus, after exchanging glances, Zhu Rong was the first to kneel on one knee. Gong Gong followed closely behind, and Zhu Jiuyin, Xian Ming, and others all knelt on one knee together, their resonant vows echoing under the sky of the underworld. Your Majesty, what elder brother means also represents our meaning. The Witch clan honoring the Heavenly Court. Should there be any treachery, may the Dao punish us. As the words fell, the sky above the underworld suddenly fell silent, as if even the turbulent waves of the Wangchuan River froze at that moment. Immediately after, the aura of the Dao descended once again. That vast and majestic will slowly swept over the Witch clan members before quickly dissipating. This indicated that the Dao had recognized this vow. From this moment onward, the Witch clan was no longer just the Pangu bloodline wandering beneath the Buzhou mountain, but a legitimate member under the banner of the Heavenly Court. Hearing the vows of the ancestors, Yuming's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. He did not expect the Witch clan to take this step, not out of compulsion or coercion, but to voluntarily step forward bearing witness with the vow of the Dao. This sincerity was undeniably profound, and thus he slightly nodded, his tone calm, yet carrying a rare seriousness. I understand your sincerity. Since you wish to join the Heavenly Court will naturally not treat you unfairly. From this day forth, the Witch clan may appropriately expand their territory for survival around Buzhou Mountain. If there are suitable clansmen, they may also take positions within the Heavenly Court or the underworld. Furthermore, if you can make sufficient contributions, you may propose your needs to the Heavenly Court, including the method to attain the nascent soul. Upon hearing the words, the method of possessing a nascent soul, apart from Pingxin, the eyes of Di Jiang and the others flickered with an unmistakable hint of joy. The Wu clan possesses a naturally strong physique, and the 12 ancestral witches are transformed from the essence of Pangu's blood. In terms of physical combat strength, there are but a handful in the Honghuang who can surpass them. However, they also have a fatal shortcoming: they lack a nascent soul. Without a nascent soul, their path narrows increasingly as they ascend, making progress in cultivation ever more difficult. On the surface, they appear indifferent, yet who would truly be content to stop here? Now His Majesty has personally promised that as long as sufficient contributions are made, they can obtain the method of possessing a nascent soul. This is a completely new path, one that the Wu clan has never traversed, but has yearned for countless ages. We thank Your Majesty. This time in Di Jiang and the others' voices there was no longer merely submission. Their voices were filled with heartfelt sincerity and excitement. The entire Wu clan shall vow to serve Your Majesty unto death. With the oath spoken, the fortune of the Wu clan began to bind with the Heavenly Court, and the fortune of the underworld simultaneously merged with the Heavenly Court. Two torrents of majestic fortune surged towards the Heavenly Court, converging above the 33 heavens into an even more magnificent golden cloud of fortune. Above the Lingxiao treasure hall, the golden dragon of fortune suddenly raised its head, emitting a fervent dragon's roar. The sound of the roar echoed throughout Honghuang, piercing through the 33 heavens, reaching the clouds. Under the influence of the dual fortunes, the originally over 10th Sands Hanglong golden dragon body expanded at a visibly rapid pace. 12,000 zhong, 15,000 zhong, 18,000 zhong, until it finally stabilized at a colossal 20,000 zhong. Each dragon scale shone brightly like golden stars, and divine light flowed in the dragon's eyes as it looked down upon the entirety of Honghuang. Following this, a series of overwhelming celestial phenomena emerged. Golden flowers fell from the void, purple qi traversed the sky, spiritual springs erupted from the earth, and sweet dew descended from above. The concentration of spiritual energy within the Heavenly Court almost doubled in an instant, allowing many celestial officials who had been stuck at their bottlenecks for years to break through on the spot. Observing all of this, Pingxin revealed a trace of satisfaction on her face. At the very least, her brothers understood her intentions and made the wisest choices. Binding with the Heavenly Court is the best path for the Wu clan's future and the only path. Di Jiang, watching the look of satisfaction on his sister's face, knew in his heart that he had made the right decision. However, he suddenly recalled something, hesitated briefly, and then once again bowed to the underworld, his tone becoming more solemn and inquisitive. Your Majesty, may I invite you to personally visit the Pangu Hall? To be frank, about 10,000 years ago, I faintly sensed the heartbeat of the Father God in the Pangu Hall. That aura was very weak, yet exceptionally clear. At that time, I also sensed that the aura seemed to be pointing toward the direction of the starry sky. Only now do I vaguely realize what it meant. Perhaps the Father God intended for us to join the heavenly court from the very beginning. We were just too foolish to understand until now. But behind that aura, it may not solely be pointing us Wu clan. Therefore, I dare to request your Majesty to personally visit the Pangu Hall. Upon hearing this, the underworld did not answer immediately, but fell into a brief silence. Rather than silence, it was more like communication with the true self. After a moment, he raised his head, looked at Di Jiang, and spoke in a calm, yet meaningful tone. Since it is like this, let us go see for ourselves. However, it will not be me, but my true self. My true self has already arrived at the Pangu Hall. Di Jiang was momentarily taken aback, but soon reacted, hastily bowing. Regardless of whether it is an avatar or the true self, as long as His Majesty is willing to go, that is enough. And beneath Mount Buzhou, within the Pangu Hall that carries the memories of countless years for the Wu clan, the figure of Haotian had already silently materialized from the void. The Pangu Hall was permeated with a rich and almost tangible aura of Pangu. That aura was heavy and dignified, as if it had crossed endless epochs of time. It was enough to make any powerful being who intruded upon this place feel as if they could not move an inch. However, the moment this aura sensed Haotian's arrival, it all retreated. Like parting waters of the sea, it opened a path leading deep into the main hall. Haotian gazed at the Pangu aura that actively made way for him, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He walked step by step along that silent path to the center of the main hall. Raising his head, he looked at the heart of Pangu, which was floating in midair and emitting a deep, powerful heartbeat. After a moment of silence, he solemnly crossed his hands over his chest and slowly bent down. He performed an ancient rite that he had never done for anyone since ascending to the throne of the Heavenly Emperor. That was the utmost respect of a junior towards a senior and heir towards a pioneer. Senior Pangu, over 10,000 years have passed, and Haotian has not failed your trust. Certain things have already changed. In today's Honghuang, there is little internal strife. The three clans have not weakened, the Wu clan has not walked the path of extinction, and the saints have not engaged in mutual destruction. I have established the order of the heavenly court and begun to guide Honghuang in its preliminary exploration beyond the chaos. I will continue to strive to spare Honghuang from internal consumption, directing all strength towards the outside. I will elevate Honghuang step by step until I live up to your expectations. Buzz. It was as if the heart of Pangu heard his words. The sound of its beating grew stronger and steadier. A gentle yet reassuring force emanated from the heart, enveloping Haotian. Under the embrace of that aura, Haotian felt his comprehension of the laws advancing at an incredible speed. The bottlenecks that had troubled him for a long time shattered in that moment. Once the aura fully merged into his body, his cultivation, which had been stuck at the 6th level of Hunyuan Taiji, De Luo Jinxian, first broke through to the 7th level with unstoppable momentum. Next, without losing momentum, he broke through to the 8th level, finally stabilizing with only 2 levels remaining to reach completion. The after effects of the breakthrough gradually dissipated within the hall. Haotian, feeling the unprecedented richness of aura within him, understood that this was a gift left to him by Senior Pangu. He did not say any more, only once again crossed his hands over his chest and deeply bowed to the heart that continued to beat steadily. This bow was even more tranquil and prolonged than the last, and then he straightened up, stepping forward and disappearing into the Pangu Hall. The heart of Pangu continued to beat, although its speed had slowed slightly compared to before. It became even steadier and more powerful, filled with vitality. Meanwhile, far away in the underworld, Di Jiang and the others also sensed the aura of the Father God at the same moment. That aura contained a clear yet gentle will to do their utmost to assist the heavenly court. At this moment, even Zhurong and Gonggong, who had previously felt somewhat uncomfortable, held no more objections. The Father God was everything to them. Fulfilling the Father God's will was a mission they would strive to accomplish with all their might. Inside the Lingxiao Palace, Haotian, having just returned, sensed the fluctuations of the Wu clan's fate intertwining with that of the celestial court, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. From this moment on, the Wu clan was no longer merely compelled by circumstances, but had truly pledged their allegiance. Brother. At that moment, the voice of the Dao of Heaven suddenly resonated in his consciousness. With a hint of excitement and impatience, it continued, "The sister of the earth Dao has awakened. Go meet her." Haotian was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded, his thoughts shifting as he arrived in the space of the Dao of Heaven. In this vast void woven by laws, besides the familiar and intimate aura of the Dao of Heaven, there was an additional, faintly discernible unfamiliar presence. This presence was serene and gentle, like the first tender sprout quietly emerging from the frozen earth in early spring. Although not weak, it carried a hint of timidity from just awakening, cautiously hiding behind the brilliance of the Dao of Heaven. "Sister, you don't need to be afraid. Your brother is a good person." The voice of the Dao of Heaven echoed in the void, maintaining its lively and innocent tone, while carrying unmasked warmth and encouragement. Haotian, feeling somewhat amused at being labeled a good person, touched his nose. However, when he looked at the indistinct shadow cowering in the glow of the earth, his gaze softened unconsciously. He squatted down to align his vision with the shadow, his tone gentle, as if soothing a child just awakened from a nightmare. "If you wish, you can also call me brother. In the future, should you need anything, feel free to come to me." Although Haotian felt this scene resembled luring a little girl, he understood that this sense of closeness was not without reason. The Earth Dao and the Dao of Heaven shared a common origin. With the Dao of Heaven being close to him, the Earth Dao would naturally be influenced by this sense of camaraderie. Moreover, the Primordial World was already deeply bound to him, and as part of this primordial realm, the Earth Dao's trust in him was almost innate. With the encouragement of the Dao of Heaven coupled with the indescribable warmth and reassurance felt from Haotian, the indistinct shadow gently wavered. A voice softer than the Dao of Heaven and tinged with shyness and caution intermittently echoed in the void, "Bro. Brother." Hearing this timid call, a gentle smile appeared on Haotian's face. "I am here. Now that you have just awakened, what you need most is still rest and recovery. If you need any help, just tell me, and I will do my best to assist you." The Earth Dao clearly relaxed a bit compared to before. Although still stuttering, it was no longer as frightened as at first. Brother, although I have already bound my heart to peace, I still need other Earth Dao saints to truly stabilize. I hope you can help me find some suitable candidates." As soon as the words fell, 3 strands of primordial purple energy appeared out of thin air in the space of the Dao of Heaven. These 3 strands of purple energy resembled the primordial purple energy granted to the 3 purities, but carried a distinct aura of the Earth Dao. They were denser and more profound, as if connecting to the cyclical laws of the underworld deep within. Haotian looked at these 3 strands of purple energy, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. The Earth Dao had only just awakened not long ago, and could not be compared to the Dao of Heaven, which had endured endless epochs. Being able to yield 3 strands of primordial purple energy was already her current limit. As the Earth Dao further develops in the future, it may not be unable to produce even more. Thinking this, he gently flicked his sleeve to collect the 3 strands of primordial purple energy, his tones still warm and firm. "These strands of purple energy will suffice for now. I'll leave the rest to your brother. Coincidentally, I still have some world origin here. Take this to absorb." Saying this, Haotian took out a portion of the Dao source from the outer chaotic world. These origins were the accumulation from his many journeys containing the essence of different chaotic worlds. For the Dao of Heaven and the Earth Dao, this was the best nourishment. Sensing the aura of those origins, the Earth Dao clearly showed a bit of excitement. The indistinct shadow gently swayed as if cautiously approaching, or perhaps nodding sweetly. She softly hummed in agreement, her aura gradually dissipating, clearly concentrating on absorbing these gifts from the outer realm. Haotian watched as the Earth Dao fell into silence, then turned to the Dao of Heaven, reminding her to also remember to rest more. He then stepped out, leaving the space of the Dao of Heaven and returning to the Lingxiao Palace. Just then the Taibai Star entered from outside the main hall, holding a scroll of celestial names, still wearing that cheerful and kind expression. "Your Majesty, here is the list of new scattered cultivators who joined the celestial court. Those who passed the trials are all included. Please review." Haotian reached out to take the list, casually flipping through it, when his gaze suddenly stopped on one page. Randang Daoren. This name caused his brow to slightly furrow. One of the guests from the Zixiao Palace in another timeline, Randang was actually the vice leader of the Chan sect. Of course, even though he bore the title of vice leader, he actually desired to join the Yuanshi sect. However, due to face, Yuanshi had never formally accepted him as a disciple. A pleasing title, yet little real power. He gained few benefits, but whenever his disciples caused trouble, he inevitably had to step in to resolve it. As a result, he later became somewhat disheartened, and along with Wenshu Puxian Sihong and Zhu Liusuan, betrayed the Chan sect and joined the Western sect, becoming the ancient Buddha of the Buddhist sect known as Randang. However, in this timeline, he chose to join the Celestial Court directly, which saved a lot of trouble. After a moment of contemplation, Haotian devised a plan. Now that the underworld was just established, the positions in the 10 halls of Yama were mostly vacant, and Randang Dao Ren's Lingxiao Palace lamp was originally a treasure that illuminates the underworld. It corresponded well with the requirements of the underworld's judgment, which needed to discern good from evil. Moreover, since he had been the vice leader of the Chan sect in the original timeline, he had some management experience. The position of Yama King was quite suitable for him. Thinking this, Haotian closed the list and turned his gaze to Tai Bai, his tone plain, yet carrying an undeniable weight. Tai Bai, pay close attention to this Ran Deng Dao Ren. Also include him in the list of celestial beings to be assigned to the underworld later on. At that time he can serve as the Yama King, the head of the 10 halls of Yama. Tai Bai was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Although the 10 halls of Yama ranked below the Emperor of Fengdu and the 5 ghost emperors in the underworld, the Yama King was still the head of the 10 halls, wielding significant power over the judgment of the souls of the primordial beings. This Ran Deng Dao Ren, although a guest of the Zixiao Palace, was not considered the most outstanding among the many new cultivators who joined the celestial court. Why did your majesty particularly regard him with favor? However, Tai Bai did not inquire further. Having followed the emperor for so long, he understood that the emperor's choices in personnel were never constrained by convention. What seemed like a casual arrangement often held deeper significance. Since the emperor personally pointed out this individual, he simply needed to execute the order. Rest assured, your majesty, I will take immediate action to make arrangements. Understanding all this, Tai Bai respectfully responded and turned to leave the Lingxiao Palace. Watching Tai Bai depart, Haotian casually flipped through the list again before his figure also vanished within the Ling. In the vast wilderness, most powers were surprised by the news of the Witch clan submitting to the heavenly court, yet it did not come as a particular shock. After all, when the 12 ancestors of the Witch clan wept so sorrowfully during Huda's reincarnation, anyone with a discerning heart could easily see the depth of their feelings for this sister. Now that Hutu has transformed into a tranquil state and governs reincarnation, it is only natural for the Witch clan to submit to the heavenly court. However, the one truly feeling discomfort was the current monster clan. Inside the Sun God Palace on the Sun Star, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi sat across from each other, both at a loss for words. The atmosphere in the hall was so heavy it felt almost tangible. The situation of the monster clan was not bad, with Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, 2 peak Quasi-Saints, holding down the fort. Combined, the various clans under their command formed a force not to be underestimated. Yet compared to the grand vision they had initially conceived of standing shoulder to shoulder with the 3 clans, reality felt quite stark. Most of the old powers of the wilderness had joined the heavenly court, and all the saints had returned to their positions, solidifying the order of the heavenly court in people's hearts. Under such circumstances, the existence of the monster clan seemed somewhat awkward. Especially after the Witch clan's submission, they were now the last remaining independent force in the wilderness. This peculiar sense of loneliness did not stem from a lack of companionship. Instead, all eyes were focused on them. Every move they made would be magnified, and even the slightest misstep could be exploited. After a long silence, Tai Yi finally couldn't help but speak, his voice carrying an unusual somberness. Brother, what are you thinking? Emperor Jun did not answer immediately. His gaze fell upon the blazing sun core outside the hall. After a long pause, he sighed softly, his tone suffused with a weariness and clarity accumulated over countless years. Tai Yi, now that the Witch clan has submitted to the heavenly court, perhaps we should seriously consider the path for the monster clan. Tai Yi suppressed his surprise and asked in a low voice, Brother, are you suggesting that we should also join the heavenly court? What other options do you think we have? Emperor Jun countered, his tone lacking reproach, as if just calmly stating a fact. It was manageable when the Witch clan shared the burden with us. Now that the Witch clan has made its choice, only we remain. The rest, who still maintain their independence, are mostly not strong, lacking any significant presence. Only we, neither belonging to the 3 clans, nor having joined the heavenly court, are destined to be exposed to the scrutiny of various powers, and when that time comes, our situation will only grow more awkward. He stood up, hands clasped behind his back, as he gazed out at the vast starry realm, his voice carrying a calmness and determination that came from having seen through the current state of affairs. The pattern of the wilderness is no longer that era of myriad tribes vying for supremacy. Old powers have submitted, saints have returned, and the order of the heavenly court is firmly established. All powers are developing under this order. No one will allow for the emergence of another independent overlord. Rather than stubbornly holding on here and waiting until we find ourselves in a dilemma to make a choice, it would be better to join the heavenly court sooner while we still have the initiative. At least we can secure a dignified position for ourselves and the monster clan. Tai Yi fell silent. While he was indeed reckless, he was never foolish. He absorbed every word his brother had just said and understood that these were facts. In the past, he might have stubbornly argued a few points. But now, with the Witch clan bowing their heads, the monster clan could not stand alone. It was meaningless to persist further. Moreover, based on the Emperor's usual style, the outcomes for any power that submits to the heavenly court were generally positive. As long as they followed the rules and were willing to serve, they would not only avoid being mistreated, but would also receive many unexpected supports, making joining a favorable choice. Having understood this, Tai raised his head, his gaze devoid of hesitation. Then, brother, shall we head to the heavenly court now? Should we call the others over first and announce this decision? Emperor Jun, upon hearing this, naturally replied, of course we must announce it. Such a significant matter deserves to be communicated to others. Tai rang the Eastern Emperor bell. Tai did not say anything further, simply striking the Eastern Emperor bell in his hands heavily. The ancient bell of innate treasure quality emitted a distant and resonant chime. Like ripples in water, it spread outward from the sun star in all directions. The bell sound penetrated through layers of star fields, reaching every corner under the rule of the monster clan. Upon hearing the bell, the leaders of various clans within the monster clan put down their tasks and began to converge in the direction of the sun star. Even the rarely moving Kunpeng slowly opened his eyes. He looked towards the sun star, a glimmer of contemplation flashing across his gaze. For some reason, he felt that this matter was not simple. Yet regardless, since he had joined the monster clan, he still needed to give the respect that was due. Thinking this, Kunpeng stood up, his form instantly transforming into a colossal rock that overshadowed the sky. His wings spread like clouds, descending from the heavens, soaring upwards and slicing through the void at the fastest speed towards the sun star. The light of the sun star shone like an eternal burning lighthouse amidst the chaos. At this moment, outside the normally blazing sun god palace, many figures had already been waiting for a long time. The leaders and core elders of the various monster clan factions residing on the sun star, some from the deep starry cosmos, and others from the vast land of the wilderness, were quietly waiting in the palace square. Upon seeing Kunpeng's iconic silhouette of the giant rock descending from the sky, they all bowed respectfully and greeted him, saying, "Greetings, monster master." Kunpeng transformed back into his human form, still bearing a cold and indifferent expression. He merely nodded as a response, his feet not pausing as he walked straight through the crowd and entered the grand door of the Sun God Palace. Inside the palace, flames blazed brightly as Emperor Jun and Tai had long been waiting. Seeing Kunpeng arrive, Emperor Jun stood up from his throne, his tone carrying a rare seriousness and politeness. "Monster Master has arrived just in time. There are some matters we need to discuss with you." Kunpeng gave a simple bow, his gaze sweeping between Emperor Jun and Tai and straightforwardly asked, "Might I ask if your majesty rang the Eastern Emperor bell for some urgent matter?" The Eastern Emperor bell is the treasured artifact of the monster clan and would only be rung for significant affairs. The last time its sound resonated throughout the wilderness was when the monster clan was formally established. Emperor Jun did not conceal anything, candidly conveying the decision he had deliberated with Tai for a long time to lead the entire monster clan in joining the heavenly court. He meticulously analyzed the current situation, the pattern of the wilderness after the witch clan's submission, and the pros and cons of the monster clan's continued independence for Kunpeng. After he finished speaking, the palace fell into a long silence. Kunpeng did not answer immediately. His typically cold face revealed little emotion. But those who knew him understood that he was quickly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. After a moment of silence, he finally raised his head, his voice hoarse, yet extraordinarily clear. "This old minister supports your majesty's decision. Joining the heavenly court is indeed the best path at this moment. It is far better than dragging on without direction, only to attract the attention of various forces in the end." As he spoke, a glimmer of clarity, as if he had seen through the world's affairs, shone in his eyes. As the most senior and experienced existence among the demon clan, Kunpeng understood better than anyone that rather than stubbornly maintaining an increasingly awkward independent status, it was wiser to actively seek a more stable refuge. Seeing that Kunpeng not only did not oppose, but also straightforwardly expressed his support, Emperor Jun and Tai exchanged glances, both secretly relieved. Kunpeng was the most influential elder among the demon clan, and also the hardest to persuade. If even he nodded in agreement, the rest would surely be much simpler. As expected, not long after, the leaders of various branch clans began to arrive at the Solar Divine Palace. They stood in line within the palace and first paid their respects to Emperor Jun and Tai. Then a leader of a demon branch stepped forward cautiously and asked, "Your Majesty, may I ask why we have been summoned so suddenly? Is there something important to command?" Upon hearing this, all the clan leaders' gazes converged sharply upon Emperor Jun. Emperor Jun looked around at the gathered faces and spoke calmly, his voice loud yet dignified. "Naturally, there is something. I have summoned you all here not for any other reason, but to announce my decision to lead the demon clan in officially joining the heavenly court." As he said this, he paused for a moment, sweeping his gaze over each face to capture their reactions before continuing. "Now that the witch clan has submitted, the only remaining independent power in the wilderness is our demon clan. Rather than stubbornly holding out and waiting for the various forces to focus their attention on us falling into a passive position, it is better to join early. What do you all think?" The palace fell into a deep silence. The clan leaders exchanged glances, sharing unspoken understanding. Rather than soliciting opinions, this scene felt more like announcing a decision. Emperor Jun and Tai had clearly made up their minds. Calling them over was merely a notification. However, no one opposed. Firstly, to speak out against this in such a setting would be utterly foolish. Secondly, those present were not fools. They had already sensed the current dynamics of the wilderness. With the Witch clan's submission, the Demon clan had become the only remaining independent major power, drawing all eyes towards them. Rather than being scrutinized by various forces, it was better to actively seek a powerful ally. Joining the Heavenly Court might not be a bad thing. In fact, even before Emperor Jun spoke, many among them had already considered this idea. Thus, after exchanging glances, many leaders bowed and said, "Your Majesty is wise. Joining the Heavenly Court is indeed a good choice. We have no objections." Seeing that everyone chose to support him without a hint of hesitation, a bittersweet smile involuntarily surfaced on Emperor Jun's face. These individuals had probably long been calculating their own interests. Now that they saw him take the initiative, they naturally jumped on the bandwagon. If this were in the past, he would have surely given them a good talking to. But now it was best to let it go. Since they had decided to join the Heavenly Court, they would be one family from now on, and dwelling on past matters seemed pointless. With this thought, Emperor Jun suppressed the complex emotions surging within him and regained the composed demeanor befitting the Demon Emperor. "Since no one opposes, you may disperse. Shortly, I will visit the Heavenly Court with Tai to meet the Heavenly Emperor." The clan leaders responded in unison and began to exit the Solar Divine Palace. The bustling hall quickly cleared, leaving only Emperor Jun, Tai, and Kunping. Emperor Jun turned to Kunping, his gaze carrying a hint of entrustment. "Demon Master, please stay behind at the Solar Star. Tai and I will be going to the Heavenly Court. Oh, and I leave this place in your hands. Rest assured, your Majesties. With this old minister here, the Solar Star will encounter no disturbances." Kunping replied solemnly, then watched as Emperor Jun and Tai transformed into two golden streaks of light, tearing through the void and speeding towards the 33 heavens. In the Yaoqi fairyland of the Heavenly Court, the azure waves still rippled, and spiritual fish swam leisurely. Yaoqi leaned against the railing by the pond, gracefully scattering the last handful of fish bait into the water. The spiritual fish leaped eagerly from the surface, splashing sparkling droplets and shimmering with a rainbow of colors amidst the ethereal mist. She seemed completely immersed in this leisurely moment, unaware of the figure quietly appearing behind her. Haotian stood not far behind her, quietly watching her feed the fish for a while, a gentle smile gracing his lips without interrupting. Only when Yaoqi had finished scattering all the bait did he finally reveal himself from the void. Yaoqi turned around, and upon seeing Haotian, she was momentarily taken aback, then her eyes sparkled with delight, tinged with a hint of reproach. "Senior brother, when did you arrive?" "I arrived quite a while ago. Seeing you so focused on feeding the fish, I didn't want to disturb you," Haotian replied with a smile, stepping forward to take a small handful of bait and casually sprinkle it into the pond. The surface of the water was soon covered with more pieces of food, causing the spiritual fish below to thrash about even more eagerly. A few impatient ones even leaped out of the water. They performed a dazzling flip in the air before splashing back into the water. Yaoqi was amused by the antics of these gluttonous creatures and laughed, shaking her head. She then playfully turned her gaze toward Haotian. "I see. But senior brother, you didn't come just to see me, did you?" Amused by her perceptive expression, Haotian feigned a helpless sigh. "It seems I can't hide anything from you, junior sister. Besides visiting you, I indeed have some matters to discuss with you." He restrained his smile, adopting a more serious tone. "The Dao has now been born, giving rise to 3 strands of primordial purple energy. Aside from the underworld, which has claimed 1 strand, who do you think should take the remaining 2? Upon hearing this, Yaoqi rolled her eyes, clearly indicating that she felt her brother was testing her. However, she did not refuse. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke. "The Xinyuanzi, who oversees the earth veins, is a very suitable candidate. He is aligned with the earth attribute and is proficient in earth techniques and vein arts, and his character is trustworthy. As for the other one," she tilted her head slightly, her fingers gently tapping the jade railing, "the river of the underworld would also be a viable choice. He guards the Sea of Blood and is in charge of the Azura path, already having a significant connection with the reincarnation and underworld. However, senior brother, there is no need to rush into a decision. You can observe first and let the word spread. The news of the revival of the Dao is not a secret to those saints and primordial golden immortals. They all understand that the revival of the Dao will undoubtedly give rise to some primordial purple energy. Those who are interested will naturally come seeking it." After listening, Haotian couldn't help but gently applaud, his eyes filled with admiration. "Junior sister, this method is excellent. You have great managerial talent." It seems that if I and Ling Xiao are busy in the future, you can also help manage the heavenly court. Yaoqi shot him a playful glare upon hearing this, her tone carrying a hint of playful reproach. I knew you would drag me into hard labor. Just to clarify, I'm not doing it. Though she said this, she had already silently made her decision. If her brother truly needed her, she would naturally step up without hesitation. Her brother worked tirelessly for the wilderness. Though she couldn't help much, every little bit of support mattered. Haotian naturally saw through her hard exterior and soft heart, yet he did not expose it. He simply smiled and stood up saying, I believe Junior Sister will not refuse. No more talk of this, guests have arrived, and I must go greet them. I will come back to accompany you once I am done. With that he stepped forward, his figure silently vanishing into the ethereal mist of the Yaoqi fairyland. Yaoqi watched the direction in which Haotian had disappeared, a trace of helplessness in her smile, yet more than that was an indescribable tenderness. After a moment she withdrew her gaze and took a jade watering pot from the flower stand beside her. She turned and walked towards the spiritual flowers blooming in the morning, carefully watering each one. At this moment outside the Lingxiao Palace, Dijuan and Tai stood side by side. Looking at the majestic hall before them, both felt an unusual sense of apprehension. Before their arrival they had already made up their minds in the Sun God Palace, filled with a spirit of resolve. Yet standing outside this Lingxiao Palace, which symbolized the highest authority of the primordial world, that resolve involuntarily wrapped itself in a layer of tension. Dijuan was relatively calm, maintaining a composed demeanor, though his fingers tightened slightly. Tai, on the other hand, was unusually silent, even keeping the Eastern Emperor belt tucked away in his sleeve, not daring to make a sound. Just then a figure silently appeared on the throne above the hall, exuding a calm demeanor. It was Haotian. Dijuan and Tai snapped back to their senses, quickly adjusting their attire and bowing deeply. Dijuan and Tai, pay their respects to Your Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. May Your Majesty attain the Dao soon. No need for formalities, Haotian casually waved his hand. His voice, though gentle, carried the unique authority of the Heavenly Emperor. Are you two here for a specific matter? Dijuan understood that His Majesty had already seen through their intentions and his roundabout plans. Thus he solemnly bowed and spoke sincerely and firmly. Your Majesty, after the surrender of the Witch Clan, our Demon Clan has realized that rather than being limited in development alone, it is better to join the Heavenly Court. After discussion, our entire Demon Clan has unanimously decided to request to join the Heavenly Court and serve it. Should there be any treachery, the Dao of Heaven will punish us. As his words fell, the aura of heaven descended first, firmly anchoring onto the two. Following that, a mysterious and vast aura descended from the void, the aura of the Great Dao. Though the projection of the Great Dao did not manifest, that will had firmly bound the fate of Dijuan, Tai and the entire Demon Clan to the Heavenly Court. Haotian sensed all this and understood that the current Demon Clan was indeed not as prosperous as in the original timeline. Yet he could also detect a hint of sincerity in Dijuan's words. They were not coerced, nor were they at their wits' end. Rather, after seeing the situation clearly, they made the most rational choice. This clarity was more precious than anything. I understand your sincerity. Haotian nodded slightly, his tone softening. Since the Demon Clan is willing to join, the Heavenly Court naturally welcomes you. As for your titles, Dijuan shall be promoted to Sun God Lord. Tai, you shall be promoted to Eastern Emperor God Lord, both holding the rank of first grade. Demon Master Kunping may take the position of Northern Underworld God Lord. As for the others of the Demon Clan, you may return and organize the roster, submitting it to Tai for review. Thank you, Your Majesty. Upon hearing this, Dijuan and Tai felt a considerable portion of their apprehension dissipate, replaced by genuine joy. The titles of Sun God Lord and Eastern Emperor God Lord preserved their roots and dignity. Being ranked at first grade was also fitting for their status as leaders of the Demon Clan. This outcome was even better than they had anticipated. Seeing the joy that was hard for the two to conceal, Haotian waved his hand casually, though his tone carried a hint of teasing. Of course, since we are now officials together, I suggest you take the time to visit Zawai. The grievances from back then, after all, were not that great. It would be better to resolve them sooner rather than later. Upon hearing this, the joy on Dijuan and Tai's faces was immediately replaced by a touch of embarrassment. Back then they had forced Zawai to join the Demon Clan under the pretext of seeking warmth in numbers. This was indeed a bit too much. At that time, they were ambitious, focused solely on expansion and integration, without considering Ziwei's perspective even for a moment. Now, after experiencing hardships and being tempered by reality, they finally understood Ziwei's feelings back then. Dijuan and Tai exchanged glances, seeing the shame reflected in each other's eyes, and then both bowed once more. Thank you for your guidance, Your Majesty. We understand what we should do and will certainly find an opportunity to visit Daoist Ziwei and personally apologize to him. Haotian gently nodded, his gaze shifting to Tai, jinxing beside him. Taibai understood, still wearing that benevolent smile, and stepped forward to clasp his hands towards Dijuan and Tai. Dear friends, please follow me to the Heavenly Court Treasury to each select a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. This is the custom of the Heavenly Court. Every newly joined first-grade immortal official can choose a treasure from the treasury that aligns with their own path. Thank you, Taibai Daoist. Dijuan expressed his gratitude following Taibai and leaving the Lingxiao Palace with Tai. Shortly after they left, the fortune clouds above the Lingxiao Palace began to surge once again. The vast fortune of the demon clan's allegiance surged like another golden torrent from the direction of the sun star, crashing into the already immense ocean of fortune of the Heavenly Court. The golden dragon of fortune, coiling in the sea of clouds, abruptly let out an excited roar. The sound of the dragon's roar resonated throughout the 33 heavens, penetrating the southern heaven gate and echoing across every corner of the primordial world. Under the infusion of this torrent of fortune, the golden dragon's body, which had already reached 20,000 zhong, began to expand at a visible speed once again. 21,000 zhong, 20,000 zhong, 23,000 zhong. It finally expanded to nearly 25,000 zhong before slowly coming to a stop. Each scale of the dragon shimmered like countless golden suns. Divine light flowed within its eyes, and its whiskers swayed gently in the sea of clouds. The momentum of the entire golden dragon of fortune had strengthened considerably. With this strange phenomena descended upon the world. Purple chi spanned the sky, golden flowers fell like rain, sweet dew descended from the heavens, and spiritual springs erupted from the earth. From the 33 heavens to the 9 nether-blood sea, from the shores of the eastern sea to the desolate western extremes. At this moment, all living beings in the primordial world sensed the vast and boundless fluctuation. Looking at the golden dragon of fortune that emitted an excited roar and continued to expand, all the forces in the primordial world understood one thing: the demon clan had also submitted. This was not merely another power joining the Heavenly Court. It meant that the Heavenly Court had essentially completed the unification of the entire primordial world. From the initial 3 clans to the 4 spirits, from the witch clan to the demon clan. From the saintly paths to various scattered cultivators, all significant forces in the primordial world had now fallen under the order of the Heavenly Court. In an instant, whether scattered cultivators or great powers, even those once exalted saints now looked towards the 33 heavens with awe. At this moment, the prestige of the Heavenly Court reached an unprecedented peak. The entire primordial world sank into a tranquil and peaceful time, and no one dared to easily instigate any conflict. The sun and moon drift endlessly, time cycles on, and since the demon clan surrendered to the Heavenly Court, it has been 1,000 yuanhui. This yuanhui can be said to be the most tranquil period since the dawn of the primordial world. After witnessing how the Heavenly Court gradually brought all races under its command, various forces have long extinguished their ambitions for supremacy, quietly focusing on their own development and recuperation. During this time, nothing truly earth-shattering occurred. If one must point out something, it would be the formal vow of allegiance to the Heavenly Court by Ancestor Mingi several hundred yuanhui ago. When the news spread, many small and medium forces in the primordial world were indeed puzzled. After all, Ancestor Mingi had always been known for his aloofness and reclusiveness, spending years hidden in the Blood Sea. Aside from the preaching at Zixiao Palace and the subsequent heavenly wedding, he rarely engaged in such affairs. Why would he suddenly bow to the Heavenly Court without any apparent reason? This left many small and medium forces quite confused, yet those top-tier forces understood the situation. The news of the resurrection of the underworld was no secret to the saints and the mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortals. The primordial purple energy derived from the underworld stirred the hearts of countless beings. In particular, Xinyuanzi of Mount Wanshou, by virtue of his work in organizing the Earth's spiritual veins, gained an early advantage. After owing the Heavenly Court numerous contributions, he finally obtained a strand of primordial purple energy, making many onlookers restless. Ming's choice seemed abrupt, yet it was merely a matter of course. He founded the Azura clan and occupied the Azura path within the cycle of reincarnation. With deep ties to the underworld, obtaining the holy position of the underworld was naturally imperative. However, such secret matters were known only to a select few. Although the uninformed small and medium forces were curious, none dared to probe deeper. They simply focused on managing their own territories, striving to avoid conflicts whenever possible. Yet while all the races in the primordial world were busy recuperating, one race's development far exceeded everyone's expectations. That was the human race. No one expected that the weak race created by Nuwa from the 9 heavens mud would grow to become the largest race in the primordial world. Though this largest refers to population rather than combat power, such rapid development still drew the attention of many great beings. Humans reproduce at a rate far surpassing that of cultivators. In just a few thousand Yuanhui, human tribes have spread to every corner of the primordial land. This situation naturally attracted the attention of various forces and the teachings of the saints. As the main characters of the heavenly world, the humans hold great fortune. Whoever can win over more human tribes to their side will gain a larger share of the human race's fortune. Thus, various forces sent their disciples to settle in human tribes. The human teaching, the Chan teaching, and the Jie teaching each had their plans, and even the Western teachings established transmission points on the fringes of the human race. Although limited by the heavenly court's rules, no one dared to overstep. They would not easily interfere with human development or attempt to control the human race. However, within the scope allowed by the rules, each side still provided as much protection and guidance for the human race as possible. In this process, more and more human cultivators were born, and the overall strength of the human race also rapidly increased. Yet alongside the rapid rise in strength, problems also surfaced. The most pressing issue was that despite the human race's large population and increasing number of cultivators, they lacked a truly respected leader capable of uniting the entire race. As the main characters of the heavenly world, this was not a problem to be ignored. Only with the stability of the human race could the fortunes of the myriad races in the primordial world be truly solidified. Out of this necessity, the heavenly Dao began to operate according to the rules, pushing for the great rise of the human race, thereby stimulating the revival of humanity. Within the Hall of Clarity in the heavenly court, the atmosphere today was more subtle than usual. The several saints most concerned with this matter had already gathered together. The three pure ones sat on the left side, while Jane and Junie sat on the right, and Nuwa and Hangyun quietly awaited in their respective seats. Everyone understood what was to be discussed today, yet no one was willing to speak first. After all, this involved the allocation of the positions of the human emperors, teachers, a matter directly related to the fortunes of each teaching. Whoever spoke first would be at a disadvantage. In the end, it was Ancestor Dragon who first broke the silence. He was appointed by the heavenly mandate to preside over this meeting, and after scanning the crowd, spoke directly. Everyone, by the command of His Majesty, I am here to host this meeting. Everyone is already aware of the heavenly secrets revealed by the heavenly Dao. The human race is about to rise, and in the long passage of time, 8 human emperors will be born. At the same time, there will also be 8 teachers assisting the human emperors to help them achieve merit in teaching. How to allocate these teachers of the human emperors? Feel free to express your opinions. As soon as he finished speaking, Tantian was the first to respond, his tone bold and direct. In my opinion, there is nothing to argue about. Daoist Fushi has deep ties with the human race and can fully reincarnate as one of the human emperors. As for the teachers assisting him, they can be directly dispatched by the heavenly court. For the remaining 7 human emperor teachers, the Earth Emperor and the human emperor's teacher can be dispatched by the elder brother and second brother. For the 5 remaining teachers of the 5 emperors, the second brother can send one more, and the rest will be taken care of by my Jie teaching. As soon as these words were spoken, the others had not yet reacted, and the 2 saints from the west could not sit still. Junti was the first to stand up, his face flushed, filled with indignation. Brother Tongtian, this statement is incorrect. Our Western teachings are also willing to teach the human emperors. Why should we be excluded? In terms of sincerity and effort, what have we Western teachings lacked? Before Tongtian could respond, Yuan Shi had already taken over the conversation. He adjusted his sleeves leisurely, his tone seemingly gentle, yet carrying an unspeakable depth. 2 junior brothers, it is not that we are denying the Western teachings a position among the teachers of the human emperors. It's just that your sect indeed cannot produce any decent elite disciples. If the wrong person is taught as the human emperor, the mistake would be secondary. The human emperor's merits would be incomplete, which is a major issue. It may even backfire on your Western teachings. Wouldn't that be a case of losing more than you gain? In my view, you two should stop arguing. This rhetoric sounded grandiose, as if it were all for their benefit, but to Jane and Junti each word was a heart-wrenching blow. Junti was furious. Although the elite disciples of their Western teachings were indeed not as numerous as those of the 3 teachings of the Xuanmen, they were by no means completely lacking. This was clearly an excuse to suppress the West, and no matter how beautifully it was put, it couldn't hide the disdain. He flushed and argued, what do you mean by that, brother? We may not have many elite disciples in the West, but we certainly have some. Yao Shi Methreya and Jin Naoyuo. Who among them is not of deep roots and good character? Faced with this astonishing cauldron, Yuan Shi naturally refused to accept, furrowing his brow as he was about to retort. However, before he could speak, Zhu Long raised his hand to interrupt the quarrel among several individuals. His voice was steady and powerful, carrying an undeniable authority. All right, everyone, there is no need to argue any further. His Majesty had specifically instructed before. Since it is a distribution, we cannot simply fight over it, nor can we exclude any party. His gaze swept over the Sanqing, then turned to Jin and Junti. The Western sect indeed deserves some quotas. How about this? We allocate 2 spots from the 5 emperor's teachers to the Western sect. However, Jin and Junti, you two must also contribute some resources to the 3 sects as a bargaining chip for their concessions. Junti's expression of joy had yet to fully bloom before it froze. Contribute resources? The foundation of their Western sect was already limited. After years of hard work, they had barely accumulated a bit of wealth, and now they were required to part with some to exchange for quotas. It was impossible not to feel heartache. He instinctively wanted to argue a few more points, but was stopped by Jane beside him. A rare serious expression appeared on Jia Yin's usually troubled face at this moment. He then stood up and bowed respectfully to Zhu Long, and the Sanqing, speaking steadily and sincerely. This proposal is excellent. My Western sect has no objections. As soon as Jia Yin's words fell, the Sanqing each nodded in agreement. They all understood that the quota for the emperor's teacher could not be monopolized by the 3 sects. Although the Western sect's foundation was not as strong as the Xuanmen, it was ultimately recognized by the Dao as a holy sect. Yuan Shi's earlier remarks had a hint of deliberately raising the stakes. Now that the stakes had been raised and the Western sect was willing to offer their respective chips, there was naturally no need to hold onto the matter stubbornly. In an instant, the previously tense atmosphere in the Tongming Hall relaxed. As for Nuwa and Hongyun, they were purely spectators. The former had already gotten what she wanted, her brother reincarnated as the Heavenly Emperor. The latter was a wandering saint without any sect, carefree and happy to watch the show. Then it settled. Seeing that no one objected, Zhu Long stood up, scanning the faces of those present with an air of undeniable certainty. He paused and added, "The quotas and conditions for this distribution will be reported to His Majesty as it is. Everyone should teach the Emperor to the best of your abilities. If the Emperor fails to achieve merit due to poor teaching, then it will no longer be a matter of how many quotas there are." With that, he did not linger any longer, stepping out and vanishing from the Tongming Hall. The Sanqing exchanged glances and subsequently rose to leave. Jane and Junti walked at the back, with Junti still murmuring softly about the heartache over the resources. However, Jane gently shook his head and whispered, "In the long run it is worth it." The crowd dispersed, and the Tongming Hall fell silent once more. Nuwa, the first to leave, did not rush back to the Huahuang Palace, but instead went to the Yaoqi Fairyland. She crossed through the misty spiritual fog and found Yaoqi, who was leaning against the railing feeding fish by the mirror-like Yaoqi. She then clasped her hands before her and solemnly bowed, saying, "Nuwa pays her respects to the Queen of..." Yaoqi turned her head upon hearing the sound, and seeing it was Nuwa, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, followed by a warm smile as she stepped forward to assist. "So it is my sister Nuwa? There is no need for such formalities between sisters, but what brings you here today?" Hearing Yaoqi's gentle tone, Nuwa no longer felt restrained. After sitting down beside her, she earnestly said, "Sister Yaoqi, I have a matter I would like to ask of you. You know, the opportunity for my brother Fuxi should be among the human race. If my brother is to reincarnate as the emperor, he will need a heavenly emperor's teacher to assist him. Although there are many celestial beings in the heavenly court who can take on this role, there are not many who truly match my brother's identity and whom I can trust to entrust him to. Therefore, I would like to request sister to take on the role of the heavenly emperor's teacher for my brother after his reincarnation, and I hope you can agree to it." Upon hearing this, Yaoqi raised her brow slightly and did not answer immediately, instead lowering her gaze into deep thought. Seeing this, Nuwa's heart tightened. She knew that assisting the emperor was indeed a great merit. However, the Queen of Heaven was busy with affairs and might not be willing to divert her attention to such matters. Just as she was about to say something, she saw Yaoqi raise her head with a hint of a smile in her eyes. "Sister, there is no need to overthink it. I just happened to think of something else. Since my marriage, I have been managing the affairs of the female celestial beings and feeding fish and watering flowers in the heavenly court every day, or indeed, I have had some free time. As for taking on the role of the heavenly emperor's teacher, there is nothing wrong with that. You may first take Fuxi Dao friend to reincarnate, and when the time is right, I will naturally come to the human tribe to seek his reincarnated self. Then I thank you, sister." A relieved smile blossomed on Nuwa's face as she solemnly bowed and took her leave from the Yaoqi Fairyland. The moment she stepped out of the fairyland, she could not help but look back at the misty spiritual fog, and the stone that had been hanging in her heart for a long time finally dropped. With the Queen of Heaven personally serving as the heavenly emperor's teacher, her brother's path of reincarnation had the most stable guarantee. When she appeared again, she had already arrived at the Tianji Hall, where Fuxi was. Fuxi was sitting in the hall deducing the heavenly secrets. Upon seeing the smile on Nuwa's face, he was not surprised, putting down his deductions and gently asking, "Sister, have you come here because you have discussed the allocation of the emperor's teacher?" Nuwa was in a good mood, nodding with a smile. "We have concluded our discussion. I just want to pay my respects to Sister Yaoqi, asking her to be your Heavenly Emperor's teacher for your reincarnated self, and she has already agreed. Fux's hands paused over the Bagua diagram, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. After a moment of silence, he ultimately did not say any more polite words, but stood up seriously, his voice carrying a hint of emotion. To have the Queen of Heaven descend to teach is a great favor indeed. You have worked hard, sister. Since the Queen of Heaven has agreed, we should not delay, but let us go to the 6 paths of reincarnation right away. The two siblings no longer hesitated, transforming into 2 streaks of light as they left the Tianji Hall. When they appeared again, they had arrived at the heavy ground of the underworld before the reincarnation tunnel. The ethereal images of the 6 paths of reincarnation slowly rotated above their heads, and the laws of life and death intertwined, here forming a solemn and vast sea of light. Countless souls gathered from all directions, rushing through the reincarnation tunnel to their respective past and future lives. Not far away, a dignified and gentle figure had long been quietly waiting there. The 12th-grade reincarnation purple jade lotus platform beneath Pingxin radiated a soft purple light. Upon seeing the arrival of the two, a faint smile appeared on her face. Sister Pingxin, thank you for your trouble. Nuwa stepped forward and solemnly bowed. After all, accurately reincarnating Fuxi into the human race required the cooperation of the ruler of the underworld. Rest assured, sister, leave it to me, Pingxin said gently. Fuxi nodded slightly to Pingxin and turned around, casting one last glance at Nuwa. In that glance, there was no reluctance, only a silent entrustment from brother to sister. Nuwa gently nodded, her eyes slightly reddening. In the next moment, Fuxi stepped into the reincarnation tunnel without looking back. His figure slowly dissipated in the light of the 6 paths of reincarnation, transforming into a true spirit heading towards the direction of the human race. Pingxin activated the power of reincarnation, and a gentle light precisely enveloped Fux's true spirit, guiding it towards where he would be reincarnated as a human. After completing all this, she withdrew her hand and turned her gaze to Nuwa. Sister, it's rare for you to come to the underworld. Why not come and sit with me? Nuwa did not refuse, gathering up the slight sense of parting sadness from before, and smiled as she nodded. Then I will disturb you, sister. The two women exchanged smiles and left the reincarnation tunnel side by side. As Fuxi turned and stepped into the reincarnation tunnel, his primordial spirit transformed into countless starlights flying towards the place of greatest fortune for the human race. Far above, in the space of the 33 heavens, another conversation was quietly taking place. The space of the Heavenly Dao remained a vast expanse where laws intertwined with various hues flowing like auroras through the boundless void. Haotian stood with his hands behind his back in the center of the void, and upon hearing the words of the Heavenly Dao, his brow slightly raised. Little sister, are you saying that after the resurgence of humanity, 3 strands of primordial purple chi will similarly emerge? Yes, brother. The voice of the Heavenly Dao was soft and sweet, yet the tone was more certain than ever. Moreover, these 3 strands of primordial purple chi are bound. They can only belong to the 3 sovereigns, unlike the earthly Dao, which allows for choices. The 3 sovereigns must return for humanity to be established. If the 3 sovereigns are incomplete, humanity will scatter. This is the rule established since the inception of humanity, and I cannot change it. Upon hearing the word bound, Haotian was not surprised. The Heavenly Dao, Earthly Dao, and Human Dao, though part of the primordial chaos, each have their own operational rules. Heavenly Dao saints rely on primordial purple chi for their power, while Earthly Dao saints rely on the cause and effect of the underworld. If humanity is to cultivate its own batch of saints, it will naturally have its own path. As the creators and founders of humanity, the 3 sovereigns were inherently the bearers of primordial purple chi, which is reasonable. He nodded thoughtfully. So only after the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors have all returned can humanity's remaining primordial purple chi have the right to choose freely. That's right, brother. The Heavenly Dao responded softly, then shifted the topic, her tone taking on a hint of mystery. There's one more thing, brother. You can actually reclaim the Chaos Bell. Haotian was slightly taken aback, looking unexpectedly at the hazy light. The Chaos Bell. Isn't that the companion treasure of Tai? However, the voice of the Heavenly Dao carried a hint of indifference, as if correcting a long-held misunderstanding. Ordinarily that is the case, but the Chaos Bell is indeed somewhat special. It was not originally Tai's treasure. After Pangu opened the heavens and the earth, the sun star had just taken shape, and the internal stability was extremely precarious, with the risk of collapse at any moment. The Chaos Bell is one of the 3 supreme treasures transformed from Pangu's axe. It possesses the power to suppress the primordial chaos and stabilize time and space. Thus it flew into the sun star on its own, using its body to quell the violent fluctuations of the sun star's core. This suppression lasted for endless ages. When the sun star finally stabilized, Dijuan and Tai emerged from the sun one after the other. This also led to the chaos bell remaining in the sun star naturally falling into Tai's hands. Rather than saying it is Tai's companion treasure, it would be more accurate to say it is simply a treasure that resides there. Now that the sun star is already stable and Tai has attained the peak of Quasi-Saint, brother can completely reclaim it. Haotian frowned slightly after listening. Even if the chaos bell is not Tai's companion treasure, Tai has held it for many years and has long regarded it as his own path to enlightenment. To issue a decree to reclaim it directly would not only chill the hearts of the demon race, but also contradict his long-standing principle of treating others with sincerity. The Heavenly Dao seemed to sense his concerns, and her voice rang out again, carrying a sense of calm that had clearly been planned in advance. Brother, need not worry, I have already thought of compensation for you. The Qianquan cauldron in your possession has absorbed so much of the world's essence that it is already qualified to advance to a lower-grade chaos spirit treasure. Brother can completely use the chaos spiritual materials after the Qianquan cauldron advances along with a portion of the Heavenly Dao. Brother can completely use the chaos spiritual materials after the Qianquan cauldron advances along with a portion of the Heavenly Dao's essence to refine a treasure more suitable for Tai. Although the chaos bell has been in his hands for many years, to be honest, it does not perfectly match his essence. Tai's sun true fire is the utmost yang and might, while the core laws of the chaos bell relate to time and space, which do not fit him at all. Brother just needs to refine a treasure that contains the laws of fire and space to exchange. Tai would be able to exert even greater combat power and would naturally not be unwilling. Haotian fell silent for a moment, carefully contemplating these words in his heart. His current cultivation had reached the 8th level of the Hunyuan Taiji de Luo Golden Immortal. Only 2 levels away from true perfection, but he indeed lacked suitable magical treasures. The Hongmeng Liantian ruler governs merit, and slaying the various heavens celebration cloud governs defense. The creation jade dish is a treasure for comprehending the Dao, and the chaos pearl is the foundation of space. Each has its own use, yet he has always lacked a true attacking treasure capable of dominating the field. If the chaos bell could unlock the seal of the Great Dao and return to the standard of a middle-grade chaos spirit treasure, it would be considered one of the most formidable weapons throughout the entire primordial chaos, and even in the known chaos world. Moreover, it has the potential for further unsealing. Reclaiming it would indeed be more suitable than allowing it to remain in Tai's hands. Having figured this out, Haotian nodded slightly, a hint of a smile appearing in his gaze as he looked at the light of the Heavenly Dao. Thank you for the reminder, little sister. I will call Dijuan and Tai over soon to finalize this matter. He paused, then remembered another matter. By the way, according to your estimation, how much longer until humanity? Brother, in my estimation, it will be a few hundred yuan hui at the shortest, or 1,000 yuan hui at the longest before humanity can resurface. Hearing the term brother, Haotian raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise and amusement flickering across his face. Goodness, he thought humanity would be like the Heavenly Dao, an earthly Dao, a soft and sweet little girl, but it seems this time it might be a little boy. But that's fine. The heavenly, earthly, and human Daos each have their own characteristics, which is indeed refreshing. Thinking of this, he nodded with a smile. 1,000 yuan hui. That's not too long. Then he'll wait patiently. I will return first. If there's anything, little sister, you can contact me again. The Heavenly Dao lightly acknowledged. The hazy light flickered slightly, then fell into silence. The aura gradually dissipated, clearly having gone to absorb the essence of the Heavenly Dao from the outer worlds. Haotian turned and stepped out of the Heavenly Dao space, reappearing back in the Lingxiao treasure hall. He did not delay further. With a thought, a transmission crossed layers of space, reaching towards the sun star. Moments later, hurried footsteps sounded from outside the hall. Dijuan and Tai entered the great hall side by side. Though the brothers were unaware of why His Majesty had summoned them so suddenly, they did not dare to be negligent and hurried over after setting aside their duties. Upon entering the Lingxiao treasure hall, the two first respectfully bowed. Tai could not suppress his curiosity and was the first to clasp his hands and ask, Your Majesty, you summoned us suddenly. Is there something you require? Haotian looked at Tai's face filled with confusion, his gaze resting for a moment on the Eastern Emperor bell in his hands. Then his tone became somewhat meaningful. There are indeed matters to discuss. Tai, have you not been able to fully refine this Eastern Emperor bell all these years? Upon hearing the words of His Majesty, Tai's expression suddenly changed. It is known to all that the Dongwang bell is his accompanying treasure, yet he has never mentioned the faint barrier that exists between him and the bell. But now this secret was unexpectedly revealed by His Majesty's words. This left him at a loss for words, and he could only suppress the turmoil within his heart. A bitter smile appeared on his face, his voice tinged with a hint of bitterness that even he was unaware of. Indeed, I cannot hide it from Your Majesty. Ever since I transformed, I have been unable to fully refine this treasure. Though it is called an accompanying treasure, every time I push it to its limits, I always feel as though there is a layer between us. It can be used, but it always lacks that final breath of connection. Emperor Jun remained silent beside him, his brow slightly furrowed. He understood his brother better than anyone. For Tai, he had always been proud. The fact that he could admit to missing that final breath shows how long this matter has troubled him. Haotian observed the expressions of the two brothers, his tone gentle yet firm. Your ability to sense the barrier is correct, for its original name is not Dongwang Bell, but rather Chaos Bell. When Pangu opened the heavens, he divided the opening acts into 3 parts: the Taiji diagram, Pangu fan, and Chaos Bell. These 3 great treasures never truly belonged to anyone. The reason the Chaos Bell appeared on the Sun Star is not because you are its destined master. The Chaos Bell was drawn there by the Great Dao using its own power to stabilize the star core. Once the star core was stable, you happened to transform, and the bell naturally fell into your hands. The Chaos Bell was drawn there by the Great Dao using its own power to stabilize the star core. Once the star core was stable, you happened to transform, and the bell naturally fell into your hands. Therefore, for you, it is not so much an accompanying treasure as it is an old companion guarding the sun star for you. It recognizes you as its master because you transformed beside it, not because it was born for you. Your inability to fully refine it is not your fault. It is simply that there is a layer of causality. Tai fell silent, looking down at the Dongwang Bell at his waist, his heart suddenly enlightened. No wonder for such a long time, no matter how he refined it, that layer of paper could never be pierced. It was not that he was not strong enough, but rather that the bell was never tailored for him from the very beginning. Emperor Jun, more composed than Tai, after a brief silence, tentatively asked, "Does your majesty mean?" Tai also nervously raised his head, a hint of unnoticeable trepidation in his gaze. Seeing the two brothers in such a tense state, Haotian chuckled softly. "Rest assured, I do not intend for you to hand over the treasure for nothing. Rather, I wish to make a trade with you. I can use the Qiankuanding to craft a true Dongwang Bell that belongs solely to you. It will not be a remnant of the chaos laws, but a primordial treasure that contains the laws of fire and space, perfectly aligned with your own Dao path. At that time, the power you can unleash will no longer be just a fraction, but the entirety. Additionally, I will allow you and Emperor Jun to enter the Chaos Pearl together, utilizing the Great Dao laws that have not yet faded away within it to reconstruct the Primordial Dao. Currently, you are walking the path of a quasi-saint, which ultimately has its limits. However, within the Chaos Pearl, you can once again embark on the path of the Primordial Golden Immortal. What do you think?" Emperor Jun and Tai both held their breath at the same time. What Tai had been subtly yearning for was precisely a true treasure that belonged to him. He had envied the river map and Luo Shu in his brother's hands. Those treasures perfectly matched Emperor Jun, allowing him to wield them as if they were an extension of his body, while his own Chaos Bell, though powerful, always had a barrier. Now, with the conditions offered by His Majesty, not only could he possess a Dongwang Bell that truly belonged to him, but it also allowed the two brothers to break free from the constraints of the quasi-saint path and step onto a higher primordial Dao. These conditions were far better than he had anticipated. He had thought he would be lucky to obtain 1 or 2 supreme, innate spiritual treasures and be dismissed. Now that he thought about it, he truly underestimated His Majesty's generosity. Emperor Jun's heart was similarly stirred. The Chaos Bell was one of the 3 treasures of the opening of the heavens capable of suppressing the fortunes of a region. His Majesty was willing to exchange an item of equal caliber, even one that was more suited to Tai. Furthermore, there was also an additional opportunity to gain insights from the Chaos Pearl. This sincerity was not a matter of bargaining, but rather a genuine kindness. Tai, who had come to the same realization, suppressed his excitement, looking toward Emperor Jun. Emperor Jun nodded slightly, his gaze full of certainty. That gaze made Tai hesitate no longer. He immediately took off the Chaos Bell from his waist, holding it with both hands, and solemnly presented it forward. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I am willing to exchange this Chaos Bell, and will follow all your arrangements." Haotian nodded slightly, casually flipping his hand, and golden light flashed in his palm as the Chaos Bell fell into his hand. The ancient and simple bell floated quietly, as if it had returned to the hands of its long-lost master. With a gentle stroke, the sealing patterns on the bell, which even Tai had never seen, lit up one by one, then quietly faded away. These were traces left by the chaos laws that had not been fully awakened. After securing the Chaos Bell, he then unfolded the self-sealing Chaos Pearl. "Then this transaction is settled. Crafting the treasure will take some time. You should first enter the Chaos Pearl to gain insights. The Chaos Pearl forms a realm of chaos, and the aura of the Great Dao laws has not yet faded. It is sufficient for you to reconstruct the path of the Primordial Golden Immortal. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi bowed in unison, then without hesitation stepped into the Chaos Pearl. Seeing this, Haotian was about to put away the Chaos Pearl and prepare to leave when a voice suddenly entered his consciousness, causing him to raise an eyebrow slightly. This voice came from Wang Shu, stating that a certain chaotic world had voluntarily submitted to the Honghuang, or rather during the time that Ling Xiao had tirelessly promoted the reputation of the Heavenly Court's free trade and open door policy had finally spread to the deeper parts of the chaos. The Heavenly Court's free trade and open door policy had finally spread to the deeper parts of the chaos, even allowing some worlds to understand the preferential conditions after submission. Initially, most of those worlds held a vigilant and observant attitude. However, as the number of chaotic worlds submitted to Honghuang grew, this vigilance gradually underwent subtle changes. Some worlds remained heavily guarded while others began to waver. Rather than submitting after being besieged, it was better to voluntarily affiliate and strive for more favorable treatment. Now a world has even directly sent a representative of the Dao to negotiate, seeking Honghuang's assistance to resolve a problem, and in return they are willing to formally submit. Haotian's face revealed a subtle expression, one that was neither purely delighted nor simply amused. The 8 words that Ling Xiao had casually mentioned in the Qi-Ling world had surprisingly taken root and sprouted in the chaos. However, since there were worlds actively seeking to submit, there was naturally no reason to turn them away. He immediately transmitted a message to Yang Mei, for when it came to spatial attainments, no one in the entire Honghuang could surpass this spatial demon god. Yang Mei, who received the message, was also somewhat surprised, but still arrived at the place known as the Tsongling world through the cross-border teleportation array. The holy monarch of Tsongling had long been waiting at the core, and upon seeing Yang Mei arrive, he hurriedly explained the situation in detail. It turned out that since the birth of this world, there had been a strange law fissure in its core. This fissure entangled multiple chaotic law currents, sometimes blazing like fire, and at other times as cold as ice. He and the Dao had tried countless methods, but could not eliminate it. Only after learning of the news from Honghuang through twists and turns did he decide to voluntarily submit after much deliberation. Upon hearing this, Yang Mei felt a mix of emotions, but since the other party was sincere, he nodded. In that case, I shall go see what this law fissure is all about. The holy monarch of Tsongling was overjoyed and quickly led the way. The two passed through layers of law barriers to arrive deep within the world's core. The fissure floated in the void, resembling a menacing eye that had opened between heaven and earth. However, as Yang Mei approached, a faint aura suddenly wafted out from the depths of the fissure, causing him to freeze in place, as if struck by lightning. Though the aura was weak, it carried a familiarity that pierced to the marrow. It was familiar enough to evoke memories of events that occurred before the opening of Honghuang. In the secret realm of Taiwei Yuqing Palace, Haotian raised his eyebrows slightly. He had just sensed that the old space demon god had entered a mysterious fissure of the laws, without saying a word, leaving no explanation. This was not in line with Yang Mei's usual style, indicating that there must have been an incredible discovery on the other side of the fissure. As for Yang Mei's safety, Haotian was not particularly worried. After all, he was once a chaos demon god with an unparalleled mastery of the laws of space. Even if he encountered something troublesome, escaping would not be a problem. Rather than worry about these matters, it was better to focus on the task at hand. With the thought, Haotian summoned a large portion of the Heavenly Dao origin that he had accumulated for a long time, letting it fly out from the Chaos Pearl like a vast golden ocean, which he slowly infused into the Qiankuan Ding. The Ding vibrated with a low hum, and dense law runes appeared on its ancient walls. Each rune seemed to awaken from slumber, emanating brilliant light. The Qiankuan Qi within the Ding began to surge violently. The blue and yellow energies spiraled like 2 great dragons within the Ding, each collision stirring up layers of law ripples. The mottled traces of time on the surface of the Ding began to peel away, replaced by brand new chaos runes. They were older and deeper than the patterns of innate treasures, seemingly connecting directly to the source of the Dao from the beginning of the chaos. When the last innate restriction shattered and the first restriction formed within the Ding, a surging aura of chaos erupted from the Qiankuan Ding, sweeping through the entire secret realm. This aura was no longer the power of innate spiritual treasures, but a more primal and heavier might of chaos. Moments later, the aura gradually retracted, and the Qiankuan Ding was reborn. The Qiankuan Ding officially stepped into the ranks of chaos spiritual treasures. Every inch of its body shimmered with the chaotic luster that had accumulated over countless ages. Looking at the advanced Qiankuan Ding before him, Haotian nodded in satisfaction. He did not hesitate, taking out various prepared chaos materials and placing them into the Ding, and then he also threw in the remaining portion of the Heavenly Dao origin. The primordial divine fire blazed within the Ding, and the golden flames reflected his focused expression. This time, he was to refine a true treasure belonging to Tai. Meanwhile, within the law fissure of the Tsangling world, Yang Mei was continuously traversing deeper. The further he went, the more intense the familiar aura became, solidifying his suspicions. This was the aura of a chaos demon god, unlike the residual aura of the heavenly Dao left by Luo, who after reincarnation. It was also different from the void, which was parasitized by the world and covered in the chaotic laws of that world. Instead, it was purer and more primal, resembling the source aura that had been sleeping since the chaos era. Within the depths of this fissure, a certain demon god must be lying in slumber. Moreover, based solely on the characteristics of this aura, he already had a few candidates in mind. Yang Mei did not hesitate, activating the laws of space to their fullest as his figure traversed through the fissure. The fissure itself was extremely peculiar, filled with various chaotic law fragments. There were broken time shards, twisted spatial folds, and chaotic flows that had seeped in from unknown sources. Each layer of law fragment acted like a natural barrier, transforming this seemingly small fissure into a complex maze. Space kept folding and changing, and even time quietly flowed by during the traverse, perhaps for 10,000 years, perhaps for longer. As the aura drew closer, nearly within reach, Yang Mei finally came to a halt. He could now determine the owner of this aura. It was the void demon god, the one among the 3,000 chaos demon gods who was most adept at escape. In terms of combat power, this old friend wouldn't even make it into the top 10, but when it came to survival skills, very few could surpass him in the chaos. With his mastery of the void traversal technique, as long as there was even a hint of the laws of the void remaining, he could find a way out of impossible situations. During the great calamity of opening the heavens, when Pangu's axe split the entire chaos, many demon gods stronger than him were turned to ash. But if anyone could preserve their essence during such a calamity, besides the equally unfathomable time and that always enigmatic fate, it could only be the void. Sure enough, he encountered this old friend here. However, it appeared that the situation was not too favorable. Yang Mei operated the laws of space and stepped into the core area of the fissure. This was an independent space forcibly sustained by the laws of the void, with its surrounding barriers appearing crystalline and translucent, yet covered with a spiderweb of cracks. In the very center of this void, a silent essence was suspended. Deep within the essence lay a figure in slumber, which was the void demon god. Yet as Yang Mei approached for a closer look, his expression grew increasingly peculiar. How should he put it? This old friend had indeed sustained injuries, but they did not seem to be from the old wounds of the great calamity of opening the heavens. The wounds inflicted by Pangu's axe would carry the distinct and fierce residual laws of the heaven-opening axe, easily recognizable at a glance. But the most severe injuries on the void were clearly new. Moreover, judging by the traces of the residual laws, it seemed like something had torn him from the inside out. What had caused this, he would only know when the void demon god awakened. However, relying solely on his own strength to awaken a heavily injured, slumbering chaos demon god was clearly unrealistic. It was better to first take him back to the heavenly court. Furthermore, since he had come all this way, and the Tsangling world had voluntarily submitted, he had to complete the proper tasks before leaving. With that thought, Yang Mei withdrew his focus, and the laws of space coalesced into a silver sphere in his palm. He gazed at the chaotic law fissures surrounding him. Transforming his spatial power into countless fine threads, he began to weave them together from the deepest part of the fissure, like mending a torn brocade. The broken time shards were gently reconnected to their original positions. The twisted spatial folds were smoothed out thread by thread, and the chaotic flows that had seeped in were sealed off by spatial barriers once more. The entire process resembled an old craftsman repairing a shattered ancient artifact, his technique precise and steady. For those stubborn cracks that could not be fully repaired, he wove a net with the laws of space, laying down a solid seal to ensure the fissure would not continue to expand. Having completed all this, he did not linger, turning to leave the fissure with the slumbering essence of the void. The moment he departed, the originally jagged fissure began to shrink at a visible rate, likely to vanish completely within 10,000 years. This scene caused the Tsangling holy monarch outside the fissure to breathe a long sigh of relief. The enormous weight that had pressed on his heart for an unknown number of yuan meetings finally lifted. He stepped forward, quickly, solemnly bowing to Yang Mei, his tone filled with gratitude and relief from surviving a disaster. Thank you for your assistance, Senior. My Tsangling world will never go back on our word and is willing to submit to the heavenly court. As his words fell, half of the resources in the treasury and half of the heavenly Dao origin appeared in succession. Yang Mei nodded slightly, collecting them, and then stepped into the core space of the heavenly Dao of the Tsangling world. The heavenly Dao had long since opened its seal, quietly waiting for the imprint. Yang Mei said no more, solemnly imprinting the law seal entrusted to him by Haotian into the heavenly Dao seal, and after completing this, he turned to leave. Thus the Tsangling world officially submitted to the Hongwang. At this moment in the Lingxiao Palace of the Heavenly Court, the figure sitting on the throne had changed. While it may not be entirely accurate to say it was a change, it was merely a shift from Haotian to Lingxiao. As Haotian's avatar forged through the laws of time, Lingxiao's features were almost identical to his. However, his aura lacked the profound mystery of Haotian, and instead carried a subtle resonance of the. Yet a more obvious difference lay in his demeanor. He no longer exhibited the carefree and vibrant disposition he had when discussing free trade in the Chill. It wasn't that it was gone entirely, but rather deliberately restrained. After all, sitting on this throne meant he was reviewing the official documents of the entire Heavenly Court, so he could not maintain the same unrefined appearance as when he was outside. One official document after another was being passed under his scrutiny. The internal affairs of the wilderness, the mobilization of various celestial officials, and the allocation of spiritual veins. These trivial, yet indispensable matters were being handled methodically. In the intervals of reviewing the documents, the Tai by Star was continuously reporting the various affairs of the Chaos Celestial Worlds. Your Majesty. Tai by still wore his cheerful and gentle demeanor, lightly resting his feather fan on his arm, his voice steady and clear. Apart from the recently submitted Songling World, all other 24 affiliated worlds are operating normal. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures submitted by each world have all been verified and stored. The source of the Heavenly Dao is also here. Please verify, Your Majesty. Upon hearing this, Lingxiao temporarily set down his jade brush and began to collect the properly sealed sources of the Heavenly Dao one by one. Each source came from different chaotic worlds exuding distinct, yet equally pure auras of law. He nodded in satisfaction and resumed his review of the documents. As he continued to review, he suddenly recalled something and looked up at Tai by casually asking, "By the way, how is that little monkey I asked you to pay attention to doing now?" Tai Bai was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood that His Majesty was referring to the six-eared macaque. The little monkey's experiences could be considered quite tumultuous. During the lecture by Hongjun in the Zixiao Palace, the six-eared macaque, relying on his innate 6 ears, had secretly listened from outside the chaos, only to be struck unconscious by Hongjun's decree that the law does not transmit to 6 ears. Although no additional punishment was imposed afterward, the impact of those words far surpassed any material. The decree that the law does not transmit to 6 ears acted as an invisible prohibition, causing this already unaligned monkey to encounter difficulties everywhere in the wilderness. None of the powerful beings wished to take on a disciple explicitly named by the celestial ancestor. The 6-eared macaque sought masters everywhere, yet no one dared to accept him, leaving him to wander alone in the wilderness. It was not until several hundred yuan meetings later that His Majesty mentioned in casual conversation that if the monkey was still alive, he should be monitored and if suitable brought to the heavenly court. Tai, by carrying out the order, indeed found the 6-eared macaque, but the events that transpired afterward made him recall the moment with a strange expression. He considered his words carefully and reported back truthfully. Your Majesty, initially the 6-eared macaque did face numerous obstacles. Relying on his own exploration, he spent a long time before barely stepping into the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. But not long ago, it seems, he was taken away by the Tongtian Saint. Lingxiao's jade brush paused slightly in his hand, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. After a moment of silence, a knowing smile appeared on his face. If there was anyone in the entire wilderness who cared the least about the decree that the law does not transmit to 6 ears, it would be Tongtian. The doctrine of the Jiejiao is to have no distinctions in teaching. Tongtian only looks at the heart of the Dao when accepting disciples, disregarding their origins and caring little for the scrutiny of the outside world. Of course, this must have been done with Hongjun's tacit approval. After all, they were master and disciple, and it was only proper to communicate before accepting a disciple. However, even so, making such a decision and daring to withstand the scrutiny from all sides was indeed. Just as he was about to say something, a familiar aura suddenly erupted from the direction of the lower realm. The aura contained auspiciousness and vitality like a spring breeze sweeping across the land. Though it was nowhere near as vast and majestic as that of a Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal, it carried a gentle power that warmed the heart. Lingxiao set down the official documents in his hand, swept his hand, and the Haotian mirror floated above the Lingxiao Palace. The mirror surface rippled like water, and as the image shifted, it revealed the scene of the Huashu tribe. At this moment, above the Huashu tribe, the heavens and the earth were manifesting extraordinary phenomena layer upon layer. 5-colored clouds surged like tides. A golden dragon emerged from the sea of clouds, its golden light radiating as it let out a deep and majestic. A pair of colorful phoenixes danced gracefully in the clouds, trailing shimmering tails. A Qilin descended from the heavens, stepping on clouds, raising its head to emit a low and harmonious cry. As the seasons flow, countless years pass quietly. For the supreme beings of the primordial world, a millennium is but a fleeting moment. Even for those of the lowest cultivation, a brief retreat takes far longer. Yet for the human race, a millennium is an exceedingly long span of time. Long enough for a newborn infant to grow into a composed and wise tribal leader, one who garners the respect of all. Fux's path to growth was not achieved overnight. In his childhood, he followed his mother Huashu, curiously observing everything within the tribe. In his youth, he began to learn beside the Yaoqi. At first, he was somewhat clumsy in handling tribal affairs, often making omissions when assigning tasks, and occasionally being swayed by the emotions of his kin during disputes. However, Yaoqi never directly provided him with the answers, but gently guided him with a few pointers after he finished each task. Sometimes she pointed out the details he overlooked, other times she offered him alternative choices. Gradually, Fux's management skills became increasingly refined. He handled tribal matters with growing ease, surpassing even the experienced elders in the tribe. The tribesmen watched this unfold, respecting him in their hearts, and when Fuxi matured, they unanimously elected him to officially inherit the leadership of the Huashu tribe. After becoming the leader, Fuxi did not rest on his laurels, but instead he began to carefully examine the development of the entire tribe and set about formulating appropriate strategies. The first issue he noticed was the increasingly chaotic marriage customs within the tribe. At that time, there was no clear marriage system among the human race. Relationships between men and women were extremely casual, and children often knew only their mothers, not their fathers. Worse still, unions between close relatives were very common, leading to mixed bloodlines, with deformities among newborns being frequent and the mortality rate alarmingly high. Fuxi realized the seriousness of this issue and began to vigorously promote a decree prohibiting incestuous marriages throughout the tribe, while also standardizing surnames to clarify bloodline affiliations. He reformed the previously chaotic group marriage system, establishing a paired marriage system that required a pair of deer hides as a bride price. After implementing this series of measures, the mixed bloodlines and infant deformities caused by incestuous marriages were effectively curbed. Children were finally able to know who their biological fathers were. The Huashu tribe was no longer that primitive group with chaotic relationships, but gradually evolved into a semblance of order. Upon hearing of these measures, surrounding tribes began to imitate them, implementing similar methods within their own. Having resolved the marriage issue, Fuxi then turned his attention to another matter that he found deeply inconvenient: record-keeping. At that time, people relied on knotting ropes to record events, tying a large knot for significant matters and a small knot for minor ones. Yet knots were ultimately limited, and over time, they became a chaotic mess. Few could discern the threads of meaning from the jumbled knots. Fuxi pondered this dilemma deeply, but found no good solution until one day he noticed a bird's claw print in the mud by the stream and suddenly had a brilliant idea. If different symbols could represent different things, wouldn't that be clearer than knotting ropes? Thus, he taught the tribesmen to use wood and stone as tools to carve simple symbols as written contracts, recording the number of hunts, changes in weather, and agreements between tribes. From then on, the human race no longer had to rely on tangled knots for record-keeping. However, despite Fux's wisdom, he was not able to solve every problem. Under his governance, the Huashu tribe gradually stabilized, but the rapid increase in population made the size of the tribe grow larger by the day. With more people, the issue of food soon followed. Previously, people often relied on wild fruits from trees in the mountains to stave off hunger or fished by hand. When the population was small, it was manageable. Although the wild fruits were scarce, they could barely fill their stomachs. However, once the population surged, the fruits were far from sufficient. Fishing was even more of a last resort. Although there were many fish in the river, they were slippery and elusive, often slipping away just as one managed to catch one. After a day of hard work, they were exhausted, and yet their catch was meager. Over time, the food crisis became increasingly severe. Watching the tribesmen in the community grow gaunt from hunger, Fuxi frowned in worry. Fuxi, troubled and unable to find a solution after much contemplation, finally decided to visit Yaoqi to seek guidance. Yaoqi was meditating cross-legged in an open space in front of her grass hut. After hearing Fux's confusion, she did not provide a direct answer, but simply smiled and raised her hand. She pointed to a spider web hanging from a beam in the corner of the hut and softly said, "Do you see how that spider hunts?" Fuxi followed his master's finger and looked, feeling a bit puzzled, but still patiently observing. At first, he could not discern anything remarkable, but when he saw an insect collide with the web, getting stuck tightly, and the spider leisurely crawling over to enjoy its catch, his eyes suddenly brightened. He turned around and respectfully bowed to Yaoqi, saying, "Master, I know what to do now. Thank you for your guidance." Before he finished speaking, he excitedly ran out of the grass hut and called the elders of the tribe to begin discussions. In the days that followed, the women of the Huashu tribe began to weave the first fishing nets using fibers from tree bark and vines. At first, the tribesmen were skeptical about these seemingly flimsy nets. Could such a net be more effective than their bare hands? However, when a few bold young men took the nets to the river and caught dozens of lively fish in one sweep, the entire tribe erupted in excitement. News of the fishing nets quickly spread to surrounding tribes. Fushi was still generous, teaching the method of making the nets to everyone who came to inquire. His prestige consequently soared among the neighboring tribes. After resolving the immediate crisis, Fushi turned his gaze to a longer-term vision. He observed the birds and beasts in the mountains and forests, realizing that some animals were gentle in nature, while others were easily domesticated. After repeated selection and experimentation, he ultimately chose 6 types of livestock: pigs, sheep, dogs, chickens, cattle, and horses, teaching the tribesmen to introduce these animals into the tribe for breeding. They became a new source of food in addition to fruits and fish, with cattle and horses gradually being domesticated as means of transportation. Likewise, Fushi did not keep this knowledge to himself, but allowed the tribesmen to spread the methods of livestock farming further afield. Over the next tens of thousands of years, more and more tribes began to adopt Fuxi's practices. With fishing, livestock farming, regulated marriages, and written records, human civilization gradually began to take root in these incremental accumulations. The name Fushi became firmly etched in the hearts of an ever-increasing number of the human populace. In the long passage of hundreds of thousands of years that followed, the various measures implemented by Fushi silently nourished every inch of land within the territory of the human race like spring rain. From the Haotian tribe to the scattered small tribes around, and then to the more distant remote settlements nestled by the mountains and waters. More and more tribes began to use fishing nets for catching fish, raising livestock, recording events with written contracts, and establishing marriages through betrothal gifts. The name Fushi spread across most of the human territories alongside these changes. Eventually, he caught the attention of the 3 ancestral figures of the human race, Suerin, Wuchao, and Ziyishi. At first, the 3 ancestors merely observed quietly. Having lived for far too long, they had seen too many ephemeral tribal leaders. Some were initially ambitious, but lost their true selves before power. Others were benevolent, but lacked the courage and wisdom for reform. Thus, when faced with Fushi, they did not rush to conclusions, but patiently waited and observed until they personally witnessed more and more tribes voluntarily merging into the Haotian clan. Not through conquest by force, nor by buying them off with interests, but rather the leaders of those tribes came forward with their clans, sincerely requesting to join under Fuxi's governance. People were willing to follow him because he could provide them with enough food, warmth from animal skins during winter, rules to follow during marriages, and written contracts for recording events. This sense of public support was far more solid and powerful than any military conquest. The 3 ancestors finally realized that the human sovereign who would lead the human race to prosperity had been born. Thus, on a clear and bright day, the 3 ancestors simultaneously invoked the destiny of the human race, their voices transforming into a deep and solemn sound of Dao that resonated throughout every corner of the human territories. Whether it was the most remote, deep mountain tribes or the most prosperous large settlements, every member of the human race heard the proclamation at the same moment. Fushi, the leader of the Haotian tribe, since his birth has ruled with benevolent selflessness and has established numerous immortal merits for the human race. After much investigation, we, in the name of the 3 ancestors of the human race, announce that Fushi is the sovereign of the human race. This sound of Dao was like a spring breeze sweeping across the earth, lingering in every corner of the human territories. Upon learning that even the ancients who had guarded the human race had personally acknowledged him, the various tribes scattered across the primordial wilderness had no more doubts. From the shores of the East Sea to the desolate extremes of the West, from the dense forests of the South to the snowy plains of the North, the leaders of various tribes led their people to respectfully bow towards the direction of the Haotian tribe. The voices of homage to the human sovereign rose and fell like waves, gathering together and lingering for a long time. Within the Haotian tribe, there was great jubilation as the clansmen hurried to share the news, their faces radiating uncontrollable excitement and pride. Their leader was personally recognized by the 3 ancestors, becoming the sovereign of all humanity. This was not only Fuxi's glory, but also the honor passed down through generations of the entire Haotian tribe. In the eyes of the clansmen looking at Fushi, besides the usual respect, there was also a deeper sense of reverence. However, Fushi himself stood in the open area outside the grass hut, his face showing little joy. As he felt the gathering faith and destiny from all directions, a heavy hesitation arose in his heart. This burden was too heavy. He was merely a leader of a tribe. Although he had done some things, he had never thought of becoming the ruler of the entire race. His actions were only intended to improve the lives of his clansmen, never aimed at becoming the ruler of the whole race. Could he truly bear this heavy responsibility? After a moment of silence, he could not help but glance at Yaozi beside him, his voice carrying an unusual hint of uncertainty. "Master, I am a bit worried." I fear that I may not be able to achieve it, that I may let down everyone's expectations. Yaozi looked at her disciple whom she had taught since childhood, her gaze warm and firm. There's no way to know unless you try. Only by trying can you know if you can do it. The three ancestors would not be mistaken in their judgment, and the trust those tribes have in you is not without reason. Oh, just follow the path you believe is right, and continue onward. Fushi remained silent for a long time. He looked at the firm trust in his master's eyes, at the anticipation on the faces of the clansmen around him, and the hesitation in his eyes slowly dissipated like morning mist. Finally, he turned around facing the direction of the ancestral land of the human race, and solemnly knelt down. With his hands clasped before his chest, he made his commitment in a firm and resounding voice. Thank you for your trust, three ancestors. I, the younger Fushi, will not let down the high expectations placed upon me, and will do my utmost to lead the human race toward development and prosperity as soon as possible. Good. A comforting and distant response echoed from the horizon, a recognition from the three ancestors. At this moment, not just the Huashu tribe, but the entire human territory was shaken. From then on, Fushi officially became the first sovereign of the human race in history. Under his leadership, the human race would take this as a starting point, passing down orderly step by step toward prosperity and flourishing. While various forces silently observed the development of the human race, another silent transformation was reaching its critical stage within the Taiwei Yuqing Palace. Haotian accelerated the flow of time around him using the laws of time. In a span of several decades compared to the outside world, he etched the last few innate prohibitions onto the golden ancient bell in his hand. His fingertips were gathering pure power from the laws, and with each stroke the golden crow pattern on the bell became more animated and fiery. Once the last innate prohibition was completed, the prepared source of the Heavenly Dao immediately merged into it. The bell body trembled violently as the two laws of fire and space erupted simultaneously. The illusory figure of the golden crow soared over the bell face, and spatial ripples spread out like ripples. The two laws intertwined and permeated each other, ultimately merging into one. A sonorous bell sound resonated through the secret realm. Its clarity and perfection surpassed any of Taiji's previous strikes. Haotian looked at the glowing golden ancient bell before him, and a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. This was the first time he had refined an innate treasure since breaking through to the mixed Yuan Tai Chi de Luo Golden Immortal, and overall, it was quite good. Although he wasted some chaotic materials due to inexperience, he ultimately succeeded in refining it, fulfilling the promise made to Taiji. He stored the Dongwang bell, and as the spatial ripples around him shimmered, his figure vanished from the secret realm. When he reappeared, he had stepped into the Chaos Pearl. Within the Chaos Pearl, the flow of time was similarly accelerated to the extreme. Dijun and Taiji were seated cross-legged, their auras of law rising continuously. Both had broken through 30% in their comprehension of the great laws and formally stepped into the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal realm. Upon seeing Haotian arrive, they quickly stood and saluted with Taiji's eyes sparkling with barely contained anticipation. No need for formalities. Haotian waved his hand casually, his gaze falling on Taiji as he handed over the Dongwang bell. Taiji, this is the innate treasure I promised you. Infuse it with a drop of blood and begin refining it. Thank you, Your Majesty. Taiji joyfully accepted the ancient bell, eagerly infusing it with a drop of blood. The moment the blood merged with the bell's body, the golden crow pattern on the bell suddenly lit up. The three-legged golden crow seemed to come to life, spreading its wings and letting out a clear cry. The sound of the bell and the crow's call intertwined and echoed as the fire law surrounding Taiji perfectly resonated with the spatial law of the bell. He held the ancient bell tightly in his hands, and the sensation of blood connection made him tremble slightly. This was the true treasure that belonged to him, a companion born in perfect harmony with his soul. Seeing Taiji's joyful face, Haotian smiled, then turned to Dijun. Dijun, I came here to borrow something from you, your companion spirit treasure, the river map, and Luoshu. For Fushi to achieve complete virtue in the future, he cannot do without these two treasures. Dijun, upon hearing this, did not hesitate at all, and presented the river map and Luoshu with both hands. He knew that Fux's reincarnated self was currently spreading teachings and laying the foundation of civilization among the human race. If these two innate treasures could assist him, he was naturally willing to help. Your Majesty, take them. As long as they can help Taoist Fushi, that is enough. Then I will thank you on behalf of Fushi. Haotian nodded lightly as he accepted the river map and Luoshu. Then he turned and stepped out, disappearing into the boundless void of the Chaos Pearl. After leaving the Chaos Pearl, Haotian did not return to the Lingxiao Palace immediately, but instead turned and entered the Tongming Hall. Today the Tongming Hall was different from usual, as several of the most esteemed guest elders in the heavenly court had already gathered here. Yang Mei Hongjuan, the ancestor of Yin Yang, the ancestor of 5 elements, and Luo Ho all present. There are not many matters that can bring these individuals together at the same time, and at this moment they were gathered around the slumbering demon god, who had been brought back from the rift in the Zhongling world by Yang Mei. The void demon god lay quietly within that mass of void origin. The aura of laws surrounding him was weak and chaotic, and the new wounds on his body healed exceedingly slowly under the immersion of chaotic spiritual energy. The old friends surrounded him, each with different expressions. Yang Mei frowned, as if recalling the disordered fragments of laws seen in the rift. Hongjun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed on the wounds on the void's body, lost in thought. The ancestors of Yin Yang and Five Elements were quietly conversing, occasionally shaking their heads. Luo Ho stood on the outer edge, arms crossed, watching the man who had been asleep for an indeterminate amount of time with a blank expression. A hint of disdain or helplessness lingered at the corner of his mouth. When Haotian stepped into the Tongming Hall, everyone simultaneously ceased their discussions and turned to bow. Haotian casually waved his hand, his gaze passing over the crowd to the void demon god, his tone gentle yet direct. "So how is it? Is there still no sign of this void friend awakening?" "No." Hongjun shook his head, slightly a hint of helplessness in his tone. "We have also tried some methods, but whether it was the infusion of chaotic spiritual energy or the pull of the origin, the results have been minimal. His injuries are too severe, and he has been asleep for too long. It is extremely difficult to awaken him relying solely on external forces." Upon hearing this, Haotian nodded slightly, and after a moment of contemplation spoke, "Then let me give it a try, but before providing aid let us first bring him into the Chaos Pearl. After all, the void is the true body of the demon god. If he were to awaken in the Tongming Hall, the leakage of his aura would likely attract unnecessary attention." Everyone naturally had no objections. Yang Mei raised his hand, and the space laws gently lifted the body of the void demon god, leading the group into the Chaos Pearl. The chosen resting place was an independent space within the Chaos Pearl, unaffected by the areas where Emperor Jun and Tai Yi were cultivating. Upon arriving within the Chaos Pearl, Haotian stood before the body of the void demon god, retrieving the remaining origin of the Heavenly Dao. The remnants of the origin left after refining treasures were now drawn out, generously infused into the void's body. Immediately after, he drew out a strand of precious Great Dao merits, golden threads of light pouring like nectar into the stillness of the origin. Once these were completed, he raised his hand to draw upon the chaotic power of the Chaos Pearl itself. It was as if a dam had been opened, continuously flooding the void demon god with the purest aura of the Great Dao from this space. The origin of the void demon god resembled a bottomless abyss that had been parched for countless ages, greedily swallowing every trace of chaotic power that surged in. Years passed, a millennium, 10,000 years. Time quietly slipped away amidst the accelerated flow within the Chaos Pearl, until after 100,000 years that origin finally ceased its ravenous consumption and began to exhibit faint pulsations. As the surrounding chaotic spiritual energy frantically gathered, the once silent aura of the demon god thickened at an observable rate. That mass of void origin trembled slightly, and a voice filled with evident confusion resonated from deep within. "Where is this chaos?" That mass of void origin trembled slightly, and a voice filled with evident confusion resonated. Yang Mei's old face revealed a long-lost smile as he stepped forward, his aged voice carrying a rare sense of emotion. "Long time no see, old friend of the void." As he spoke, he unreservedly released the aura of his own space demon god. Not only Yang Mei, but also Hongju and Luo Ho, Yin Yang, and Five Elements simultaneously released their own auras. The distinct yet similarly primordial auras from the immortal path, demon path, Yin Yang, and Five Elements intertwined and collided in the space, resembling a silent reunion. The void demon god fell silent for a moment, then exclaimed in surprise, "Space, Yin Yang, Five Elements, immortal path, demon path, all of you are not dead." Upon uttering this, the smile that had been on Yang Mei's face instantly. The ancestors of Yin Yang and Five Elements exchanged glances, their lips twitching slightly. Luo Hao's fists clenched tightly, veins on his forehead pulsing ominously. Even Haotian, who usually observed with indifference, couldn't help but twitch slightly at the corner of his eye. The personality of this void demon god, how should one put it, seemed to have nothing to do with the phrase "knows how to speak." Yang Mei had gone to great lengths, risking much to retrieve him from his slumber through the fissure of laws. They had all expended considerable effort to find ways to awaken him, yet the first words out of this guy's mouth upon waking were about them not being dead. Although those present understood that he was merely surprised, those words made them all want to hit him. "You're the one who—" In the end, Luo Ho couldn't hold back and let out a cold snort, each word seeming to be squeezed out through clenched teeth. Hongjun said nothing, but the fingers resting on his whisk tightened involuntarily. The ancestor of Yin Yang silently turned away while the ancestor of five elements wore a look of I always knew he wouldn't speak with a sense of helplessness. The void demon god seemed to belatedly realize he had spoken out of turn. He glanced around at the clearly unhappy faces of the crowd, and a visible awkwardness appeared on his face formed from the laws of the void. He chuckled awkwardly twice, attempting to steer the conversation back. Everyone please don't misunderstand. I just thought the atmosphere was a bit heavy and made a joke to lighten things up. Everyone please don't misunderstand. I just thought the atmosphere was a bit heavy and made a joke to lighten things up. As he spoke, he attempted to change the subject, his gaze sweeping around. By the way, where is this? How did I end up here? Why have you all changed so much? Lastly, he turned his gaze to Haotian, his surprise evident. Who is that person? Upon uttering the last sentence, the void demon god finally noticed Haotian, who had been quietly standing to the side. He was secretly taken aback. Although his strength had dropped to the level of a primordial great Luo golden immortal, due to his injuries, his perceptive abilities remained. However, from the moment he woke until now, he had completely failed to notice the presence of this individual. This was not negligence, but rather the other's cultivation far exceeded his perceptual range, no longer within the scope of a primordial great Luo golden immortal. This made the expression of the void demon god involuntarily grow serious. But when he instinctively looked towards Yang Mei and the others, he found that these old friends were all standing next to the person with expressions, as usual, showing no signs of alertness whatsoever. Yang Mei even took half a step to the side, giving that person a more spacious position. The void demon god was even more puzzled in his heart. Who exactly was this person? From their demeanor, they seemed not only unperturbed, but also carried a hint of sincere respect. Could it be that he was a friend rather than a foe? Just as he was about to ask, he noticed Hongjun gently cough, signaling him with his eyes to refrain from speaking. The void demon god understood and swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue, but the confusion in his eyes, glimmering with the laws of the void, only deepened. Looking at the perplexed yet serious expression in the void, Yang Mei let out a gentle sigh and began to narrate the events that led to this moment. From how they were heavily injured by Pangu to the final moment of the creation of heaven and earth. Pangu, considering the bond of their shared origin in chaos, did not completely erase their essence, but rather left them a sliver of hope, allowing them to reincarnate into the primordial wilderness. Then he recounted how the king of beasts Shin Ni, inheriting the remnants of the chaotic demon god, wreaked havoc upon the primordial wilderness, only to be personally subdued by Haotian with the might of the primordial. He briefly talked about how Haotian started from the trust placed by Pangu, gradually establishing order in the heavenly court and attaining the Dao of primordial. He also mentioned how they, the old fellows, after much deliberation, chose to join the heavenly court. Later on, it was about the chaotic expansion of the heavenly court, how they conquered one world after another, and how they discovered the traces of the sleeping void within the law rifts of the Tsangling world. The void listened quietly, surprisingly not interjecting. On a face that typically lacked situational awareness, a rare, complex silence appeared. It turned out that unknowingly he had been asleep for such a long time. It became clear that during his slumber, so many earth-shattering changes had occurred in chaos. He originally thought he would continue to sleep until one day his essence was exhausted, silently dissipating into the depths of the unknown rift. But unexpectedly, he was found by Yang Mei. Even more unexpectedly, this young man, who could be considered a junior yet possessed an astonishing talent that could overlook the entire primordial wilderness, personally took action to awaken him from his slumber. This causality could not be considered light. After a long silence, the void finally raised his head, and the previously carefree demeanor in his gaze was replaced by seriousness and gratitude. He turned to Haotian beside him and performed a solemn bow. His voice was no longer as playful as before, but carried a rare seriousness. Thank you, Heavenly Emperor, for your assistance. This kindness the void will remember in my heart. He paused, looking up at the sky dome formed by the condensation of the Great Dao's laws above the Chaos Pearl, and solemnly made his vow. From this day forth, I am willing to abandon the old self of the chaotic demon god and voluntarily join the heavenly court to serve it. If ever I harbor ill intentions, may the Great Dao punish me. As the words fell, the aura of the Great Dao penetrated the barrier of the Chaos Pearl. That unfathomable, indescribable power silently descended, enveloping the void. On one end was him, while the other end was firmly bound to the fate of Haotian and the heavenly court. At the same time, a surge of Great Dao's power rushed into his body. The demon god's body, which had persisted for countless ages, began to disintegrate inch by inch, and in that very moment was being reshaped. The black-gray essence of the demon god peeled away like a cicada's shell, replaced by a gentle and bright radiance. When the light dissipated, the original body of the demon god had vanished without a trace. What replaced it was the figure of an old man with white hair wearing a gray-white Taoist robe with a thin and kind face. The former void demon god was now a thing of the past, and standing here was the void Taoist of the heavenly court. Haotian watched this scene, a gentle smile appearing in his eyes. He lightly raised his hand, his voice calm, but carrying a firm promise. Thus, I welcome the void Taoist to join the heavenly court. I hereby promise, whether it is you the void Taoist or you Yang Mei, none of you shall stop at the level of the primordial Dao golden immortal. In the future, as long as sufficient contributions are made, breaking through to the primordial Taiji and even higher realms is by no means an empty promise. Thank you, your majesty. The void Yang, Mei Hongjun, Luo Ho, and others all bowed deeply. No one questioned this promise. From Yang Mei to Luo Ho, they had witnessed how Haotian had fulfilled what seemed impossible time and again through his actions. Haotian nodded slightly, and then turned his gaze back to the void, shifting the conversation with a hint of inquiry. By the way, void Taoist, I have one more thing to ask. What happened to those injuries on you? He paused, his gaze sweeping over the still healing scars of laws on the void. According to Yang Mei, only a small part of your injuries was caused by the aftermath of the great calamity of creation. The rest must have been newly incurred. Could it be that after the great calamity of creation you encountered some strong enemy? As these words were spoken, Yang Mei, Hongjun, Yin Yang, and the five elements all focused their attention on the void. They had refrained from asking too much out of courtesy, but now that His Majesty had opened the topic, they naturally wanted to know what this old friend had experienced to end up so injured. Little did they know not asking was better. The moment they did, the void's serious old face instantly turned awkward. He coughed twice, his gaze flickering uncertainly as he lowered his head. He resembled a child being questioned by elders about what wrong he had done. This. Actually, it's not a big. Why are you stammering? Just say it. Luo Ho crossed his arms, his tone filled with impatience. Yang Mei slightly raised an eyebrow, and although Hong Jun remained silent, curiosity clearly flickered in his usually calm eyes. The void felt a chill run down his spine under their stares, knowing that today he could no longer hide the. He gritted his teeth, steeling his resolve, and spoke quickly in a tone that suggested he wanted to dig a hole and hide. Actually, it's really not a big deal. It's just that, after I barely dodged the great calamity of creation, I happened to see countless chaotic thunderbolts rushing towards the direction of Pangu's creation. Seeing such a commotion, I was so frightened that my legs went weak and quickly dodged to the side. As a result, because I avoided the fatal blow of the axe of creation, I felt a little smug, and this smugness made me careless. When those thunderbolts came flying, I really didn't have time to dodge. I was just a tiny bit too slow, and then got struck a few times. After being struck, I hurriedly activated the void teleportation technique to escape quickly. But who knew that the more anxious I became, the more trouble I encountered. Somehow, I ended up stepping into a chaotic danger zone. After saying this, his voice grew softer, and his head hung lower. Inside that danger zone, it was dark and murky. I struggled for quite a while before I managed to break free. By then, I was already severely injured. My essence was nearly falling apart, and I simply couldn't hold on any longer, so I found a place to sleep. As for what happened afterward, you all should know well. After this was said, the entire space of the Chaos Pearl fell into such silence that even breathing could be clearly heard. Yang Mei's lips twitched slightly as she silently turned her face away. Yin Yang and the five elements exchanged glances, their shoulders noticeably shaking. Hong Jun still wore his usual impassive expression, only shifting the whisk to another hand, while intentionally avoiding looking at the void's mortified face. Luo Ho simply turned his back, leaving only a trembling silhouette behind. One could imagine the expression on that cold face at this moment. This old friend, if one were to say he had bad luck, he had managed to avoid fatal injuries during the great calamity of creation and had sustained until now without them discovering it. But to say he had good luck, he was struck directly by chaotic thunderbolts and then inadvertently stepped into a chaotic danger zone. This series of encounters left one at a loss for words. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? Irritated by the laughter of Yang Mei and the others, Su Kong shot them an annoyed glare. I already said I was just careless and didn't dodge. Under normal circumstances with my skills, I would certainly be able to evade. As he spoke, he instinctively rubbed his shoulder, which had been hit by the chaotic energy, his expression resembling that of a stubborn youth unwilling to admit defeat. In truth, he was also aware that even though that strike hadn't hit him heated, it was not something that could simply be explained by carelessness. However, in front of so many people, especially in front of Luo Ho, he simply couldn't bring himself to admit that he had indeed reacted a beat too slowly. Yes, of course I could dodge it. Lord Su Kong is the strongest. Luo Ho interjected nonchalantly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. He even deliberately elongated his tone, causing Su Kong's face to shift between shades of anger and urgency, yet he found himself powerless against Luo Ho. Several times he attempted to retort, but thinking about how he truly couldn't defeat the demon ancestor, the hard words he wanted to say were swallowed back down. In the end, he could only grunt heavily and turn away to ignore him. It was Yang Mei who could no longer stand it, lightly clearing her throat to redirect everyone's attention back to the matter at hand. All right, enough of that. Regardless, meeting old friends like Su Kong is certainly something to be happy about. He paused, his gaze slightly sharpening, and his tone grew more somber. Since that great calamity of the heavens, the number of surviving old friends has dwindled. It seems that only we few remain now. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present fell into silence for a moment. The battle of the heavens was now countless eons in the past. Those who once roamed the chaos with great power had mostly turned to nothingness. To be reunited here truly felt like an inexplicable fate. Su Kong also put away his previous stubborn demeanor, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. He recalled the figures that once stood side by side with him. Now only a few remained, and the familiar auras had long since dissipated into the depths of chaos. However, as he thought about it, his expression suddenly turned peculiar. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly spoke, speaking of which, there might really be more than just us few. Aside from that enigmatic old man known as Fate, I have also sensed signs of time. Yang Mei was slightly taken aback, instinctively sitting up straighter. Su Kong's memories seemed to drift back to a long time ago. Before I prepared to enter slumber, I vaguely sensed a trace of time's essence. That feeling was very weak, faintly discernible, but I can be certain that it was indeed the aura of time. But that was a long time ago. As for where time is now, I'm afraid even the cryptic old man of Fate may not be clear about it. At this point, Su Kong let out a bitter laugh. Moreover, we are equally in the dark about where Fate is currently. This statement plunged everyone present into silence. If Su Kong's words were true, then perhaps the surviving chaos demons were far more numerous than just them. But where these individuals were hiding remained an unanswered question. As for the matter of Su Wu back, then it could only be viewed as an unexpected accident, and no one had anticipated that he would act in such a manner. The air was thick with an indescribable sentiment, as if every clue pointed toward a shrouded mist. Haotian had been quietly listening to the conversation, and at this moment, he gently clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention back. All right, everyone, let's not dwell on those matters for now. If there is a chance, we will naturally meet again. For now, we should leave the Chaos Pearl, so that Lord Su Kong can familiarize himself with the changes in this place. Everyone voiced no objections. Although the Chaos Pearl was rich in spiritual energy and formed its own realm, it was still not the primordial wilderness. Su Kong indeed wanted to see with his own eyes how this realm had transformed after countless eons of evolution. So the group set off together, leaving the Chaos Pearl and arriving at the Hall of Clarity. Your Majesty, we shall take our leave now. As soon as they landed, Yang Mei bowed respectfully. Haotian nodded slightly, watching Yang Mei and the others depart. Then he stepped forward, directly arriving at the Ling Xiao Palace. My lord, you finally managed it. Has the treasure been refined? Ling Xiao was handling administrative affairs when he saw Haotian return. He immediately set down his red brush, relieved, and approached with a noticeably relaxed expression. Seeing his finally able to take a breather, Haotian found it somewhat amusing, but still nodded. It has indeed been. The Dongwang bell has been handed over to Tai Yi, and now it is time to unseal the Chaos Bell. As soon as he finished speaking, the Chaos Bell appeared in his palm, emitting a melodious and deep chime, as if responding to its master's words. Following that, the great seals suppressing the Chaos Bell began to dissipate inch by inch. That was the Great Dao confirming that the current primordial wilderness could bear the chaos spiritual treasure and actively withdrawing the shackles. Haotian's expression grew serious as he respectfully bowed toward the chaotic void. He knew that it was not just the Chaos Bell. The Taiji diagram and Pangu banner in the hands of Laozi and Yuanshi had also had some of their seals removed. However, the seals on those two treasures had not completely vanished. After all, with the current cultivation of Laozi and Yuanshi, they were still not fully capable of wielding high-quality chaos spiritual treasures. Even so, these two treasures of the opening of the heavens had already returned to the standard of low-grade chaos spiritual treasures. It was enough to bring a rare look of joy to the usually calm faces of Laozi and Yuanshi. They each stowed away their treasures, retook their seats, and continued discussing the Dao. Though Tong Tian appeared slightly envious, he quickly suppressed that emotion and joined the discussion with his usual demeanor. At the same time, while the three pure ones discussed the Dao, the human race was quietly undergoing a profound transformation. Fu Shi, having become the leader of the human race and established a capital in Chengdu, gradually realized under the guidance of Yao Qi that he could not govern the increasingly powerful human race solely by his own strength. Having seen too many complex matters in the heavenly court, Yao Qi knew well that even with supreme cultivation, it was impossible to handle everything personally. She subtly hinted that the affairs of the world needed someone to share the burden for lasting stability, and Fu Shi immediately grasped the deeper meaning behind her words. He then began to seriously examine the current operational methods of the human race. He discovered that each tribe was acting independently, lacking unified management, with policies failing to communicate and rewards and punishments being unclear, which would inevitably lead to chaos in the long run. Thus, after much contemplation, he resolved to create an initial official system for the human race, emulating the bureaucratic structure of the Heavenly Court. He established the earliest official positions in Chengdu. Civil officials were responsible for managing civil affairs, recording the